Chapter 1. Crossing into a novel. In the dimly lit rental apartment, Cheng Yin clutched the 500 yuan banknote in her hand, feeling an overwhelming urge to despair. She realized her grave mistake. Had she known that staying up all night reading novels could lead her to traverse into one, she would have resolutely avoided any tales of calamity. Indeed, she had crossed into a book. Not a sweet romance, nor a domineering CEO narrative, but a tale of disaster. At the moment of her realization, it felt as if the heavens had struck her down, leaving her utterly frazzled. Resigned to her fate, Cheng Yin rose and began rummaging through the pockets of her clothes and her wallet. In doing so, she unearthed that 500 yuan note. But what use did she have for this money? Tears threatened to spill as she retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow and unlocked it. The screen displayed the same news notification she had seen that morning: an eruption of a volcano in X country. It was indeed upon waking and glancing around at this unfamiliar room that she comprehended her bizarre situation. Having just finished the novel the previous night, she could vividly recall its plot. How should she put it? While she had derived considerable enjoyment from reading, she never wished to experience a struggle for survival amidst calamity herself. The original character was an orphan, aged 23. She possessed few acquaintances, and her employment prospects appeared bleak. She had recently resigned and was now preparing to seek new opportunities. Cheng Yin scoured the various apps on the original character's phone and ultimately discovered a mere 8,000 yuan in the linked bank account. With a sigh, she thought, "Is this how fate intends to do me in?" Now, in her current predicament, she found herself devoid of money and space. How was one to survive in a world of disasters under such conditions? Wait. There was still a glimmer of hope regarding the space. Cheng Yin recalled that the protagonist's space was a bracelet, or rather, based on her extensive reading experience. Such personal spaces were typically activated through items like necklaces, bracelets, rings, or jade pendants with a drop of blood. Surely, she could give a try. If such an implausible crossing into a novel had occurred, it stood to reason that she ought to be compensated with a personal space as well. Cheng Yin's wrist was bare, but around her neck hung a small peanut pendant. She hurried to procure a fruit knife, delicately slicing her fingertip and smearing the blood upon the tiny peanut. In an instant, the peanut pendant disintegrated into powder. A small red peanut mark appeared just below her collarbone. It felt quite extraordinary, almost surreal. Tentatively, Cheng Yin spoke within her mind. "Space? I wish to enter the space." After a brief silence of 2 seconds, she realized she had not been transported into the space. She tentatively deduced that perhaps living beings could not enter this realm. Continuing her attempts, she successfully placed the fruit knife into the space. Closing her eyes, she endeavored to perceive the essence of the space. It was shrouded in mist, seemingly without boundaries. Only the central patch of fertile soil stood out, perhaps suitable for cultivation. Cheng Yin began searching for the fruit knife she had just stored, and to her surprise, upon simply thinking of it, she saw the knife suspended in midair. Concentrating on the fruit knife, she maneuvered it freely within the space. It appeared she possessed complete mastery over this realm. Opening her eyes, Cheng Yin located a kettle in her rental apartment. She filled it halfway with water, pouring it into 2 cups, intending to validate her hypothesis. If there was soil in the space, it implied there was a flow of time. That misty area, along with the suspended fruit knife, suggested a stasis of time. She placed the 2 cups of hot water in the fertile soil and the misty area, glancing out the window to observe that night had fallen. Entering the kitchen, she quickly prepared a bowl of egg fried rice. After finishing her meal, she opened the small refrigerator to rummage through its contents. Therein, she discovered a bunch of grapes. She retrieved a bowl specifically for the grape seeds, munching on the grapes while downloading a loan application on her phone. Borrowing money was essential, but not at this moment. The narrative had just reached the point where the protagonist had recently been reborn, and she estimated that the calamity was still 3 months away. The disintegration of order in this world was accelerating rapidly, with torrential rains, floods, heat waves, droughts, and perpetual nights driving humanity into a corner. Cheng Yin perused various lending applications, filtering through and saving some. Those with dubious requests were swiftly deleted. Having finished the grapes, only the seeds remained. She retrieved the 2 cups of hot water from the space to test her assumptions. One cup was still steaming, while the other had completely cooled. With relief, Cheng Yin scattered the grape seeds onto the fertile soil. She scoured the room for a notebook and pen, documenting all the events that would transpire in the story before placing the notebook into the space. Next, she needed to contemplate how to stockpile supplies. Cheng Yin compiled a list of necessities, prioritizing them according to urgency, planning to gather them accordingly. Although one might have different methods for stocking up based on wealth, her 8,500 yuan, no matter how meticulously budgeted, would not suffice. Thinking of the protagonist's 10 billion, she felt a pang of envy. Resolving to wash the dishes in the kitchen to calm herself, she found herself yearning to cling to the protagonist's coattails. The following day arrived. The first order of business for Cheng Yin was to inspect the fertile soil in the space to see if the grape seeds had sprouted. As she gazed upon it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Grapes, glistening purple, adorned the vine. Unable to resist, she plucked a bunch and sampled them, their sweetness making her eyes sparkle with delight. The space was astonishingly powerful. It seemed that fate had no intention of claiming her just yet. The grape seeds she had sown numbered around 50, yet the harvest exceeded that by far. Each vine bore at least 40 bunches, totaling nearly 200. These 200 bunches of grapes were far more than she could consume. Perhaps she could set up a stall to sell them? Considering her starting capital of 8,500 yuan, Cheng Yin increasingly felt this was a feasible plan. Seeds for vegetables and fruits were inexpensive and abundant. She could buy more to plant. This way, even if she could not sell them, she would still achieve freedom in sourcing her own produce, saving a significant amount for future food stockpiling. This was far more economical than directly hoarding vegetables. Without hesitation, Cheng Yin sprang into action, seizing her phone and stepping outside. Lacking the original character's memories, she relied on her phone to download a map to locate the nearest agricultural market. The market was somewhat distant from a rental apartment, requiring a half-hour subway ride. Seated on the train, she closed her eyes, maximizing this 30 minutes by transferring all the grapes from the space to the suspended area. When the announcement for her stop came, she rose and disembarked. The agricultural market in City A was vast, and after a thorough exploration, she finally located a store specializing in seeds. Upon entering, the owner was busy organizing items on the shelves. Noticing her arrival, he greeted her cheerfully. "Looking to buy seeds? Feel free to browse. If you can't find something, just call for me." Cheng Yin nodded, picking up a basket. The seeds were neatly packaged with clear illustrations. Requiring no additional explanation, she could simply select what she desired. She began by examining vegetable seeds, gathering common varieties like eggplant, tomatoes, green beans, lettuce, and radishes, while also picking up a few less common ones. She readily bypassed those she disliked, such as bitter melon and asparagus. For fruits, she collected nearly everything available. Placing her basket on the counter, she called the owner over to finalize her purchase. "Wow, you bought quite a lot." "Indeed, can you offer a discount?" With a broad smile, the owner tallied the total. "That'll be 1,216. He'll round it down to 1,200 and throw in a few packets of flower seeds for you." Cheng Yin thanked him and paid via mobile scan. The fertile soil in her space was quite expansive. She had only utilized a small portion for the grapes, leaving ample room to cultivate rice, tomatoes, cucumbers, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, durians, cherries, and watermelons. The rice she purchased was drought-resistant, making it suitable for the space. Additionally, she ordered a threshing machine and a rice milling machine online. With just a dryer, she would achieve self-sufficiency, eliminating the need to spend exorbitantly at grain stores. Tomatoes and cucumbers could be consumed raw, while corn required only steaming to prepare. She had found potatoes, sweet potatoes, and purple sweet potatoes in her kitchen, which were high-yield and easily cooked. After researching how to plant them online, she directly sowed the sprouted sweet potatoes and purple sweet potatoes, reserving a patch of land for the potatoes. Cheng Yin's selection of fruits, which includes durian, cherries, and watermelon, stems from her personal preference for these delectable treats. Moreover, she harbors the intention of visiting the community where the female protagonist resides, hoping to sell the fruits to her and earn a little profit. She recalls a scene from the original narrative in which the female protagonist bought an entire cart of tomatoes from a vendor. Thus, Cheng Yin sets up her stall, calling out to sell watermelons. thinking that perhaps a few friendly exchanges could lead to her becoming the female protagonist fruit supplier. With the seeds already sown, Cheng Yin remains industrious. She ventures out to rent a small truck with a cargo area, making a trip to the wholesale market to purchase dozens of fruit baskets, an electronic scale, 2 packs of plastic bags, and a small loudspeaker. Upon returning home, she fills the baskets with around 200 bunches of grapes, opting to set up her stall today rather than wait until tomorrow. With her phone's navigation activated, she first stops at a gas station to fill up before driving towards the community where the female protagonist resides. Today, her aim is merely to scout the area. She does not expect to encounter the protagonist on her first visit. After parking the truck in an empty space, Cheng Yin climbs into the cargo area, shuts the door, and retrieves the grapes, placing several baskets on the ground. Grapes, sweet and delicious grapes. Cool. Only 6 yuan per gene. Cheng Yin glances at the receipt from her grape purchase, which was 8 yuan per gene, thus pricing her sale at a discount. She sets up a stool beside her stall, enthusiastically beckoning passersby. Sir, would you like to buy a bunch of grapes? Our grapes are exceptionally sweet. Please, try one. If it's not sweet, you won't have to pay. Cheng Yin hands washed grapes to customers, and upon seeing their delighted expressions after tasting the fruit, she knows a sale has been made. Please give me 2 bunches and pick the best ones. Certainly, they'll pack them up for you. Chapter 2. Group Purchasing. Cheng Yin has spent a day at Jiahe Community selling her fruits, earning over 800 yuan. Today, her truck is filled with a large quantity of watermelons, while the remaining space is occupied by baskets of durians, grapes, and cherries, as she continues her fruit-selling endeavor here. The loudspeaker's announcements have also been refreshed. Watermelons for sale. Large and sweet watermelons. Grapes, durians, cherries affordable and delicious. Having learned from her experiences yesterday, she steps up her preparations. She sets up a folding table in front of her stall, washing a plate of grapes and cherries, and slices a watermelon into pieces, inserting toothpicks for passers-by to sample the fruits. A price list is prominently displayed on the truck, clearly visible even from a distance. She has compared prices at fruit stores and supermarkets, intentionally lowering her prices to attract more customers. Boss, how's your durian? I bought your grapes yesterday, and they were quite sweet. Cheng Yin beams. Sir, would you like to sample some? This durian has plenty of flesh, small seeds, and is sweet without being overwhelming. Before setting up her stall, she had tasted a durian, sampling 5 pieces and saving 3 in a container. Since the strong aroma of durian isn't to everyone's liking, she has kept it hidden in the truck. Wearing disposable gloves, Cheng Yin cuts small pieces of durian for tasting. What do you think? Would you like one? I can prepare it for you. Then please prepare one for me. Sure. Just a moment. She sells 1 durian, along with 5 gene of cherries. She even gives away a bunch of grapes, encouraging the customer to return for future purchases. Cheng Yin is generous, knowing her costs are merely the 1,200 yuan for seeds, the rental of the small truck, and the miscellaneous expenses. With a few sporadic customers, she manages to make several sales. At noon, Cheng Yin orders takeout for a meal. She hasn't forgotten her purpose for being here, yet she remains unaware of the female protagonist's appearance. While she could inquire with others, delivering fruits directly would likely raise suspicions. Thus, she continues to tend her stall, waiting for the protagonist to arrive. Miss, how much are the watermelons? 8 yuan 50 per gene, please try it. It's quite sweet. Having finished the watermelon she cut in the morning, she prepares another plate. Cheng Yin blinks, gazing at a woman in casual attire before her, feeling a strong premonition that this could be the female protagonist she's been waiting for, her heart leaping with excitement. In the book, the female protagonist is in her 30s, with a childhood sweetheart for a husband. Her parents are alive, and she has children. Typically, families like hers, with both elderly and young to care for, would struggle to survive following a natural disaster. However, fortunate circumstances have allowed the protagonist's parents to remain in good health, and her husband is reliable and considerate. With the added benefit of a special space, this family has managed to support one another through adversity. Cheng Yin discreetly encourages her to sample other fruits, subtly promoting her wares. Whether her plan to sell fruits to the female protagonist will succeed hinges on this moment. I'll take your truck. Could you provide me with an address? Would you mind delivering it to the warehouse? Cheng Yin is more than willing. She has been eagerly awaiting this proposition. With a smile, She replies, "Certainly. Let me calculate the price for you. How about we add each other as friends? That way, I can send you a price list later. Sister, I can deliver any fruit you need." She prices the watermelons at 8 yuan and offers discounts on the others. For this entire load, Cheng Yin makes over 20,000 yuan. Yet, her sights are set on even larger prospects. After all, the female protagonist is stocking up based on a 30-year supply for a family of 6. And this truckload of fruit is clearly insufficient for that demand. However, Cheng Yin does not pin all her hopes of profit on the protagonist alone. She understands the wisdom of not placing all her eggs in one basket. She must also start considering other sales channels. Her fruit business cannot be too conspicuous or ostentatious. It is essential to note that the fruits are produced through her special space, and she cannot explain the source of her goods. Opening a fruit wholesale store is unfeasible. The entire market revolves around buying and selling, and her singular sales without purchases would attract too much attention. Moreover, negotiating low prices with fruit stores and supermarkets would directly infringe upon others' businesses, inciting resentment. Cheng Yin thinks she might approach community group leaders to discuss fruit group purchases, knowing that each leader has numerous customer groups. If she offers a little more profit to the leaders, they could organize group purchases. She would simply need to deliver the goods to the leaders, making it a convenient and viable option. This way, she operates from the shadows, making it harder for others to scrutinize her. The next step is to locate these group leaders. She searches for their addresses on a vegetable buying platform, preparing to visit them one by one to discuss fruit group purchasing. She places an order for packaging boxes for cherries and grapes. This time, she focuses on promoting group purchases for cherries and grapes, adding other fruits as per the leader's preferences later. After several days of running around, Cheng Yin has nearly covered half of the city's communities, encountering numerous obstacles but ultimately securing dozens of deals. As for her earnings, she offers the lowest discounts, relying on the leader's sales capabilities. Earning money does not feel laborious or tiresome. She remains invigorated. When the female protagonist calls her to deliver fruits, she eagerly drives out for several deliveries. With 20,000 yuan in her account, she feels elated. Cheng Yin rents a room and hires students as part-time workers to package the fruits. Given the numerous group orders from various communities, it would be impossible to pack everything by herself. Although she is uncertain of the leader's sales abilities, preparing a batch of pre-packaged fruits to store in her space poses no issue. Hiring students for part-time work is quite economical. She recalls her previous experiences with a roommate distributing flyers, earning only 15 yuan per hour. Under the scorching sun, they struggled to distribute a thick stack of flyers while avoiding confiscation by city management. Cheng Yin joins several university student part-time groups, comparing the hourly wages and devising two payment schemes. One offers a fixed wage of 15 yuan per hour, while the other compensates based on output. She recruits 10 female students, explaining the packing requirements and regulations, allowing them to choose between hourly wages or piece rates. Unexpectedly, they all opt for piece rates. As the students diligently package the fruits, good news begins to trickle in from the group leaders regarding their group purchase orders. Ultimately, a significant number of participants join, prompting her to start delivering goods to each leader in the communities. Cheng Yin's small business flourishes, and during her free time, she visits other communities in the city she has yet to explore, securing enough group purchases. The final selection of fruits includes 6 varieties: lychee, cherries, grapes, mangoes, durians, and strawberries. She has repurposed the rice field in her space, planting all the fruits intended for group purchases to ensure sufficient supply in case of increased demand. The accumulated rice has also been processed into rice, and even the rice stalks and husks have been sold to a feed factory, yielding her a small profit. Hiring individuals for packing fruits is feasible, yet when it comes to stockpiling steamed rice and stir-fried dishes, one must rely solely on oneself. For her domestic water supply, she placed an order online for several hundred water bags to store at home, meticulously calculating the time required to fill each bag before setting alarms to manage the water flow. Additionally, she procured numerous large containers to hold hot water for bathing and to repurpose used water, which could be recycled based on its cleanliness. In terms of drinking water, she amassed a few hundred barrels, while also purchasing various sizes of bottled water from the wholesale market, half of which she transformed into hot water. With an abundance of fruits in her space, she felt assured that hydration would not be an issue. For steaming rice and vegetables, she acquired a multifunctional steaming cabinet, methodically alternating between dishes. As her savings began to accumulate, she resolved to invest in meat, contemplating the years ahead and wishing to avoid the monotony of a vegetarian diet. However, the price of meat was indeed steep. She purchased 5,000 jin of beef, 7,000 jin of pork, 3,000 jin of ribs, 1,000 processed chickens, 500 fish, along with 1,000 eggs and duck eggs. She even experimented with whether fertilized eggs could be stored in her space, but unfortunately, the attempt was unsuccessful. Thus, in the span of half a month, she had exhausted her earnings. Cheng Yin contemplated that for future seafood purchases, it would be prudent to travel to coastal cities to minimize expenses. After several group purchases, the demand gradually diminished. The fruit packing operation continued unabated, resulting in a burgeoning stock of packaged fruits in her space. Her eloquence had notably improved, making her words quite persuasive, especially with the plethora of successful group purchase cases that stirred interest among others. With the rising demand for fruits in City C, Cheng Yin began making daily trips there. Once her rental agreement expired, she promptly secured accommodation in that area. The fruit packing business was also relocated, and she recruited part-time workers to sustain the operation. Of course, she did not neglect her part-time workers in City A, generously distributing several boxes of fruits to each. Surprisingly, two young women approached her to purchase fruits, expressing their intention to collaborate on a venture, initially renting a stall outside the school to sell fruit salads and fruits, in hopes of establishing a profitable endeavor. Cheng Yin was more than willing to oblige, offering them wholesale prices. The remainder of her time was devoted to delivering goods and stockpiling supplies. She certainly did not overlook medicinal necessities. However, these are not items that can be hoarded extensively, and some medications are not readily available for purchase. Cheng Yin only stockpiled essential cold medicines, cough remedies, pain relievers, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, anti-itch ointments, masks, protective clothing, as well as supplies for injuries, including iodine, bandages, yuan baiyao spray, trauma pills, and safflower oil. Furthermore, she acquired several introductory books on medicine and traditional Chinese herbs, purchasing seeds for various medicinal plants with the intention of cultivating them in her space in due course. While minor ailments like colds and fevers could be managed with self-medication, serious discomfort necessitated a visit to a physician. Her stockpiling of medications was merely for peace of mind, as one could imagine the challenges of obtaining medicine in the aftermath of a disaster. For seafood, she indeed traveled to coastal cities to procure squid, crayfish, prawns, clams, oysters, hairy crabs, and king crabs, amassing several hundred jin of her favorite seafood. It was only after buying the seafood that she realized she had forgotten to stockpile oil and seasonings. With ample fatty pork available for oil extraction, she only stocked 60 barrels of oil, resolving that if this proved insufficient, she would have to experiment with extracting oil from peanuts, soybeans, and camellia flowers. Essential seasonings such as edible salt, chicken essence, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, and cooking wine were all purchased in large quantities. With the most crucial supplies, food, water, and medicine successfully stockpiled, Cheng Yin felt a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. Chapter 3. Preparation. At this moment, there remained 2 months until the impending catastrophe. Cheng Yin's savings have dwindled to a point where she can no longer continue stockpiling supplies, compelling her to reluctantly pause her efforts. The next items to prepare are clothing and footwear. She has always believed that inexpensive short-sleeved shirts, costing merely a few dollars, are suitable for outerwear, but insists that undergarments must be of superior quality. She plans to save enough money to negotiate with customer service, hoping to secure some discounts based on the quantity she intends to purchase. Should that prove unsuccessful, she will explore wholesale websites or visit local clothing wholesale markets. Garments adorned with fluorescent green, vibrant colors, and large floral patterns will be summarily declined. She has meticulously selected short-sleeved and long-sleeved shirts, long pants, and outerwear, generally opting for several dozen of each chosen style. For footwear, she intends to acquire athletic shoes, skate shoes, canvas shoes, snow boots, cotton shoes, sandals, and slippers, opting for a few styles to purchase in bulk for efficiency. Socks present an even simpler task. She will choose long socks, short socks, boat socks, and fleece-lined socks, sticking to the basic colors of black, white, and gray. With her selections for clothing, shoes, and socks finalized, Cheng Yin now awaits the moment when she can negotiate prices. She has not employed anyone for the delivery of bulk fruit. Instead, she has always taken on the task herself, consciously exercising to build her stamina. While her physique cannot be deemed frail, it is certainly not robust, and she acknowledges the necessity of preparing her body for the demands ahead. The shop of the community leader is typically located at street level, eliminating the need to ascend any stairs. She merely unloads the boxes of fruit from the vehicle. Initially, Cheng Yin found this arrangement somewhat challenging, but with time, she is acclimated, and her arms now feel considerably stronger. She has created a schedule and delivery route for her group purchases, alleviating much of her busyness. In her leisure time, she remains at home. The water bags she purchased have yet to be fully filled. She continues to collect water by attaching the hoses and turning on the tap. Cheng Yin's culinary skills are quite commendable, as she places the rinsed rice into the electric steamer and utilizes the waiting time to prepare the ingredients for her soup. Having acquired 5 large-capacity steamers, she is capable of simultaneously preparing several varieties of soup. After properly preparing the pork ribs, she proceeds to chop white radish, red carrot, corn, yam, and durian skin. She evenly distributes the ribs into 4 steamers, sequentially adding the corresponding vegetables: white radish and pork rib soup, corn and radish pork rib soup, yam and pork rib soup, and durian and pork rib soup. With a mere press of the soup button, all that remains is to wait. For the remaining pot, she intends to make a chicken soup with cordyceps flowers. Preferring her chicken soup to be less oily, she removes the skin and prepares the chicken, sprinkling in just the right amount of cordyceps flowers. Cheng Yin continues to retrieve several chickens from storage, first chopping off the feet, which she later combines with the chicken feet left over from the soup to follow a video tutorial on lemon chicken feet. The remaining chicken is transformed into braised chicken. When the alarm rings, she turns off the tap and switches to another water bag to continue filling it. Now, with nothing left to occupy her time, Cheng Yin picks up her phone, lounging on the sofa, and scrolls through videos. She pauses upon encountering a makeup tutorial, which features a transformation from haggard, bare-faced appearance to one of vibrant beauty. Contrarily, Cheng Yin's thoughts drift towards learning makeup techniques to achieve a more weary look. After the natural disasters, order has crumbled. Countless individuals struggle to find sufficient sustenance, their faces pale and gaunt. Her presence in the throng was conspicuously prominent. Furthermore, within the narrative, the malevolent aspects of human nature were swiftly unveiled. Instances of arson, pillaging, and the coercion of women were rife. As a human being, a social creature, Cheng Yin found it untenable to completely sever ties with humanity and lead a solitary existence. Unlike the protagonist, she lacked the support of trustworthy parents and a spouse to mutually support her. She was alone and placed her trust solely in herself. The clandestine nature of her spatial ability dictated that she traverse this path alone, for collaboration would inevitably lead to exposure. Cheng Yin was compelled to safeguard herself and rely solely on her own devices. Firearms were beyond her means and moral compass to procure from abroad. However, other preparations were imperative. Foremost was the initial intention to maintain a low profile. Discreet conduct would mitigate the scrutiny and provocation of others. To this end, she could amass cosmetics to master the art of makeup, acquire several sets of worn attire, and procure wigs. Should such measures fail to deter unsolicited advances, she would devise countermeasures. Although devoid of firearms, she adhered to the adage that resourcefulness could surmount any obstacle. Cheng Yin contemplated concocting pepper spray to deploy against assailants, preparing copious amounts of scalding water to douse them, mixing lime for dispersal onto their heads, and stockpiling hefty stones within her spatial domain for use as projectiles. Of course, readily available weapons were also essential. In lieu of firearms, cannons, or stun guns, she could procure rechargeable and battery-operated chainsaws, as well as flamethrowers, to instill terror in potential adversaries. Long-handled scythes and machetes were also on her shopping list, honed to a razor-sharp edge with whetstones, to deter any who dared to provoke her. A stiletto for a surprise attack should also be procured to catch him off guard. This thought brought a smile to Cheng Yin's face. While she currently lacked the funds for an extensive wardrobe, acquiring a chainsaw presented no such obstacle. An order was promptly placed, ensuring its early arrival for peace of mind. Furthermore, contingency plans were necessary. What if she were ambushed or besieged? A strategic approach was paramount. But escape remained a viable option. High-altitude safety ropes, a car, and a motorcycle would enable her to flee as far as possible, even if her residence was blockaded. Such anticipations prompted a sigh. The initial stages of calamities depicted in novels, where torrential rains and floods trap individuals within buildings, leading to food scarcity, property usurpation, violence, and arson, were truly suffocating and despairing. Even with highly civilized cohabitants and robust security measures, such scenarios inevitably attract a host of malevolent entities and endless troubles. Cheng Yin resolved to learn from the heroines of such narratives and forego purchasing property altogether. Instead, she would amass the necessary supplies and, as the impending disaster approached, seek refuge in an unoccupied building, one yet to be released to the market. The absence of residents would eliminate the threat of eccentric neighbors, and scavengers would be less likely to venture there. This plan brought a sense of reassurance. By lying low until survivor settlements were established, she could then emerge into a safer world. Cheng Yin had sketched out her rudimentary plans for the future when the chime of the electric steamer indicated that the rice was cooked. She rose, opened the steamer, and carefully removed the dish. After transferring the rice into her space, she resumed washing rice and steaming it, followed by the repetitive steps of preparing soup and stir-fries. By the end of the month, Cheng Yin's space was abundantly filled with an array of delectable dishes. Fragrant white rice, sweet potato rice, fried rice, and glutinous rice. Piping hot radish and pork rib soup, cordyceps chicken soup, and lotus root with yam soup. Steamed egg custard, fish with millet pepper, braised chicken, garlic clams. An eggplant with green beans. Nourishing congee selections were also prepared, including milk oatmeal congee, corn congee, purple sweet potato congee, red sweet potato congee, and millet congee, all simmered in large pots. Steamed and roasted corn, sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, and potatoes were not neglected either. Pre-prepared tomato-flavored noodle soup, meat broth, egg soup, and bone soup awaited alongside the noodles, which were ready to be placed into the broth. Dumplings, wontons, buns, and steamed buns were also prepared. Cheng Yin had successfully negotiated a favorable price for the clothing she wished to purchase, and upon receiving the delivery, she promptly unwrapped and washed everything before neatly storing it in her space. She had also prepared some men-esque clothing and dirty garments, just in case of emergencies. With her essentials taken care of, the tension began to ease. The next consideration was how to cope with extreme weather. Heavy rain posed no concern, as long as there was ample food and shelter. Cheng Yin could swim, so she was not worried about flooding. However, it was prudent to have life jackets, life buoys, inflatable boats, and kayaks at the ready. Adapting to other conditions was essential, acclimatizing to extreme heat and frigid cold, ensuring her survival in such circumstances. Yet, adaptation did not mean neglecting preparations. Ice, chilled water, heat packs, charcoal, and heating devices needed to be meticulously organized. Otherwise, one might succumb to the climate before fully acclimating. The accumulation of goods grew ever larger, while expenditures seemed to dwindle. The earnings were never quite sufficient. Cheng Yin found herself in a state of utter relaxation. Contemplating her next steps, she resolved to work diligently to amass wealth. While the currency may gradually depreciate following the calamity, rendering it nearly worthless for the time being, transactions must still be conducted using the renminbi. It would be foolish to barter with mere fruits. Such actions would surely label her as navi. In the future, when she might wish to purchase goods, those items may very well be submerged in floodwaters, complicating the acquisition process even further. The notion of venturing out in a speedboat for a zero-cost shopping spree was daunting, especially considering the multitude of individuals who would be scavenging for sustenance. Cheng Yin believed she would be unable to compete in such circumstances. The risk of robbery paled in comparison to the potential harm that could befall her. Her safety remained paramount. Once again, Cheng Yin reaffirmed her intention to stockpile essentials before the impending disaster. However, expanding her fruit group purchases was no longer feasible. Any further attempts would overwhelm her. She was aware of the exorbitantly priced orchids, yet obtaining seeds of such rare varieties was no trivial task. Even if she succeeded in cultivating them, she lacked the proper channels for sale. To sell her orchids would inevitably raise suspicions regarding their origin, and an inquiry could unravel her carefully kept secrets. The sanctity of her hidden space must be preserved. Crucially, her space was already filled with fruits, and any available gaps had been filled with vegetables, leaving no room for additional cultivation. Cheng Yin felt a pang of worry as she retrieved her phone and scrolled through her applications. One particular folder on the homepage caught her eye. She had yet to secure a loan. From the very day she arrived in this new world, she had intended to borrow some funds. And now was the perfect moment to do so. Once her loan application was approved, she could purchase the necessary items, just as the disaster was on the horizon. After the calamity struck, power, water, and even signal would be cut off. Engrossed in their own survival, few spared a thought for outstanding debts. Self-preservation reigned supreme. With a wry smile, Cheng Yin navigated the app, registering an account, completing the required information, and submitting a loan application. Exploiting the common people was beyond her moral compass. But taking advantage of these unscrupulous lending companies posed no qualms. She resolved to borrow as much as possible. The exorbitant interest rates charged by these lenders bordered on madness, pushing borrowers to the brink. In times of peace, she would never have considered such an act, but with the impending collapse of order, it presented an opportune strategy. With the loan secured, she could finally procure the supplies necessary to weather the impending extreme weather conditions. Chapter 4. Funds received. The notification on her mobile banking app confirmed the arrival of the funds. Cheng Yin could now acquire the supplies she desperately needed to brace herself for the impending extreme weather events. She needed to account for extreme cold, scorching heat, torrential rains, floods, and earthquakes. She had already prepared her down jacket, and as for underfloor heating, she intended to isolate herself from the world in an unopened building and wait for the establishment of a survivor base. Unfortunately, underfloor heating was out of the question. She would have to explore alternative heating solutions. Cheng Yin drove to the nearby market and entered a coal store. Making her way to the back, she was confronted with a variety of stoves: honeycomb coal stoves, charcoal stoves. The sheer number of shapes and sizes overwhelmed her, triggering her indecisiveness. As she gazed at the diverse array of stoves, a look of perplexity washed over her face, but the prices on the labels quickly brought her back to reality. Size and shape were irrelevant. Sufficient heating was the only criterion. Venturing further into the store, Cheng Yin examined the various types of coal and began her calculations. A minimum of 2 tons of coal would be required for the winter, and even more would be needed during periods of extreme cold. Coal, a precious resource, is indeed most advantageous in abundance. At this moment, the proprietor approached, inquiring, "Beautiful lady, are you looking to purchase coal?" Cheng Yin nodded, pointing to a particular variety of coal. "Boss, I would like to buy 20 tons of coal. Could you possibly include a charcoal stove?" "Certainly. Choose as you wish." The owner readily agreed. With his prompt affirmation, Cheng Yin opted for the modest stove she had initially favored, eschewing the more expensive options, and proceeded to pay via her mobile device. Boxes upon boxes of charcoal were loaded into the rented truck until it was brimming. Cheng Yin then drove the vehicle to a secluded area, devoid of surveillance, where she stored the charcoal in her designated space. She continued her quest, visiting several coal shops, gradually accumulating a total of 100 tons of coal. At this juncture, she had already expended 90,000 of the 500,000 borrowed in loans. Unfazed, Cheng Yin hurried towards an outdoor equipment store. Inflatable kayaks and motorboats were essential in preparation for the impending torrential rains and floods. She felt a sense of unease regarding the quality of online purchases and opted for the reassurance of physical retail. She also remembered to procure wetsuits, goggles, and snorkels, buying several sets as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Before departing, she noticed camping tents and decided to purchase a few for backup. With her preparations for extreme cold, focusing on thermal clothing, down jackets, and snow boots, Secured, her next priority was to acquire gear suitable for extreme heat. This, Cheng Yin found to be the most challenging aspect. While she could bundle herself in layers against the cold, huddled around a small heater, facing extreme heat presented a conundrum. Surely, she could not confine herself within a freezer, could she? As the sweltering heat approached, the water and electricity supply systems had long been neglected, leaving the air conditioning units and fans utterly unreliable. Cheng Yin suddenly contemplated the possibility of acquiring a solar-powered RV just before the impending disaster struck. Even if solar energy proved insufficient, she could always resort to a diesel generator. However, relying solely on the profit from her fruit bulk purchase over the past 2 months might not suffice to afford the vehicle. Renting one, on the other hand, remained feasible. When the calamity arrived, who would care about her returning the vehicle? The more she pondered, the more ingenious her plan seemed. She drove her truck to the ice factory to wholesale ice cream. Satisfying her cravings was paramount, especially during the scorching summer. How could one resist a refreshing ice cream? Moreover, if she delayed, the impending torrential rains would submerge the ice cream in floods. Even if she ventured out in search of supplies, where would she find ice cream then? Upon arriving at the ice factory, she wasted no time in purchasing a substantial quantity of ice cream. Fortunately, the summer ice factory operated like a large wholesale hub for ice pops, and her bulk purchase was neither unusual nor surprising. With ease, she had the factory staff pack the ice pops into her truck, safely storing her provisions. After securing her supplies, Cheng Yin ordered a variety of iced beverages through a milk tea app. While waiting for the milk tea shop to prepare her drinks, she made a detour to buy a diesel generator and 10 tons of diesel fuel. Reviewing her payment receipts on her phone, she noted that after purchasing coal, a kayak, an inflatable boat, a tent, and the ice pops, her recently acquired 50,000 had already been nearly depleted. From a space, she retrieved a portion of braised chicken and began to savor it. This afternoon, she was scheduled to deliver fruits to the team leader's shop, which would soon result in a monetary reward. She turned on the air conditioning and rested momentarily in her room. Cheng Yin changed into a work outfit and drove off to make the delivery. The truck was already filled with an assortment of 6 types of fruit for this group purchase: sunshine grapes, cherries, cream strawberries, durian, watermelon, and fragrant lychee. Cheng Yin transported the boxes into the team leader's shop, where they counted the quantities, and the team leader would earn the funds from the group purchase to give to her. Boss Cheng, please don't leave just yet. Many people in our group are inquiring if there are any more of the mangoes from the previous group purchase. I must say, the fruits from your place are exceptionally delicious. After trying them, the ones from other shops simply do not compare. Cheng Yin paused, realizing it must be the result of her space cultivation. Indeed, the fruits she grew were far superior to those bought outside. She touched her nose and explained, "The fruits from my home are likely fresher, as they are freshly picked and packaged for delivery. The mangoes are still available. If you want them, we can arrange another group purchase. Once I tally the quantities and the group purchase concludes, I will deliver them to you." Cheng Yin smiled. "Sister Lu, what fruits do you enjoy? Next time I come, I shall bring you a few boxes." The team leader jokingly remarked, "My child adores those cream strawberries. If you're sending some, I'll one tea hold back and will gladly accept them." Cheng Yin assured her, "Not a problem at all. Next time, I will bring extra boxes for your little one to enjoy." Fruits held little significance for her. Her dimension teemed with them in abundance. Bestowing them as a casual favor posed no concern whatsoever. The group leader beamed, expressing her gratitude. "I'm so sorry. I'll promote your fruits extensively in the community group." Cheng Yin nodded. "All right." She proceeded to deliver the bulk purchased fruits to various residential complexes, and fortunately, the feedback from each group leader's buyers was positive, without encountering any eccentric or fault-finding customers. Observing the ever-increasing balance in her mobile phone, she subtly curved her lips into a smile. In the face of the impending apocalypse, only by utilizing as much money as possible to procure supplies could she ensure a secure life in the world ravaged by natural disasters. Chapter 5. Tutorial. The original novel's female lead, whom she hadn't contacted in quite some time, sent a private message inquiring about purchasing fruits. Cheng Yin, holding her phone, examined the types of fruits the female lead desired and couldn't help but feel elated. Fortunately, she hadn't given up on following the female lead. The female lead's family consisted of 6 individuals. The 2 previous deliveries of fruits she had made were hardly sufficient. Cheng Yin happily ventured to City A to deliver fruits to the female lead. Forthright, generous, and without disputes, who wouldn't desire such a customer? Cheng Yin transported all the fruits into the female lead's warehouse, resulting in another 200,000 yuan credited to her account. She couldn't help but envy her. Who else could afford to spend so much money on fruits when a natural disaster was imminent? Only the female lead possessed such capabilities. Cheng Yin rewarded herself with a durian, casually retrieving one from her dimension. Gripping the durian stem, she placed it on the table and carefully peeled open the spiky shell. 1 section, 2 sections, 6 sections of flesh. She felt that the durians cultivated in her dimension were there to repay a debt of gratitude, never once disappointing her. While indulging in durian, Cheng Yin conversed with the online vendor regarding file downloads. Are you available? I need some videos and documents downloaded to a USB drive. Is this something you can assist with? Relieved, Cheng Yin elaborated. I require all available online resources, including television shows, movies, and animations, as well as various instructional videos on crafting, planting, bricklaying, and other tutorials. I also need electronic documents and e-books detailing production processes. The vendor expressed surprise. You want everything? Yes, I want everything. Movies, TV shows, and animations can be watched on my phone or tablet when I'm bored and alone. I can keep the tutorials for when I need them in the future. Who knows if anyone will still know how to repair or make things then. With the videos, I can always learn. She jested. The vendor playfully remarked, Miss, are you preparing for the apocalypse? Are you getting ready for doomsday? Cheng Yin took a bite of the durian, responding with a mix of truth and jest. Huh, how did you know? Now that you know the apocalypse is coming, I must remind you to stock up on food and water at home, in case you can't buy supplies then. The vendor chuckled. All right, after I finish your order, I'll use the money to buy a few cases of instant noodles to stock up. Miss, click the link and pay the deposit, and I will download the resources as soon as possible. Cheng Yin felt a bit pleased that the vendor intended to buy a few cases of instant noodles. She clicked the link to pay the deposit. Okay, thank you for your help. After finishing her conversation with the vendor, Cheng Yin went to Taobao and placed orders with several shops for hot pot soup base. She was confident in her culinary skills, yet they paled in comparison to these specialized soup bases. The hot pot base was versatile enough for stir-fries and noodle dishes, while the soup noodle base could be reserved for a change of pace. She also intended to procure flour for crafting steamed buns, dumplings, and dumplings. So she concurrently ordered flour and leavening agents online. When the Cataclysm arrived, with an abundance of idle time, she could leisurely prepare them. Cheng Yin finished the piece of durian in her hand and placed the remainder into her dimension. She arose and carried the durian shell to the kitchen. Excising the inner pulp, she retrieved a portion of spare ribs from her dimension and prepared a durian spare rib soup. Many people abhorred the flavor of durian, let alone using the shell for soup, but she was quite fond of it. Cheng Yin reflected that being alone was rather agreeable, as she did not have to accommodate others and could simply consider her own preferences when preparing food. She retrieved a water pouch and continued to accumulate water. In reality, her dimension already contained numerous water pouches, but one could never have too much water. In addition to cold water, she would also commence preparing hot water. Cheng Yin initially heated water in a pot, then extracted a large stainless steel bucket from her dimension, filling it with the boiling water. Cold water could be stored in water pouches, but hot water necessitated the use of stainless steel buckets. Cheng Yin gazed at the stainless steel bucket before her, feeling a pang of regret. In a moment of oversight, she had forgotten that plastic buckets could also be used for storing hot water. Stainless steel and plastic buckets, when placed within the dimension, experienced suspended time, rendering the material inconsequential. Of course, regret was futile. Having purchased it, she could only utilize it. Having completed the simmering of her durian and pork rib soup, Cheng Yin disconnected the electric steamer and lifted the lid, releasing a refreshing aroma. After seasoning it with a suitable quantity of salt, she portioned out a bowl for herself and stored the remainder within her spatial dimension. Seated in the living room, Cheng Yin gazed at the twilight hues painting the sky, finding it difficult to fathom that the world was merely a month away from succumbing to its demise. She savored her soup, then closed her eyes to perceive her spatial dimension, meticulously categorizing the supplies within. She marked off the prepared provisions on her meticulously crafted inventory list. Cheng Yin tapped her temple with her pen, realizing she had inadvertently omitted body warmers from her order. Promptly, she retrieved her mobile phone and placed an order for several thousand body warmers via a wholesale application. Observing the nearly complete assortment of supplies, she nodded with contentment. Cheng Yin retrieved the plot from the novel she had pinned upon her arrival, diligently reviewing it to commit it to memory. Exhaling gently, she gradually composed herself. She hesitated, contemplating whether to disseminate information regarding the impending cataclysm via the internet. Recalling a vendor who jestingly mentioned stockpiling cases of instant noodles, she pondered whether a single sentence could potentially save a life in this world. In the novel, the female protagonist confided in her family alone regarding the approaching natural disasters, maintaining secrecy from the outside world. When Cheng Yin perused the novel, she found it inconsequential, as the protagonist's decision to disclose or conceal the information held no bearing on her enjoyment of the hoarding process. However, in reality, her perspective shifted. She resolved to publish the sequence of natural disasters online in the following month. Regardless of whether netizens dismissed her post as delusional or indicative of mental instability, she hoped that at least one individual would heed her warning and prepare accordingly. Undoubtedly, her determination stemmed from deliberate contemplation. She had no intention of revealing her identity, thereby disrupting her tranquil existence. She planned to dress meticulously, concealing herself entirely, and venture into an obscure internet cafe that did not necessitate identification for registration, where she would disseminate her prophecy of impending cataclysms. Thus, even if the predicted calamities were to materialize, she would remain untraceable. Chapter 6. The omen. Cheng Yin parked the truck in a secluded corner, devoid of surveillance cameras. She retrieved her makeup kit, donned colored contact lenses, and applied an aging visage to her face. Furthermore, she darkened any exposed skin, adorning a baseball cap with a burgundy wig, sunglasses concealing her eyes, and a black mask obscuring the lower half of her face. She was entirely cloaked. After examining her reflection in the mirror beside her, she finally alighted from the truck. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, she stored the truck in her interdimensional space. Cheng Yin ambled along the road, making her way toward the clandestine internet cafe she had inquired about. Upon entering, she purchased an hour of internet access. Amidst the astonished gaze of the internet cafe attendant, she proceeded to the designated computer terminal. Cheng Yin booted up the computer, registered accounts on various platforms using anonymous prepaid cards, and disseminated her forecast of impending disasters through copy and paste. Having accomplished her task, she disregarded the remaining time, shut down the computer, and exited the internet cafe. Cheng Yin gathered her hair into a high ponytail and strolled leisurely in another direction. With the task completed, she felt a profound sense of relief. As she passed a confectionery shop, the sweet aroma wafted through the air, and the display window showcased an array of delectable cakes and breads. Cheng Yin gently pushed open the glass door and stepped inside, discovering that the evening desserts at this patisserie were surprisingly discounted. She eagerly cleared the shelves of pastries and sweets, emerging with a large bag in hand, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Reaching into the bag, she retrieved a cream puff and took a bite, her eyes narrowing in delight at the exquisite flavor. After a moment's contemplation, she unwrapped a box of durian millefeuille, savoring the taste before declaring, "I find your desserts absolutely delightful. I would like to order 100 of each item, if that is feasible." The patisserie owner was taken aback, elated by the recognition of her confections and the unexpected large order. She calculated in her mind, hesitating as she replied, "Currently, I am the sole person creating cakes in this shop, and it may be challenging to fulfill such a large quantity in a short time. What do you think?" She was reluctant to miss out on this substantial order, yet concerned about the potential delay it might cause. Cheng Yin shook her head, reassuring her, "I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. You may produce as many as you can each day, and I will collect what is ready." Glancing at the durian box in her hand, she continued, "By the way, if you require any fruit, I happen to have a fruit business at home. I can supply you with any fruits you need." The patisserie owner felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had not overthought the situation. assuming that such a large purchase was intended as employee benefits. Very well, I shall offer you an additional discount. Cheng Yin's order turned out to be substantial, and the final price negotiated was even more favorable than the discounted desserts she had purchased that evening. She added the dessert shop owner's friend and, with the receipt in hand, departed from the establishment. Discarding the consumed durian box into a trash bin, she passed by a barber shop and impulsively stepped inside to receive a buzz cut. Cheng Yin gazed into the mirror, marveling at her freshly minted hairstyle. Feeling a twinge of novelty, she ran her fingers through her short hair, slightly unaccustomed, yet genuinely fond of it. With such favorable conditions for hair washing now a rarity, she considered that perhaps with her cropped hair and a sun-kissed complexion, dressed in androgynous attire, she might even pass as male. It was essential to acknowledge that in a post-catastrophe world, women faced greater hardships than men. Nearby, a large cardboard box beside the trash bin contained a small puppy, lying within, appearing lethargic and forlorn, as if it might whimper softly. Cheng Yin, upon witnessing the pitiful creature, was inexplicably reminded of the white German shepherd she had cared for before her journey into this world. What had become of it, she wondered. With a sigh, she recognized that survival in such dire circumstances was already challenging enough, let alone the burden of another mouth to feed. While her rational mind urged her against adopting a dog, her heart softened at the sight of the puppy curled up in the box. After a moment of contemplation, she ventured to the supermarket to purchase a canister of goat milk powder, followed by a visit to the pharmacy for a syringe. Skillfully, she fed the little puppy until it was satiated and dozed off, eyes half closed in tranquil slumber. In her heart, she reassured herself that the puppy would only stay for a day, promising to inquire at the pet store the following day about taking in stray dogs. Once she had settled the puppy comfortably, she retreated to the restroom. Staring at her reflection, she was taken aback by her aged appearance, suddenly realizing that she had seemingly forgotten to remove her makeup. Conceiving that she presented herself in such a guise, having frequented the dessert shop, the hair salon, and the supermarket and pharmacy, she instinctively covered her face. How could she have failed to notice she hadn't removed her makeup when she was at the hair salon and gazing into the mirror? Cheng Yin cleansed her face of all makeup, revealing a fair and unblemished visage. Retrieving her night clothes from the wardrobe, she proceeded to shower, subsequently applying a facial mask upon emerging. The air conditioner had already commenced its operation, and a cool, refreshing ambience permeated the room as she entered. Leaning against the headboard of the bed, Cheng Yin harvested the ripe fruits and vegetables from her spatial dimension. At this juncture, the advantage of the fruit trees became apparent, obviating the need for replanting and exhibiting remarkable longevity. She diligently sowed vegetable seeds in every available space and removed the leave-on facial mask. Picking up her mobile phone from the bedside table, she launched the software platform, intending to ascertain whether her recently disseminated Cataclysm forecast had elicited any response. The comments section was replete with discussions. Sister, are you perhaps too immersed in the role? Is the Mayan prophecy about to materialize? Presently in the supermarket, I procured an additional case of bread. With today's temperature soaring to 35 degrees Celsius, I would certainly welcome a torrential downpour. I'll add this to my collection and check back later to see if it comes to fruition. Cheng Yin scrolled through the comments, perusing each one without offering any endorsements or sharing any opinions. Regardless, assisting even a single individual would be worthwhile. She mused that even if it were merely a harbinger of the impending cataclysm, the torrential rain would serve as a reminder to promptly stockpile supplies. She yawned languidly, ceasing her contemplation, placing her phone aside, and reclining to slumber. Chapter 7. Desserts the following day. Cheng Yin cradled the small puppy as she made her way to the pet shop. Upon locating the shop owner, she politely inquired, "Hello, I found this little puppy last night. Do you accept stray dogs here?" The owner took the puppy into her hands, scrutinizing it closely. "Let me see. This must be a newborn puppy, right? It likely hasn't received its vaccinations yet. Why don't you keep it yourself?" Cheng Yin began to explain. "I was concerned I wouldn't be able to care for it properly, so I brought it here. This puppy hasn't been vaccinated. I discovered it near a trash bin and fed it some goat's milk once. What examinations and vaccinations does it require? I can cover the expenses." The pet shop owner gently stroked the puppy and replied, All right, we'll take care of it for now. It looks quite promising. I will shoot a video and share on my social media to see if anyone comes forward to claim it. Cheng Yin agreed, and after paying for the puppy's health check and vaccinations, she left the little creature in the care of the shop, hoping it would find a loving owner. After departing from the pet shop, Cheng Yin opened the door to her truck and drove towards the dessert shop she had visited the night before. The owner of the dessert shop planned to prepare durian millefeuille and snowskin mooncakes that day. Cheng Yin entered the shop, carrying durians, strawberries, mangoes, and other fruits. The dessert shop was rather quiet in the morning, with an array of pastries already displayed in the showcase, the rich aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. The shop owner was busy at the kitchen counter, crafting fresh bread. Cheng Yin gently caressed her belly, having rushed out in the morning to deliver a puppy to the pet store, completely neglecting to have breakfast. She selected 2 types of bread and a bottle of pure milk from the shelf, scanning her payment. "Boss, I purchased 2 loaves of bread. I've completed the payment. Please check." She turned away, continuing her work with the bread, entirely oblivious to the androgynous figure before her, connected to the individual who had reserved bread the previous evening. Finding a spot in the dessert shop, Cheng Yin sat down, unwrapped the meat floss bread, and began to indulge, sipping her milk in between bites. The thought that she might not be able to savor such delightful treats in the future stirred a desire within her to learn the art of dessert making. Just then, the owner of the dessert shop emerged, carrying freshly baked bread. Cheng Yin turned her head and inquired, "Madam, are you accepting apprentices here? The kind who can assist for free?" She approached the owner, batting her eyelashes as she introduced herself. "What do you think of me? I wish to learn some skills without a fee, so I can make desserts at home." The dessert shop owner, recognizing the familiar voice and noticing the approaching Cheng Yin, suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Oh, are you the one from yesterday? You got a haircut. I barely recognized you." Cheng Yin touched her cropped hair, contemplating the stark contrast between her appearances yesterday and today. She pointed to the large basket of fruits on the table and said, "Indeed, after leaving last night, I saw the hair salon and decided to get a haircut. It feels refreshing this way. Look, I brought some fruits early today, thinking about desserts." The assertive aroma of durian overpowered the saccharine fragrance within the bakery. The proprietress of the dessert shop chuckled, jesting, "I wondered where that durian scent was coming from. So, it was you who brought it." She continued, "You're interested in learning how to make desserts? Coincidentally, I'm working on your order these days. You can join me. Learn as we go, and I'll instruct you." Was pleasantly surprised, not expecting the proprietress to genuinely agree. "Really? Then I shall avail myself of the opportunity to learn from a master." The dessert shop owner arranged the bread, picked up the box of fruit, and led her into the kitchen. She brought over the ingredients needed for the durian millefeuille and casually mentioned, "Mixers and ovens are essential. By the way, if you're using an oven at home, I would commend a particular model to you." Nodded, rapidly typing notes on her phone, meticulously recording the equipment and ingredients mentioned by the proprietress. With the ingredients for the durian millefeuille prepared, and, with the proprietress's consent, initiated a voice recording to document the required materials and preparation steps. Milk, eggs, and flour are combined and whisked into a batter, strained, and then poured into a crepe maker to form thin crepes. The durian flesh is mashed into a puree, and the cream is whipped with sugar. A layer of crepe, a layer of cream, and durian puree are assembled, and once set, the creation is complete. Similarly, the steps for Swiss rolls and CRPS are analogous, all crafted from the same materials. To achieve different flavors, one simply incorporates different fruits. Beholding the durian millefeuille she had crafted, Cheng Yin was incredulous, marveling at its simplicity. The proprietress of the dessert shop smiled. "What do you think? It's quick to learn, isn't it? Next, I'll instruct you in making mochi, which is also quite easy to master." Cheng Yin was, of course, delighted, exclaiming, "Wonderful." Throughout the day, Cheng Yin immersed herself in the dessert shop, learning various confections from the proprietress. After settling a portion of the final payment, she placed the finished desserts in the cargo van and stored them in her dimension. Retrieving her mobile phone, she began purchasing items according to the list provided by the dessert shop owner. From now on, she would create desserts at home, never again fretting about being unable to indulge in sweets. She ventured to the snack street near Sea City University, strolling along the thoroughfare. Indeed, The snacks near the school were the most delectable and affordable. Upon reviewing the bill, she realized she hadn't spent an exorbitant amount. Leaning against the back of the cargo van's seat, Cheng Yin caressed her bulging belly, wondering if she should find a place to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Chapter 8. Stockpiling. With 30 days remaining until the impending cataclysm, Cheng Yin visited an appliance store after delivering her goods. Air conditioners, water heaters, fans, space heaters, hair dryers, and other household appliances were purchased in multiples as backups. This was in anticipation of potential malfunctions post-disaster, ensuring she could replace them with new ones for continued use. She accompanied the delivery personnel to her cargo van, where they loaded the merchandise. With the closing of the doors, everything was transferred into her dimension. Subsequently, she visited a nearby store and acquired several domestic brand laptops, tablets, mobile phones, solar power banks, and battery power banks as backups, intending to use them for watching dramas and passing the time in the future. She purchased a plethora of flashlights, a precaution against the possibility of eternal night, where light would elude her for days on end, leading to a potential mental breakdown. After perusing the electronics market, Cheng Yin transitioned to the furniture store. A selection of high-quality beds, sofas, and an ample supply of bed linens for every season over the next 30 years, complemented by mosquito nets and a full-length mirror, had been acquired. The transportation options, gasoline-powered motorcycles, electric scooters, skateboards, and bicycles, were all reasonably priced. Rather than waiting for calamity to strike, she opted to purchase them outright instead of renting from a rental shop. The desserts she had ordered from the patisserie were ready for collection. Under the tutelage of the patisserie owner, her skills in confectionery had flourished. The equipment for sweet making, along with essential ingredients such as high-gluten flour, low-gluten flour, butter, cream, and glutinous rice flour, had been ordered online and safely stored in her designated space, awaiting the aftermath of the impending disaster to commence her culinary endeavors. Cheng Yin's space could not accommodate live animals. Even her attempts to control them and place them in the planting area proved futile. Her earlier exploits with fertilized eggs had also been in vain, leaving her with no choice but to stockpile processed meats. It seemed that her dream of chickens laying eggs to produce more chickens had been dashed. Consequently, she allocated the remainder of her funds to purchase an abundance of pork, beef, chicken, duck, and fish, consciously omitting lamb due to her personal aversion. This time, her substantial meat purchases at the market were deliberately intended to pique the vendor's curiosity and attention. As the pork vendor sliced the meat according to her specifications, he inquired, "Are you preparing for a banquet at home with all this meat?" Yin demurred, jesting, "Haven't you heard the prophecies of global cataclysms circulating online these days? I figured, since I have the means, I might as well stockpile some provisions, just in case." The pork vendor guffawed. Global cataclysms? Preposterous. Cheng Yin merely shrugged. Who knows? Regardless, I can cure this meat into preserved delicacies and craft dumplings to store in the freezer. Whether a disaster strikes or not, I'll certainly consume it all. Upon noticing the vendor's attentiveness, Cheng Yin surreptitiously pumped her fist in triumph. After loading all the processed pork into her vehicle, she proceeded to other nearby meat stalls, procuring substantial quantities of their offerings while reiterating the same explanation. Occasionally, persistent persuasion yields no results, whereas a casual remark may be taken to heart. She seasoned the fillings, incorporating fragrant scallions to enhance the flavor, and paired them with various vegetable medleys. A portion of the assembled dumplings was frozen for future consumption, while the remainder was steamed to perfection in an electric steamer. These were meticulously categorized and stored within her spatial dimension, readily available for consumption. Having exhausted the dumpling wrappers, she transitioned to crafting wontons. Only after depleting the entirety of the meat filling did she commence tidying up the cookware. A text message heralded the arrival of her parcel. Cheng Yin retrieved the package containing video documents she had commissioned for download. Inspecting the trove of USB drives and storage strips, she methodically inserted each one into her laptop, verifying the playback functionality of the video files. Upon confirming their operability, she accessed the e-commerce platform, confirmed receipt, and remitted the outstanding balance. Upon accessing the chat interface, Cheng Yin discovered a screenshot dispatched by the vendor, featuring the very doomsday prophecy she had disseminated from the internet's AF. Vendor, esteemed lady, do you harbor any belief in this impending cataclysm? By my reckoning, it is merely a month away. Cheng Yin was taken aback, not anticipating that the vendor would have stumbled upon her harbinger of doom. Nevertheless, she was inwardly pleased, as the visibility of her proclamation implied a degree of resonance and attention. Vendor, indeed, you speak the truth. The capricious nature of recent meteorological events lends credence to the notion of an impending apocalypse. It appears I must augment my provisions of instant noodles by several additional cases. Vendor, you are most welcome. Should the need arise, do not hesitate to patronize my establishment once more. Subsequent to her exchange with the vendor, Cheng Yin proceeded to log into her various social media accounts. To her astonishment, she discovered that her doomsday forecast, originally posted on one particular platform, had been shared by a prominent influencer boasting a following of several 100,000. This individual was diligently chronicling their stockpiling endeavors, ostensibly to provide an immersive experience of preparing for the world's end. The comment section was replete with gleeful netizens, eagerly suggesting an array of provisions to amass. Cheng Yin meticulously perused each comment, then retrieved her own compendium of accumulated supplies. Gleaning inspiration from the netizens' imaginative suggestions, she identified several worthwhile additions to incorporate into her inventory. Emergency backpack, candles, cut-resistant and slip-resistant gloves, emergency blankets, nut machines, vitamins, high-capacity power banks, multifunctional sockets, adjustable frequency radios, fire extinguishers, escape ladders, escape ropes, raincoats, ropes, rain boots, fire department breathing apparatus, oxygen machines, hardware tools, bulletproof vests, portable toilets. Most importantly, she had forgotten to purchase bricks, cement, and other materials necessary for construction. Cheng Yin quickly sprang to her feet, intending to make a trip to the building materials market. She would also take the opportunity to seek out and procure all the aforementioned items, ensuring everything was adequately prepared. Chapter 9. In the end, Cheng Yin visited the construction materials center, acquiring a substantial quantity of cement, timber, eco-friendly paint, and various mixing and construction tools. Subsequently, she made her way to a brick factory and a sand factory, purchasing an ample supply of bricks and sand. She planned to follow renovation tutorials to learn how to decorate the bare house. Cheng Yin reflected on the transportation means she had assembled. While they appeared comprehensive, she felt something was still amiss: a mode of aerial transport. Helicopters were prohibitively expensive beyond her financial reach. Thus, she turned her attention to hot air balloons and resolved to invest in lessons to master the operation of such craft. This was to ensure that in the event of a natural disaster, should aerial travel become necessary, she would possess the means to do so. In consideration of her safety, she also took up parachuting lessons. Time swiftly passed, and after 2 weeks of dedicated practice, Cheng Yin had become proficient in both skills. Although the time spent learning was considerable, it ultimately provided her with an additional layer of security and peace of mind. Of course, she did not neglect the timely delivery of fruit from both cities. She merely adjusted the schedule to accommodate her new commitments. When Cheng Yin darkened her complexion several shades and appeared at the captain's storefront, she was met with a playful banter. "Boss Cheng, where have you been? How did you get so tanned?" "I didn't go anywhere. I just took a hot air ballooning lesson. I must say, this weather is scorching." Cheng Yin diligently adhered to her sun protection regimen, yet the relentless ultraviolet rays rendered her efforts futile, leaving her skin darker than before. She reassured herself that a little tan wouldn't matter. Perhaps in the future, when dressed in male attire, she might even be mistaken for a boy, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles after the calamities. The captain was taken aback to learn that the fruit group purchase was about to cease, looking somewhat bewildered. "Are you going on a trip? Can't you have someone deliver the fruit?" Cheng Yin scratched her head and replied, "I'm not at ease with having someone else handle it. Let us just pause for now." In truth, a natural disaster was imminent next month. With torrential rains and floods demanding attention, there would be little chance to arrange for fruit delivery. Her current statement served merely as a precautionary measure, while also seizing the last opportunity for group fruit purchases, hoping to earn a little extra profit. Reflecting on the pleasant interactions she had with the captain and customers over the past few months, without any chaotic disputes arising. Cheng Yin felt quite content. In her planning space, she had strategically filled every nook with cucumbers, leafy greens, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins. The former were not particularly long-lasting, but the latter, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins, could indeed be stored for an extended period. Cheng Yin felt no apprehension regarding the future supply of vegetables. Her cultivation space was entirely self-sustaining, and even if she were to consume vegetables for a lifetime, she would not exhaust her reserves. This arrangement would simultaneously stimulate consumption within the community. She was able to distribute substantial gift packages of fresh produce, yielding considerable profits for herself, a mutually beneficial scenario. Indeed, it was a win-win situation. The team leader was naturally pleased and recognized that this could further promote group purchasing. By selling more fruits, her share of the profits would increase. Cheng Yin disseminated this information within her team leader group, procured a batch of burlap sacks, and proceeded to her rented packing room. She informed the student workers at the packing facility that they would be halting packing operations next month and concurrently assigned them the task of preparing the vegetable gift packages. This quickly ignited discussions among the group leaders. Was Boss Cheng reaping substantial profits? Would such an abundance of fruits lead to losses? My goodness, it was the first time witnessing such an extensive giveaway. Is it truly real? Indeed, I have mobilized my entire family to purchase fruits. This vegetable gift package is exceptionally worthwhile. While potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins may not be particularly expensive, the aggregate quantity amounts to a significant sum, especially since it is being offered for free. Even if there were losses, they would merely pertain to the costs of hiring packers. The final group purchase, buoyed by the introduction of this vegetable gift package, became a resounding success. The leaders of the community fruit purchasing group noted that customers who had previously remained passive in the group were now actively participating and even inviting numerous others to join in purchasing fruits. Certainly, she opted for a budget-friendly fruit group purchase solely to acquire the substantial vegetable gift package. Cheng Yin was indifferent, and so was the group leader. After all, who would quibble over money? When the day arrived for the delivery of the group purchase, her small truck was brimming with fruit, and the vegetable gift package required a second trip for transportation. Unloading the vegetable gift package from the truck proved to be quite exhausting, as the weight of the fruits and vegetables far surpassed what she typically handled. The group leader lent a hand, and they both exhaled heavily after completing the task. Once they meticulously verified the quantities and collected the final payment for the group purchase of fruits, Cheng Yin's endeavor came to a close. She then drove her vehicle to her packing room, where she disbursed the last batch of part-time wages to her students, along with the fruit and vegetable gift packages. The gifts she presented to these amiable part-time students far exceeded what was given to the customers. She could only hope that these students would manage to survive the impending calamity. Upon entering the packing room, she organized the tables, chairs, and the remaining unpacked fruits into the storage space. She contacted the landlord to terminate her lease and return the keys, not forgetting to offer a fruit gift package to the landlord as well. Subsequently, she purchased a plane ticket to W City, heading to the city that housed the largest survivor base depicted in her book. Chapter 10. W City as the plane descended. Cheng Yin took a vehicle directly from the airport to the rental agency, where she first rented a truck. While driving and shopping, she familiarized herself with the city's layout, piecing together clues from her memory to locate where the survivor base might be established within the city. The book does not explicitly state the exact location of the survivor base in W City. However, by observing the factories and office buildings the female protagonist's family passes by during their missions, one can deduce the approximate location of the base. With the survivor base pinpointed, the search begins for a secluded place where she can weather the impending natural disasters in solitude. Most of the unfinished buildings in W City have been reluctantly occupied by residents. However, Cheng Yin is not interested in these densely populated buildings. She desires a place where she can live quietly and peacefully, away from the conflicts that arise in populated areas. Her gaze turns towards the less crowded suburbs, where the first phase of a building complex appears to be nearing completion. She mentally calculates its proximity to the survivor base and tentatively selects this location. Subsequently, she visits the site multiple times to anticipate potential issues and formulate alternative plans. Cheng Yin downloads an electronic map of W City and spends her days driving around, eventually depleting the truck's fuel supply. While refueling at a gas station, she notices a job advertisement. She has been consistently collecting gasoline and diesel. Although she has enlisted part-time students to help her purchase fuel, she is wary of making frequent purchases, which has resulted in an insufficient stockpile. Cheng Yin contemplates working at the gas station, which would allow her to transfer the gasoline and diesel into her spatial dimension on the day of the torrential rain. When the area is submerged, no one will suspect that so much fuel is missing. As the anticipated deluge approached, everyone emerged to gather resources, and the gasoline and diesel fuel at this gas station were inevitably destined to be scavenged. It would be more prudent to let her have it first. Cheng Yin was not avaricious. She did not intend to seize all the fuel. She only planned to take the lion's share, leaving the remainder for those who came to collect supplies, ensuring that no one would leave empty-handed. She smiled and inquired of the woman who was filling her truck with fuel, "Madam, has your gas station hired anyone yet? If not, may I apply for a position?" The woman finished fueling, stowed the nozzle, and replied, "Park your vehicle in that open space over there and go inside to speak with the supervisor." Cheng Yin nodded and parked the car. She entered the gas station and addressed the man in the suit. "Hello. I'm here to apply for the evening shift as a gas station attendant. Are you the supervisor?" The man put away his phone and responded, "Yes. If you're here to apply, first fill out this resume. Once you're done, I'll discuss the salary, benefits, and daily tasks with you." Cheng Yin accepted the resume form and filled in her name and personal information. "Our work hours here are from 5 p.m. to 8 o'clock a.m. the next morning. The nights are relatively quiet, but you can't sleep on the job. Watching videos to keep yourself alert is fine. The salary is..." Cheng Yin had no objections. She was only working for a few days, and the salary was immaterial since she wouldn't receive it anyway. "If you have no issues, can you start working tonight?" Prompted by Cheng Yin's inquiry about deferring the start date due to pressing matters, the supervisor acquiesced, proposing a commencement time of 5 p.m. the following day. He assured her that a seasoned employee would provide operational guidance and that the nocturnal shifts would be conducted in pairs, ensuring safety. Upon departing the gas station, Cheng Yin sought respite in a nearby inn, securing lodging for 3 days. After a long journey from Sea City and an exhaustive day of reconnaissance, she luxuriated in the air-conditioned room. A restorative slumber was interrupted by a message from the confectioner, expressing gratitude for the produce. The confectioner, reliant on fresh fruit for her creations, had become a regular patron, drawn to Cheng Yin's amiable nature. She had subtly broached the subject of stockpiling in anticipation of the impending cataclysm. A month's rent, a mere 30,000, would secure a recreational vehicle, an invaluable asset for post-disaster mobility. Considering the exorbitant cost of acquiring such a vehicle outright, this proposition was exceptionally advantageous. Cheng Yin had proactively reserved both recreational and off-road vehicles at various dealerships, poised to collect them the following day. As the impending disaster loomed, her heart grew heavy with foreboding. Within the Doomsday Prophecy Forum, anticipation has reached fever pitch, with individuals marking down the remaining time. The immersive survivalist blogger has nearly amassed their stockpile, currently broadcasting the arrival of disaster relief packages sent by their devoted followers. It is fervent desire that a greater number of individuals manage to endure the impending cataclysm. The subsequent day, she retrieved her vehicle, driving it to the vicinity of a petrol station. Given that the taxi company's vehicles are equipped with tracking devices, and with the appointed hour yet to arrive, it would be imprudent to conceal the car within her dimension, lest its tracking signal vanish, inviting unwanted scrutiny. Having meticulously reviewed all preparatory measures, consulted her mobile phone to ascertain the hour, discovering it was nearing 5 o'clock. She rose from her lodging and proceeded to the aforementioned petrol station to commence her duties. As the supervisor had indicated, a senior employee was indeed present to instruct her in the operational procedures. However, this elder colleague, leveraging her tenure, occupied herself with her mobile device and television, delegating tasks too. Fortunately, the tasks proved facile to master, and she swiftly acquired proficiency, hastened to refuel the arriving automobiles, inwardly counting down the dwindling moments, for but a single day remained. Chapter 11. The Advent as time relentlessly marched onward. The moment of utmost trepidation drew near. Within the Doomsday Prophecy Forum, discord had erupted. Was it not proclaimed that torrential rains would descend? Yet the temperature remains above 30 degrees Celsius. A veritable charlataninda. A resounding comeuppance. I inquire, does the blogger's countenance smart? I beseech the cosmos for global tranquility. The blogger asserted that torrential rains would arrive today. Has the day not yet concluded? Ha! I shall remain here, steadfast. Stood within the petrol station, awaiting the advent of a deluge. If feasible, she would gladly be the one deceived, as world peace would be the paramount outcome. She was content to subsist on the provisions she had amassed and gradually settle the exorbitant, redoubled debts she had incurred, provided that natural disasters did not befall them. Her colleague on a late shift, Sister Wu, was watching a variety show and laughing uproariously. Little Cheng, come take a look. This celebrity is hilarious. Cheng Yin glanced at Sister Wu's phone screen, but no amusement registered on her face. Her gaze was fixed on the time on her phone, which transitioned from 8:59 to 9 o'clock at that precise moment. A light drizzle began to fall outside, and a car pulled into the refueling area. She scurried out, feeling the rain. Hello, how much gasoline would you like? The driver lowered the car window and extended a 100 yuan bill. Fill it up with 100, please. Certainly. Cheng Yin accepted the money and commenced fueling the car on the left side of the vehicle's rear. The light drizzle gradually intensified, evolving into a steady patter. Once she had finished fueling the car, Cheng Yin dashed back inside the gas station. Sister Wu happened to look up and exclaimed in surprise, Little Cheng, is it raining outside? Cheng Yin responded with a few perfunctory ahas to Sister Wu, her grip tightening on her phone. Everything was unfolding precisely as it had in the novel. She opened her phone, and the commenters in the comment section were beginning to express their astonishment. It's actually raining. It's the same here. Same here in my area. TCH, such a negligible rain is merely a coincidence. All right, everyone, go wash up and go to sleep. Don't worry. This rain won't wash away the houses. Cheng Yin scanned the comments with a sense of helplessness, fervently wishing that when the torrential rain arrived, their perspectives would shift to stockpile some essential supplies. The clock struck 10. Outside, the rain intensified again, transforming from a gentle patter to a cacophony of splashes against the ground. The fierce wind rustled the trees, creating a symphony of sounds. Sister Wu had paused the variety show, gazing out at the deluge. Such heavy rain, she mused, it seemed today would afford fewer opportunities to refuel. Cheng Yin's lips twitched in admiration of Sister Wu's priorities. She inquired kindly, Sister Wu, have you seen the trending post online about the impending natural disaster? Sister Wu, puzzled, asked what natural disaster forecast. Cheng Yin elaborated, explaining that a blogger had shared a message online, warning of an impending calamity and urging people to stock up on food and supplies. Sister Wu shook her head dismissively, expressing skepticism. That must be false. I haven't seen any mention of it in the national news. Such claims are unreliable. Cheng Yin illuminated her phone and held it up before Sister Wu. Look, she predicted heavy rain for today. Hasn't that already come pass? Sister Wu sought to rationalize her disbelief. What's the big deal? It's just rain. It happens. Perhaps she merely consulted the weather forecast and noted the rain for today. Cheng Yin, resigned, chose not to elaborate further. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, and by the early hours, the downpour had accumulated several centimeters of water at the nearby gas station downstream. Watching the rain's escalating fury, Sister Wu felt a twinge of unease. She arose and gazed upon the encroaching waters that threatened to engulf her shoes, a sense of disquietude washing over her. What is to be done? She wondered aloud. Will this deluge never cease? Are we to be subjected to a calamitous inundation? Xiao Cheng, she inquired, pray, consult that missive and enlighten me as to its contents. Cheng Yin feigned a perusal of her cellular device. Sister Wu, she responded, the missive portends precisely what you surmised, a surge of biblical proportions. Sister Wu smote her thigh in consternation. Good heavens, this is most dire. I am utterly devoid of aquatic prowess. Though my abode is elevated, thus precluding its submersion, I am beset by anxieties concerning my progeny. Cheng Yin gestured towards the surveillance apparatus, her voice hushed. We may simply deactivate it, and I shall maintain your confidence on the morrow. In her thoughts, she mused, "What morrow? By the dawn, this petrol station shall be irredeemably submerged, rendering all concerns moot." Sister Wu cast a glance at the torrential downpour outside, then steeled her resolve. "Very well. I am in your debt, sister." Cheng Yin, observing the abrupt cessation of the computer surveillance recording, could not suppress a twinge of admiration for Sister Wu's seasoned expertise. The deactivation of the monitoring system was executed with such seamless efficiency that Cheng Yin, seated before the apparatus, remained oblivious to the method employed. Sister Wu gathered her satchel, procured a capacious umbrella, and addressed Cheng Yin. "Xiao Cheng, I entrust the subsequent proceedings to your capable hands. I bid you farewell." It was the witching hour, and even the emporiums beyond had shuttered their portals. Should one desire to amass provisions, the convenience store within the petrol station was the sole recourse. Sister Wu furrowed her brow. "Alas, my domestic stores are meager, for we are accustomed to the consumption of fresh fare, procured daily. The offerings of this establishment are of the expedited variety, deleterious to one's constitution." Sister Wu, in a state of indecision, was gently guided by Cheng Yin to the convenience store within the gas station, where Cheng Yin took the initiative to help her select items. The offerings in the convenience store were far less varied than those in a supermarket. Staples like rice, oil, and vegetables were conspicuously absent. The only available pasta was instant noodles, with no options for those requiring cooking. The selection of bread and cakes was limited to a few brands of small loaves and pastries, offering scant choices. Aware that Sister Wu commuted by car, Cheng Yin felt at ease as she loaded boxes of bagged instant noodles and packets of cakes and bread for her, additionally fetching several large containers of mineral water. Sister Wu, taken aback by the extent of the haul, waved her hands in protest. "Xiao Cheng, perhaps you should take some of this back? How could one possibly consume all this? If the waters do not rise by tomorrow, won't this be a waste of money?" Relieved that she wouldn't have to pay, Sister Wu felt a weight lift from her mind, though she feigned reluctance. "How could I let you bear the cost?" Cheng Yin, indifferent to the matter, knew she still had sufficient balance on her phone. The notion of helping others brought her joy. Spending a little to assist a family felt like accumulating good fortune for herself. She chose not to engage in further back and forth with Sister Wu, dismissing the time wasted in such exchanges. Instead, she proceeded to scan the payment code at the convenience store, ensuring Sister Wu's peace of mind. Cheng Yin merely wished to remind Sister Wu not to forget, if she were to leave everything behind in the garage or parking space. Then her efforts in gathering supplies and footing the bill for her stockpiling would be in vain. The more she observed Cheng Yin, the more at ease she felt, finding everything about her increasingly agreeable. Cheng Yin contemplated that, regardless of whether the water level rose, once Sister Wu departed, she would promptly transfer half of the gasoline and diesel into her space, leaving the gas station without hesitation. Why would she foolishly linger at the gas station, essentially working for free? As she watched Sister Wu's vehicle diminish in the rain until it vanished from sight, she finally made her way inside. Shortly thereafter, she ventured outside the gas station, holding an umbrella. Suddenly, she recalled the several vehicles she had rented, all parked near the gas station, ensuring they were in locations devoid of surveillance. A few days prior, it had been inconvenient to store them in her space, solely to avoid raising suspicions from the rental agency due to the car's static positioning. Continuing to drive around the city, she found herself out at midnight, with no one in sight, the perfect moment to retrieve these vehicles into her space. With the absence of surveillance, her concerns lessened. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, she turned off all the circuit breakers of the gas station to prevent any hidden cameras from capturing her actions as she transferred the diesel and gasoline. A lapse in attention could lead to dire consequences, and Cheng Yin was determined not to let herself fall into such a predicament. She even discreetly changed into a different outfit in the restroom, wrapping herself tightly. She proceeded to the gas station's storage area, retrieving equipment to check for any hidden surveillance. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras present, she felt at ease to store the gasoline and diesel in her space. She left some behind for those who would come after her. Exiting the warehouse, she proceeded to the convenience store stockroom, where she collected some snacks and chocolates before closing the door. The bounty she had gathered was sufficient, and there was no need to compete with others for these items. It was better to leave them for future arrivals. At this moment, only half an hour had passed since Sister Wu's departure. However, the water on the ground had risen to just below her knees, and the rain continued to intensify with a rhythmic patter. She entered the gas station to turn off the lights and secure the door before driving away. Her destination was a partially completed building that had caught her eye. Along the way, she donned a raincoat and discreetly took a few large stones from a park she passed through. Upon reaching the building site, she found the main entrance locked, but the faint letters spelling Jia Garden were still visible. Cheng Yin stored her vehicle in her space and approached the adjacent wall. Retrieving a long ladder from within, she climbed over the wall and into the garden. While Jia Garden was equipped with surveillance cameras, they had yet to be activated, so there was no cause for concern. Dressed in her raincoat and wearing exceptionally tall rain boots, Cheng Yin entered without haste. She had no intention of occupying the front or rear buildings. Instead, she paused at one of the central structures, opting for one with better concealment. The elevator was non-operational, necessitating the use of the stairs, which lacked handrails. None of the doors had been installed, yet the windows were already fitted. Cheng Yin ascended floor by floor, reaching a point where she felt slightly breathless from the exertion. Cognizant of the accounts within the book, which stated that the inundation reached the 9th story at its zenith, she judiciously opted for accommodation on the 12th floor. This afforded her both offensive and defensive advantages. Should others eventually inhabit the edifice, she could simply ascend further. Conversely, if discovered, rendering the building precarious, she could abscond via the rear window and escape by boat. Presumably a consequence of recent nocturnal shifts, she was, surprisingly, not yet fatigued at this hour. Retrieving cleaning implements from her interdimensional storage, she resolved to tidy the walk-in closet adjacent to the master bedroom. Indeed, she eschewed residing in the master bedroom itself, instead favoring the adjacent closet. The expansive windows of the master bedroom presented an elevated risk of detection, whereas the closet's diminutive window offered enhanced concealment, and its dimensions were perfectly adequate. Sprinkled water onto the floor, sweeping away the accumulated dust and grit from the closet floor. Subsequently, she retrieved the massive stone she had discovered in the park, using it to barricade the master bedroom door. From her interdimensional storage, she procured a large vat, a receptacle of tepid water, and a portable showerhead, facilitating a comprehensive bathing regimen. Donning her night clothes, she returned the vat and associated accoutrements to her interdimensional storage, extracted her commodious bed, setting aside all thoughts and obligations, prioritizing a restorative slumber. Chapter 13. Leisurely throughout the night, rain pattered incessantly against the windows, creating a disruptive cacophony that impeded restful sleep. Awoke with a furrowed brow, emerging from her chamber to proceed to the master bedroom. Standing at the window, she observed the persistent rain and the deluge below, which had already submerged the ground floor. Online, the cataclysmic forecast she had disseminated had become viral. It has truly come to pass. Dear family, how are you faring? I find myself in distress, sobbing. The torrential rains and floods are indeed real. Could it be that what follows will also? No, it cannot be. Surely, it must merely be a coincidence. You upstairs, do you truly believe that the global deluge is mere happenstance? Hurry and stock up. Stock up. Stock up. I would even paddle out from a barrel, if necessary. I have never felt such fortune. Just a few days ago, after seeing a post, I took the initiative to gather supplies, and now I feel quite reassured. Cheng Yin then switched to another platform to check trending topics, and the same ominous forecast had surged to the top of the charts, with relevant authorities announcing their involvement in an investigation. What began as a whimsical post for a select few has remarkably manifested into reality. The live streamer, specializing in immersive stockpiling, Li Ran, has experienced a surge in followers, and the comments on his updates have flooded in. Yet, at this moment, his thoughts are not on gaining followers, but rather on what to do next. Li Ran had simply found this theme intriguing, coupled with a bit of disposable income, and decided to live stream his stockpiling endeavors. He never anticipated that it would actually materialize into reality. When he received a call from the local government inquiring about his actions, he was somewhat bewildered. Soon, he pondered the implications of his conspicuous stockpiling. Now, the neighbors are well aware of the abundance of supplies in his home. What to do next? Cheng Yin, untroubled by such concerns, gazed at the trending topics searching for her and marveled at the sudden emergence of a video showcasing her, fully covered, at an internet CF, along with others meticulously purchasing anonymous cards, reflecting on the swift actions of Guijia. Fortunately, she conducted all transactions in cash and, wearing gloves, left no fingerprints behind. Throughout the process, she remained vigilant, discreet, and adept at changing her appearance, thus leaving no trace and evading detection. To be honest, given the current circumstances, it would be wise for the vast online community to refrain from their curiosity regarding the identity of the sender. She felt it was entirely unnecessary to delve into this matter. Instead, it was far more practical to focus on effective protective measures and stockpiling essential supplies. Cheng Yin swiped her screen and continued to the next trending clip, which showcased a group raiding a supermarket to hoard supplies. In the video, a loudspeaker at the checkout counter announced, "Everyone, please remain calm and orderly. Maintain your queue, check out one by one, and refrain from cutting in line." Even a local police had arrived to restore order. Observing the lengthy queue, Cheng Yin felt a sense of relief. At least there was a growing awareness of the need to stockpile. With supplies on hand, she felt secure, knowing that they could weather the impending storms and floods. Unlike the previous narrative where chaos ensued merely from inclement weather. The next trending topic was a disparaging accusation from a certain country blaming the floods on the actions of another. Cheng Yin could only offer 6 points to the accuser. Indeed, even in the realm of fiction, the overarching worldview remains unchanged. The shamelessness of the accuser continues unabated. If she could, she would wish to send a resounding explosion their way. It seemed that diplomats from the accused nation had little desire to engage with the provocateurs. Amidst such turmoil, they had no time for petty slander. After firmly rebutting the accusations and issuing a statement, they chose to ignore the raucous antics of the accuser. The principal, secondary, and tertiary leaders of the nation furrowed their brows as they scrutinized the calamitous forecasts extracted from the internet. Should these predictions materialize, humanity would confront its most formidable existential crisis. While the affairs of other nations remained beyond their purview, the welfare of their own populace was of paramount importance. Contingency plans were already in formulation, and the nation's armed forces had commenced the evacuation of citizens from low-lying residences to previously arranged accommodations in elevated hotels. Faced with a global cataclysm, no hotelier would dare defy the nation's directives. Instead, they were reassured by the swiftness of the government's response. To disregard life today is to invite its disregard tomorrow. With 2 months of incessant torrential rains and floods anticipated, community personnel had disseminated information among residents, emphasizing the need for mutual understanding and cooperation during this extraordinary period. Residents of lower floors were urged to negotiate temporary relocation to higher levels, and those unable to secure such arrangements could seek assistance from property management for placement in vacant upper floor units. The low-floor residents were greatly relieved and promptly packed a month's worth of essential provisions, with the remainder to be addressed after the floodwaters receded. Cheng Yin lauded the nation's expeditious action, acknowledging its efficacy. Indeed, the narrative's initial stages also featured torrential rains and floods, but initially, no one appreciated the gravity of the situation. It was only when matters escalated beyond control that order abruptly disintegrated. With all potential problems now brought to light, the outcome should surpass the original storyline in the book. Cheng Yin slowly perused all the trending topics related to natural disasters, finally opening her phone to search for tutorials on laying cement. Humming a revolutionary song, she began her work. She retrieved the cement tools from her storage space and followed the video instructions to learn the art of cement laying. Cheng Yin found the task rather simple, akin to playing with mud during her childhood. As long as she adhered strictly to the steps and ensured the surface was even, it would suffice. Her expectations for the cement floor were modest. Adequate would be enough. While waiting for the cement to dry, she took the opportunity to clean the restroom and lay cement there as well, ultimately deciding to tidy up and cover the master bedroom with cement too. Cheng Yin removed the massive stone blocking the bedroom and stepped into the living room, retrieving a rocking chair from her storage space to place in the area. She secured the front door tightly with the large stone. As heavy rain poured down, the temperature dropped, bringing a refreshing coolness and humidity to the air. Cheng Yin nestled into the rocking chair, watching the raindrops patter against the window, while she enjoyed a bunch of sun grapes, indulging in both fruit and a drama series. She appeared utterly relaxed and at ease. Chapter 14. Lying flat after finishing the grapes and several episodes of the drama, Cheng Yin felt rejuvenated. She ventured into the master bedroom to inspect the cement floor, which remained damp. Rolling up her sleeves, she resolved to tidy up the living room and kitchen as well. Initially, her intention was merely to organize the bedroom. Perhaps it was indeed true that once one witnesses cleanliness in one area, the presence of dirt elsewhere becomes intolerable. Cheng Yin resigned herself to sprinkling water on the floor and sweeping away the dust and sand, piece by piece. Once she had laid the cement in the living room and kitchen, she found herself confined to the side bedroom. This time, she had learned her lesson and decided to clean the side room without laying any cement. Spending entire days cleaning and laying cement, Cheng Yin had lost the motivation to cook. She retrieved the seafood noodles she had previously prepared from the pantry and, gazing out at the rain curtain beyond the side bedroom window, began to eat with relish. After spending the night in the side room, the cement outside had hardened. The walls surrounding her, along with the ceiling, were adorned with wall stickers. Lacking illumination, she brought forth a standing LED lamp and arranged the prepared green radishes and fresh flowers. The entire room underwent a remarkable transformation, appearing significantly cozier. Cheng Yin surveyed her makeshift sanctuary and nodded in satisfaction. She sprawled across the bed, rolling about a few times, temporarily ignoring how to tidy up the cement outside. Taking out her phone, she checked the news reports. The torrential rain continued unabated, and the water level had risen to the second floor. In the lower-lying areas, it had surged to the third floor. The gas station where she worked was already submerged beyond sight. Cheng Yin pondered the deluge of rain, wondering how, with such abundance now, there would be none during the subsequent heat wave. She lamented how wonderful it would be if things could be balanced. She contemplated climbing to the rooftop terrace, placing several large iron buckets to collect rainwater. Even if this rainwater could not be consumed directly, it would suffice for washing hands. Her water reservoir had accumulated a substantial amount of tap water, yet no matter how much she prepared, she feared it would eventually run dry. After all, the daily water demand was immense. Brushing teeth, washing face, doing laundry, showering, cleaning vegetables, washing dishes. The list was endless. The bathwater can also be utilized to flush the toilet, thus conserving precious water resources. Cheng Yin opened another platform and scrolled through trending topics. She observed netizens engaging in amusing short videos, beseeching rain deities to cease the downpour from the comfort of their homes, and others navigating makeshift wooden boats to procure groceries, while shopkeepers lamented significant losses due to flooding. Yet, a predominant sense of optimism prevailed among them. Cheng Yin blinked, exited the trending section, and resumed watching her favorite drama. Perhaps it was due to the literature she had immersed herself in. The stars within those pages appeared quite different from the celebrities of her own era. Consequently, while the dramas and animations mirrored one another, subtle distinctions remained. She felt that the most blissful aspect of her time-traveling experience was the abundance of dramas, animations, and films available for her leisurely enjoyment. She need not fret about a lack of content. Cheng Yin was engrossed in a comedy that had her cheeks aching from laughter, and she gently rubbed her face with her hand. It was only when her phone's battery dwindled to a critical level that she reluctantly diverted her gaze from the screen. Retrieving a power bank from her space, she began charging her phone. Stepping out of her dressing room, she adhered anti-peeping film to the glass windows, ensuring that the interior remained concealed from prying eyes. She then took out her tablet and clicked on a tutorial for constructing a hidden door. In her residence, the main entrance had been fitted with such a concealed entryway. After completing the installation, she made a point to look from the outside in. Indeed, it was nearly imperceptible that another door existed. The presence of a door instilled a sense of security, and further reinforcing it with a boulder increased that feeling manifold. As for the living room, she decided against laying down foam mats and blankets, opting instead to place the prepared sofa, coffee table, and rocking chair directly onto the floor, thus completing the setup. She ventured into the kitchen, diligently commencing her construction, laying bricks to create a culinary space. Once the cement had set and the walls had solidified, she adorned them with a smooth tiled surface, completing the kitchen countertop. She meticulously arranged her gas canister and an assortment of pots and pans in their designated spots, effectively organizing her new abode. Nestled on the sofa, she embraced a soft, plush cushion. Since the conclusion of the group purchase, she had scarcely visited her planting area. But now, with time on her hands, she decided to harvest the fruits and vegetables. After some contemplation, she resolved to retain the fruit trees. As the planting area was ample enough, the remaining land could be filled with vegetables and rice, sufficient to sustain her. Cheng Yin retrieved the rice seeds and scattered them across the fertile soil of her space. Previously, the rice she had cultivated had been fully processed by machines into white rice. For the past few months, she had been continuously steaming rice in her steamer, depleting the stored grains entirely. It was high time to plant anew, as her reserves were indeed running low. After sowing the rice seeds, she scattered corn, cucumber, green bean, and eggplant seeds, varieties different from those she had sown before, across the remaining plot. She also conducted research on mushrooms, learning from tutorials online, and prepared to place them in her space for cultivation. This endeavor required neither excessive time nor effort, as she could expect a harvest the following day. Cheng Yin felt a surge of joy. In comparison to others in this world, she considered herself fortunate. Although she had traversed from the era of peace into this calamity-ridden world, she had been afforded several months to stockpile provisions, coupled with the freedom of being unencumbered by worries for other safety. Aside from the arduous months that preceded, as long as she remained undisturbed, she could simply recline in serenity. Chapter 15. Rescuing others when the flood engulfed the 6th floor, the network succumbed to paralysis. Cheng Yin was unable to browse trending topics or access the latest news. The state of the outside world remained elusive to her. Occasionally, peering through her binoculars, she could faintly discern a few figures braving the heavy rain, navigating kayaks or speedboats in search of supplies. Her location was somewhat secluded, devoid of nearby buildings and residents, leading her to believe that those seeking provisions would not venture to this distant area without necessity. A twinge of anxiety gripped Cheng Yin. While she was aware of the overarching narrative, the collapse of the network instilled in her a profound sense of isolation. As if she were the sole inhabitant of a desolate world, she felt a deep-seated loneliness and helplessness. Although she had always lived alone, it was only now that this sentiment intensified. Perhaps it was the previous 3 months that had dulled her awareness. Despite her solitary living, she frequently ventured outside, encountering numerous individuals and engaging in varied interactions, which had rendered the sensation less pronounced. Cheng Yin rolled restlessly on her bed, contemplating the dreadfulness of her situation. Ultimately, she resolved to enrich her life. The monotony of days filled solely with eating and binge-watching series was undeniably tedious. However, by infusing her routine with purpose, she hoped to alleviate her overthinking. Thus, she crafted a daily plan for herself. The following day, she would tend to her newly nurtured plants, learn to prepare a few dishes, exercise by climbing the stairs in the hallway, and practice makeup techniques through instructional videos. Strive to make each day more fulfilling. Cheng Yin gathered some water buckets that could be sheltered by the rooftop and placed them on the building's top to collect rainwater, diligently climbing up at intervals to gather the bounty. As the days passed, her circumstances gradually improved. She also began to maintain a diary, chronicling her life amidst the calamity, lamenting her culinary skills or the flowers and vegetables that perished due to overwatering. Days turned into a week, and the rainwater had risen to the 9th floor. By this time, it had been half a month since the disaster struck, and she anticipated the prolonged downpour would soon cease. For the next month and a half, all that remained was to wait for the water level to recede. Cheng Yin, peering through binoculars from her living room, gazed out the window. To her astonishment, she spotted a figure drifting on the water surface. He leaned on the binoculars, swaying with the movements of the wooden planks. It was a man, eyes closed, seemingly lost in a state of unconsciousness. As she watched him float into her building, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Should she venture down to investigate this man? Cheng Yin wrestled with her thoughts, ultimately allowing her emotions to triumph over reason. After all, She was raised in a time of relative peace, and her upbringing had instilled in her a sense of responsibility towards others. Moreover, she had yet to encounter the treachery that often follows a disaster. With her emotions guiding her, she also prepared rationally for what might unfold. Cheng Yin first used her binoculars to scan the surroundings, confirming that the man was alone, with no one else trailing behind. She pondered whether, should the man be feigning unconsciousness, she could possibly subdue him. Upon envisioning the chainsaw, boulders, quicklime, and machetes within the confines of her space, her anxiety significantly abated. She was resolute that she would not be placed in peril. Cheng Yin gently closed the door behind her and descended the stairs. The distance from the 12th floor to the 9th was merely a few flights. She swiftly arrived at the stairwell between the 9th and 10th floors, where she beheld Yuan, suspended upon a wooden plank. The man, tall and handsome, bore tightly shut eyes and a slight furrow in his brow, his face displaying an unnatural flush. Cheng Yin tenderly reached out to his forehead, finding it alarmingly warm, indicative of fever. Her heart softened as she lifted Yuan from the plank, discreetly concealing the wooden board within her space to erase any trace of his presence. Although he had floated in on the board, his clothes were notably damp in several places. Cheng Yin resolutely barricaded the door to the side room with a boulder. Yet this time she loosened the bindings that restrained his hands and feet. She managed to change his drenched attire, albeit she could not procure a fresh set immediately. After retrieving a clean towel, she gently wiped his face and body, enveloping him in a comforter while hanging his wet garments by the window to dry. She endeavored to administer a dose of antipyretic medication, applying a cooling patch to his forehead, then took a seat beside him, awaiting his awakening. Occasionally, she could hear him mumbling, though the words eluded her comprehension. As darkness enveloped the land, Cheng Yin unknowingly succumbed to slumber by the bedside. Yuan, in a haze, gradually regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open to reveal confusion. He gazed upon the figure asleep at his bedside, though her identity eluded him. He felt an instinctive certainty that she was someone of significance. After all, who else would remain vigil by his side while he slept? He peeled off the fever patch from his forehead and rose gingerly, careful not to rouse her from her slumber. With utmost care, he cradled her in his arms and laid her gently upon the bed, cocooning her in the duvet to ward off the chill. Gazing at her serene countenance in repose, a surge of warmth welled up within him. He contemplated venturing outside, only to find his path obstructed by a massive boulder barricading the doorway. The following day, awoke to find herself nestled in the embrace of the man, her arms clasped tightly around his waist. In her hazy state of consciousness, she inadvertently caressed the soft contours of his midriff. She leaped from the bed, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and stammered, How could you? How could you do such a thing?" Blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Do what precisely? Words momentarily failed her. Chapter 16. Swallowed hard. Recalling that he had been in a feverish delirium while she had been vigilantly seated by his bedside. Could it be that she, in her apprehension, had clambered into the bed, arose from the bed, the covers cascading down his torso? Blinked, noting the absence of the fabled 8-pack abs, only a smooth, pale expanse gracing his waist. The memory of the softness she had encountered resurfaced, prompting her to inwardly berate herself as a rogue. Oblivious to her scrutiny, turned to retrieve his laundered garments from a small rack near the window. He donned them with his back to her, affording an unobstructed view of his shapely posterior. Belatedly, she shielded her eyes with her hand, inwardly scolding herself for her lascivious thoughts. Was she, indeed, the true libertine? As these thoughts swirled within her, she cautiously lowered her hand, observing that he had already clothed himself, pursed her lips, and retorted, "Pray tell, do you harbor some proclivity for exhibitionism?" She brazenly disrobed in my presence, as if I were inconsequential. Tilting his head, Yuan feigned innocence. Exhibitionism? But I only donned attire to avoid exposure. And if you claim I treat you as an insider, does that imply you are an outsider? Cheng Yin, arms crossed, emitted a humph, perplexed by the query. It was their initial encounter, hardly an intimate acquaintance. Yuan interpreted her humph as dissent, convinced of their close rapport. Pointing to his temple, he declared, "My memory seems obscured. Perhaps you can enlighten me as to your identity and our shared predicament. Why does such a massive boulder obstruct the doorway? And how did the water ascend to such heights? A barrage of questions left Cheng Yin bewildered. With a nimble gaze, she inquired, "Have you perhaps suffered amnesia? Do you recall your own appellation?" Chuan closed his eyes, a vision of a woman, tender and loving, waving and calling his name, Chuan, surfaced from the depths of his mind. "I am Chuan," he stated. "Beyond that, my memory eludes me." Cheng Yin, chin resting on her hand, dissembled. "I am Cheng Yin, your elder sister. Our presence here is as you observe. The deluge has reached the 9th story. Prophecies foretell an impending cataclysm, and we sought refuge in this edifice to evade the turmoil." Chuan nodded thoughtfully, seemingly accepting this fabrication. He referred to the door and inquired, "Why is there a large stone here? How was it brought in?" Cheng Yin followed his gaze and glanced at the stone. She approached it and waved her hand, demonstrating how to absorb the stone into her space. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "You have a fever, and I fear that in your delirium, you may transform into a monster, which is why I used the stone to block the door. It was during a calamity that I awakened my extraordinary abilities." He had lost his memory, and it seemed destined that they were meant to live together. However, cohabitation would inevitably reveal the secrets of her space. She reasoned that rather than waiting for him to discover it, it would be wiser to take the initiative herself. As for why she chose to mislead him into believing they were siblings, it was simply because a familial bond would be stronger. As relatives, they would share common interests, and she would not need to worry about him exposing her secret. On the other hand, claiming to be a couple felt strange since they had only just met. Moreover, how often do couples part ways? Their relationship would not seem particularly sturdy, and she did not wish to inexplicably find herself with a boyfriend. Nurturing a sibling-like affection seemed far more prudent. He Chuan, gazed in disbelief at the vanished boulder. His mouth agape. It was simply astonishing. Although he had lost his memory, his fundamental worldview remained intact, and he instinctively regarded such fantastical elements as unscientific. Cheng Yin cast him a sidelong glance and said, "Do not be astonished. You might also acquire extraordinary abilities in the future." Chuan smiled, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Really? That would be wonderful. I hope it is a power with strong offensive capabilities, something like lightning or purple thunder, so that I can protect you." Cheng Yin lowered her gaze upon hearing those words. He wishes to protect her? This world is ravaged by natural disasters, transitioning from torrential rains and floods to extremes of cold and heat, ultimately leading to drought and acid rain, resulting in cataclysmic transformations. After the acid rain, vegetation grows wildly, with most plants turning hostile towards humanity. Likewise, the animal kingdom undergoes a metamorphosis, with creatures growing colossal and their eyes glowing red as they attack humans. Only a handful of docile plants refrain from aggression and may even become allies to mankind. Similarly, only a select few gentle animals, particularly those with profound bonds to their owners, will evolve positively amidst the chaos. Their sizes will also increase dramatically, yet their temperaments will remain gentle, instinctively protective of their masters. Naturally, the evolution will not be confined to flora and fauna. Humans, too, will awaken latent abilities to resist the onslaught of nature. However, the arrival of acid rain is still a year away. She wonders if she will awaken her powers by then. If not, she will truly have to rely on her spatial abilities to survive. After all, possessing a power would certainly enhance one's safety in the apocalypse. Yet, it is premature to worry about that now. Cheng Yin smiled at him, neither confirming nor denying his claim of wanting to protect her, and led the way outside. He followed her out of the room and gazed at the freshly laid concrete floor, contrasting it with the uneven surface of his own room. And couldn't he help but jest, "Are you really my sister? Why does it feel like my room is worse than the living room?" Cheng Yin maintained her smile, responding with feigned sincerity, "If I weren't your sister, how could I care for you while you're ill?" Yet, inwardly, she silently screamed, "Fake. Fake. Of course it's a lie." Chuan touched his nose and said, "Oh, then I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first." In truth, his subconscious informed him that he had no sister. Yet, the image of her sleeping at the foot of his bed filled him with warmth. This sensation felt akin to having found a sense of belonging. Thus, He found himself in a state of inner conflict, oscillating between denial and affirmation. Cheng Yin, oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, ushered him into the kitchen, presenting him with a fresh toothbrush, cup, and basin, instructing him to wash up. For some reason, he could not utter the word sister. Cheng Yin, hearing this, placed her hands on her hips in indignation. Hey, did you just call me Yin? You little rascal, please call me sister. She quickly slipped into her role. Chapter 17. Sister. After a moment, Chuan managed to utter softly, sister. Cheng Yin's eyes curved with delight as she smiled contentedly. She coughed discreetly, covering her mouth with a fist. Let us have breakfast first. I'll tell you more later. She retrieved breakfast from the space, serving each of them a portion. Today's breakfast menu included soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Cheng Yin sipped her soybean milk delicately, occasionally dipping a fried dough stick into it before taking a bite. In her mind, she mused that soybean milk and fried dough sticks were indeed a perfect match. Chuan, however, furrowed his brow, seemingly resistant to the soybean milk, yet he still closed his eyes and gulped it down. Cheng Yin glanced at him and silently took note. She thought, considering that they were siblings, it would be acceptable to treat him as a temporary brother, given his amnesia. If he did not enjoy soybean milk, she resolved to switch to congee in the future. After finishing breakfast, they retrieved the prepared dough from the space. The two of them washed their hands and began to wrap the dumplings at the table in the living room. Wrapping dumplings is not a skillful endeavor. It merely requires enclosing the filling within the dough. Cheng Yin pinched a small piece of dough, flattening it with her hands before placing the filling inside. She mentally organized her words, weaving her previous experiences into a narrative. After our mother passed away and father remarried, you began living with me. I shared with you the spatial abilities I had acquired and the posts I found online, leading us to decide to convert all our wealth into supplies. We sold the house left to us by our parents for money. After reading a few disaster novels online, you felt unsafe living among the crowded dwellings. After much contemplation, we relocated to this place. It is a good location, with hardly anyone nearby. Over the past half-month, we have found solace here. However, due to insufficient water resources, we placed buckets on the rooftop to collect rainwater. When you went up to fetch water, you were caught in the rain, and combined with the open window and the breeze, you caught a cold and developed a fever. I feared you might succumb to a coma like those depicted in the novels, transforming into the legendary zombie. I locked your door, yet if you truly became a zombie, I would not wish to live alone. Thus, I resolved to stay in the room, accompanying you. If you were to become a zombie, then we would transform together. If we survived, we would live together. Ultimately, as you witnessed, you awakened. Indeed, quoth Cheng Yin with an air of conviction, nodding to herself as if to underscore her point. She feigned being touched by the siblings' bond. Occasionally, Chuan would nod, then betray a hint of uncertainty. The fact that they were together in a room, however, seemed to lend credence to her words. Cheng Yin, noticing his dubiousness, widened her eyes in mock incredulity. What? You think I'm deceiving you? What possible gain could I derive from such a ruse, dear brother? At long last, her solitary existence had come to an end. Cheng Yin had feared that prolonged isolation would lead to her becoming withdrawn and inarticulate. The mere thought of losing her ability to speak due to solitary confinement filled her with dread. Now, there was simply another person to share her resources, a prospect that did not particularly concern her. After all, it was just another mouth to feed, and her pantry was well stocked with rice and vegetables. Moreover, her stores of meat were ample, thanks to the recent infusions of capital. She emphasized the importance of seizing the initiative and taking control of the narrative. Chuan suppressed his lingering doubts, acknowledging the plausibility of her account. She had no apparent motive to deceive him, nor would any benefit accrue from such deception. They were stranded in a desolate, unfinished housing estate, surrounded by floodwaters that had risen to the 9th floor. No one could enter, and no one could leave. All signs pointed to the veracity of her claims. Chuan placed the wrapped buns onto a plate. Sister, I was mistaken. Cheng Yin raised her chin imperiously, stowing the plate of wrapped buns into her interdimensional storage, and retrieved another plate to continue the task. The two of them dedicated the entire morning to preparing dumplings. completing what Cheng Yin would normally accomplish in a day. In the afternoon, Cheng Yin handed him a tablet, allowing him to indulge in films and animations at his leisure. Meanwhile, she spent some time in the living room practicing her punches with a sandbag, then wielded a knife against a robust log or thick pigskin she had summoned from her space, honing her strength for wielding the blade. She was determined to ensure that if she ever found herself in a confrontation, her strikes would not be ineffectual. Yuan could not help but smirk, pausing the film on his phone. "What exactly are you practicing?" he inquired, his expression one of exaggerated animosity. "Are you preparing to assassinate me? I haven't wronged you, have I? We live in a society governed by law." Cheng Yin shot him an exasperated glance. "Are you overthinking this? The era of a lawful society is drawing to a close. Natural disasters are imminent. The outside world is far from safe. If one lacks the ability to protect oneself, one might not even know how they perished." She retrieved a hatchet from her space. Though the tablet was a gift to him, she could not abide his leisurely demeanor any longer. "You promised to protect me, so you should come and practice too." Yuan dropped his earlier theatrics. Having just watched a film about apocalyptic disasters, a sense of urgency stirred within him. He put away the tablet and approached her, gripping the hatchet and testing its weight before striking the sturdy log. However, the blade barely penetrated the wood. He was perplexed. Surely, this hatchet was far too dull. Cheng Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the machete was quite dull. He retrieved a sharpening stone from the windmill. "You may as well sharpen it first," he suggested. One person chopped wood while the other honed the blade, the living room resonating with the sounds of clashing and scraping, a symphony of activity. Had there been any neighbors nearby, the commotion would surely have drawn complaints by now. Chapter 18. Coexistence in the evening, as she bathed and changed her attire. Cheng Yin suddenly recalled a significant matter. Her storage space lacked any male clothing. She pondered the tenuous bond she had just established with him as siblings, fearing it might be jeopardized by the necessity of changing clothes. Emerging from the bathroom in her sleepwear, she settled onto the soft bed, rummaging through her space for suitable garments. She searched for loose-fitting clothing, comparing sizes with determination, and managed to find a few pieces that might fit him. However, as for the outer and inner trousers, Cheng Yin buried her face in a pillow. How could she possibly possess anything belonging to a male? Having just revealed her space, she was now on the brink of exposing the fact that they were not siblings, but rather two individuals, one of whom had merely rescued the other from drifting in the water. This unfamiliar arrangement under one roof left her feeling profoundly insecure. What if he chose to leave upon discovering the truth? What if he divulged the secret of her space? The mere thought was unbearable. Cheng Yin wrestled with her anxieties, mentally preparing herself for the worst. Ultimately, she retrieved a sewing machine and fabric-cutting tools from her space. Before her journey through time, she had been an adept doll maker, creating numerous movable dolls. Due to the recent natural disasters, she has reluctantly set aside her cherished hobby. However, her skill in crafting clothes for dolls remains intact. Fortunately, she has both a son and a daughter to care for, and she is adept at creating garments for them as well. Now, she simply needs to scale up the designs for their clothing, and she believes she can manage it. Cheng Yin sketches simple patterns on paper when suddenly she slaps her forehead, realizing she lacks his exact measurements. She gazes upward, recalling how she had wrapped her arms around his waist and observe his back upon waking that morning. She extends her hand to mimic the embrace, attempting to estimate his dimensions, but feels uncertain. How could she have been so careless to not pay attention to his waist size? After pondering for a moment and taking a deep breath, she peeks out from the master bedroom, spotting Yuan standing by the window, gazing outside. She approaches him from behind and wraps her arms around his waist, saying, "Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment." Yuan, feeling the softness against him, awkwardly asks, "Sister, what's wrong?" Even the term he was reluctant to use slipped out. Cheng Yin lifts her head from his back, estimating the width of his shoulders. "Oh, it's nothing. Can't I give my beloved little brother a loving hug?" She is uncertain of his body measurements, making it inconvenient to craft him clothing, hence her decision to measure him discreetly. Unable to openly use a measuring tape for clothing, she resorts to using her hands for estimation. With her arms wrapped around his waist, she is attempting to gauge his size while ensuring he remains still. Chuan touches his nose, conceding, "All right then." Cheng Yin, after completing her measurements, released his waist and hurried into the room to record the dimensions, preparing to make him a pair of urgently needed trousers. Following the pattern, she cut the fabric and used an old-fashioned sewing machine to craft the new garments. As she sewed, she couldn't help but silently mock herself. Having been single her entire life, she found herself making clothes for a man other than a doll, a notion that would have been utterly unthinkable in the past. How absurd! Nevertheless, crafting trousers was surprisingly straightforward. After adjusting the freshly made trousers and estimating that they would fit, she swiftly set to work on the outer pants. Once she completed the set, she tossed it to him, urging him to take a shower. He caught the clothing, feeling an internal struggle about how to inquire about his change of clothes, yet finding the words elusive. Receiving the garments now brought him a sense of relief. As the public restroom was still in disarray, he could only bathe in her room's bathroom for the time being. She hurriedly adhered to the template, creating the same style of clothing in different colors. While he showered, she tucked the garments into a small cabinet and placed it in his room. She clapped her hands, satisfied that everything was in order. That night, his room remained dark, illuminated solely by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, casting a faint glow. In Cheng Yin's words, this was to avoid revealing that someone resided there. Her closet was shielded by a small window, and she had layered wooden boards over it to block the light, allowing her to turn on the LED lights in her space. In contrast, his room featured a large window directly facing the surrounding buildings. Despite its relative isolation from other residential buildings, the faint luminescence emanating from this dwelling was still perceptible. To avert detection, they were compelled to refrain from using any lights during the nocturnal hours, lest they attract the attention of the marauders, which would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for them both. He acquiesced to this arrangement and approached the newly installed wardrobe, his gaze sweeping over the garments within. A pensive expression settled upon his countenance as he pondered whether these were indeed the clothes he had selected for himself. Adjusting the somewhat constricting crewneck t-shirt he was wearing, he mused on the source of his discomfort. The enigma of their relationship resurfaced, leaving him to question whether their bond transcended mere familial ties. Were they lovers, or simply strangers thrown together by circumstance? Overwhelmed by confusion, he shook his head, resolving to focus on the present and maintain the status quo. He retrieved his tablet and immersed himself in the dystopian world of a post-apocalyptic film, only to be plagued by a nightmarish vision of relentless pursuit by hordes of the undead. The following morning, noticing his listless demeanor, inquired, "Are you unwell? Did you not sleep soundly?" Awkwardly scratched his head, reluctant to share the details of his disturbing dream. After a moment's hesitation, he posed a question. "Do you think there's any possibility of a zombie outbreak in the future?" Blinked, responding, "I highly doubt it. The emergence of zombies would be utterly terrifying." Cognizant of the potential ramifications, she refrained from divulging any details about the future narrative, lest her predictions come to pass and arouse his suspicion. Took a sip of his porridge, expressing his relief at the unlikelihood of such an event. Even now, the impending natural disasters remained somewhat abstract to him. Outside, the floodwater had risen to the height of the buildings, yet it did not impede his life in any significant way beyond preventing him from venturing outside. He continued to eat, drink, exercise, and entertain himself as usual. Of course, all of this was made possible thanks to the individual before him, who possessed a personal space. Chapter 19. Thunder and lightning. Cheng Yin found Chuan somewhat peculiar. He had been rescued from a floating plank, yet apart from a fever, he bore no other injuries. If he had been harmed by another, it would have been reasonable to assume he was attacked while scavenging for supplies. However, merely having a fever excluded the possibility of a conflict over resources. Cheng Yin speculated whether he had ventured out in search of medicine while unwell, only to succumb to his illness. But if that were the case, did he truly live alone? She shook her head, deciding not to dwell on thoughts that eluded her understanding. After all, having one more person around was hardly a burden. His past was of no concern to her. Since the collapse of the network, Cheng Yin had begun to keep track of time using a calendar, lest she lose count of the days. She marked a check on the latest date, the 15th. It had been a month and a half since the calamity struck, and the weather was beginning to cool. The water level had receded from the 9th floor. Cheng Yin had transitioned from short sleeves to long-sleeve garments. She also prepared a set of long clothing for Chuan, placing them in his wardrobe, and planned to knit him several woolen sweaters along with a few thick coats to complete his winter attire. She had stocked up on down jackets to face the severe cold, ensuring she was well prepared. Coincidentally, the down jacket she had prepared was of a loose style. In anticipation of extremely cold weather, she had purchased oversized versions of each style in addition to her own size. She thought that if the temperature dropped significantly, she could layer them one over the other for added warmth. As it turned out, she could simply hand him a few of the largest sizes, which was indeed fortunate. Had she not suddenly conceived this idea, she might have had to prepare a winter down jacket for him. However, her stock of duck down and cotton was not so abundant that she could afford to dismantle her duck down comforter, which would have been quite troublesome. She truly felt grateful to herself. After creating numerous garments, Cheng Yin had developed a calm demeanor and even rekindled a long-lost hobby. Yet, her inventory did not include dolls, so she could only change up the styles to adorn the person in front of her, Chuan. Chuan possessed quite an appealing appearance upon first seeing him. She noted his tall stature and handsome features, epitomizing the archetype of a handsome man. Although he lacked an eight-pack, his soft belly was still delightful to touch. Seated in a rocking chair, Cheng Yin observed the casual attire of the male protagonist in an anime and contemplated whether to make a similar outfit for Chuan. Propping her head up with her hand, she watched him as he laid cement in the bathroom and nodded thoughtfully. Chuan seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze to meet hers and asking, "What are you planning?" Cheng Yin turned her tablet to face him and inquired, "What do you think of this piece? Do you like it?" Chuan's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "It's all right. Are you going to buy it for me?" "No, Weichi. Are you going to make me a piece?" He vaguely guessed that the clothing would indeed be something crafted by her. Given that none of the garments bore any labels or trademarks and were all brand new, it seemed implausible that his attire was bespoke. Cheng Yin acquiesced, inferring his approval, and proposed, "Then I shall fashion an ensemble for you." Casting her gaze upon the character displayed on the tablet, and then upon him, her eyes twinkled as she inquired, "Might your hair be a tad lengthy? As I find myself with some spare time, how would you feel about me trimming it for you after you've finished laying the cement?" Considering the protagonist's raven locks, she surmised that a trim, followed by donning the protagonist's attire, would effectively transpose a two-dimensional image into three-dimensional reality, a notion she found enchanting. Observing her whimsical demeanor, Chuan found himself unable to voice a refusal. After a moment's pause, he uttered an affirmative murmur. "Huzzah! That signifies consent." Cheng Yin relocated the LED lamp to the sewing machine, deeming the illumination adequate. Upon completing the ensemble, she laid it upon the bed, admiring her handiwork with a contented nod. Surveying the remnant fabric from the cuttings and recalling the female lead's casual attire captured in the screenshots, she decided to fashion a matching outfit for herself. Having completed her creation, she appraised its likeness in the mirror. The resounding rumble of thunder echoed from beyond, though the small glass window in the dressing room, shielded by wooden planks and curtains, attenuated the intensity of the storm. Unperturbed, Cheng Yin retrieved Chuan's ensemble from the bed, intending to deposit it in his wardrobe. Perhaps accustomed to delivering garments to him in recent days, and given the absence of any internal doors beyond the one she had installed, she proceeded directly into his chamber, where she discovered Chuan curled into a fetal position. He tightly closed his eyes, his brow furrowed, his complexion somewhat pallid, and a delicate sheen of perspiration graced his forehead. Cheng Yin placed the garments aside, comprehending his condition at once, given the tempestuous symphony of lightning and thunder raging beyond the window. It became apparent that he harbored a dread of thunderstorms. Cheng Yin was not one devoid of empathy. On the contrary, she possessed a tender heart. Observing his vulnerable state, she couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. She contemplated the feasibility of boarding up the window or bricking it up, but realized that such measures were impractical at this juncture. Should she propose that he seek refuge in her chamber? Cheng Yin pursed her lips, considering the secure, sealed nature of her walk-in closet, and deemed it a viable option. She seated herself by his window and gently roused him. "Chuan, awaken. I shall relocate you to another room." Perhaps the thunder's deafening roar eclipsed her voice. for the figure upon the bed remained motionless. Cheng Yin gently nudged his hand with her left hand, continuing, "He Chuan, I shall exchange rooms with you." Before she could complete her utterance, he seized her hand in his eyes, akin to those of a dewy-eyed pup, gazing at her as he implored, "Could you remain by my side? I am filled with trepidation." Cheng Yin was utterly disarmed, unable to resist his pitiable demeanor, which rendered her heart exceedingly tender. She extended her right hand and caressed his head, reassuringly, "Fear not. I am here." He Chuan blinked, his gaze fixed upon her, and as another bolt of lightning illuminated the heavens, he drew her into the sanctuary of the blankets. Cheng Yin, taken by surprise, as He Chuan nestled his head against her neck, couldn't help but perceive the striking resemblance to a large, affectionate canine. She paused, extending a hand to caress his back, and soothed him in a gentle whisper, "Don't be afraid, He Chuan. It's merely thunder. There's no cause for alarm. If you're frightened, shall I escort you to my chamber?" He Chuan shook his head, his voice muffled as he implored, "Please don't leave. Stay with me." After all, this was a person, not a veritable canine. The tickle of his slightly coarse hair against her neck caused her to bite her lip. Yet she continued to pat his back with a tender touch, offering solace. Chapter 20. Hairstyle. Each time a thunderclap resounded, accompanied by the intrusion of silvery lightning, his body would involuntarily tremble. Noticing this, Cheng Yin felt a sense of helplessness. She contemplated for a moment and began to hum a lullaby, attempting to soothe him, divert his attention, and restore his tranquility. The gentle melody and delicate caresses gradually calmed He Chuan's emotions. He drifted off to sleep, lulled by the intermittent flashes of lightning. Upon realizing he had fallen asleep, Cheng Yin shifted, intending to extricate herself from his embrace, but he instinctively tightened his hold. She blinked, recalling the night she had first taken him in. She was, in truth, apprehensive about leaving him to slumber alone in this room, concerned that he might awaken, startled by the thunder, and once more cower in fear. With heavy eyelids, Cheng Yin busied herself within the confines of her space, gathering a batch of fruits and vegetables that she had been unable to collect that morning. Since the conclusion of the group purchase and the commencement of her secluded existence amidst the natural disaster, she had grown lax, often neglecting to tend to the vegetables in her planting space, requiring daily harvesting and sowing. Now that the thought had occurred to her, she naturally seized the opportunity to gather them swiftly. Cheng Yin's eyelids drooped, and before she knew it, she succumbed to sleep. As the light of the following morning streamed through the window, the two individuals nestled together remained in slumber, tightly embracing one another. He Chuan was the first to awaken, his gaze falling upon Cheng Yin in his arms, and he momentarily froze, gradually recalling the thunderous storm from the previous night. He grasped her hand, drawing her closer into his embrace. She gently comforted him, guiding him out of his fear. As He Chuan became aware of his hold on her slender waist, and felt the softness of her form against his chest, his face flushed crimson. He cautiously repositioned his arms, attempting to maintain a slight distance. Yet his withdrawal inadvertently exposed her to the harsh light. Cheng Yin, sensing the blinding brightness, shielded her eyes from the window's glare and sleepily opened her eyes. Gazing at him, "You're awake. Good morning." He Chuan, feeling a bit bashful, touched his nose and said, "Yesterday I—" Cheng Yin rubbed her eyes, sitting up from the bed. "It's all right. I know you're afraid of thunderstorms, so I came to check on you." In truth, she had not known beforehand. She merely continued to uphold her role as an elder sister. After all, how could a sister be oblivious to her younger brother's fear of lightning? Certainly, her soothing of him the previous day stemmed from genuine feelings and was unrelated to their sibling roles. Her words now were simply "fade." He Chuan found himself at a loss for words, a subtle sense of disappointment washing over him. Were they truly just sister and brother? Cheng Yin rose from the bed, stretching her back. She held up the newly crafted outfit at the foot of the bed, swaying it before him. "If it moves you, why not wear this today?" She placed the clothing beside him, one hand spread open while the other formed a fist, mimicking a knocking gesture. "Oh, and a haircut too. You must rise quickly. I shall give you a new hairstyle." He obediently nodded, sitting up from the bed and reaching for the clothes to change into. Cheng Yin promptly turned away and stepped outside. Returning to her room, she brushed her teeth, washed her face, and applied skincare, gazing at the heroine's outfit for quite some time before deciding to don it. Standing before the full-length mirror, she adorned herself with a wig, fashioning a charming hairstyle, complemented by adorable accessories. Today was destined to be delightful. Cheng Yin hummed a cheerful tune as she emerged from her room. Just as Yuan emerged from the adjoining bedroom, clad in the new attire, she was taken aback by how stunning he looked. The outfit suited him perfectly, reminiscent of a protagonist from an anime. Breakfast consisted of steamed dumplings, filled with the beef she had prepared earlier. Cheng Yin took a bite, savoring the succulent juiciness. She could only exclaim that beef dumplings were forever divine, a must-try. After finishing the dumplings, it was time for the haircut. The male lead's hairstyle was short yet refreshingly neat. Cheng Yin cut with utmost care, inch by inch, her eyes reflecting her seriousness. However, while her eyes had grasped the technique, her hands had yet to catch up. Although the lead's hairstyle seemed straightforward, it felt as though one only needed to pick up the scissors to master it. Yet, she somehow managed to transform his hair into a rather unfortunate style. Suppressing her laughter, she decided to stow away all the mirrors in the room to avoid inciting his anger. Yuan discerned something amiss from her expression. He wished to gaze into a mirror, only to have Cheng Yin rush over to conceal it. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair. He thought to himself that her obstruction must mean his hairstyle had been rendered a complete travesty. There's a saying, one may lose their head and bleed, but one cannot afford a disheveled hairstyle. This adage applied to him as well. He placed a hand on her shoulder, bending down with an exasperated air to lock eyes with her. He stared intently into her pupils, seeing a miniature reflection of himself alongside the ridiculous state of his hair. He was on the verge of losing his composure. He had a touch of arrogance, believing himself to be the most handsome in the world. Now, all of that was shattered by Cheng Yin's actions. She turned her head away, touching her flushed earlobes. As he drew near, her heart raced uncontrollably, an involuntary reaction she attributed to her prolonged singlehood and lack of close contact with boys, dismissing any notion of romantic feelings. Meanwhile, Yuan was preoccupied with his irritation. He shook Cheng Yin's shoulders, urging, "Hurry, restore my hairstyle. My handsome face is losing its charm due to this dreadful haircut." Little did he know that the person so confidently wielding the scissors possessed no actual haircutting skills. Cheng Yin cleared her throat twice and insincerely remarked, "Actually, I think you look quite handsome now." Yuan touched his hair, somewhat skeptical, and queried, "Are you serious?" Upon the revelation of the follicular incident, Cheng Yin opted to unveil the mirror from her spatial dimension, granting him an uninhibited view. He gazed into the crystal-clear reflection, his ire reaching a fever pitch at the sight of his coiffure. This is supposed to be handsome? He fumed inwardly, in an attempt to quell his rising anger. Cheng Yin, with wide-eyed innocence, resorted to a harmless fabrication. "I simply find it aesthetically pleasing," she declared. She scrutinized his hairstyle with feigned earnestness, attempting to hypnotize herself into believing her own words. Nodding with exaggerated conviction, she added, "In any case, I am quite fond of it." He ran his fingers through his locks, and upon hearing her declaration of fondness, his anger inexplicably dissipated. Gazing at his new hairstyle, he found it increasingly agreeable. Chapter 21. Temperature drop in truth. Yuan's unflattering hairstyle grew more appealing with each passing day. Cheng Yin, having observed it for an extended period, perhaps due to the passage of time, noticed that his hair had grown slightly longer than before. It possessed a certain endearing quality. Regardless, Yuan remained adamant that she refrain from further follicular interventions. Cheng Yin, harboring a touch of mischievousness, tasked him with manually grinding the rice husks. Despite possessing a rice husking machine, however, the machine required diesel fuel, a precious commodity within her spatial reserves. Compared to expending diesel, the prospect of free manual labor seemed more appealing. While manual husking was considerably slower than its mechanized counterpart, it conserved valuable resources. As Yuan toiled at the millstone, she diligently separated the rice grains and sorted them into sacks. Their collaborative efforts, though unconventional, proved surprisingly harmonious. Initially, Cheng Yin had amassed a coal supply predicated on the needs of solitary individual occupying a single room. She had not anticipated the advent of a cohabitant. Were both rooms to require coal stoves, her provisions would prove inadequate, engendering an unnecessary financial burden. The temperature has been declining precipitously in recent days, necessitating a rapid transition from short sleeves to long sleeves and then to outerwear. Affecting an air of nonchalance, she murmured, "The weather is turning chilly. The predicted extreme cold should be imminent." This was deliberately intended for his ears. "Extreme cold?" inquired, his expression reflecting his puzzlement. The term was readily comprehensible. Capitalizing on the moment, Cheng Yin elucidated the entirety of the disaster forecast, thus preparing him psychologically for the impending weather conditions. Here, their lives unfolded placidly, in harmonious accord. The native inhabitants of this world, however, experienced a different reality. Initially, they engaged in organized, methodical mutual assistance, ensuring the relocation of residents from the 9th floor and below to higher levels. Food provisions were also provided via governmental drones dispatched to the rooftop. However, as the floodwaters completely submerged the 9th floor, severing electricity and water supplies, the populace succumbed to panic and terror. Those sharing accommodations and mutual aid arrangements frequently clashed, often due to trivial matters. On occasion, irascible homeowners evicted their newly acquired tenants. Conversely, some tenants from lower floors, perceiving the homeowner's affability, resorted to disrespectful behavior. Alas, a natural disaster has laid bare the full spectrum of human nature. The personnel available for Guojia's coordination are limited. In every building across the provinces and cities, such occurrences are not uncommon. Even if they wish to intervene, their hands are tied. Their primary focus lies in broader coordination, encouraging individuals to venture out in search of supplies and organizing volunteers. They devote their energies to the reconstruction of shelters, establishing bases for survivors, and preserving the living forces. A series of torrential rains, floods, temperature fluctuations, and acid rains cannot possibly lead humanity toward extinction, can they? That night, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through. Cheng Yin, wrapped in her down comforter, was cozily watching a drama in bed when she was abruptly jolted by a chill. She quickly rose, donned her down jacket, and retrieved the indoor thermometer to gauge the current temperature. -4 degrees, -6 degrees, -10 degrees. The incessantly fluctuating readings of the thermometer sent a shiver down her spine. While reading a novel, Cheng Yin had not noted the specific day when the extreme cold would set in. Only a vague time frame was mentioned. In a flurry, she rushed to He Chuan's room and shook him awake. "Quick, wake up! Stop sleeping and put on some clothes." She had indeed warned him in advance to be cautious in the days leading up to this. To her surprise, he was remarkably nonchalant and had drifted back to sleep. In her urgency, she flung his blanket aside. With determination, she pinched his face, rousing him from his slumber. He grasped her hand, bleary-eyed and utterly bewildered. "What's wrong?" he mumbled, still heavy with sleep. "It's so cold," he fumbled with his blanket, attempting to cover himself once more. Suddenly, realization dawned, and he lifted his head to inquire, "Is it finally time for the temperature to plummet?" Cheng Yin let out a soft huff, suggesting that otherwise. Had she not called him, he might have succumbed to the icy clutches of slumber. He quickly sprang from the bed. They had long since agreed to share living quarters during the cold snap, and thus, they naturally retreated to Cheng Yin's modest dressing room. This small space was ideal for burning charcoal and generating warmth. Cheng Yin had tidied away all the blankets and cushions, leaving only a solitary bed nestled in the corner. A heavy curtain was hung outside the dressing room to shield against the biting winds, while still allowing for a vent to ensure proper airflow and prevent the risk of suffocation. A few charcoal stoves had been ignited days prior, set aside for this very purpose. Now, they were brought out, requiring no special effort to reignite, as the dressing room gradually returned to a cozy temperature. Cheng Yin believed that on the first day of extreme cold, it was best to remain awake. Who could predict just how low the temperature might plunge? At that point, would these charcoal stoves even suffice? Moreover, if one were to sleep, it could only be done alone, with one person keeping watch. Otherwise, should the flames within the stoves extinguish, a silent demise would surely follow. Of course, sleeping alone while keeping watch was not an ideal solution either. If the person on guard inadvertently dozed off, the consequences would be equally dire. Cheng Yin proposed that they both stay awake until dawn. Yuan raised an objection, stating that if that were the case, they would be unable to sleep during the day as well. The daytime temperatures, after all, would not rise. In the same manner, concerns linger regarding the charcoal stove, particularly whether the fire within might extinguish. It proves unfeasible for both individuals to slumber during the day. Ultimately, Yuan persuades Cheng Yin to retire to bed. They both set alarms. Yuan's chimes every half hour, a reminder to stave off slumber, while Cheng Yin's alarm serves as a cue to awaken and exchange shifts with him. Chapter 22. The frigid cold when it is Cheng Yin's turn. She nudges Yuan to rest. The act of sharing a bed becomes increasingly inconsequential after a few instances, particularly since they merely alternate under the same quilt. Yuan sheds his down jacket, left clad in only a long-sleeved shirt and trousers. Recognizing that Cheng Yin occupies the inner side, he chooses to lie on the outer edge. The faint fragrance lingering on the down blanket renders his earlobes flushed. Cheng Yin tends to the charcoal, placing it into the stove, while atop the furnace, she pours freshly heated water into a large iron barrel for storage. Continuing to boil water by the stove, she dons her headphones and resumes watching the series that remains unfinished. When Yuan awakens, Cheng Yin suggests indulging in barbecue. To prevent her bed from absorbing the scent of grilling, she temporarily stows it away, leaving only a few stoves and the two of them in the dressing room. They position the barbecue grill atop the charcoal stove, first retrieving a selection of simple seafood, scallops, oysters, and squid, which they place on the grill to cook. They then attend to skewers of beef and pork, large chicken legs, and an assortment of vegetables including corn, eggplant, green beans, cabbage, and chives. Barbecue seasoning is sprinkled directly onto the grill, its enticing aroma wafting into the air. Prudence dictated that Cheng Yin and her companion apply the barbecue seasoning to their food only after it had been thoroughly cooked, thereby prioritizing safety over a slight diminution of flavor. The potential ramifications of attracting unwanted attention from neighboring residents for a mere barbecue were deemed unacceptable, as they threatened to disrupt the tranquility she had painstakingly cultivated over the preceding months. Despite the lingering effects of the recent deluge, as evidenced by the still receding floodwaters, snowflakes had begun to descend from the heavens. She mused on the possibility of the water's eventual transformation into a frozen expanse, a veritable ice world. Into the heart of the charcoal brazier, Cheng Yin tossed several foil-wrapped sweet potatoes, purple yams, and potatoes. She then seized a grilled squid, coated it generously with barbecue powder, and savored the succulent morsel. Her eyes narrowed in contentment as she reflected on the idyllic nature of her current existence. The foresight she had demonstrated in amassing provisions during the preceding months had afforded her the luxury of a carefree, sedentary lifestyle. She found herself questioning the actions of protagonists in certain novels, who, despite having stockpiled ample supplies, would venture out into the post-apocalyptic landscape to scavenge for additional resources. In her estimation, such behavior was largely unwarranted, having secured a sufficient quantity of provisions to ensure her future well-being. She saw little justification for engaging in a competitive struggle with ordinary individuals for scarce commodities. While some might argue that such actions were intended to conceal the existence of a spatial storage ability, she contended that the very act of transferring goods into such a space would inevitably betray their secret. Ultimately, she remained content with her present circumstances. Similarly relishing the flavors of grilled scallops and oysters, shared her sentiments. Having concluded their barbecue feast, the pair displaced the heavy curtain that had been draped across the doorway, allowing the accumulated aromas to dissipate from the room. Cheng Yin carefully packed the surplus grilled vegetables and meat skewers into containers, stowing them away in her spatial repository for future consumption. Taking advantage of the current warmth, there is no need to ignite a fire for cooking. The dumplings and wontons prepared days ago can all be steamed or boiled for immediate consumption. I ponder that during the frigid times ahead, one might merely seek solace in the warmth of the fire, while the air conditioning in the camper may prove its worth. After all, during such harsh weather, who would wish to wash vegetables and prepare meals? Moreover, in the aftermath of acid rain, as flora and fauna evolve and humanity awakens to latent abilities. We would truly be facing an apocalyptic scenario. The struggle for survival among humans, between humans and animals, as well as between humans and plants, would leave little room for leisurely meal preparations as we do now. It is imperative to make ample preparations while we can. The consumption for two is doubled, and their efficiency in labor is likewise multiplied. Cheng Yin is not lacking in food and vegetables. Thus, there is no need for concern about this consumption. In the future, with the mutation of flora and fauna, human sustenance will not be in short supply. Excluding a few toxic mutations, such as oleander and snakes, the rest can be consumed as food for humanity, albeit with varying degrees of palatability. Cheng Yin harbors no grand aspirations of saving the world. She has long decided that if she possesses abilities, so be it, and if not, she shall disguise her powers through her spatial abilities. Her primary aim is simply to endure in the survivor's base, to navigate the next 30 years with relative ease. As days pass, the cries of despair echo in the wilderness. Although precautions were taken, many have perished in the extreme cold, unknowingly succumbing to hypothermia in their slumber. Families tread upon the frozen surfaces, hastily interring their loved ones upon the mountaintops. Those with greater perspicacity, having foreseen the impending cataclysm, ventured out to procure provisions while the deluge was still at bay. They amassed essentials such as coal and implements for kindling, anticipating the exigencies to come. Some, with a mercenary bent, even capitalized on the disaster, bartering commodities for coal at exorbitant rates. Those less astute were left with no recourse but to dismantle their wooden furniture for fuel. Clad in a down-filled parka, snow boots, a hat, and a face mask, Cheng Yin emerged from her cozy abode. Beyond the window pane lay a desolate expanse of ice and snow. She raised her binoculars, scanning the distant landscape to ensure no one was approaching. Of late, more and more individuals have been braving the frigid air in search of sustenance. Her residence was situated amidst unfinished construction projects, a location where one would expect minimal foot traffic. However, those desperate for shelter or seeking to escape the predatory atmosphere of residential complexes might well flock to these vacant buildings, laden with their meager possessions. Should such a scenario arise, vigilance would be paramount. Cheng Yin meticulously scrutinized each window with her binoculars, surveying the ground and the adjacent buildings, scrutinizing every window. Reassured that the vicinity remained uninhabited, she felt a sense of relief. She did indeed have contingency plans to relocate to other unfinished developments she had previously scouted. However, the inclement weather made such a journey unappealing, and if her current location were to be occupied, it was likely that other sites would also be infiltrated. Having completed her reconnaissance, Cheng Yin placed the binoculars on the table. She opened the door and ascended to the rooftop. The rainwater she had previously stored was now proving invaluable. He intended to freeze the collected rainwater into ice blocks for the impending extreme heat, so as to avoid a scenario where the air conditioning fails and the ice supply runs low, leaving him to endure the sweltering conditions. The cold wind howled atop the building, and despite being fully clad, he shivered momentarily. Cheng Yin placed the ice blocks that had already formed into her space and released the previously stored rainwater onto the ground, arranging it meticulously. She jogged downstairs, eagerly awaiting the moment when the water would freeze, ready to be stowed away. Chapter 23 Recalling. Cheng Yin gazed at Yuan, who was diligently processing rice, and let out a deep sigh. There was no alternative. The space was a privilege solely hers, and this task was destined for her alone. Otherwise, she would have entrusted it to him long ago. She retrieved a radio from her space and began to tune in slowly. Greetings, citizens. This is W City Radio. Cheng Yin's ears perked up, and her hand paused as she focused intently on the broadcast. Beside her, Yuan also ceased his work. Our city has established cold shelters at XX locations, which will now be fully operational. Residents in need are welcome to visit. The broadcast replayed several times. Yuan turned his head and inquired, "Should we go? If it is organized by Guijia, it should be quite safe, right?" Cheng Yin shook her head. "We are quite all right here. We can wait for more news." Although the shelter was officially organized, it would be crowded and chaotic inside, merely providing a shared space for warmth. At this moment, there was no necessity for them to go. Yuan nodded and resumed his work with the rice. Cheng Yin yearned for news from the official survivor base. As for the shelter, she could easily anticipate the challenges it would present, as outlined in the narrative tropes of novels. For instance, being crammed into close quarters with numerous others, where her gender might invite condescension and harassment from lewd men, would hardly yield any pleasant experiences. Was their current abode not satisfactory? Why subject herself to such tribulations? In pursuit of enhancing her combat skills, Cheng Yin enlisted Yuan for sparring sessions. Both were novices in the art of fighting, yet Yuan, being a tall and robust young man, naturally had the advantage in strength. As she launched a punch, he effortlessly seized her wrist, and when she attempted a kick, he evaded it, leaving her breathless and fatigued. With lethal weapons in hand, they were both hesitant to inflict real harm, thus opting for unarmed combat. After an extended period of exchanging blows, they finally paused. Cheng Yin wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, gaining a tangible sense of the physical disparity between the sexes. However, this was inconsequential. A lack of strength could still be remedied by honing agility. When the time came to engage in actual combat, the addition of weapons would alter the dynamics, rendering the outcome uncertain. After a brief respite, she retrieved her sharp machete and practiced her swings against a wooden target. Yuan also commenced his independent training. The relentless 3-month cold spell had finally receded, and the ice reserves within their confines were ample. Gazing at the icy surface at the base of the building, she noticed faint signs of thawing. The weather was warming, and the heavy winter coat had long been cast aside in favor of lighter attire, short sleeves and shorts. Found it somewhat surreal that she had been residing here for nearly half a year. The undisturbed solitude was, however, exceedingly welcome. The ice surface was gradually thawing, and the water level was slowly receding, revealing frozen remains of serpents, rodents, birds, and assorted refuse. Fortunately, their elevated floor spared them from immediate proximity to these sites, and diligent indoor sanitation sufficed. Nevertheless, a disquieting development had occurred. Through her binoculars, observed that individuals had taken up residence in the opposing building. She discerned a couple from afar, and hoped they would maintain a discreet existence, causing no disturbance. Her windows were shielded with privacy film, rendering the interior invisible from the outside, unless someone deliberately ventured into their building. Thus, their safety remained intact. They were careful to eschew culinary activities that produced smoke or enticing aromas, such as barbecues or hot pots, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Fortunately, reflected, they had provisioned an ample supply of meals during the extreme cold, which would sustain them adequately. She periodically directed her binoculars toward the opposite building. Their counterparts occupied a lower floor, presumably to benefit from the cooler temperatures, which limited the observability of their activities. At most, she could ascertain whether they exited their building, but further observation proved elusive. After completing her daily reconnaissance, retreated to her walk-in closet. The carbon furnace had been replaced by large containers of ice, which emanated a subtle coolness. She tugged at her collar, as beads of perspiration had already dampened her attire, feeling the cold breeze brush against her cheek. She closed her eyes. The erratic weather was indeed tormenting. It was scarcely a fleeting moment since the bitter cold had passed, and the sweltering heat had already arrived with such intensity. Cheng Yin recalled the temperature she had measured outside with a thermometer. It was nearing 50 degrees. One could easily meet their demise if they were not careful. Radiation sickness was no trifling matter. The chirping of cicadas outside had dwindled, suggesting that many had perished due to the extreme heat. This was not merely a matter of survival of the fittest for humans. It applied equally to flora and fauna. She deemed it essential to venture outside daily to acclimatize to the current climate. Otherwise, if such weather became the norm, what would she do? Consequently, she maintained the temperature in her dressing room at around 30 degrees and gradually reduced the number of ice buckets, allowing herself to adapt to the heat progressively. As for immediately confronting the oppressive 50-degree heat, that was best avoided. Cheng Yin retrieved a chilled watermelon, slicing it in half to share with Yuan. She dug in with a spoon, savoring each bite, feeling deeply that summer was meant for indulging in watermelon. Yuan held his half absent-mindedly. His father's remarriage and the subsequent birth of a boy by his stepmother had shifted all his mother's attention solely to that child. Within the confines of their home, he felt increasingly like an outsider, as if their laughter and joy belonged exclusively to them, and they constituted a true family. Each one's emotions were tangled. Apart from the relief of knowing there was no blood relation between him and her, a piece of news that brought him some solace, everything else weighed heavily on his heart. He still did not understand how he had come to be in this situation. He was acutely aware that individuals devoid of familial ties often exhibited greater kindness towards him than his own kin, an observation fraught with irony. Chapter 24. Exodus's motivations transcended mere avarice for her spatial abilities or the comforts of sustenance. Rather, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to the prospect of drifting apart from her. Mused inwardly, resolving to confide in her. Upon a retrieval of his complete memories, he would disclose the entirety of his recollections and experiences. His sole apprehension lay in the possibility of her banishing him from her presence. Unbeknownst to S, internal machinations were far removed from her own preoccupations. She diligently tuned into W City's radio broadcasts, her attention riveted until the announcement of a nascent survivors' enclave, beckoning all to seek refuge within its confines. A quandary arose within her, whether to immediately embark towards the survivors' sanctuary. As per the narrative's trajectory, the female protagonist and her kin would amass provisions before journeying to W City, acquiring a residence in close proximity to the enclave, thereby ensuring their collective safety in the aftermath of the impending acid rain. His chosen locale, while not exceedingly distant from the survivors' haven, paled in comparison to the protagonist's advantageous positioning. Contemplating the accelerated mutations of flora and fauna post-acidic precipitation, she resolved to expedite their departure, prioritizing the enhanced security afforded en route to the survivors' bastion, thereby mitigating the risks posed by frenzied, mutated creatures. The ice reserves within the dressing room had dwindled considerably, indicative of their acclimation to the torrid temperatures. On an otherwise ordinary evening, Cheng Yin was tidying up all the cabinets, kitchenware, and sofas in her home, preparing to drive to the survivor base under the cover of night. Little did she anticipate that He Chuan would suddenly faint. His unconsciousness was a manifestation of his awakening abilities. The longer he remained in this state, the more potent his powers would become. At this moment, it was crucial to provide him with a tranquil environment to avoid disturbing the awakening process. Cheng Yin's heart sank. Why did this have to happen now? Biting her lip, she found herself at a loss as to what to do. If she did not head to the survivor base immediately, the impending acid rain would make it nearly impossible to leave. The journey ahead could also pose life-threatening dangers. However, the dilemma was that they were on the 12th floor, and how could she possibly carry an unconscious person down to the first floor? If there were two conscious individuals, they could stealthily depart under the cloak of darkness without disturbing the other residents of the complex. But alone, she found this task insurmountable. Cheng Yin feared that as soon as she stepped outside, she might be intercepted by those waiting there. Moreover, her spatial abilities could not accommodate living beings, preventing her from stowing him away. Yet, the thought of abandoning him was equally unbearable. After having spent several months together, she genuinely regarded him as a brother. How could she forsake him for her own survival? Yet, if she chose to stay and his powers remained dormant when the day of awakening finally arrived, their chances of escaping together would become exceedingly slim. Chun-Ing gazed at Chuan, who lay on the bed, murmuring incoherently, her heart heavy with compassion. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the situation. If they truly missed the chance to safely reach the survivor base, at least she would have someone by her side during the arduous journey ahead, which she considered a small consolation. She could only hope that his awakened abilities would prove formidable. Meanwhile, in his unconscious state, He Chuan was flooded with memories. He recalled how his father and stepmother were entirely preoccupied with the child they had subsequently born, now 3 years old, neglecting even his own fever. Though the household was stocked with cold and fever medication, when he attempted to retrieve it, his stepmother intervened, insisting that it should be reserved for their younger son, who was more susceptible to illness. He turned to his father for support, only to be met with evasion. After a prolonged silence, his father finally uttered, A fever is just a minor ailment. You are strong enough to endure it. This medicine is better saved for your brother." At that moment, Chuan felt an icy despair wash over him. Indeed, the arrival of his stepmother had also ushered in a stepfather whose presence was indistinguishable from absence. In desperation, he sought out a piece of wood and ventured outside in search of medicine, only to succumb to unconsciousness midway. When he finally awoke, he found himself face to face with Cheng Yin. While Chuan was lost in dreams, Cheng Yin wore a troubled expression as she surveyed her planting space. Unbeknownst to her, a fine mist had enveloped the area, rendering her unable to gauge its contents. Although the yield of food over the past 6 months had been sufficient to withstand the impending calamities, the sudden disappearance of her cultivation space filled her with trepidation. This meant she would need to meticulously calculate her food supply, relinquishing the luxury of indulgence. Furthermore, she had initially intended to discreetly donate surplus provisions to the official survivor encampment upon reaching it, thereby alleviating the prevalent food scarcity among the populace. The government-established survivor outposts were, in their nascent stages, characterized by humanitarianism and acts of benevolence. The communal dining hall extended a meal to the impoverished denizens of the encampment, serving as a rudimentary safety net against starvation. Alas, her aspirations were now imperiled. Should she find herself unable to secure her own sustenance, she would be precluded from addressing the nutritional needs of others. After all, charitable endeavors must be predicated upon the assurance of one's own well-being. Days metamorphosed into weeks. Yet Chuan remained comatose, and Cheng Yin's cultivated domain languished in a state of nebulous obscurity. The exogenous climate persisted in its torrid intensity, showing no signs of abatement. Cheng Yin, with her gaze fixed upon the successive days marked off on the calendar, mentally calculated the duration of the extreme heat wave. However, contrary to her expectations, the termination of the heat wave was preempted by the intrusion of a contingent of individuals into the edifice. Surveying the scene through her binoculars, she discerned the couple leading the vanguard. The aforementioned couple was engaged in a colloquy with a burly man, after which the entire cohort proceeded inward. Cheng Yin's heart sank, as she surmised that their presence had been compromised. It was conceivable that, unbeknownst to her, the couple had been observing their abode, perhaps even surreptitiously ascending the stairs to reconnoiter. Forsaking any semblance of optimism, she braced herself for the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, their dwelling was situated on the 12th story, which would afford them a modicum of time before the intruders could reach them. Cheng Yin expeditiously stowed all her possessions within her extra-dimensional domain, secured Chuan to her person, and, utilizing a rope, descended from the lavatory window, laboriously making her way downward. Chapter 25. Acid Rain. Cheng Yin barricaded the exterior door and the bathroom entrance with stones, ensuring that even if she descended slowly, no one could breach her defenses in the immediate future. Events unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. The couple, breathless and accompanied by a group, stood before the apartment on the 12th floor. "Boss, this is the place. There are still survivors inside," one of them exclaimed. Having resided in the vicinity for an extended period, the couple had occasionally detected the aroma of cooking and the faint sounds of flushing and bathing, which piqued their curiosity. Under the cover of moonlight, they ventured out to investigate the adjacent building. Upon reaching the 11th floor, they discerned indistinct noises emanating from above. Arriving at the 12th floor, they discovered the absence of a door. After careful scrutiny of the floors above and below, they confirmed that a door had originally been present. By straining their ears, they occasionally caught snippets of conversation and laughter, confirming the presence of occupants. Despite having lived nearby for a considerable time, they had never witnessed anyone descending from the apartment. Sensing something amiss, they surmised that the inhabitants possessed substantial food reserves. Coincidentally, their own residence had been targeted by marauders, and driven by a twisted desire, they sought to implicate others in their misfortune. They repeatedly regaled the bandit leader with tales of the opulent residents and their abundant provisions, eventually arousing his avarice. The burly leader, eyeing the concealed entrance, gestured for his underlings to take action. "Come on, break down the door," he commanded. The henchmen kicked and hammered at the door, yet it remained unyielding. The leader sensed something amiss and decided to investigate the adjacent room. There were only two apartments on that floor, directly across from each other. The underlings rushed into the neighboring apartment and quickly exclaimed, "Boss, we can get through here." There were two windows on either side, unusually close together, making it possible to traverse with caution. The leader instructed his men to shatter the window and prepare to climb through to assess the situation. Hearing the shattering glass, Cheng Yin hastened her descent. Her face was covered in beads of perspiration, and her clothing was already drenched. Although it was dusk and the sun had already set, the temperature had barely decreased. Moreover, she was carrying someone on her back, making the descent even more arduous. The underling who had entered through the window, observing the vacant apartment, shouted to his leader, "Boss, we've been deceived. No one lives here." The couple panicked. "That's impossible. Someone must live there. We've been hearing noises from inside for days." The leader, with a stern expression, stared intently at the couple. The man among them pointed at the door and exclaimed, "Boss, someone must be inside. Otherwise, why would the apartment be locked from the outside? They probably knew we were coming and escaped through the window." The man offered this conjecture in an attempt to quell the leader's anger. Considering the locked door, the leader instructed one of his underlings, "Go, search every room, and check if they fled down below the window." Due to the architectural design of the house, the restroom was situated in a rather interior location. Upon finally locating it, they discovered it was obstructed by a large stone. This, coupled with the stone blocking the front entrance, solidified their suspicion that the inhabitants had deliberately placed the stones there. The younger members of the group peered out of the other windows and noticed an unfamiliar vehicle had materialized below. Its lights flickered on, and it sped away. "Disaster. Boss, they've absconded. They possess a vehicle and have fled in it." The leader craned his neck out the window, only to witness a car hurtling away. Enraged, he kicked the wall, internally berating his incompetent underlings. Subsequently, he clambered out the window as well. The people may have escaped, but surely they've left something behind. As the leader was exiting via the window, the young couple seized the opportunity to flee the building and conceal themselves. In the apartment previously occupied by Cheng Yin, the leader and his cohorts stared in disbelief at the empty space. How can this be? How is it possible that nothing is here? The people had indeed vanished, and the room was devoid of any belongings. The leader and his underlings observed the cement floor, noting its distinctiveness from other residences. However, given that people had resided there, how could they have left nothing behind? After a moment, one of the younger members interjected, "Could they possess supernatural abilities? Like those abilities in novels that allow one to conceal objects?" Indeed, a storage dimension. Beside him, a young lad erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "How could that be possible? Have you read too many novels?" Reflecting on his comatose brother, a flicker of inspiration struck him. Perhaps this round of events required some form of awakening. For instance, gaining extraordinary abilities upon regaining consciousness from a deep slumber. "Look at our team. Several of our comrades have been in comas. Haven't they?" He delivered a startling revelation, suggesting they might also be on the verge of awakening their powers. The young lad next to him, intrigued yet skeptical, questioned, "Is that really true? But haven't they been asleep for days without waking up?" With a casual shrug, he replied, "We'll find out once they awaken." Meanwhile, Cheng Yin had driven far away and brought the vehicle to a halt. The memory of binding someone and descending from the 12th floor filled her with dread. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel, marked with the crimson imprints from straining against the ropes. She placed her hand over her heart, allowing a sigh of relief to escape her lips, grateful for her successful escape. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound echoed as rain began to fall, droplets striking the windshield and obscuring her view of the road ahead. Cheng Yin activated the windshield wipers, intending to clear the cascading rain. To her surprise, she noticed subtle signs of erosion on the glass and wipers. Cheng Yin felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that acid rain was imminent. She hastily accelerated the vehicle to its maximum speed, determined to reach the survivor's base before the glass windows were completely corroded. Otherwise, a desperate escape would be inevitable. Chapter 26. Awakening. Cheng Yin was so focused on driving forward that she failed to notice that Yuan had quietly awakened beside her. As she glanced at the increasingly thin glass, a sense of urgency overwhelmed her. The surrounding plants unfurled their branches into the air, reaching outward. Though they had yet to pose a significant threat, danger was already present. It was crucial to understand that if these plants harbored any malicious intent, a mere flick of their branches could puncture the already fragile shell of her vehicle. Cheng Yin held no attachment to the car. She had rented vehicles from various companies, ensuring her transportation needs were met for the next 30 years. What terrified her was the thought of sharp branches lunging towards her body, with no escape in sight. Yuan rubbed his head and turned to Cheng Yin, who was driving, his expression one of confusion. "What is happening? Is something wrong?" he inquired, sensing that something was amiss. He noticed the red marks on his arm from the ropes that had bound him, and the strangeness of finding himself in an outdoor vehicle late at night, having originally been in a building, only added to his bewilderment. Upon hearing his voice, Cheng Yin glanced at him, feeling a wave of relief that he had awakened. However, this is hardly an opportune moment for reminiscence or conversation. He could only convey, "There's no time to elucidate at length. Tell me swiftly, what extraordinary ability have you awakened? Perhaps it can be of assistance." Cheng Yin sighed softly, imparting, "You've been unconscious for over 10 days, and this reaction mirrors my own when I awakened my spatial ability. You should attempt to ascertain whether you've awakened an ability as well." Of course, Cheng Yin had not been comatose. She had merely dripped a droplet of blood onto the necklace and acquired a personal dimension. This, however, remained unspoken. The notion of awakening an ability through unconsciousness was a contrivance from a novel. Having interacted solely with Yuan, there was no one else to inform her of the process of awakening an ability. Thus, she had to fabricate a narrative based on her own experience. Yuan, observing the perilous circumstances outside the glass window, closed his eyes. Inexplicably, two small crystalline cores had materialized within his mind, one azure and the other crimson. The azure core was limpid, resembling a shard of ice, and emanated a sensation of cold. The crimson core, conversely, resembled a conflagration, radiating heat. Cheng Yin cast a sidelong glance and exclaimed with delight, "It appears quite promising. Dual ice and fire abilities. See if you can create an ice barrier directly on our vehicle. This way, the acid rain will cease corroding our car." She harbored a fondness for his abilities. They could provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, eliminating the fear of extreme temperatures and the concern of locating water resources. Furthermore, they offered immediate assistance in the present predicament. Yuan nodded in affirmation. "Very well, I shall endeavor to do so." He genuinely desired to confide in Cheng Yin that his memories had been fully restored. However, given the present precarious circumstances, it was evidently inopportune to broach the subject at that moment. It would be more prudent to address the immediate difficulties first. He closed his eyes and endeavored to encase the vehicle's roof in ice, gradually extending it outward. Nevertheless, being newly awakened to his abilities, his complexion had already paled after merely applying a thick layer of ice to the exterior. The sound of acid rain pattering down could no longer reach the vehicle. Cheng Yin, now relieved, observed his pallid countenance and promptly said, "That will suffice for the roof. Rest for a moment. We will soon arrive at the survivors' encampment." The thick layer of ice on the roof was adequate. Upon hearing this, Yuan ceased his efforts. He discontinued the release of his abilities and instead began to scrutinize the situation outside the car window. Acid rain that could corrode car windows, swaying in elongated tree branches, and cicadas nearly the size of footballs. What had become of this world? He gazed at her rumpled attire and disheveled hair. He knew that when they lived together, she was always very careful about her image, and she had never been as embarrassed as she is now. It seemed that a lot had happened while he was unconscious. Yuan felt a pang of remorse. Why hadn't he awakened sooner? That way, he wouldn't need Cheng Yin to protect him. Instead, he would stand in front of her and protect her. At the same time, his heart was warmed by the thought that even though there was no blood relationship between them, she had never thought of abandoning him and leaving alone. As they arrived at the entrance of the survivors' encampment, the ice inside the car had mostly melted, and the acid rain began to relentlessly batter the car windows and glass surfaces once more. Cheng Yin quietly retrieved a wooden board and 2 backpacks from the space. Not forgetting to remind Yuan, "Once we enter the survivor base, we must keep our friendship a secret. No one but us should know. She winked and continued. If you have any questions, you can ask me once we are inside the base. The most pressing matter is to gain entry. Everything else can wait until we are inside. Chuan nodded obediently, signaling his understanding. Each donned a backpack, removed the car keys, and pushed the door open. Cheng Yin held the wooden board, allowing Chuan to descend from her side. Thus, the two of them, one in front of the other, shielded themselves with the board from the falling acid rain, safely reaching the entrance of the base. The initial entry into the base was relatively straightforward. Each person was required to surrender 5 pounds of food. A simple registration of name, age, and place of origin sufficed, and there was no requirement for a physical examination at this stage. At this time, there were no so-called individuals transformed by the injuries of flora and fauna. Cheng Yin extracted 5 pounds of rice from her black backpack and handed it to the official at the base. She nodded and expressed her gratitude. Chuan, mimicking Cheng Yin, retrieved an identical amount of rice from his backpack and presented it to the official, likewise receiving an identity card in return. They proceeded to the administrative hall within the base, preparing to arrange accommodations. Chapter 27. The base within the survivor base, a certain disarray prevailed. The acid rain was merciless, striking every inch of land in this world, and even the survivor base could not escape its wrath. The scene was adorned with trees, grass, and insects, all of which had undergone transformations due to the sudden onset of acid rain. After stepping beneath the eaves, Cheng Yin and Chuan lowered the wooden board, which was now riddled with numerous holes, rendering it unusable. Fortunately, the path ahead was sheltered by the eaves, allowing them to gradually evade the throngs of people as they made their way toward the administrative hall. Along the way, they encountered others seeking refuge from the acid rain, who pointed at the towering trees, their branches trembling under the deluge. Do you see what is happening to those trees? Don't they seem almost sentient? Weren't we told that after the founding of a nation, no monsters were to attain consciousness? What should we do? I feel a bit frightened they might lash out at us. The crowd buzzed with chatter, a cacophony of whimsical thoughts and imaginative musings. Cheng Yin, however, chose to remain silent, knowing that once the acid rain ceased, the base would mobilize personnel to address the trees and unveil the new changes in this world. As they approached the administrative hall, a bespectacled intermediary with squinting eyes approached them, inquiring, "Are you two interested in purchasing or renting a home? I have numerous listings that are considerably cheaper than those within the administrative hall." Cheng Yin scrutinized him closely, his refreshing blue short hair and black-framed glasses, coupled with his habitual squint, reminded her of a character deeply etched in her memory from a book. If she was not mistaken, this was none other than Cheng Yin, a future top 10 psychic ability user within the base. Unbeknownst to me, prior to his metahuman abilities manifesting, he was employed as a real estate broker within the confines of the base. "I am indeed in the market for a residence," Cheng Yin affirmed with a nod. "It would primarily accommodate my sibling and myself. What recommendations might you have?" She possessed a certain confidence in Cheng Yin's integrity, understanding that he was not one to engage in deceitful practices. Moreover, the prospect of securing a more favorable deal than those offered at the administrative hall was an undeniable advantage. A shadow of concern lingered in her mind as she reflected upon the perpetually dim state of her cultivation space. Her worries extended beyond the potential inoperability of the space itself, encompassing the possibility of her storage dimension vanishing without warning. Cheng Yin adjusted his spectacles and responded, "I currently have 3 two-bedroom apartments listed for sale by their respective owners. I will be pleased to escort you on a viewing." He proceeded to elaborate on the properties. The first is advantageously situated near the base's entrance, facilitating convenient departures. The second is in close proximity to the marketplace, ideal for those who frequently engage in bartering. The third is somewhat more remote, nestled within the base's interior and presently unoccupied. A subtle shift occurred in Cheng Yin's demeanor as she inquired, "And what are the respective price points for these 3 properties?" Cheng Yin gestured with his hand and stated in a measured tone, "The former 2 command a higher premium due to their proximity to the base and the marketplace." Cheng Yin acknowledged this with a nod before turning to Chuan and asking, "Which of these properties appeals to you most?" Chuan, discerning Cheng Yin's inclinations, paused for contemplation before suggesting, perhaps the one situated further back? It would afford us tranquility and a respite from unwanted disturbances. His deduction aligned perfectly with her own sentiments. Cheng Yin curved her lips into a faint smile. Then we shall opt for the innermost set, she declared. However, she shifted the topic, pondering the uncertainty of when this rain would cease. It would be rather inconvenient to view properties in such weather, wouldn't it? She had originally intended to inquire about the possibility of inspecting a house, and perhaps even making an immediate purchase. Yet, with the incessant drizzle of the acid rain outside, and their bags evidently insufficient to carry the provisions necessary for acquiring a home, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Cheng Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must wait for the rain to subside before we venture out. The group lingered beneath the eaves, biding their time for the rain to relent. Cheng Yin observed the scene outside, her mind swirling with contemplation. She anticipated that once the rain ceased, there would be a flurry of chaos. The disturbance caused by the drenched flora and fauna would undoubtedly be considerable. Thus, she needed to secure a place to reside sooner rather than later. Cheng Yin made her way to the service hall, stopping by the restroom. She closed the door and rearranged some supplies in her backpack. It was imperative to act swiftly in purchasing a home, lest she find herself without accommodation by day's end. In the early days of the apocalypse, the purchasing power for tobacco and alcohol was rather limited. After all, when survival and basic sustenance were in jeopardy, who had the luxury to pursue such indulgences? However, this distinction marked the divide between the lower and upper echelons of society. It was likely that those astute merchants and officials, who had recognized the impending crisis early on, maintained their pursuit of such commodities unabated. The demand for tobacco and alcohol would only increase with time. Cheng Yin had not amassed much in reserve. She had only procured a modest amount of tobacco and had resorted to brewing her own alcohol, guided by instructional videos. She had stored it in her cultivation space, allowing time to pass swiftly, but regrettably, it was currently inaccessible. Finally, she placed some medications into her satchel and departed, resolving to rely on the vehicle stationed outside the base, feigning that all her provisions were stored within. The acid rain persisted from dusk until nightfall. Aside from discussing accommodations, Cheng Yin engaged in discourse with numerous individuals frequenting the service hall, discovering considerable interest. Adhering to the principle of first come, first served, Cheng Yin initially escorted them to inspect the premises. Following their perusal, both parties expressed satisfaction. Cheng Yin was contemplating how to broach the subject of payment with Cheng Yin when he produced a purchase agreement, stipulating that she should collect the merchandise later. A fortuitous arrangement. Cheng Yin's subsequent appointments precluded him from handling the goods immediately, while Cheng Yin lacked a discreet method to extract the items from her spatial dimension. Now, both were accommodated. Securing the keys, Cheng Yin, accompanied by Chuan, hastened towards the vehicle outside the base. The vehicle's windows and tires had succumbed to corrosion, leaving only the resilient metal shell to uphold a semblance of dignity. After meticulously ensuring the absence of surveillance devices, Cheng Yin confidently employed her abilities, unloading the grain required for the purchase and arranging it in the living room, awaiting Cheng Yin's arrival for transport. She stifled a yawn, intending to cleanse herself and retire for the night, postponing any consideration of the impending botanical and zoological evolution and the ensuing assaults on humanity until morrow. The day's tumultuous events had utterly depleted her reserves of energy, leaving her craving respite. Emerging from the lavatory, she retrieved Chuan's bed and wardrobe from her spatial dimension, situating them within his chamber and arranging his toiletries in the washroom. The accommodations within the base are somewhat lacking, particularly due to the singular presence of a single restroom. Cheng Yin pushed open the door and entered her chamber. She arranged her accustomed bed, and in an instant, she nestled into its soft embrace, surrendering herself to a peaceful slumber. Chapter 28. Mutation outside, chaos reigned, yet within, serenity prevailed. The flora surrounding the survivor's base appeared almost sentient, swaying as if animated. Aside from their roots, which remained tethered to the earth, everything else exhibited an extraordinary strangeness. The animals outside had grown significantly larger, their eyes now a fierce crimson, having long shed their former gentle demeanor. Meanwhile, those creatures that were once diminutive had swollen to several times their original size. Numerous individuals within the base had succumbed to fainting spells, mirroring the condition of those who had previously collapsed. The leader of the base, Lin Zhe, furrowed his brow, uncertain of the appropriate course of action. He recalled the ominous predictions of natural disasters circulating online, all of which had come to fruition. Regrettably, the phenomenon of acid rain had marked the cessation of events. What kind of world awaited beyond this point? Would it descend into the realm of the fantastical? The authorities had not been remiss in their attempts to locate the individual who had disseminated the disaster warnings, yet she had concealed herself adeptly. Her mobile phone and SIM card had been registered under anonymous accounts, and she had procured them while fully masked, rendering her face unrecognizable. She had disseminated the disaster forecast from an internet CAF, again shrouded in anonymity. As of now, most regions had experienced power outages and internet disruptions, making the search for such a person within the nation exceedingly challenging. The shops where the phone cards were purchased and the internet CAF she frequented were situated far away in City C, while they resided in City W. It would be even more improbable to locate that young woman then. He surmised that she might possess some pertinent information. A slight sense of regret washed over Lin Zhe, and he ceased his train of thought, dismissing it from his mind. He instructed his men to gather the unconscious individuals and place them in the lounge. Subsequently, he dispatched another group to commence the removal of the mystical flora and fauna from the base, regardless, to ensure the safety of the base's inhabitants. Such perilous vegetation could not be permitted to remain. Given the extensive number of individuals who had fallen unconscious, including members of their own guard, it became necessary to utilize the points system, issuing tasks to the base's residents and enlisting their participation in the plant removal effort. In these times of scarcity, few could afford to keep pets. The base had a relatively small population of cats and dogs, aside from the affluent who still kept them. Most were preoccupied with their own survival. Consequently, no one considered the need to search the base's animals as well. After disseminating all the tasks, Lin Zhe massaged his temples. The role of a leader in this base was far from enviable. He had to consider the greater good and safeguard the entire base, bearing a heavy burden. He settled into his chair, leaning back, and closed his eyes, intending to rest for a brief moment. However, unexpectedly, he lost consciousness. The tree-felling activity was in full swing, with nearly all the lower-class residents taking up machetes and heading towards the trees. They hacked away at the trees, one swing at a time, and then uprooted them completely. After handing over the felled trees to the recording clerk, they could immediately exchange them for points. No one was displeased to participate in this endeavor. On ordinary days, there were few opportunities to earn points, and there were no places to gain points. These credits can be utilized within the base to procure sustenance, proving invaluable to the inhabitants of the lower echelons. Everyone is imbued with zeal, their sole focus being to fell as many trees as possible in order to accrue more credits. Life must go on, and one must always look forward. Standing before the glass window of his abode, Hechuan observed that the vicinity was devoid of arboreal growth, thus precluding him from beholding any majestic trees swaying in the breeze. Nevertheless, there were individuals below engaged in the task of clearing weeds. He made his way to the lavatory. Within the survivor encampment, water was available, albeit at an additional cost in credits, necessitating the acquisition of a card to activate the water source. As they were newly arrived, they had yet to attend to these formalities. In a lavatory, he found the water that Cheng Yin had thoughtfully set aside for him. Hechuan pondered how to broach the subject of his restored memories with Cheng Yin. He harbored no desire to part ways with her, particularly now that they had arrived at the survivor encampment. Should Cheng Yin wish to abandon him, it would be all the more facile. Cheng Yin's past care for him was predicated on their purported siblinghood, which she continued to treat him thusly once she became aware that he, too, was cognizant of their lack of consanguinity. He felt apprehensive and hesitant, yet also clung to a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, Hechuan closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the courtyard of a wealthy individual, a young girl observed a small dog drenched in acid rain. She watched as it swelled to several times its original size, its eyes turning crimson. She clapped her hands and laughed. then seized a whip and lashed out at the large canine. It was still early morn when a piercing scream of terror roused the majority of the denizens of the survivor encampment. A canine of considerable stature, nearly reaching the height of a grown person, seized a young girl in its jaws and darted swiftly toward the survivor camp's entrance. The dog clamped down on the girl, causing droplets of blood to cascade from her form. The girl, her eyes wide with terror, cried out, "Help me! Someone please save me! This dog has gone mad!" Yet, who dared to intervene? Everyone stood at a distance, observing the scene. Some even began to discuss the young girl. "Isn't that the daughter of the Lee family?" one remarked. "Indeed," another replied, "a rather arrogant and overbearing girl, as I recall. Wasn't that dog hers?" Someone questioned, "How could it turn on her like this?" Another voice added, "Indeed, it does seem familiar. But how did the dog suddenly grow so large?" Even the camp's security forces hesitated to approach until they had acquired weapons. Only then did they cautiously advance toward the dog. Just as they raised their weapons to aim, the dog tore off a chunk of flesh from the girl and fled. What remained on the ground was the girl's lifeless body, resembling a broken doll. Her eyes remained wide with terror, but her breath had long since departed. The girl's mother emerged from her residence, rushing to embrace her daughter. She cradled the girl in her arms, gently wiping away the blood from her face, and cried out, "A doctor! Is there a doctor? Someone, please save my daughter." The mother, unable to accept the reality, desperately pleaded with the doctor to continue treatment. The doctor, however, shook his head and departed. The onlookers dispersed as well, murmuring about the strange occurrence and recalling the fearsome dog with lingering trepidation. Chapter 29. Explanation. The second in command of the survivor base, upon discovering the first in command had collapsed, immediately assumed the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the stronghold. Witnessing the scene before him, he promptly alerted the guard team to gather animals from every household. The potential threat of mutated animals to humanity was intolerable. Cheng Yin's residence was somewhat distant. She did not hear the piercing scream and remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos outside. Comfortably settled in her living room, she laid out her breakfast on the coffee table. Noticing the absence of Yuan, she rose and made her way to his room. She knocked gently on the door and peered inside, inquiring, "Are you awake? If so, rise and join me for breakfast." Yuan stirred from his slumber, rubbed his hair, and emerged from his room. After a brief routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face, he leaned against Cheng Yin as he settled onto the sofa. Cheng Yin, regaining her composure, recalled the events she had yet to share with him regarding his prolonged unconsciousness. She began, "On the day we were to depart, you suddenly fainted and fell into a deep unconsciousness. I remained there, waiting for you to awaken, only to find that you slumbered for over 10 days. Subsequently, others came searching for us, having discovered the presence of residents here." She took a breath and continued, "I had no choice but to bind you to me and descend from the 12th floor. Currently, very few in the base possess abilities. Those like me, who do, are regarded as anomalies. I fear revealing my abilities to others, concerned I may become a subject for experimentation. Certainly, the words we exchange hold little significance. Yet in a world where not everyone possesses extraordinary abilities, it is prudent to refrain from publicizing such gifts. The future could see this place evolve into the largest sanctuary for survivors, but who can predict whether it may also attract deranged scientists conducting experiments on human capabilities? In times of vulnerability, one must remain hidden and develop discreetly. Yet, even those who rise to the pinnacle of strength may find it challenging to confront numerous adversaries alone. It is, therefore, wise to minimize trouble. Once the majority awaken to their abilities, or when such powers cease to be rare or peculiar, it will be more acceptable to display these talents openly. Cheng Yin contemplated this notion, but she proposed to Yuan, "You possess dual abilities, which seem rather uncommon. I believe you might consider revealing one of them, keeping the other as a trump card." Yuan nodded, indicating his understanding. Aside from the initial moments when he called her sister during the thunderstorm, he had rarely used that term. This was partly due to an underlying belief that she was not truly his sister, and partly because he did not wish to define their relationship in such familial terms. Cheng Yin was taken aback by his words, asking, "What did you say?" Now that Yuan had initiated the conversation, it became easier for him to continue. Clenching his fingers, he repeated, "Sister, I have regained my memories." In that moment, his heart raced with anxiety as he awaited Cheng Yin's judgment. Would she choose to keep him or let him go? Externally, Cheng Yin maintained a facade of tranquility, while internally, her heart raced wildly. What a predicament, a scene of utmost embarrassment. How could he have regained his memory? Reflecting on the lies she had spun, she regretted having concocted such an excuse. Why couldn't she have simply stated that they were strangers, that she had rescued him? It would have sufficed to refer to herself as his savior. The awkwardness of the situation now was palpable. Cheng Yin recalled the times they had spent together, teasingly calling him little brother, directing him in various tasks, even sharing the same bed. A wave of discomfort washed over her, as if she had suddenly awakened from a dream, concealing the narrative of her own story. Cheng Yin reassured herself that, thankfully, she had not revealed too much. Only a portion of her space had been exposed. After all, he had awakened his own abilities, alleviating her concerns about further exposure. Yet, the nature of her powers was indeed peculiar, as her space contained provisions and essentials. Having spent considerable time with Yuan, she was confident he was not the type to harbor malice. As the thought of his imminent departure loomed, a tinge of reluctance tugged at her heart. They had shared so many moments together, and she had saved him not once, but twice. A sense of regret lingered, though she did not attempt to persuade him to stay. He surely had his own family. Why would he remain here to continue playing the role of her little brother? After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yin inquired, "Since you have regained your memory, you understand that we are not actually siblings?" Yuan nodded. "Yes, I understand." Cheng Yin ran her fingers through her hair and asked, "What do you plan to do next? Where will you go?" Yuan's complexion paled, and a sense of panic enveloped him. Did she truly intend to cast him aside? Was it merely the resurgence of his memories that prompted this? After a protracted silence, he articulated with difficulty, "Sister, would you consider not asking me to leave?" Experienced a moment of bewilderment, questioning when she had ever intimated a desire for him to depart. A realization dawned upon her. Was he contemplating remaining? She promptly inquired, "Are you intending to stay?" She broached the subject with deliberation. "Do you not feel compelled to seek out your parents? Surely, you must have family. Half a year has elapsed. Might you not yearn for their presence? By remaining here, you preclude the possibility of seeing them." Offered a sardonic smile, stating, "I have long been bereft of family. My kin have disowned me." Subsequent to that pivotal moment, could his father still be regarded as such? Did he still possess familial ties? Touched her nose, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, realizing she had inadvertently reopened a wound. She offered solace, "Then, by all means, continue to reside here. Provided you are willing, we can still be family." A subtle elation surged within his heart as he posed the question, "Is it permissible for us to be more than siblings?" Closed her eyes, lamenting the inadvertent dredging up of a sensitive subject. She gazed at him, elucidating, "The sibling pretense was my misjudgment as I reside alone. Upon discovering you in a state of amnesia, I contemplated taking you in. However, I surmised that familial bonds would be more resilient than those of friendship or other affiliations. Moreover, at the time of my latent abilities awakening, I desired to keep it concealed from others. Hence, I fabricated the story of our siblinghood." Demurred, asserting that, in his estimation, familial relationships were far from steadfast. He avowed, "Even in the absence of kinship, I would never deceive you." Chapter 30 with a smile, Yuan expressed, "If possible, I would prefer you not to regard me as a younger brother. After all, I'm already 21 this year." He sought to demonstrate that he was indeed quite mature. At least in his own estimation, he and she were of similar age. Cheng Yin tilted her head, pondering his claim of being 21. She recalled that prior to her transmigration, she was still in university, and indeed, their ages were relatively close. However, the current body had already graduated and commenced a career, which meant she was technically the elder sister. With conviction, she stated, "I am 23 this year. I am the elder sister." In truth, she found Yuan to be endearing and secretly yearned for a younger brother. After all, in her real life, she had only one sister and had never experienced the sensation of having a brother. Moreover, Yuan embodied that charming, youthful demeanor, being referred to as sister felt quite delightful. She did not wish to lose that appellation. Although he had seldom called her sister over the years, a source of mild regret, it still held a certain significance. Yuan simply smiled in silence, ultimately refraining from addressing her as sister. The two cohabited peacefully in the house, navigating their lives without extraordinary disturbances. However, Cheng Yin, who was supposed to come for supplies, did not arrive. Cheng Yin found it rather peculiar. Why would he opt for supplies over points? If he had chosen points, it would have alleviated the burden of transportation. With Cheng Yin's absence, Cheng Yin speculated that he might have fallen into a coma while awakening his abilities. Finding her conjecture plausible, she decided not to linger at home awaiting his arrival. She urged Yuan to accompany her to the service hall to obtain the points card for the residents of the base. Emptying her backpack of the supplies she had prepared, she recharged her points and proceeded to acquire a water card. Although she had a reserve of water, it was diminishing little by little within her space. Since there was still water available outside, she decided to utilize it for the time being. However, Cheng Yin was perhaps too optimistic. During these intensely hot months, the riverbed had evaporated and the water had long since ceased to flow. Of course, she was unaware of this at the moment, and the realization would come later. After exiting the service hall, the two strolled through the market, exchanging goods and acquiring various items. Upon returning home, they tidied and organized their acquisitions. Cheng Yin glanced at her space, hoping to see if her planting area had recovered. Her eyes widened in surprise. The grayish haze had lifted, and the rice and vegetables she had planted stood tall and healthy. Her fears of deterioration had not materialized, filling her with joy and relief. As she resumed harvesting fruits and vegetables, placing them in another section of her space, she encountered a particular plant that resisted her efforts to uproot it or relocate it. Puzzled, she attempted several times to no avail. Ultimately, she decided to leave that stubborn vegetable be and continued to gather the remaining produce before embarking on a new round of sowing. Those few stubborn seedlings could remain in her space. It mattered not. Observing the newly accumulated bounty of vegetables and fruits, Cheng Yin felt a sense of reassurance. Having addressed her immediate concerns, Cheng Yin recalled the distressing news she had overheard at the market. A young girl had tragically succumbed to a dog bite within the base. This incident, though regrettable, was not entirely unexpected. Cheng Yin remembered encountering it in the novel, occurring shortly after the female lead's arrival at the base, with her family even witnessing the aftermath. However, the subsequent decree issued by the survivor base, mandating the capture of all dogs, was rather bemusing. The devoted cat and dog owners were understandably reluctant to surrender their beloved companions to such a fate. Having cared for these animals since the beginning, their increased size had not altered their temperament. In the eyes of their owners, there was no cause for concern. Even upon hearing or witnessing the morning's tragic event, they remained unperturbed, convinced that their own pets were incapable of such behavior. As the cat and dog owners vehemently protested, their feline and canine companions cast discerning gazes upon the scene, vigilantly protecting their masters, thereby impeding the search efforts. The situation reached a standstill as the security team, wary of repeating the tragedy, hesitated to forcefully engage the dogs. Eventually, a compromise was reached. The owners registered their names and their dogs' breeds, allowing the search to proceed, albeit at a snail's pace. They were instructed to keep their dogs securely confined at home and to refrain from taking them out for the next few days. They were also told to monitor the dogs for any changes and report them to the survivor base. It was emphasized that if any incidents of dogs harming people occurred, the owners would bear full responsibility and provide compensation to the injured parties' families. Fortunately, the pet owners acquiesced, resulting in a harmonious resolution. The base had become relatively safer due to the overnight removal of the suddenly overgrown flora. However, the same could not be said for the outside world. The plants and trees outside had seemingly come to life and were inexplicably attacking passers-by. A single strike from a branch could draw blood. Disaster. Disaster. The trees outside are attacking people. I didn't even provoke them, yet they came after me. Laments and despairing remarks filled the air, as if the future was bleak. At that moment, many of those who had been unconscious in the lounge began to awaken. One person pushed open the door of the lounge and discovered that their strength had seemingly increased as they effortlessly pushed the door open. Another found themselves as light as a feather, walking with remarkable ease. Yet another discovered that they could produce water from their fingertips. Chaos erupted in the lounge. The leader of the base was still unconscious, but the second-in-command arrived after learning of the unexpected events. He had those who had suddenly gained supernatural abilities register and then allowed them to leave. In reality, there was no justification for detaining them, nor was it feasible to keep them there. Besides, who would cover their food expenses? The second-in-command merely yearned for the prompt recovery of the chief, Lin Zhe. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the radically altered world. Chapter 31. Enrollment. Lin Zhe, the leader of the base, emerged from his unconscious state, as if awakening from a protracted reverie, only to discover a transformation within his own being. Having just relinquished the burden on his heart, returning the mantle of responsibility to the capable Lin Zhe, he unexpectedly succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Zhe ensured the second-in-command was comfortably situated in a nearby lounge before stepping out to orchestrate subsequent actions. Despite not yet having employed his abilities, he possessed an innate understanding of their application and potential. His acquired power was the guardianship of the base, enabling him to perceive the abilities of every resident and selectively augment their growth. Upon receiving the mutated flora, the researchers at the base initiated their studies, commencing with dissection. They meticulously sliced the mutated tree into segments, subjecting them to property analysis within their instruments. During the excavation of the central core, a crimson crystalline nucleus was unearthed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. They posited that this nucleus was the genesis of the plant's mutation, a component absent from the world's original botanical composition. This distinction marked a divergence from the trees of old. The researchers promptly designated the nucleus as a focal point for future investigation, even venturing to speculate that mutated animals might harbor similar crystalline structures within their bodies. This led them to further contemplate whether humans who had suddenly acquired abilities might also possess a crystalline nucleus within their bodies. At this conjecture, a hush fell over the room. After all, humanity distinguishes itself from flora and fauna, rendering research on them inappropriate. They shifted their focus from the crystal core and continued to observe the mutated tree. They offered the tree leaves to the laboratory mice to conduct experiments and determine their toxicity. Following the acid rain, the mutated mice, although significantly larger, remained manageable by humans. The mice sniffed the tree leaves and then began to voraciously nibble at them. Once they finished consuming the mutated leaves, they lay down, their bellies round and content, appearing thoroughly satisfied. The researchers marveled at the fact that the mice exhibited no adverse effects after consuming the mutated leaves. If the mice continued to show no issues, it would suggest that these mutated leaves were indeed edible. This thought filled the researchers with joy. If the mice could safely consume them, it implied that humans might also partake, potentially providing a new source of nourishment. They contemplated the plight of being confined at home due to natural disasters, leading to a halt in production and a dwindling food supply. The previously alarming food scarcity seemed to have found a possible remedy. They reasoned that even if the taste of the mutated leaves was unpalatable, many would still be willing to consume them. However, all of this remained speculative. The ultimate determination of their edibility for humans would require further experimentation. Upon learning of the preliminary assessment results from the researchers, the lead, Lin Zhe, along with other officials, began formulating a survival strategy. Regardless of whether the leaves were edible or the crystal core useful, the vegetation surrounding the base must be thoroughly cleared. Ignoring the plants and animals beyond the confines of the base in the face of danger, solely focusing on internal safety, was not an option. Sooner or later, these animals and plants will pose a threat to the base. The creatures can run and jump, finding their way into the compound. The flora may extend its branches, potentially reaching within the confines of the base. In any case, it is imperative to extinguish any danger in its infancy. No one knows whether these trees have mutated into their current form or if they will continue to evolve, growing ever more formidable. If the animals and plants keep mutating and gaining strength while humanity remains stagnant, it will inevitably lead to the extinction of the human race. Lin Zhe and the officials of the base have reached an agreement. They will issue a mission in the name of the authority, mobilizing all survivors with special abilities to venture outside the city and engage in combat with the flora and fauna. Thus begins a confrontation between nature and humanity. Cheng Yin resides in a relatively remote area, but she gathers information through those who venture outside. Upon learning that the base intends to organize personnel for a mission to cleanse the external environment of its threatening flora and fauna, she realizes that the future of the base is gradually taking shape. However, as someone who is unable to shoulder burdens or lift anything substantial, she can only silently cheer for their success, hoping that those who embark on the mission remain unharmed. It is clear that she will not participate. Not only does she lack special abilities, but even if she possessed them, she would likely be no match for these formidable creatures. In contrast, Yuan expresses his intention to venture outside the base to undertake some tasks. Cheng Yin is taken aback, asking how he can possibly want to go out. She had not anticipated that Yuan would possess such resolve, willingly choosing to face danger in pursuit of resources, even when the base is adequately supplied. Yuan coughed twice, pondering that the organization had dispatched supernatural beings to explore the outside world. Surely, one must venture beyond. Otherwise, possessing such powers without utilization would impede growth. Deep down, he believed that the current state of the world was dismal and would likely deteriorate further. His ice and fire abilities served as both a means of defense and a potent weapon. Conversely, Cheng Yin's spatial abilities were solely for protection. Naturally, he felt compelled to safeguard her. If Yuan wished to ensure Cheng Yin's safety, it was imperative that his own powers were formidable enough. Otherwise, how could he possibly protect her? That would be nothing short of a farce. Moreover, undertaking the missions issued by the base would yield rewards and points. Since encountering Cheng Yin, he had been reliant on her assistance for sustenance. It was unacceptable for him, as a man, to continuously depend on her provisions. He needed to alter her perception of him, to instill a sense of reliability and strength in her heart. Cheng Yin remained unaware of his internal musings. Yet she would not interfere with the actions of others. Nodding in agreement, she acknowledged that if one possessed abilities yet refrained from using them, they would remain stagnant at the lowest tier. As flora and fauna grew increasingly potent, even the most formidable powers awakened initially would prove futile. Aware of the solid and secure nature of the survivor base, she had resolved to settle here and take it easy. However, others had different aspirations. It was wise to have foresight. Cheng Yin simply advised Yuan to exercise caution and avoid injury before allowing him to proceed to the mission hall to register. Chapter 32. Clearing. Yuan ventured to the task hall to enlist for the mission of clearing the plants. However, he chose not to form a team with others, opting instead to make his way alone towards the outskirts of the city. By this time, numerous ability users had gathered outside, standing at a considerable distance from the trees, hesitating and reluctant to approach. Although they had all experienced a state of unconsciousness and acquired their powers, such abilities were not invincible. They did not render one impervious to harm. Fear lingered in their hearts as they pondered the possibility of being injured by the plants, mentally preparing themselves for the worst. Yuan, too, did not recklessly advance. He positioned himself at a safe distance to observe the swaying branches of the plants. Picking up a small stone from the ground, he tossed it towards the towering tree from afar. The stone struck the trunk with a sharp crack, provoking a vigorous reaction from the tree. Its branches reached out, enveloping the fallen stone and reducing it to powder. Witnessing this transformation, the other ability users instinctively recoiled a few steps. Hey, where did you come from? Do you realize how dangerous your actions are? What if that tree comes over to attack us? We'd be in serious trouble. One of them admonished. Kid, don't act recklessly. Another warned. In response to the criticism, Yuan merely smiled. Everyone, observe my position. That tree cannot reach us at all. Moreover, I just confirmed that those towering trees seem to attack indiscriminately, lacking any awareness. The anger of those nearby began to subside, realizing the validity of his reasoning. Yuan continued, additionally, it only retaliated against the stone that struck it and did not target me. This indicates that it is unaware of the stone I hurled, or perhaps it is too distant to perceive it, and the branches cannot extend that far. These are individuals with extraordinary abilities, pondering whether we might execute a remote assault on them. This would ensure our safety. It seems a solution is emerging, as some have begun to inquire who possesses remote capabilities, contemplating the possibility of organizing to first strike a tree as a test. Each one shared similar thoughts, considering his powers of ice and fire. He had only previously experimented with his ice ability, which involved enveloping a vehicle in frost. It occurred to him that ice could also serve as a means of remote attack, fashioned into the shape of blades. However, fire might incinerate the trees outright. This approach appeared more effective than the ice ability, though he was uncertain if the firepower could be launched from distance, and he questioned the potential force of a fireball. Nearby, several individuals with similar abilities were eager to engage. They arranged themselves in order and directed their assault towards the same section of the tree. A branch was severed, followed by a more vigorous shaking of the tree, suggestive of an injury inflicted. The group of assailants felt a surge of exhilaration, turning their focus to other branches, methodically dismantling them until only the bare trunk remained. The tree fell silent, and the severed branches oozed a luminous green sap. With renewed determination, they worked together to fell the trunk, and one with the ability to elongate drew the severed tree closer. Here lies an instance of success, prompting others to take action as they select a tree to attack. Each one, too, found a patch of land to experiment with his fire abilities, launching small fireballs toward the towering tree. However, the effect of the flames was evidently sluggish, and he observed the tree's branches smoldering as it swayed. A peculiar smile crept upon his face as he watched the tree gradually lose its vitality. Pondering how he might drag it over, he noticed the crystalline cores scattered on the ground nearby and walked over to collect one. The green crystal, resembling a diamond, seemed to pulsate with a life of its own. He attempted to lift the tree, but found it impossible to uproot it, instead staining his clothes with soot and grime. In his distraction, he was struck by a branch from a tree several meters away. Inspecting the marks on his arm, he was surprised that the nearby tree could reach so far. Fortunately, it was merely the tips of its branches that had extended. His clothing torn, revealed swollen red welts beneath. He had no intention of merely presenting the crystal core as a task completion to the base. Meanwhile, Cheng Yin was engaged in battle with several stubborn occupants within her spatial domain. Furrowing her brow, she summoned her utmost mental strength to uproot a potato. A potato, nearly the size of a person, emerged from the soil. Cheng Yin was rendered speechless with astonishment. Was it truly possible for such a large potato to exist? Could the plant in her space also undergo mutations? Contemplating this, she wondered whether the potato posed any danger. She decided to extract it for further examination. The colossal potato stood before her, maintaining an upright posture, seemingly alive despite having no roots, remaining eerily still and upright, refusing to topple. Beholding the potato, Cheng Yin was in a daze, a sense of familiarity welling up within her. Tentatively, she reached out to caress it, and the potato nuzzled her palm, displaying a fondness for her. At that moment, He Chuan entered the room. He Chuan felt a warm current in his heart. He waved his arm, a grin revealing his pearly whites. It's nothing, see? There's no bleeding, and it doesn't hurt much. He opened his hand, revealing a green crystal nucleus in his other hand. Look, this is the spoil I got from battling the mutated tree. What do you think? Am I impressive? Cheng Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, yes, you're the most impressive. She grasped his uninjured wrist and led him to the sofa in the living room, retrieving and used trauma medicine from her dimension to carefully apply it to his wound. Chapter 33 Injury. He Chuan gazed at her intently, his eyes unconsciously softening. He spoke. Elder sister, you're so kind. He knew she delighted in him addressing her thus, so why shouldn't he call her that? Upon hearing the long-awaited elder sister, Cheng Yin beamed radiantly. Of course. If I'm not kind to you, who else would I be kind to? Hearing this long-awaited address, she was overjoyed. Thinking of his injury from his outing, she couldn't help but say, be more careful when you go out on missions in the future. Try your best not to get hurt, okay? He Chuan curved his lips into a smile. Understood. There won't be a next time. He didn't want to get hurt either, much less put himself in harm's way. After all, if something were to happen to him, he would never see her again. Bereft of human protection, she feared the covetous eyes that would fall upon her exposed resources within the dimension. His focus shifted from, as she recalled the colossal potato she had retrieved from her spatial realm. A glance confirmed it stood steadfastly upon the sofa. 2. Noticed the prodigious tuber and was immediately alarmed, remembering the mutated flora outside the base. Sister, be careful. Sensing impending danger, began to caution, don't. But before she could complete her warning, had already launched a fireball towards the potato. His reaction was too swift to prevent. Flames engulfed the apex of the colossal potato, releasing an appetizing aroma of roasted potato. Both individuals swallowed, their stomachs stirred by sudden hunger, sensing a slight abatement of their famishment. Recalling her interrupted words, inquired, "What is this potato?" Instinctively attributed the colossal potato to her abilities. Possessing 2 abilities himself, he found no strangeness in others having multiple powers. If it was a product of her ability, then there was no need to be afraid. This should be considered plantability, right? I guess. As for the function of the potato, touched her nose, the first thing that came to her mind was that it must be delicious, which was really a sin. Due to her heartfelt affection for the potato, and unwilling to let use his ability against it again, she could only stare at the potato foolishly, hoping to see a flower. Gaze. Gaze upon. The 2 individuals exchanged glances, observing the large potato, yet they could discern no remarkable details. Eventually, Cheng Yin relinquished her efforts, placing the large potato into her space, hoping to aid its injured head in regaining some semblance of vitality. Yuan presented his spoils from the mission to Cheng Yin, inquiring, "What do you think? Do you like it?" Cheng Yin accepted the vibrant green crystal nucleus from Yuan's hand, gazing at it with astonishment. She had encountered the frenzied trees post-mutation, but this crystal nucleus within was a novelty for her. So, this is how a crystal nucleus appears. It was translucent and seemed to pulse with a life of its own. However, this was merely an initial level 0 crystal nucleus. If one were to ascribe it any function, it would be to elevate the level of one's abilities, though the effect was minimal. Furthermore, untreated crystal nuclei contained numerous impurities. Each type of ability could only utilize the corresponding crystal nucleus. Employing one of a different attribute was futile. Attempting to forcibly enhance one's abilities with an untreated crystal nucleus could potentially harm the body. For instance, the upgraded abilities might become unstable, influenced by the impurities, resulting in a violent manifestation of one's powers. Naturally, she would never articulate such thoughts aloud. Instead, she remarked, "In the future, gather more of these during your missions. It seems quite significant. Once the base discovers its purpose, you can put it to use." Yuan nodded, "Then I shall leave it with you for now." Cheng Yin did not refuse, accepting the crystal nucleus into her space. When it comes to safety, the space was undoubtedly the most secure. 2 individuals ventured into the base, seeking the latest news. Their first destination was the administrative hall. They had merely signed the contract for their residence and received the keys. The actual property deed and homeowner card were yet to be processed. They would have to wait until the agent, Cheng Yin, returned from collecting supplies to finalize these documents. However, he had not appeared since that day. Cheng Yin speculated that he might have succumbed to a coma or awakened his abilities. Yet she resolved to explore the vicinity of the administrative hall in hopes of locating someone who could provide information regarding Cheng Yin's residence and clarify the matter of the supplies. She recalled from her readings that Cheng Yin had a girlfriend who had passed away prematurely, though the details of her demise remained a mystery, briefly mentioned in the text. Upon reaching the vicinity of the administrative hall, Cheng Yin inquired with an agent, "Might you know Cheng Yin?" The agent paused, surprised. "You're looking for Cheng Yin? What is it concerning?" Given the delicate nature of the situation involving the supplies for a property, she refrained from speaking too openly to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Cheng Yin merely responded vaguely. "He previously showed us the house, and there seems to be an issue with it. I wish to consult him." The agent nodded in understanding and provided her with an address and directions. After receiving the information, the 2 proceeded towards Cheng Yin's residence, hoping that the sweltering night might afford them some opportunity for action. This base was situated atop elevated terrain, originally established as a multifunctional shopping center, complemented by a residential community that had sprung up around it. The authorities had negotiated with the merchants to repurpose this area as a sanctuary for survivors, allowing those merchants to benefit and establish their footholds within the survivor base, thereby expanding their influence. Cheng Yin was not a businessman of any note, merely one among millions of ordinary souls. However, he possessed a nimble mind and a keen sense of impending peril. Ascending the staircase, they arrived at the floor corresponding to the address provided by the agency. Cheng Yin approached and rapped gently on the door, then stood aside to await a response. Footsteps echoed from within, and a young woman with flowing tresses emerged, inquiring, "May I ask whom you are seeking?" Cheng Yin and He Chuan exchanged glances before stating, "We are here to see Cheng Yin. Does he reside here?" Chapter 34. Cheng Yin, she paused, then queried, "Might I inquire as to the nature of your business with him?" Cheng Yin, uncertain of the young woman's connection to Cheng Yin, responded evasively, "We previously purchased a property from Cheng Yin and have some matters to discuss with him. We obtained his address through inquiries." Su Li's expression grew troubled, and she hesitated before saying, "May I ask if there are any issues with the property you purchased? If it is not terribly urgent, would you mind waiting?" He suddenly lost consciousness and has not yet awakened. A stirring occurred within Cheng Yin's heart, her suspicions confirmed. She replied, "It is not particularly pressing. If he awakens, please inform him that we came by and request that he contact us at his convenience." Su Li nodded, assenting very well. "What are your names? I will inform him as soon as he regains consciousness." Indicating herself, Cheng Yin stated, "My name is Cheng Yin, and this is He Chuan. We are the ones who recently purchased the property." Su Li expressed her astonishment. "So, it's you too?" Unexpectedly, he suddenly lost consciousness. Su Li lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat dejected. "If he doesn't regain consciousness soon, I'm unsure of what course to take." Upon realizing that Su Li recognized them, Cheng Yin felt relieved and continued, "Indeed, we were hoping to finalize the property ownership certificate and homeowner's card. Otherwise, residing here feels somewhat precarious. However, since he is still unconscious and undergoing an awakening of abilities, perhaps we should postpone it until he awakens." Su Li opened her mouth, her surprise evident. "Unconscious? Is he awakening abilities?" Cheng Yin inquired with a hint of puzzlement. "Are you unaware?" Su Li shook her head, explaining that she had been confined indoors for several days, attending to Cheng Yin, oblivious to the momentous changes occurring outside. Cheng Yin then proceeded to enlighten her, gesturing towards He Chuan. "Observe him. He has been unconscious for approximately 10 days. Initially, I was quite apprehensive, but upon awakening, he had awakened abilities. The same holds true for others within our settlement. It seems that those who awaken from unconsciousness manifest diverse abilities." Su Li blinked, finding the situation surreal. Could abilities genuinely exist in reality? In response, Cheng Yin grasped He Chuan's hand and urged, "Come, give us a demonstration." He Chuan reluctantly raised his hand, recalling Cheng Yin's instruction to only showcase one ability to the public, keeping the other concealed as a trump card. Considering his previous display of fire abilities, he resolved to utilize them publicly from then on. A diminutive fireball emanated from his palm. Su Li gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Wow, it's actually real." Cheng Yin smiled serenely. "Therefore, you needn't fret excessively. All will be well once Mr. Chen awakens." Su Li's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Yes, thank you." Knowing that the unconsciousness was merely the awakening of a latent ability, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seeing that everything was in order, Cheng Yin prepared to take her leave. "Well then, we shall be on our way." She added with a touch of embarrassment, "Rest assured, I can oversee the processing of your property certificate and homeowner's card. Ian has already given his consent." Cheng Yin and He Chuan exchanged glances, both acknowledging the necessity of ensuring utmost security and prudence in such matters. Handing over the items without proper verification seemed unwise. Even if Cheng Yin and the young woman shared a cohabitation arrangement, the potential for dishonesty could not be dismissed. The thought of her absconding with the supplies was unsettling. Cheng Yin pondered for a moment before speaking. "I believe it would be more prudent to wait until Mr. Chen regains consciousness before transferring the supplies, considering the significant quantity involved." Suli appeared crestfallen but understanding. Cheng Yin continued, "However, I can provide you with approximately 10 days' worth of supplies in the interim. Once he awakens, we can then deliver the remaining provisions." She empathized with the woman's predicament. As a fellow woman, she felt compelled to extend a helping hand. After all, it was merely 10 days' worth of supplies. Even if it turned out to be a deception, the loss would be minimal. Suli expressed her gratitude profusely. "Thank you so much. Please wait at home." Cheng Yin felt that making an additional trip was of no consequence. She had no intention of allowing the young woman to accompany her, given the presence of an unconscious individual at her residence. Any unforeseen circumstances arising during her absence could prove detrimental. Due to the populous nature of the base, she hesitated to openly utilize her spatial abilities to procure supplies. Initially, she had intended to venture out alone. However, Yuan, concerned for her well-being, posited the potential presence of mutated creatures within the base, deeming it unsafe. He insisted on accompanying her to ensure her safety. Reluctantly, Cheng Yin acquiesced. "Ah, it's you, Proprietor Cheng. You're at this base?" The female protagonist of the original narrative, named Lu Ning, had arrived at the survivor base with her family shortly after the acid rain. Cheng Yin was equally astonished to encounter her so soon. Her gaze swept over the male protagonist accompanying the female lead. She nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I was here on vacation when I became stranded by the torrential downpour. I didn't anticipate finding you here as well." Cheng Yin had deliberately posted on social media about her impending trip to preemptively avert suspicion and potential conflicts with the female protagonist. Possessing spatial abilities and knowledge of the plot, she was loath to arouse suspicion, particularly from the astute female lead. She feared that the female lead might connect her to the online dissemination of the impending cataclysm. Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. "Is that so? We were also here on holiday when we were caught off guard by the disaster. Fortunately, we emerged unscathed." In truth, she, too, was reticent to disclose her rebirth, particularly given her extensive procurement of fruits and supplies from the individual before her. Scrutiny in this regard would not bear favorable results. Both individuals exchanged smiles, concurring with each other's sentiments. They were constantly on the move, but fortunately, the extreme heat had long passed. The current weather was normal, with agreeable temperatures within an acceptable range. Otherwise, she would have been ill-suited to it. Cheng Yin mused inwardly. Her only desire was to recline and live a carefree existence. Retrieving a durian from her interdimensional space, she instructed Yuan to open it. After the extreme heat, her solar-powered charger had been fully replenished. Plugging in her phone, she could once again indulge in her favorite dramas. Chapter 35. Alterations unbeknownst to Cheng Yin, the ripple effects of her transmigration had already commenced. In this world that originally lacked her presence, the original inhabitant would have endured days of trepidation in the rental building, suffering harassment from frivolous ruffians, ultimately succumbing to humiliation and leaping to her death. Yuan, abandoned by his father and stepmother, would have set out on a wooden raft to seek medicine, only to succumb to fever and drift with the current to that building, perishing in his sleep. The young woman she encountered who requested to borrow grain would have been compelled to venture outside the city to earn sustenance, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of a mutated tree due to her boyfriend being in a coma. Now, the predetermined paths of each individual had subtly shifted. Whether it was the blogger who hoarded goods on live streams, the proprietress of a cake shop, or the small puppy she had kindly rescued that now had a new owner, or even the community residents in the city who had purchased group buy fruits. The netizens who had watched the disaster forecasts, or the Taobao shop owner who had downloaded video tutorials and movies for her. All of this remained unknown to Cheng Yin. She held her tablet, laughing heartily, having spent several days at home binge-watching a series. After Yuan's arm injury improved, he resumed his outdoor missions. Embracing the responsibility of protecting Cheng Yin, he focused solely on enhancing his abilities, unwilling to relent even for a moment. This was in stark contrast to his previous experiences during periods of extreme cold and heat. Fortunately, the skills he had practiced in seclusion, such as wielding a blade to strike at trees, proved to be somewhat beneficial. Yuan, having learned from past encounters, paid close attention to the distance of the mutated tree branches during his recent skirmishes, making his tasks of cutting trees for base missions considerably easier. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he ventured outside the base once more. The points for tasks involving the trunks and roots of mutated trees were dwindling, while those for collecting the crystal cores from mutated flowers were on the rise. Yuan was not foolish. The importance of the crystal cores was evident from the official task announcements. Typically, he retained the crystal cores for safekeeping, entrusting them to Cheng Yin. The crystal cores from mutated trees were generally green wood-type cores, whereas the mutated flowers varied by type. Some, if mishandled, could transform into fire-spitting blooms, which were red fire-type abilities, similar to his own. Due to the survivor base's reward points for task completion, those who awakened their powers from comas flocked outside to battle the mutated flora. For a time, the agility and strength of humans surpassed that of the immobile mutated plants. Despite their awakening, the mutated plants, lacking sufficient strength, could only endure the assaults. Outside the base, the ability users cleared a safe zone, while the researchers within the base remained diligent in their studies of the mutated plants. Following the submission of the mutated trees and diverse mutated flower species from the mission, there are ample resources to sustain the laboratory's research endeavors. After confirming that the tree bark caused no adverse reactions when consumed by lab mice, experimentation commenced on other animal species. The acid rain's aftermath wrought immense devastation, resulting in the mutation of all flora and fauna. The uncertainty looms over whether future vegetable and fruit yields will also undergo mutation. These concerns can only be addressed through research conducted by the base's laboratory. Otherwise, the prospect of cultivated rice turning into assailants is a dire one. Having finished her series, Cheng Yin felt a sudden sense of emptiness and ennui. Reclining against the plush sofa with a cushion in her arms, she closed her eyes, immersing herself in the perception of her dimension. The large potato, which had been struck by Yuan's fireball some time ago, remained deeply buried in the soil, showing no signs of sprouting. A fresh harvest of vegetables and fruits had been gathered from the cultivation space, prompting Cheng Yin to contemplate how to discreetly deliver supplies to the survivor base. She recalled that Lin Zhe, the base's leader, possessed the ability to perceive the abilities of everyone within the base. Yet he had not detected the original novel's female lead's possession of a portable dimension. This suggested that Lin Zhe's perceptive ability targeted abilities acquired post-awakening, excluding those like theirs, which were obtained through items. Given the base's size and diverse population, secretly delivering supplies without being detected posed a considerable challenge, as even the slightest misstep could expose her. Initially, Cheng Yin considered feigning spatial abilities using the dimension, but she had to be cautious not to be exposed by Lin Zhe. Furthermore, her fruits and vegetables were freshly harvested, raising suspicions upon delivery. She is currently in a state of deep conflict. While she undoubtedly intends to deliver the supplies, she must do so without revealing her identity. The current living quarters lack electricity, yet the relevant departments within the base have power supplied, with surveillance cameras installed throughout. After all, following her announcement of the impending disaster, which subsequently came to pass, the authorities had been prepared to take action. In any case, she cannot afford to conceal herself as she did previously, lest anyone suspect that the individual who foresaw the catastrophe has arrived at this base. A thorough search within the premises would pose a significant risk. Cheng Yin, troubled, rose and strolled around the base. She feigned engaging in point accumulation transactions while exploring the marketplace, discreetly surveying the surveillance cameras. Her aim was to identify any areas that might facilitate her operations. Fortuitously, she made a discovery. Not all locations within the base are equipped with cameras. Only crucial administrative areas, such as the task hall, service hall, and main entrance, are under surveillance. Other places like the trading market and the cafeteria currently lack such monitoring. Cheng Yin swiftly resolved to deposit the supplies at the entrance of the official cafeteria. She dedicated an entire day to charting a route that avoided camera coverage, ensuring safe passage to the cafeteria. A change of attire was imperative. Unlike the past, when she merely donned a coat and trousers with a wig to obscure her identity, this time she needed a more convincing disguise. Cheng Yin styled herself in a manner reminiscent of a stout, short man, donning thick clothing that caused her to sweat. successfully transforming her appearance. Before the calamity, her cropped hair had grown considerably, and she had chosen a wig resembling that of a young man, ensuring her disguise was complete. Cheng Yin was somewhat familiar with He Chuan's sleeping patterns. Seizing the opportunity during his slumber, she quietly opened the door and slipped out of the room, making her way to the base cafeteria. The night was tranquil, enveloping the entire base in slumber, save for the guards at the entrance who remained vigilant. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 36. The note. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yin, He Chuan had yet to succumb to sleep. He heard the faintest sounds emanating from outside the door and blinked his eyes open. It was uncertain whether it was the awakening of his abilities that had heightened his senses, but even the slightest noise was perceptible to him. Rising from his bed, he listened attentively to the sounds outside. Upon seeing her slip out through the narrow crack of the door, he watched her departure from the window. He Chuan understood that Cheng Yin harbored many secrets he was unaware of. However, he had no desire to pry. If she wished to share, he would listen. But if she preferred silence, he would respect her choice. Although they cohabited, they still maintained their individual spaces and respected each other's privacy. The following morning, the entire base buzzed with excitement over the sudden appearance of supplies at the cafeteria entrance. In the bustling marketplace, someone exclaimed, "Hey, have you heard? Major news." A nearby vendor casually inquired, "What news? You can't be referring to the supplies at the cafeteria, can you?" The individual nodded vigorously, "Yes. It's indeed about the supplies at the cafeteria. This morning, I arrived early and was greeted by a vast array of vegetables and fruits displayed at the entrance of our base canteen." The vendor shook his head, acknowledging that he was aware of this already. It was hardly a revelation. However, he continued, "But you are unaware of what lies beneath. Among the vegetables and fruits, there were several notes inscribed with a heartfelt message that these provisions had been generously donated by kind-hearted individuals to our base, with the hope that a portion could be transformed into complimentary meals for the elderly, infirm, and those in need." The vendor was taken aback, exclaiming, "Such benevolence! In this post-disaster world, the hearts of individuals are undergoing profound transformations. As order collapses, the moral standards of some have drastically altered, shedding their former selves. Cold-hearted and indifferent, they focus solely on their own well-being, embodying the adage, 'Each sweeps the snow before their own door, disregarding the frost on others' roofs.' This principle, when adhered to, might be deemed acceptable. At least it ensures a semblance of safety. Yet, some individuals' malevolence has surfaced, necessitating vigilance." While the vendor pondered this aspect, the one revealing the information contemplated even deeper implications. He shook his head knowingly and remarked, "It is not merely as you perceive. Observe how fresh these vegetables and fruits remain, retaining their original form, untouched by mutation. Since the acid rain, have you encountered such fresh produce?" He added, "Moreover, no one knows the identity of the person who delivered these supplies. The surveillance cameras captured nothing, and no one witnessed the event. It is as if they materialized out of thin air." The vendor was taken aback, nodding thoughtfully. This revelation warranted profound consideration. Who was the benefactor providing these supplies? Was it an inherent ability? This news was not only explosive among the survivors, but also among the base's officials. The note accompanying the supplies was held by Lin Zhe. Forensic analysis revealed no fingerprints. Furthermore, the base's surveillance cameras captured no trace of the individual, and inquiries with nearby residents yielded no sightings or sounds. Lin Zhe closed his eyes and activated his ability, attempting to identify anyone with similar powers. Was it an invisibility ability, a cultivation ability, or perhaps the precognitive ability that issued the disaster forecast, or even a spatial ability? Yet, his efforts were in vain. Lin Zhe's ability was only at the initial level, limiting its range to his office hall. A thorough investigation would require either a base-wide ability scan under the guise of information registration or a personal search throughout the base. The former would be conspicuous and potentially offend the benefactor, while the latter was impractical due to the limitations of his ability and the mobility of the base's population. Lin Zhe sighed, contemplating the previously acid rain-affected fruits and vegetables, which were now confirmed to be edible and free of toxins. If such an individual could be harnessed for the base's benefit, what an asset they would be. regardless of the type of extraordinary ability being speculated upon. Whether it be invisibility, spatial manipulation, or precognition, such rare gifts are indeed a rarity. Lindsay massaged his temples, deciding that the cafeteria should be the focal point of their investigation. He arranged for personnel to stake out the area, hoping to ascertain whether the individual in question would reappear. Additionally, it was imperative to install surveillance cameras throughout the base. Otherwise, they would remain helpless in the face of such incidents. He paused momentarily, contemplating the idea of delaying the installation of the cameras. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the person might have chosen the cafeteria precisely because it lacked surveillance. If the base were to become fully equipped with cameras in the future, would that individual still be inclined to contribute supplies? Lindsay shook his head, dismissing the thought. Since the individual preferred to remain anonymous, it would be best not to press the matter further, lest they disrupt the delicate harmony. Following the instructions on the note, Lindsay allocated a portion of the supplies for the care of the elderly, sick, and disabled at the cafeteria, reserving the remainder as stock for the base. Yuan, who had ventured out to fulfill his duties at the base, overheard the extraordinary individuals discussing the latest gossip. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him as he pieced together what Cheng Yin had been up to the previous night. With a slight smile, he made his way toward the mutated tree. The very person at the center of the base's fervent discussions was comfortably ensconced on the sofa, happily indulging in a plate of crayfish. Having resolved a significant matter that had weighed on her mind for quite some time, Cheng Yin was in high spirits, celebrating her triumph. It was fortunate that she resided in a remote area, far from the bustling crowds. The building itself was devoid of occupants both above and below her. Otherwise, her unabashed enjoyment of delectable treats every few days would surely attract the attention of nearby residents, prompting them to question her peculiar behavior. It is one thing to attract attention, but the fear lies in the possibility that someone with ill intentions may fixate on her, constantly monitoring the activities within her abode. They might seek to unearth her concealed secrets, or, worse yet, attempt to forcibly claim her and harness her unique abilities. Of course, Cheng Yin is not without her own wariness. If matters escalated, and the vicinity became densely populated, would she continue to indulge in her carefree life of feasting and revelry? She would undoubtedly retreat behind closed doors, living quietly and cherishing her simple existence, avoiding trouble and not inviting it upon herself. At this juncture, Cheng Yin found herself in a quandary. Should she purchase both floors of the house? This would prevent the potential encroachment of envious or troublesome neighbors residing above or below her. Chapter 37. Awakening as Cheng Yin contemplated her real estate decision. In a remote house on the other side of the survivor's base, Cheng Yin stirred from his unconscious state. He beheld Su Li, who had fallen asleep at his bedside. His gaze softened as he gently lifted her and laid her on the bed, covering her with a light blanket. He pondered how long he had been asleep. Surely, she must have been quite worried about him. Stepping out of his room, Cheng Yin assessed the food supplies in his home. He recalled the last conversation they had shared before he fainted, discussing the recent sale of a property. A new stream of income was soon to arrive, alleviating his prior concerns about dwindling provisions. To his surprise, he had suddenly collapsed. Cheng Yin was oblivious to how Su Li had managed during his absence. Glancing up at the calendar hanging in the living room, he noted that many days had passed, marked off on the makeshift calendar. He estimated mentally that it had been approximately 10 days since he lost consciousness. Venturing towards the kitchen, he noted with relief that there was a substantial amount of provisions remaining. A sense of tranquility washed over him, yet it was quickly followed by bewilderment. His gaze fell upon vegetables in the kitchen that he had not procured, instigating a sense of anomaly. He wondered if someone had been present during his unconsciousness. Upon returning to the room, he found Su Li still recumbent on the bed, her eyes sealed shut. Observing her, he chose not to disturb her awakening of abilities. He suppressed his rising inquisitiveness, opting to remain by her bedside. Despite his own experience with the somnolent emergence of powers, and the knowledge that awakening was akin to emerging from a vivid dream, he was nonetheless consumed with apprehension for her well-being. He desired nothing more than to be by her side until she roused. Frankly, he was still attempting to decipher the intricacies of his own awakened abilities. Upon awakening, he was imbued with a peculiar sensation. He seemed capable of perceiving the vital rhythms of the surrounding flora and fauna, their spiritual conditions. However, his perception was limited to faint, distant echoes. Fortunately, Su Li's awakening was relatively swift. Their periods of unconsciousness overlapped slightly, and within half a day of Cheng Yin's awakening, Su Li also stirred. She opened her eyes languidly, and upon seeing Cheng Yin seated by the bedside, she instantly became alert. "Ian, you're awake," she exclaimed. A wave of elation surged through her, overshadowing even the changes occurring within her own body. All her attention was riveted on the person before her. Cheng Yin, pleased to see her awake, responded, "Yes, you're awake too." Su Li sat up in bed, and her thoughts immediately returned to the event preceding her lapse into unconsciousness. She is not one to procrastinate or borrow without the intent to return. Therefore, after the initial surprise, she quickly remarked, "Do you remember the house you sold before your coma?" Cheng Yin nodded and inquired, "What happened to them?" Su Li glanced at him and continued, "They noticed you hadn't come to collect the supplies for several days, so they sought information and found us. I informed them about your coma, and, given the urgent need for provisions at home, I requested in advance." Cheng Yin now understood the origin of the vegetables in the kitchen. A wave of gratitude surged within him for those two who had sold their house so readily. In this world ravaged by disaster, finding trustworthy individuals is exceedingly rare. Fortunately, they agreed to the advance. Otherwise, he feared for Su Li's well-being upon awakening. A frail woman, even within the confines of a base, would face considerable challenges. Su Li rose from the bed and suggested, "Shall we go find them now? We can transport the necessary supplies and assist them in processing the property deed and owner card. They've waited long enough and might feel insecure." Cheng Yin acknowledged the validity of her words, but contemplated, "You've just awakened. Perhaps it would be best for you to rest at home while I go alone." Su Li felt no need for rest. She shook her head, asserting, "It's all right. Since waking, I've felt considerably better." With her insistence, he acquiesced. They proceeded to the trading post and promptly rented a tricycle to transport their goods, setting off towards Cheng Yin's residence. Since the onset of the extreme heat and discovering that occupants had moved into the building across from them, Cheng Yin had refrained from cooking frequently. Her apprehension stemmed from the possibility that the aroma of freshly prepared meals might inadvertently waft outwards, betraying their presence in the building. Consequently, they had accumulated a substantial supply of prepped vegetables and meats, ready for immediate culinary use. Within her cultivation space, she had purposefully planted trees intended for use as firewood. Given the accelerated temporal flow within the cultivation space, a sapling would typically mature into a robust tree within a single day. She would fell the trees, expose them to the sun for thorough drying, and thereby accumulate a sufficient reserve of firewood for cooking purposes. The stockpiled smokeless coal was reserved for heating during periods of extreme cold, to endure the freezing temperatures. It was prudent to use it sparingly in ordinary times, lest they find themselves lacking when it was most needed. Electricity? In contemporary survivor outposts, power was unavailable in most places save for the primary administrative areas. At least for the time being, the luxury of unrestricted electricity usage remained unattainable. Steamed dishes were the most convenient and readily prepared meals. She kindled a fire, placing a large multi-tiered steamer atop the stove. Each tier contained a single type of vegetable, which would be steamed separately to avoid any commingling of flavors. As the dishes within the steamer gradually cooked, she gathered them and stored them within her cultivation space for later consumption, before commencing with the next batch. The sound of rapid footsteps approached. She promptly transferred all the provisions slated for the warehouse into her cultivation space, leaving only an empty steamer beside her, and even extinguished the burning firewood. After closing the kitchen door, she proceeded to the main entrance. Cheng Yin glanced through the peephole and, upon recognizing Cheng Yin and the young lady from that day, exhaled in relief. After a moment's contemplation, she rearranged the large sofa in the living room to eliminate any suspicion. The sound of knocking echoed, and as she observed the increasingly empty space of the room, she proceeded to open the door. Su Li waved at her, greeting her with a cheerful, "Hello, we've arrived." Cheng Yin nodded in acknowledgement. "Greetings to you both. Please, come in." Chapter 38. Transportation. Cheng Yin welcomed them into her abode, gesturing towards the burlap sacks filled with rice and the storable corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Mr. Chun, all the supplies are right here. Your friend should have informed you about my and my brother's visit to find you the other day. I have set aside the rations for those 10 days. The quantity of rice she offered to the base was substantial, though it was unhulled rice freshly harvested from her space. As for the supplies for the housing exchange, they were from the provisions she and he Chuan had painstakingly processed during the previous calamity. Cheng Yin contemplated offering him some unprocessed rice. Yet such an act would risk exposure. Cheng Yin nodded in understanding. I am aware of this, and I sincerely appreciate your assistance during that day. Now, let's transport the supplies. Once we have completed the move, we will proceed to finalize the property title and the housing card for you. Cheng Yin felt reassured by this, as the long-delayed property title and housing card could finally be processed for completion. She smiled and inquired, Is it all right for you both to handle the moving? Do you require any assistance from me? Cheng Yin remarked, It suffices for us to be present. He and Suli proceeded to load supplies into the rented tricycle, and soon only Cheng Yin remained engaged in the task of transporting the goods, while Suli vigilantly guarded the supplies within the vehicle. In these uncertain times, one could never be too cautious. The absence of a watchful eye could invite theft from the tricycle. The stark contrast between the world before and after the calamity demanded an unwavering sense of vigilance. Cheng Yin observed their repeated efforts to move the supplies and recalled her intention to rent both the upper and lower floors. She hesitated, contemplating whether to approach Cheng Yin directly about the possibility of purchasing the property from him. However, given that they had just acquired a new house and were part of an external survivor base, the frequent expenditure of such resources on real estate would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Thus, she relinquished the thought, as she watched them carry away the supplies. The living room appeared significantly more spacious without the long-standing clutter. This task did not require her personal involvement, as the agency could manage it efficiently. When the door was knocked upon again, Cheng Yin stored the leftover grapes in her space and greeted them with a smile. You've arrived so swiftly. She expressed her satisfaction with their service, saying, Thank you, Mr. Chun. After a pleasant handover of the property, she closed the door behind her. She placed the property deed and homeowner's card into her space, feeling an immense sense of security in this home. Unlike her previous residence in an unopened building, where the fear of being discovered loomed, she now possessed a genuine sanctuary that was unequivocally hers. She began to rearrange the furniture she had previously stored in her space, breathing life into her new abode. The provisions that Cheng Yin delivered to the survivor outpost this time were in fact quite substantial. Since she preferred to avoid repeated clandestine deliveries, she decided to provide a comprehensive supply, sending all the rice and vegetables cultivated in her dimension over the past year. Naturally, she had consumed a considerable amount of produce from her cultivation space throughout the year. However, regardless of how much she cooked and prepared, the output of her dimension invariably exceeded her consumption. Subsequently, Cheng Yin consciously focused on cultivating durable vegetables such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. The population of the outpost was considerable, but not so large as to exhaust the supplies in a short period. Currently, Cheng Yin's dimension contained no provisions, save for the pre-cooked vegetables and the various meats she had ordered before the Cataclysm, including pork, beef, chicken, duck, and seafood. She was unconcerned, as the quantity of rice and vegetables consumed by her and he Chuan would be sufficiently replenished by a month's production from the cultivation space. Cheng Yin sowed the essential rice seeds into the soil of the cultivation space and observed Feng Qiuhuang scattering a batch of vegetable seeds. Observing the peculiar, unremovable vegetables and fruits firmly rooted within the cultivation space, she felt conflicted. Many days had elapsed since he Chuan's collapse, unconsciousness, and subsequent awakening of his abilities. Similarly, more than 10 days had passed since the acid rain. Cheng Yin, indulging in good food, enjoyable activities, and restful sleep, exhibited no signs of fainting or losing consciousness, leading her to believe that awakening her own abilities was improbable. This prospect, in any case, had never been a source of great expectation. Thus, she finds herself devoid of disappointment. Rather, Her resolve to remain within the confines of the shelter deepens, preventing her from venturing outside the survivor's base. However, the thought of the mutated fruits and vegetables in the cultivation space ignites a flicker of doubt. Could they perhaps be manifestations of her latent abilities? Cheng Yin uses that. Although she does not faint like Chuan or Cheng Yin, her earlier act of activating the space with her blood was distinctly different from others. The uniqueness of her method in acquiring these powers poses no conflict, does it? She even entertains the notion that she might have succumbed to unconsciousness during her slumber, only to awaken the following day. Hence, her fascination with the mutated produce intensifies. She instinctively recognizes their affinity towards her. The large potato that nudges against her bears no ill intent whatsoever. The original novel elucidates that, following acid rain, mutated creatures can be both benevolent and malevolent, a notion that equally applies to plants. Typically, wild animals that undergo mutation cease to be companions to humanity, while domesticated creatures retain their gentle disposition. Likewise, flora and fauna outside, upon mutation, often become adversaries of humankind. Yet, those plants and trees nurtured by human care continue to harbor a semblance of affection towards their caretakers. Cheng Yin recalls a narrative of a girl who, lacking awakened powers, survived in a post-catastrophe world by relying on the mutated pothoes she had cherished since childhood. She reflects on her beloved large potato, eagerly anticipating its emergence from the soil, akin to the nut bowling in Plants vs. Zombies, which can fill the defensive points and serve as her shield of protection. Chapter 39. The potato, the large potato, which had occupied Cheng Yin's thoughts incessantly, has begun to peek out from its deep earthen bed. Gradually, it emerges from the soil. Atop the potato, the scars from the fireball's scorching are now imperceptible. For the large potato, the planting space resembles a sanctuary, healing all its past wounds. As she contemplates retrieving the large potato from its space for further observation, she suddenly observes it springing forth, dislodging another potato of equal size from beneath it. This newly emerged potato resembles a baby of a large potato. Cheng Yin feels an instinctive connection, prompting her to carefully take both large potatoes from the space and place them before her. It is a wondrous sensation. Despite their nearly identical appearance and size, she could distinctly discern which potato she had previously encountered and which one had just emerged. She gently caresses the top of the left potato, which affectionately nudges her palm, displaying an endearing familiarity. This tender moment softens her gaze as she apologizes. "I'm sorry for the pain you endured before." The large potato gives a slight shake, as if to convey that it is all right. With eyes crinkling into crescents, Cheng Yin reached out once more, her fingers brushing against the prodigious potato that had recently emerged. It elicited none of the responses of its predecessor. This one did not nuzzle her palm, nor did it stir any sense of connection within her. Cheng Yin found this peculiar. Both were mutant potatoes, cultivated within the confines of her spatial realm, yet they were so fundamentally different. This potato was merely an enlarged replica of the original mutant variety, identical in form and appearance, devoid of any distinguishing features. Could it be that its sole purpose was for consumption? Cheng Yin couldn't help but inquire of the sentient potato. "Is this one meant for me to eat?" The large potato responded by gently caressing her palm. Cheng Yin touched her nose, recalling the tantalizing aroma of the potato that had been singed by the fireball that day, a scent that had awakened her appetite. Could it be that the sentient potato, aware of her fondness for roasted potatoes, had gifted her this enormous specimen? She couldn't help but express her gratitude. "Thank you, large potato." Remembering the steamed dishes that had been interrupted by the arrival of Cheng Yin and the others, she rose and returned to the kitchen, rekindling the fire and placing the arranged plates into the steamer to cook. She stowed the sentient potato back into the planting space, and, with the potato she surmised was for eating, she prepared to carry it into the kitchen to roast it over the fire. This potato was immense and weighty. Cheng Yin crouched down, encircling its girth with her arms, attempting to lift it, only to find her clothes dusted with a layer of soil. The potato was simply too large. It wouldn't even fit into the stove. Yet, the memory of the roasted potato's fragrance lingered in her mind, fueling an irresistible craving. She simply had to taste it. Her struggle with the enormous potato ceased abruptly as the sound of footsteps ascending the staircase echoed from beyond the door. What need had she to meticulously dice and encase it in foil before consigning it to the oven? Would it not be simpler to have He Chuan conjure a few fireballs to roast it? He Chuan, still clutching the sack of crystalline cores freshly harvested from the base, was drawn inside by her hand. "What is it? What do you need?" he inquired. Cheng Yin gestured towards the prodigious potato and implored, "Please, be a dear and use your fireballs to roast this for me." He Chuan, perplexed, scratched his head. "Isn't this the same potato from that day? Are you sure it's all right to eat it? What brought about this change of heart?" Cheng Yin pouted and explained. "This potato is the offspring of that potato you saw that day." The phrasing, somewhat circuitous, left He Chuan in a state of befuddlement. Cheng Yin, however, nodded resolutely, affirming that the potato's provenance was beyond doubt. She had, after all, witnessed the parent potato unearth it from the soil and vouch for its edibility. Observing He Chuan's bewilderment, she relinquished any further explanation. "Oh, never mind all that. Just set it ablaze and roast it for me, would you?" It was already past 5 in the afternoon, nearing their customary mealtime. Cheng Yin, patting her rumbling stomach, remarked that she had only consumed a handful of grapes that afternoon, which had evidently been digested with haste. He Chuan, heeding her words, refrained from further questioning and promptly ignited the potato with a burst of flames. "See if that suffices?" he offered. The large potato was struck by a fireball, igniting into flames. Cheng Yin felt no concern. She thought to herself, "I shall search for some barbecue seasoning, and we can enjoy it together shortly." Such a substantial potato, even if shared by two, would be impossible to finish. However, with Cheng Yin possessing a stasis space, such matters were of no consequence. Any uneaten roasted potato could be stored within this space, maintaining its original flavor for future enjoyment. The dwelling she inhabited was merely laid with cement. The notion of tiles or wooden planks was utterly unfathomable. Thus she need not worry about any dangers arising from roasting potatoes in the living room. While awaiting the roasting of the potato, Cheng Yin received the crystal cores collected by He Chuan today and placed them into her stasis space. She urged him to wash his hands and take a shower, subsequently replacing the vegetables steaming in the kitchen. Engaging in battles against mutated flora and fauna, despite the abilities bestowed upon them, required both mental acuity and physical exertion. A mere serving of vegetables was entirely insufficient for those with supernatural powers. Cheng Yin decided to roast a beggar's chicken, retrieving her phone to consult a culinary tutorial video. Following the steps depicted, she prepared the ingredients and wrapped the chicken before placing it into the steaming stove, replacing the fuel in the stove with dry twigs. She stood guard in the kitchen, awaiting the moment to replenish the firewood. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted potato wafted through the air, causing Cheng Yin to swallow hard as she glanced at the countdown timer for the beggar's chicken on her phone. She stored the vegetables from the steamer into her stasis space, marking the completion of her steaming task for the day. Using a pair of fire tongs, Cheng Yin carefully extracted the beggar's chicken from the stove and hurriedly made her way to the living room. The embers atop the baked potato had long been extinguished, its exterior a study in charcoal. Yet, with the gentlest of gestures, the blackened husk yielded to reveal a heart of molten gold. Before this culinary centerpiece, Cheng Yin arranged their dining space, adorning the table with beggar's chicken, a selection of delicacies conjured from her spatial haven. Miniature custard tarts, savory grilled sausages, refreshing watermelon juice, and succulent strawberries. Thus arrayed, their evening repast was transformed into a veritable feast. Chapter 40. Abilities emerging from the lavatory. He Chuan was promptly summoned to the table by Cheng Yin, who, succumbing to the fragrant allure of the spread before her, had only resisted temptation in deference to his arrival. Observing him seated, she dispensed with formality, carving a portion of potato to sample. "And what tidings from beyond the base?" she inquired. He Chuan, tearing a drumstick from the beggar's chicken, replied with nonchalant ease, "All remains much the same. The mutated flora, predictable as ever, are readily managed with a proper approach. Indeed, the mutated vegetation, for all its aberrations, remained tethered to the soil, unable to venture forth." Confronting these stationary adversaries was akin to a game of strategic attrition. Once the patterns were deciphered, victory was assured. Cheng Yin nodded, relieved by his unburdened tone. And your abilities? She pressed. Have you perceived any alteration? Within the lore of this world, nascent abilities were graded at 0, ascending through the ranks with experience gained in battle. The zenith of power, as far as the narrative extended, was level 9, with no adept achieving the elusive 10th tier by the story's conclusion. Chuan took a bite of the beggar's chicken leg, a contemplative expression gracing his face. What do you mean by changes in abilities? Cheng Yin set down her fork and picked up a custard tart. After a moment's reflection, she explained, well, for instance, when you first began using your powers, you could only manage 2 or 3 uses before feeling completely drained. Now, you can wield your abilities 6, 7, or even 8 times with ease. She gestured toward herself. Take me, for example. As a spatial ability user, my initial spatial area was quite limited. However, as I utilized it more frequently, the dimensions of my space gradually expanded. Chuan lowered his gaze in thought. In that case, it does seem to resonate with my experience. When he first tapped into his powers and toppled that mutated tree, he felt an overwhelming depletion of his energy. Yet, after consistently engaging in battles against the mutated trees outside the city, the opportunities to use his abilities increased, and now he could employ them 20 times without difficulty. Cheng Yin, hesitant to make her observations too overt, remarked, "It appears your abilities have indeed progressed. I wonder how the research on mutated plants and crystal cores is faring at the base." She seldom ventured out, relying on Chuan for news. Chuan sipped his watermelon juice and replied, "I've heard that the bark of mutated plants can be utilized by humans. However, didn't a mysterious individual recently deliver a large batch of fruits and vegetables to the base? The bark of the mutated plants hasn't yet been incorporated into the base's cafeteria." He had already deduced the source of these vegetables, but chose to remain silent. Cheng Yin nodded, aware of the survivors within the base consuming mutated tree bark during the early stages of the Cataclysm. The female lead in the book had mentioned it briefly, noting its unpalatable taste but adequate satiating properties. Her actions had now altered the situation, with uncertain consequences. Chuan continued, "Additionally, the research personnel in the base have been extracting sap from mutated plants to create elixirs, purportedly capable of replenishing the abilities of those with supernatural powers. I've observed many individuals embarking on external missions purchasing this concoction, and its efficacy seems commendable. However, I've also heard that its flavor is rather unpleasant. Should I procure some for myself to test, do you think?" Cheng Yin pursed her lips, acknowledging the elixir's initial effectiveness, yet noting its impure nature and potential adverse effects with prolonged use. She disapproved of Chuan's suggestion, retorting, "Why would you experiment with it? Those with abilities purchase the restorative elixir to expedite their recuperation and undertake additional missions. We are not lacking sustenance at home, and there is no need for you to exert yourself to such an extent." She harbored genuine concern for him, didn't she? Cheng Yin extended her thumb in approval, affirming, "Indeed, maintain your current disposition. In my estimation, your safety takes precedence, followed by the cultivation of your abilities." She recognized the paramount importance of supernatural powers in the future world, and thus would not dissuade him from training, advancing, and fortifying himself. Chuan beamed a smile, adding, "By the way, I encountered that broker, Chun, and his girlfriend embarking on a mission together today." Cheng Yin found this peculiar, as Cheng Yin, the psychic in the book, was portrayed as a bachelor. Where did this girlfriend originate from? She speared a strawberry and placed it into her mouth, a flash of inspiration igniting within her. "That girlfriend of Cheng Yin you mentioned, could it possibly be the young woman we encountered the other day?" Her eyes gleamed with anticipation, her countenance betraying a keen desire for the unfolding narrative. A subtle smile played upon Chuan's lips. "Indeed, I observed them together today, and overheard bystanders remarking on their romantic involvement." Cheng Yin exclaimed softly, her voice laced with astonishment. "It truly is her, then? How peculiar. The original narrative makes no mention of him having a girlfriend at all." She nibbled delicately on her strawberry, her mind awash with conjecture. Her introduction to Cheng Yin in the book occurred in its later chapters, leaving the particulars of his romantic life in the earlier stages shrouded in ambiguity. Perhaps they parted ways subsequently, or perhaps the young lady met with an untimely demise. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Her existence was largely confined to the sanctuary of her room, devoid of external missions. Despite the cataclysmic events that had reshaped the world, her exposure to its harsh realities was limited to a single encounter with a couple accompanied by ruffians on the 12th floor. The intensity of the battles waged between the gifted and the mutated flora remained largely unknown to her, her understanding of the post-apocalyptic world remaining largely theoretical. Cheng Yin possessed the self-awareness to recognize her limitations. Devoid of extraordinary abilities, she harbored no illusions of venturing into the unknown, while a flicker of curiosity danced within her, urging her to witness the transformed world firsthand. She resisted the urge to embark on such a perilous journey unprepared. The prospect of relying on Chuan's protection was equally unappealing, as she recoiled at the thought of becoming a burden to another. Having devoured the last vestige of the strawberry, leaving only the verdant leaves behind, Cheng Yin deposited the remains on her plate and raised her glass of watermelon juice to her lips, taking a delicate sip. In her heart, she yearned for the possession of extraordinary abilities. The notion of lying flat and indulging in sheer comfort was undeniably appealing. To not think of anything, to not focus on anything, and merely to revel in joy and merriment. Yet, lacking the capacity for self-defense left her heart oscillating between anxiety and uncertainty, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Even if she possessed some skills in ambush and evasion, they were insignificant against the overwhelming power of those endowed with supernatural abilities. Cheng Yin sighed, recognizing that such powers were not merely granted by desire. In the original narrative, the female protagonists as parents secretly procured a potion intended to awaken latent abilities, hoping to avoid becoming a burden to their daughter. Fortunately, the potion, which had only a 50% success rate, proved effective upon consumption, granting them abilities of farsight and acute hearing. The auxiliary powers, one capable of detecting events occurring miles away and the other able to hear sounds from a similar distance, combined to create a formidable surveillance system. Cheng Yin found herself in a quandary. On one hand, the potion to awaken abilities was invented only during the mid-stages of the calamity. On the other hand, the consumption of this potion induced significant discomfort and pain. She was reluctant to endure such suffering for a mere 50-50 chance of awakening extraordinary powers. Moreover, the consequence of one's partner failing to awaken their supernatural abilities is death. Cheng Yin shook her head, resigning herself to languish like a salted fish. Chuan observed her in a state of deep contemplation, his expressions shifting in amusement. He refrained from reminding her, content to watch from the sidelines. Cheng Yin had given up on her thoughts, reaching for a piece of fragrant beggar-esque chicken, savoring it eagerly. Before long, the food on the dining table had been nearly devoured by the two of them. Cheng Yin took charge of the cooking, while Chuan dutifully handled the cleanup. Though she had not explicitly mentioned a rotation of household chores, he was quite proactive, attending to his tasks without the need for reminders. Indeed, Chuan had become the ideal younger brother in her eyes. When she first found him, it was merely to avoid facing the cataclysmic world alone, seeking companionship. Her expectations were modest. She desired only compliance and obedience. Now, she realized that Chuan had far exceeded those standards. His obedience and willingness were evident, and throughout their time together, there had been no quarrels. Furthermore, he took the initiative in chores, and despite his regained memories, there was no change in his demeanor. Even after awakening his powers, he continued to engage in daily battles and training. Cheng Yin recalled Chuan's words regarding his biological parents and cautiously inquired, Chuan, during our time at the base, have you sought out your relatives? Chuan paused in his dishwashing, replying in a subdued tone, no. I have not encountered them at the base. He had resolved to sever ties and had no intention of reconnecting with them, whether it be with his mother, who had ceased all contact following her divorce from his father. Having taken a second wife, he has now become a stepfather. Furthermore, he had indeed never encountered them at the base. Cheng Yin scratched her head. She was not the type to simply advocate for reconciliation without questioning the reasons behind it. She merely felt that, given they were in the same city, encountering each other at the base would be rather complicated. Should he regain his memories, she could choose to live with him, thereby maintaining their relationship. However, that did not imply she could accept his other chaotic relatives. She could accept him, but that did not extend to his family. Chuan further added, "Even if we were to meet, I shall no longer be in contact with them." Cheng Yin sighed in relief, saying, "You may handle it as you see fit." She could not accept his relatives and would not allow them to intrude upon her world. Yet, she could not dictate or command him to sever ties with his kin. All she could do was hope he maintained such sentiments. The extreme heat had quietly dissipated, and the temperature following the acid rain had become pleasantly cool. 30 degrees now felt quite agreeable. As the mutated plants outside the base were still being cleared, the ordinary inhabitants of the base typically did not entertain thoughts of venturing outside. They would remain within the survivor base, undertaking tasks that could be accomplished inside. The outer base was solely entrusted to the abilities of the supernatural beings. Within the base, those who had awakened with water abilities were specifically employed by the authorities to manage water distribution. However, the number of water manipulators remained insufficient, and the daily output of water fell far short of meeting the needs of the entire base populace. Having procured water cards for the base, Cheng Yin and her companions found their daily water allocation from the taps to be rather limited. She opted not to vie for this meager amount with the other inhabitants of the base, preferring to allocate the water resources to physically cooling their room. For drinking, they still relied on the pre-Cataclysm reserves of potable water, and for washing, they used the pre-Cataclysm thoroughly filtered tap water. While Chuan's ability produced ice water, its suitability for general use was uncertain. Therefore, it was relegated to flushing toilets and cleaning. Seeking medical attention in these times proved challenging, despite the survivor base's preparedness. With medical equipment and pharmaceuticals in stock, and the prioritized protection of doctors and nurses, the finite supply of medication was continuously dwindling. No matter how ample the reserves, they were no match for the consumption of a year-long cataclysm. Moreover, the cost of seeking medical care had increased exponentially compared to pre-cataclysm times. Although Cheng Yin possessed sufficient resources for medical treatment, she was disinclined to fall ill and require hospitalization. In addition to binge-watching dramas, she had been studying medical texts, particularly the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, one of the 3 quintessential books for time travelers, which she had perused repeatedly. While she wouldn't claim expertise in complex ailments, she was confident in her ability to manage simple conditions such as colds, fevers, and abdominal pain. The medicinal herbs cultivated in her planting space had not been shared with the base. These were not grown in significant quantities, as she had been preoccupied with her fruit group-buying business before the cataclysm, and, subsequently, with cultivating rice and vegetables. The herbs were merely an afterthought. After careful deliberation, Cheng Yin decided to reserve these for herself, prioritizing her own needs. However, she occasionally took out some materials for Chuan to exchange for points at the service hall. Items like ginseng, ganoderma, and cordyceps were quite valuable for point redemption. Yet, upon learning about the points accrued from these exchanges, she hesitated to hand them over to him, wary of inviting trouble. Once or twice was manageable, but repeated occurrences would raise suspicion. Cheng Yin was determined to nip any potential troubles in the bud, ensuring they had no chance to take root. Currently, the points they possessed, along with the occasional material exchanges and Chuan's task rewards for missions, provided ample resources. Their residence had been purchased outright, and her planting space consistently supplied their food and drink. The points in their accounts were more than sufficient for their needs at the base, alleviating their worries about daily sustenance. Chapter 42. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was a clear blue. Cheng Yin opened the window and reclined in the rocking chair. She began by harvesting the newly grown fruits and vegetables from her planting space, then gently scattered new seeds. This sense of harvest evoked memories of the farm game she used to play. Back then, the game involved sitting in front of a computer, clicking to sow seeds, harvest vegetables, and manage weeds, fertilization, and watering. A smile crept onto her face as she realized she was now engaged in a simplified, solitary version of that game, merely sowing seeds and harvesting fruits and vegetables. The process was straightforward, devoid of any potential for tedium. Cheng Yin gazed at the fertile soil of her planting space. where the seeds she had recently sown were already showing signs of sprouting. The passage of time within this space was astonishingly swift. She decided to take her large potato out to bask in the sunlight. After a moment's contemplation, she tentatively reached out to touch the other mutated plants within the space. Curiosity was inevitable. She was quite eager to discover what other mutated plants might exist in this realm. The large potato was destined to bear offspring, and the yield of a single potato was equivalent to that of 10 ordinary potatoes in the outside world. It was, without a doubt, remarkable. Cheng Yin contemplated whether she should donate the offspring of the large potato to the base. However, she had no intention of parting with the potato that was so dear to her. Just one potato offspring would provide sustenance for both her and He Chuan for quite some time. Given the rapid production rate of the large potato, they might consume it more slowly than it could grow. Cheng Yin pondered about the other mutated plants. Surely, not all mutations were directed toward survival alone. She found herself yearning for a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies. Having a bit of combat prowess would certainly be advantageous. She had previously planted a pot of sunflowers with He Chuan in a residential complex. During the torrential rains and floods, they had managed to thrive relatively well. However, with the onset of extreme cold, the sunflowers began to show subtle signs of withering. Thus, she brought them into her planting space for care, only to discover that they too had undergone mutation. Cheng Yin retrieved the pot of sunflowers from the space, cradling it in her lap. Much like the large potato, they felt an intimate connection with her. The sunflowers swayed gently, their budding flowers greeting her warmly. Cheng Yin felt a warm sensation enveloping her entire body. As the soreness in her hands from holding her phone to watch television over the past few days faded away into comfort, the sudden transformation in her physical state was so pronounced that she quickly realized the source of her relief. With delight, she gently touched the budding flower of the sunflower, exclaiming, "Was it you who alleviated my aching hands?" The sunflower seemed to stretch its limbs, responding with a hint of pride, as if to say, "It was nothing." Cheng Yin found herself utterly enamored with this mutated sunflower. She had never encountered a plant in any book that possessed such remarkable capabilities. It was a rarity to find healing-type abilities among those depicted in literature. Much like a treasured panda before a natural disaster, it was indeed a precious gem. Within the base, healers with abilities often struggled to afford treatment from other healers, especially during the early stages. Even if one could afford to summon a healing-type ability user, they would still have to endure a waiting list. Healing-type practitioners, like all others with abilities, needed to develop their powers through practice, which meant that their capabilities were quite limited in the beginning. Typically, they could only heal 1 or 2 individuals a day before exhausting their energy. Consequently, most ability users injured in battles against mutated plants would opt for the official hospitals within the survivor base for treatment. This illustrates the immense value of healing abilities. Cheng Yin leaned closer to the sunflower bud, inhaling its fragrant aroma. She placed the sunflower on the floor nearby, allowing it to bask in the sunlight from the outside world. Her spirits soared, buoyed by the prospect of a fruitful potato and a healing sunflower. It seemed that the mutated plants within her cultivation space were evolving in diverse and wondrous directions. That would be exceedingly advantageous. Solely possessing this pot of sunflowers ensures her future safety. If necessary, she could align herself with the officialdom of the survivor base, relinquishing some autonomy in exchange for the security of her life. Cheng Yin persisted in channeling her consciousness into the dimension to ascertain if there were other plants that had undergone mutation and could be extracted. Of all the vegetables, fruits, and flowers she had cultivated in pots and foam boxes before the acid rain, only the sunflower had demonstrably mutated. The others, sheltered within the dimension and untouched by the acid rain, remained unaltered. Cheng Yin's gaze settled upon a chili seedling, verdant and lush, adorned with a profusion of scarlet chili peppers. The mutated chili seedling had not significantly increased in size compared to its original form. Only its chili fruits were twice the size of ordinary ones within the dimension. Unlike the sizable potato, which had lost its stem, leaving only a large tuber, this presented a challenge for Cheng Yin. The large potato, lacking roots to anchor it, was easily uprooted. However, The chili was not merely a solitary pepper. She needed to extract it along with the chili seedling and its root system, which posed a slight predicament. Could it be that uprooting it would kill the chili seedling? Cheng Yin procured an empty flower pot from the air and filled it with soil from the cultivation dimension. Then, she meticulously uprooted the chili seedling, striving to minimize any harm to its roots. She placed the chili seedling into the soil-filled flower pot, filling in any gaps. She carried the chili seedling flower pot out of the dimension. A pungent, acrid spiciness surged forth, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Yet, the chili seedling seemed drawn to her, swaying its stem in her direction. As the chili's essence assailed her, Cheng Yin recoiled. Yet, when she sensed the despondency of the chili seedling, her heart softened, causing her to pause, tears streaming from her eyes. Thankfully, the sunflowers nearby swayed gently, and Cheng Yin felt the sharp, pungent flavor dissipate considerably, bringing her a sense of comfort. She raised her hand to touch the little chili, murmuring an apology. "I'm truly sorry. Your mutated flavor is overwhelming, and I have yet to acclimate to it." She opened the window to allow fresh air into the room. Chapter 43. Eye-watering, he hurried over, attempting to console her. "What is wrong?" Cheng Yin blinked and retrieved the chili seedling from her space, saying, "Look at this." In an instant, all the conjectures in He Chuan's mind came to a halt. His eyes quickly reddened, the acrid scent invading his nostrils, compelling him to retreat further. He wore a pitiful and endearing expression, opening his mouth to ask with difficulty, "Is this a chili?" Cheng Yin, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded yes. "It's a new discovery for today." Observing He Chuan's reaction, she decided to put the chili back into her space and instead took out the pot of sunflowers. Gently touching their buds, "Please, make him feel better." A soft blue glow began to emanate from the sunflowers. Cheng Yin cradled the pot and approached He Chuan, instructing, "Stay still and try the healing properties of this flower." He Chuan obediently stood still, not moving at all. He watched as the gentle blue light floated from the sunflowers, enveloping him, and a sense of warmth and comfort washed over him. His weariness from battling the mutated flora dissipated entirely, replaced by a resurgence of vigor. The minor wounds and blemishes he had hoped to conceal from Cheng Yin were instantaneously scabbed over and shed, restoring his skin to its pristine condition. Moreover, the slight irritation from the pepper seedlings and the redness in his eyes had completely subsided. He marveled at this phenomenon, having encountered poisonous mutated plants outside the base, but never any with restorative properties, let alone such remarkable ones. He pondered whether the energy restoration elixirs developed within the base could achieve such miraculous effects, or if the base's healers could mend wounds with such alacrity. He had never experimented with these options, preferring to accumulate points for Cheng Yin's benefit. The survivor base's authorities had officially announced a provisional classification system for survivors' abilities. By his rough calculations, He Chuan's fire ability had reached level 2, while his seldom-used ice ability, employed merely for household water supply, remained at level 1. This ranking placed him in a favorable position within the base. He Chuan had awakened his abilities relatively early and actively participated in missions. His abilities were consistently honed through daily exertion, steadily progressing in strength. However, this offered little cause for complacency, as the mutated plants outside were also evolving. They were not static at level 0. They gained experience through skirmishes with humans or by cannibalizing their brethren to absorb their crystalline cores and advance in rank. This made subsequent missions to purge the mutated plants outside the city increasingly arduous. In the beginning, the 0-level psychic was engaged in combat with 0-level mutated plants, merely standing by as the mutated flora launched their attacks, offering little advantage. However, if the psychic understood the right methods, they could effectively eliminate such mutated plants. Yet, as the level of these plants increased, their branches, or rather their attack range, expanded, rendering previous strategies less effective. The situation was further complicated by the occasional appearance of mutated rabbits, snakes, and bees, which added to the difficulty of what was once a straightforward task. He Chuan kept all of this from Cheng Yin, wishing for her to live in peace, untroubled by the brutality of the outside world. Cheng Yin tilted her head, noticing that He Chuan, after being healed by the sunflower, showed no particular reaction. Curiously, she inquired, "How do you feel? Are you comfortable?" On the day Cheng Yin revealed the large potato, Chuan had classified her awakened ability as plant manipulation. Therefore, it was only natural to attribute the chili peppers and sunflowers to her botanical powers. Cheng Yin felt somewhat conflicted. She did not fully comprehend whether this truly constituted a psychic ability. If it were not a psychic power, how could the plants in her cultivation space mutate? Conversely, if it were indeed a psychic ability, how could she possess such a diverse array of powers? The notion that each mutated plant harbored a unique ability seemed excessively extraordinary. Nevertheless, she nodded and remarked, "Yes, this is my latest discovery. You see, my sunflower is quite effective, isn't it? Should you take it with you on your missions? It could assist in healing you if you sustain any injuries." He pondered the uniqueness of Cheng Yin's abilities, plants that could heal physical wounds, potatoes suitable for cultivation, and that pungent chili pepper. If these capabilities were to be revealed, he feared that others might covet her powers and harm her. The tranquility of their current existence must not be disrupted. Cheng Yin was momentarily taken aback by his words, reflecting on her own recent utterance, which indeed lacked prudence. Given her usual rationality, such remarks were uncharacteristic. It was clear that concern had clouded her judgment. Her anxiety for his safety had led her to speak thoughtlessly. "I shall keep it at home," she conceded. The sunflower represented a healing ability, ill-suited for external missions. The chili pepper, while offensive in nature, provided indiscriminate attacks. Despite possessing 3 distinct mutated plants, she realized she could not take them on missions. They were better off remaining at home. She envisioned taking the chili pepper on a task, only to imagine its overwhelming aroma indiscriminately irritating not only her fellow ability users, but also the mutated plants outside the base. Cheng Yin vigorously shook her head, dismissing such a catastrophic scenario. If she were to embark on missions with these mutated plants, she feared that the frustrated ability users would inevitably seek her out for retribution. It was best to avoid such thankless endeavors. Cheng Yin could only hope that the mutated plants in her cultivation space would evolve to possess some degree of offensive capability. For instance, string beans possess the capability to extend their elongated pods and assault individuals. Similarly, corn can transform its myriad kernels into projectiles, serving as offensive armaments. In essence, the avenues of mutation are boundless, and one can only hope that they manifest with sufficient potency to furnish her with a modicum of leverage in combat, thereby enabling her to safeguard herself. Chapter 44. The pea. Perhaps in fulfillment of Cheng Yin's aspirations, she unearthed a pea plant from her cultivation space a few days later. This particular pea plant was indeed formidable. A veritable embodiment of the pea shooter from the game Plants vs. Zombies had materialized into reality. Cheng Yin, cradling the flower pot containing the pea plant in her hands, observed its rapid-fire expulsion of pea seeds, her elation knowing no bounds. However, as Chuan predominantly employed fire-based abilities, his fiery projectiles invariably rendered the mutated flora charred and tender upon impact. Consequently, when she deployed the pea shooter, the tree trunks were rendered brittle and fragile. The pea shooter's capacity to pierce through mutated vegetation with a single seed left her at a loss for words, unsure of whether to deem her pea shooter potent or otherwise. Cheng Yin resolved to venture forth with the pea shooter to assess its capabilities. She conveyed to Chuan, "Would it be feasible for me to accompany you on a mission outside the base tomorrow? I wish to further evaluate the pea shooter's efficacy." Initially, Cheng Yin had refrained from setting foot beyond the confines of the base, lest she become a hindrance to Chuan. Now, armed with a highly aggressive mutated plant, she recognized that while she remained a novice in confronting mutated vegetation, it was imperative to take that initial step. Without venturing forth, how could she ascertain her own capabilities? Chuan nodded, indicating agreement. "Tomorrow, let us venture to the area with less threatening mutated plants." Cheng Yin refrained from directing Chuan's plans, just as he would not use her well-being as an excuse to confine her at home. If she yearned to soar, he would strive to shield her beneath his wings. Should she wish to endure the trials of wind and rain, he would willingly accompany her on this journey of adventure. This mutual respect felt remarkably gratifying. Cheng Yin felt a flicker of excitement and inquired about the conditions outside. Holding up her pea shooter, she asked, "Do you think my pea shooter can contend with the level 0 mutated plants?" With a cheerful laugh, she continued, "Are there still many level 0 mutated plants outside?" The chief of a new storage base was an exceptionally capable leader. Just as he had initially led the charge against the mutated plants to assess their situation, he frequently organized expeditions to cleanse the area of these threats. The abilities of the base's security team respected this leader thoroughly. None had allowed their transformation from ordinary individuals to empowered beings to alter their demeanor, and they adhered to the established order within a base. Such feats are not easily accomplished. In survivor bases across other provinces, there have been instances where security personnel, upon awakening their powers, succumbed to arrogance, resulting in chaos. This disarray is exacerbated when the official leaders of a base remain unawakened while others do, leading to swift turmoil. Resolute in his self-assurance, he acknowledged no superior. The W-City Survivor Outpost owed its fortunate state to the consistent maintenance of order, with fundamental protocols remaining steadfast. Lindsay, the base's leader, accompanied by the most formidable espers from the guard, ventured beyond the city to conduct several purges, forcibly delineating a novice zone for nascent ability users. Subsequent attempts to demarcate territories proved challenging. Thus, the zero-level area was preserved exclusively for those newly awakened, enabling them to hone their skills. Espers who surpassed the zero level typically refrained from lingering in the novice sector. As their Esper ranks ascended, they gradually undertook more demanding assignments, thereby accruing greater points. Such was the path of Yuan, who, even before the survivor base's official demarcation, proactively sought out more formidable mutated botanical adversaries. The following day, Yuan escorted Cheng Yin to the base's mission hall to accept assignments, securing a task for Cheng Yin that entailed eliminating a zero-level mutated plant. By this juncture, the base's points awarded for clearing zero-level mutated plants had diminished significantly compared to the initial period of acid rain-induced plant mutations. Cheng Yin remained unconcerned, as her motivation for undertaking the task was not driven by the acquisition of points, but rather by the desire to refine her pea shooter ability. Within the zero-level training area, he could ensure Cheng Yin's safety. However, as they ventured into higher-level mutated plant zones, the number of unpredictable variables increased. He could not unequivocally guarantee her safety when confronted with numerous mutated plants of the same caliber, coupled with the potential for unforeseen mutated plant incursions. Hesitation is a deterrent. Thus, inaction is the wisest course. Yuan possessed no such hubris as to attempt the unattainable. With the assignment in hand, the duo departed the base, making their way toward the level 0 mutated flora region. Cheng Yin, cradling her pea shooter, trailed behind Yuan, her mind a blank slate. As they neared their destination, Yuan halted, prompting her to do likewise. The level 0 training grounds were already teeming with individuals, predominantly those newly awakened to their abilities, mirroring Yuan's initial foray into mission work, marked by indecision. Yuan, clasping Cheng Yin's hand, navigated past the hesitant throng and advanced several meters. "Here suffices," he declared. "Experiment by directing your pea shooter to strike the adjacent mutated tree, gauging the range of its offensive capabilities." Cheng Yin nodded, affectionately patting the pea shooter's head. "Beas holter. I implore your assistance. Target the mutated tree ahead." She cradled the pea shooter, carefully aiming for the mutated tree's core. Given its inherent aptitude for long-range attacks, the distance posed no challenge for the pea shooter. Bayou, bayou, bayou. The obedient pea shooter discharged a volley of hardened peas from its maw, propelling them toward the mutated flora. The projectiles pierced the tree trunk surrounding the core with precision, exposing the crystalline heart within. It dislodged from its arboreal encasement, plummeting to the earth with a resounding thud. Cheng Yin was elated as she contemplated how to retrieve the mutated tree's core. A verdant tendril shot out toward the targeted tree. She noticed a young girl, perhaps 15 years of age. Chapter 45. Alliance. The young girl clutched a mutated pot hose, and as it deposited a crystal nucleus into her palm, she approached, offering, "Esteemed sister, this crystal nucleus is for you." scrutinized the girl with wary eyes, preventing her from nearing. She surmised that this girl with the mutated pothose was likely the one she had encountered in the novel. The girl offered a demure smile, then tentatively inquired, "Esteemed sister, my name is Song Jishu, and this is my pothose. It has undergone mutation, yet it heeds my commands faithfully. I can direct it to perform any task. I possess a pothose, while you command a pea shooter. Might we collaborate as a team to fulfill our mission?" Was taken aback by the girl's proactive proposition for collaboration. Impelled by her initial fondness for the character portrayed in the novel, she assented, "Indeed, we can. I too was seeking a companion, and our union would be propitious." Deemed it an ideal arrangement, envisioning her pea shooter as an offensive asset, while Song Jishu's mutated pothose could serve as an auxiliary force, gathering crystal nuclei. Their collaboration would ensure mutual safety. More importantly, the sight of Song Jishu, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, venturing alone against these mutated flora evoked a sense of unease. Tugged at her wrist, expressing his disapproval. Having undertaken numerous base missions following the acid rain, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the populace. Superfluous benevolence is unnecessary. Attending to one's own well-being is paramount. Cheng Yin smiled at Chuan, refraining from superfluous words. "Rest assured, we will be absolutely fine." She turned her gaze towards Song Jishu, right? Jishu. Song Jishu revealed a radiant smile of elation. "Yes, I shall heed all of Sister's directives." Chuan, observing Song Jishu's gaze, which was replete with reliance upon Cheng Yin, felt a sense of unease, akin to Cheng Yin being pilfered away. His premonition was not unfounded, as Cheng Yin and Song Jishu, having successfully formed a team, commenced the joyful task of clearing the mutated flora. Cheng Yin assumed the responsibility of wielding the pea shooter, meticulously aiming at the mutated trees, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Song Jishu, in turn, directed the mutated green ivy to gather the crystalline cores dislodged by the pea shooter's assault. Their collaborative efforts proved remarkably effective, swiftly clearing 5 or 6 mutated trees. They had fortuitously amassed 7 crystalline cores. The acquisition of 1 more would allow for equitable distribution. The pea shooter nestled snugly within her palm, as a volley of peas was poised to be discharged from its aperture, striking the mutated tree. Success in accumulating 8 crystalline cores. Cheng Yin and Song Jishu effectuated an even division, each receiving 4 crystalline cores. Furthermore, the 8 trunks of the mutated trees, which Song Jishu had the mutated green ivy haul over, were also divided, with each receiving 4 trunks. Song Jishu nodded gently. I am capable." Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yin could only remark, "Then, exercise caution en route, and be wary of those with malicious intentions. Should you find yourself unable to prevail, refrain from engaging in direct confrontation. Relinquish the mutated tree trunks to them instead. Our safety is of utmost importance. Safeguard yourself." Song Jishu nodded obediently. "Very well, sister. I comprehend." Watching Song Jishu depart with the mutated tree trunk, Cheng Yin felt a tinge of unease. "Chuan, perhaps we should follow her, just to ensure her safety?" Chuan, suppressing a pang of jealousy, acquiesced. "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment." Even the crystal cores of 0-grade mutated plants held little value in the present day, let alone the trunks. The survivor base had long reached its saturation point in the acquisition of 0-grade mutated trees. Nevertheless, these trees, even if not utilized for research, could be ground into flour to create sustenance. Thus, the base had not ceased their acquisition of mutated tree trunks entirely. A benefactor had recently donated a substantial amount of supplies, yet one could not solely rely on the generosity of others for survival. Lindsay, the leader of the base, remained clear-headed. The donated supplies were being distributed to the impoverished as daily sustenance, with the remainder being stockpiled as provisions. Research efforts continued unabated. Grinding tree trunks into flour for food provided an additional source of sustenance. Moreover, even if the base had a surplus of mutated tree trunks, they could still be utilized as firewood for cooking. As they followed Song Jishu, they encountered no individuals with ulterior motives, which brought Cheng Yin a sense of relief and contentment. She retained only the highest grade, level 2 crystal cores for future exigencies, cradling the pea shooter in her arms. Cheng Yin observed its listless state and contemplated placing it within her spatial dimension to recuperate. Cheng Yin nodded in agreement. That seems a prudent course of action. Proceeding along their path, engaging in light-hearted conversation, Cheng Yin came to an abrupt halt. Alas, she exclaimed, I seem to have neglected to finalize arrangements with Ji Su, and I failed to discuss the possibility of forming a team in the future. Chapter 46. Impurities. Cheng Yin found herself in a quandary. Having omitted to confirm a future alliance with Song Ji Su, she cherished their amiable rapport, finding their dynamic to be precisely to her liking. However, the sheer magnitude of the survivor encampment presented a formidable challenge in locating her. Unlike Cheng Yin, whose whereabouts could be ascertained through inquiries at the administrative hall, Song Ji Su's presence was akin to a needle in a haystack. Ultimately, Cheng Yin resigned herself to fate, musing that should destiny favor them, they might yet cross paths in the same verdant expanse of zero-level mutated flora on the morrow. He Chuan, a solitary combatant by nature, had never known the experience of teaming up with others, thus remaining untouched by Cheng Yin's present predicament. The novelty of this initial collaboration was remarkable, instilling in him a sense that the world was perhaps not as bleak as he had once perceived. Through perseverance, humanity could indeed triumph over mutated vegetation. Cheng Yin had observed that within the zero-level mutated plant training grounds, alongside newly minted ability wielders, were individuals armed with handcrafted bows and crossbows, assailing the mutated flora. Unable to reshape the world, they adapted to its current state. Those who had tenaciously clung to life, surviving the Cataclysm, the acid rain, and the subsequent mutation of flora and fauna, were far from feeble. They shared an unwavering conviction to endure. Closing her eyes, Cheng Yin delved into the depths of her spatial consciousness, noting that the pea shooter was swaying gently, steadfastly replenishing its vitality. It piqued her curiosity as to how the superior mutated flora of this world had evolved. The book did not elaborate on how Song Jishu's domesticated potho survived after the Cataclysm, so she remained uninformed. However, considering that the flora and fauna outside resorted to fratricide or assimilation of the cerebral nuclei of human ability users to ascend, she surmised that the mutated plants within her dimension could also be nourished with mutated plant nuclei to facilitate their advancement. Following tropes gleaned from other novels, she speculated that the refinement of one's consciousness involved either immersion in a medicinal concoction or enlisting the aid of a healing-type ability user to expunge impurities. She gently caressed the nascent bloom of the sunflower, imploring it to attempt to purify the impurities within these mutated plant nuclei. The sunflower, upon beholding such an abundance of secondary mutated plant nuclei, was visibly animated, suppressing the urge to devour and assimilate them, and instead unleashed its healing ability. A faint azure luminescence emanated, rendering the secondary mutated plant nuclei more limpid, pristine, and free of impurities. Cheng Yin was pleasantly surprised. Though she did not immediately affirm the sunflower's capacity to eliminate impurities from the nuclei based solely on this metamorphosis, she retrieved another unprocessed nucleus from her dimension and juxtaposed it with those that had undergone the sunflower's purification. Upon confirming the tangible alteration in the two nuclei, she smiled radiantly. Cheng Yin gathered the purified secondary mutated plant nuclei, only to find the sunflower nuzzling her fingertip, seemingly beseeching her for the refined nuclei. She was taken aback, as she believed that the sunflower's mutation was too recent for it to ingest secondary mutated plant nuclei. She gently touched the sunflower's leaves, apologizing. I currently only possess Tier 2 mutated plant crystal cores. If I were to give one to you, I fear the potent energy within might harm you. Once I venture out for missions tomorrow and acquire Tier 0 crystal cores, I will apportion them for you to absorb. Is that all right? The sunflower shook its head, embracing a Tier 2 mutated plant crystal core with its leaves, refusing to release it. Both amused and exasperated, relented. If you can consume, absorb it, then take it. Just be cautious not to exert yourself excessively and risk injury. Ultimately, the sunflower was the mutated plant, not. Since the sunflower so steadfastly desired the Tier 2 mutated plant crystal core, she acquiesced to its wishes. To ascertain whether the Tier 2 mutated plant crystal cores would be efficacious for the sizable potato and pea shooter within her space, and to ensure impartiality, she retrieved the sizable potato and pea shooter from her space, placing a crystal core corresponding to each of their respective attributes before them. Addressed the sizable potato and pea shooter, I just gave the sunflower a Tier 2 mutated plant crystal core, and it seems capable of absorbing the energy within. Examine this crystal core to see if it is beneficial for your current level. If it is, then take it. If not, do not force it, lest you suffer injury during absorption. The sizable potato glanced at the ground, promptly retreating several steps, as though avoiding the Tier 2 mutated plant crystal core at all costs. The pea shooter, on the other hand, bent down, seizing the crystal core before it, attempting to swallow it whole, appearing to have obtained a treasure. Cheng Yin suddenly recalled that the crystal nucleus of the secondary mutated plant embraced by the sunflower was indeed blue. In this world, at least in the novels, there had been no mention of healing-type mutated plants in the wild. How, then, could this sunflower evolve? The blue crystal nucleus must belong to either the water or ice category. Could it be that her sunflower had an omnivorous nature, capable of absorbing any type of crystal nucleus? Cheng Yin pondered this, nodding to herself, since it was the sunflower that had chosen the secondary mutated plant nucleus. There should be no cause for concern. Surely, it possessed its own discernment. All she needed to do was trust it. Chapter 47. Encounter this was indeed a delightful surprise for Cheng Yin, so much so that she completely overlooked He Chuan's affectionate nickname for her, Yin. Immersed in her joy, she exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I'm so glad you encountered her. This means I can join her tomorrow." She had grown quite fond of the little girl, and being able to arrange this in advance was splendid. As for the timing, the ordinary residential area of the survivor base lacked electricity, but fortunately, there was a dedicated broadcasting system that announced the time, preventing anyone from drifting through their days obliviously. The time agreed upon with Song Jishu was also the same as when they set off that morning, which suited her perfectly. The 30-degree heat was hardly conducive to sleeping in, and after enduring both extreme cold and heat, Cheng Yin had lost the habit of languishing in bed. Each day, she rose early, prepared herself, and settled comfortably into a rocking chair or on the sofa, finding the same exquisite pleasure in it. After Cheng Yin finished her moment of joy, she took the crystal core that He Chuan had harvested that morning. Suddenly, she recalled her own purified secondary mutated plant crystal cores and hurriedly retrieved them from her spatial storage. She handed a few of these cores to He Chuan, saying, "This is my new discovery today. The sunflower can eliminate impurities from the crystal cores. Moreover, the sunflower pea shooter has absorbed a corresponding crystal core to enhance its abilities after the impurities were removed. Would you like to give it a try?" He Chuan picked up an ice-type mutated plant crystal core and replied, "Certainly. I was just about to mention that I've noticed several ability users in the base recently, holding crystal cores in their hands or even swallowing them whole, seemingly to absorb the powers contained within." He added, "I've even seen some ability users elevate from level 2 to level 3. Cheng Yin cast a skeptical glance at him, asking, "You Haven T tried absorbing a crystal core. Have you?" Of course, her concern was not about He Chuan hoarding the crystal cores from her. To her, whether she had them or not made little difference. Besides, they were originally collected by He Chuan, so it was not imperative for him to share them. Her worry stemmed from the possibility that he might follow the example of the ability users and inadvertently absorb all the impurities into his body, which could hinder his future ability advancement. However, she had no intention of disclosing such information within the base. The previous donations had already attracted enough attention. If she were to engage in such matters again, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, since the original female protagonist had not revealed this information, she felt no need to involve herself in it either. Everything would be left to the official research of the survivor base. He curved his lips into a smile, elucidating, "I haven't. I've entrusted all my crystal cores to you." After a moment's contemplation, he appended, Furthermore, such matters should be officially promulgated by the survivor encampment. I shall refrain from any experimentation until an official announcement is made. He was wary of unorthodox approaches employed by some ability users, devoid of empirical substantiation, lest unforeseen complications arise in the future. Relieved, Castor gazed upon the crystal core in his hand. Would you care to experiment with it? Raised his hand, scrutinizing the crystal core. He discerned that this particular core differed slightly from the ice-based, mutated plant crystal cores he had previously acquired. He elected not to attempt absorption of the mutated plant crystal core rashly, preferring to await official notification before utilizing it. I'm in no particular hurry at present. Nodded. Very well. I shall safeguard it for now. After a pause, she added, should the survivor encampment fail to issue a research notification before my mutated plants consume all your crystal cores, you mustn't hold it against me. Chuckled. Certainly not. They may consume them at their leisure. Having cohabitated for such a protracted duration, had never quibbled with him over anything. These were merely crystal cores procured daily from clearing mutated plants. If her mutated plants utilized them, they were welcome to do so. He would never harbor any displeasure. Indeed, he most fervently desired her reliance upon him. It would instill in him a sense of purpose, that he was not entirely without utility, that he could indeed render her assistance. Following luncheon, ventured out once more. Cheng Yin surveyed the state of the pea shooter and sunflower-absorbing crystal nuclei within her planting space, and everything appeared to be in order. The passage of time in her cultivation realm differed from that of the outside world. The pea shooter and sunflower had long since completed their absorption, leaving only 2 transparent crystal nuclei behind. Cheng Yin examined them before returning them to the space. Having set out early in the morning to undertake the task of clearing mutated plants, she realized she had forgotten to harvest the vegetables and fruits in her space. Reflecting on the necessity of embarking on missions at this hour in the future, she contemplated adjusting the harvesting schedule for her crops. Should she rise earlier to gather her produce before heading to the base for the task of clearing mutated plants? Or would it be more prudent to conduct the harvest at noon? As she plucked the vegetables, thoughts swirled in her mind. If she opted for an early morning harvest, it would indeed require her to rise significantly earlier, compressing her sleep time. Conversely, postponing the harvest until noon would become increasingly impractical as the abilities of the pea shooter strengthened, resulting in longer periods spent outside the base, thus rendering midday harvesting less feasible. Additionally, with medicinal herbs and crops also thriving in her space, delaying the harvest and planting by half a day felt like an inefficient use of her resources. Cheng Yin resolved to endure a bit of hardship and rise early to tend her tasks. Fortunately, she had long since overcome the clumsiness and confusion she initially faced when manipulating her space with sheer will. Now, she could deftly control the items within her realm at will, effortlessly harvesting all the fruits from a single tree in one swift motion whenever she desired. Cheng Yin's speed in harvesting fruits and vegetables has significantly improved, yet the act of sowing seeds must be approached with patience. Haste would only lead to an overwhelming scattering of seeds. Should she be overly anxious, the seedlings would emerge from the soil in a congested manner, detrimental to the growth of the produce. Thus, she must proceed slowly, meticulously spreading the seeds across the fertile ground. After dedicating an hour to the collection of fruits, vegetables, and herbs, as well as sowing, she lay back on her soft bed, closing her eyes. While her efficiency had indeed increased, it also required considerable mental effort. The exhaustion of the mind is a fatigue that necessitates rest for recovery. Chapter 48. The agreement. The following day, Cheng Yin encountered Song Jishu, both holding pots of plants. Exchanging smiles, Cheng Yin spoke. How wonderful. I forgot to make our agreement yesterday, but fortunately, you met He Chuan afterward. Song Jishu glanced at He Chuan and smiled at Cheng Yin. Indeed, it is delightful to continue undertaking tasks alongside you, sister. The trio set off once more towards the low-level training area. Cheng Yin sensed that her pea shooter had greatly improved compared to the previous day. What once required 5 peas to fell a mutated tree now only demanded 2. She surmised that this enhancement was due to her pea shooter absorbing the core of a secondary mutated plant the day before. He Chuan, noticing the increased power of Cheng Yin's pea shooter, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Originally, he had intended to seek out the secondary mutated plants himself, but his concern for Cheng Yin, paired with a stranger, compelled him to observe for a few more days. Once confirmed that there are no issues, they can separate and proceed with their respective tasks. However, her pea shooter is becoming increasingly formidable. Yuan curved his lips into a smile, revealing a pleasant mood. If Cheng Yin's pea shooter continues to strengthen in this manner, they could embark on tasks together, without the need for separation. Rather than observing for several days before both part ways to pursue their individual endeavors, he would much prefer to act in unison. Unbeknownst to Yuan's thoughts, Cheng Yin, upon witnessing the pea shooter effortlessly dealing with the level 0 mutated plants, began to entertain the notion of leaving the level 0 training zone to seek out mutated plants in higher-level regions for battle. The comfort zone of level 0 mutated plants is indeed pleasant and secure, yet one cannot remain ensconced in comfort indefinitely. After Song Ji-su instructed the mutated pothose to collect the crystal core, she proposed, "Ji-su, shall we consider relocating? Let's depart from the level 0 mutated plant area." Song Ji-su was taken aback. "Are we leaving?" She felt that their current situation in the level 0 mutated plant zone, engaging in battles with mutated plants, was quite favorable and secure. The sudden suggestion of venturing elsewhere caught her off guard. Cheng Yin patiently elucidated, "Well, you see, my pea shooter has improved significantly since yesterday. If we continue to battle level 0 mutated plants, the pea shooter will gain little enhancement. To strengthen our abilities, we must challenge more formidable opponents." Song Ji-su's understanding dawned. "Oh, I see." Yet, a hint of youthful hesitation and fear surfaced within her. "Are the mutated plants over there truly more powerful? Can we defeat them?" Cheng Yin chuckled, patting Yuan, who was standing beside her. "Ji-su, there's no need for apprehension. Observe, we have a Tier 2 ability user in our midst. Even if we find ourselves momentarily overwhelmed, he is here to assist." Yuan puffed out his chest, endeavoring to project an image of unwavering dependability. Song Ji-su glanced at Yuan, her tumultuous heart gradually finding solace. Indeed, their team boasted a Tier 2 ability user. What cause was there for trepidation now that they had ventured beyond the confines of the level 0 training zone? She nodded in agreement. "Sister, I shall heed your counsel. Wherever you lead, I shall follow." Cheng Yin offered a gentle smile. "Excellent." With their consensus solidified, the trio proceeded toward the region teeming with mutated flora. Cheng Yin's pea shooter, as dependable as ever, unleashed a volley of peas that swiftly vanquished the mutated tree, engaging mutated flora from a distance, and retrieving their crystalline cores from afar. Such ranged combatants possessed an undeniable advantage, practically ensuring an effortless victory. However, for those skilled in close-quarters combat, the situation presented a considerable challenge. When in close proximity, the branches of the mutated trees were capable of inflicting blows. It was genuinely arduous for a lone melee ability user to contend with mutated flora that possessed such an abundance of branches. Take Yuan, for instance. Although he too was a ranged ability user, retrieving the crystalline cores of the mutated flora after a battle proved to be a vexing task. His initial encounter with the mutated flora, during which he was struck by its branches, served as a vivid illustration. Subsequently, he meticulously observed the proximity and movements of the surrounding mutated flora, often neutralizing several aberrant trees before retrieving the crystalline cores. Despite these precautions, there remained the possibility of other ability users pilfering the cores he had painstakingly acquired, a frustrating reality. Having witnessed the spectrum of humanity within the survivor encampment, Yuan had resigned himself to such occurrences. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of venting his frustrations upon Cheng Yin. Consequently, he regarded the 15-year-old girl cradling a pot of mutated green ivy with a degree of circumspection. Should he depart, leaving Cheng Yin solely in the company of this young woman named Song Ji-su? And should Cheng Yin's pea shooter ability become depleted while the girl's mutated ivy retained ample power? Might she contemplate acting against Cheng Yin, perhaps binding her with the ivy and absconding, or perhaps she was affiliated with a larger group? Of course, these were merely his most dire conjectures, not necessarily reflective of reality. However, instances of deceptive appearances were not unheard of, even in the bygone era of peace, where fraudulent claims were prevalent. In this post-apocalyptic world, Chuan maintained a constant state of vigilance and preparedness. Cheng Yin, on the other hand, genuinely perceived her as a mere child, and in her role as an elder sister figure, consistently reminded the girl to prioritize safety and avoid injury. The pea shooter diligently assailed the mutated trees, inadvertently striking a large insect resembling a cicada of yore, albeit of soccer ball proportions, which emitted a grating, high-pitched sound that induced headaches and agitation. Cheng Yin harbored doubts regarding the direction of the mutation in the summer cicada, suspecting that it not only pertained to its physical size, but also involved alterations in its extraordinary abilities. The cicada's sound must have undergone a transformation. Otherwise, how could it provoke such irritable discomfort in those who heard it? Could this be the legendary sound-based psychic attack? Cheng Yin pondered internally as she aimed her pea shooter at the cicada. Bang, bang, bang. Several of her peas were deftly evaded by the cicada. Indeed, the immobile mutated plants bore no comparison to these agile mutated insects. The challenge of confronting mutated plants had escalated significantly with the advent of mutated insects. Cheng Yin was reminded of the shooting games she had once played. As she continued to focus on the cicada, the incessant screeching grew increasingly unbearable, stirring her feelings of agitation. Missed again, she thought, as the cicada drew closer, intensifying her unease. It was then that Chuan sensed something amiss. He extended his hand and hurled a fireball towards the cicada, the scent of singed flesh wafting through the air. Chapter 49. Summer Cicada, emerging from her state of agitation. Cheng Yin took a step back in trepidation and thanked Chuan. "Thank you. I was on the verge of being disturbed by this mutated summer cicada." Chuan shook his head, replying, "It is my fault for not warning you. Had you been prepared, you would not have been affected." He too had encountered the cicada's sonic assault, but his shooting accuracy was commendable. He typically eliminated the mutated cicada before it could disrupt his composure. Cheng Yin pressed her lips together. Indeed, having departed from the beginner's leveling zone, she was gradually acclimatizing to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. Reflecting on her less than precise marksmanship, Cheng Yin realized that practicing against dynamic opponents was essential. The towering, immobile mutated trees and the flying mutated insects were in no way comparable. The summer cicadas, post-mutation, had grown far beyond their former diminutive selves. Engaging in combat with the summer cicadas would be significantly easier than before the calamity. However, as flying insects, their flight patterns remained elusive. The summer cicada represented a potential unstable threat, and Cheng Yin felt that continually battling only the mutated trees would gradually erode her fighting spirit. Moreover, it could also lead to an inflated sense of confidence, a mindset that was perilous. Cheng Yin placed the crystal core that Song Jishu had entrusted to her in her pocket, pondering how, since forming a team, Song Jishu had entirely assumed the role of a supporter. This realization felt amiss. Was this truly the Song Jishu depicted in the books? Together with the mutated green vine, they had navigated the post-catastrophe world and survived to the end. It was improbable that they relied solely on providing support. A heaviness settled in Cheng Yin's heart as she recognized that, unbeknownst to her, she had altered the trajectory of this young girl's journey. This was certainly not a favorable development. Lacking self-preservation skills in the post-disaster world was far from advantageous. Turning to Song Jishu, she inquired, "Jishu, have you considered training your mutated green vine?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Song Jishu tilted her head in curiosity. How do you suggest I practice, sister? I will follow your lead." Cheng Yin sighed inwardly, realizing that her presence had indeed shifted the young girl's perspective. It was truly a matter of concern. She feared that Song Jishu might misinterpret her inquiry as a sign of reluctance to continue their partnership. Thus, Cheng Yin gently spoke to Song Jishu. "As you can see, we have now departed from the zero-level training zone, just like that sudden arrival of a mutated summer cicada. If it were just the two of us, we might have been attacked by the cicada. However, if both our mutated plants possess the capability to counter enemies, we can support each other." She mused that even if the young girl mastered the mutated pothose and believed that solo combat would yield more points and be more advantageous, it would be perfectly acceptable to part ways without forming a team. After all, she still had yuan, and there was no cause for concern. The young girl would only find joy in her newfound offensive abilities. Cheng Yin wished to team up with Song Jishu, but never intended to stifle her growth. Song Jishu nodded. "Sister, I understand. Allow me to give it a try." Cheng Yin, pleased by her comprehension, smiled and said, "Yes, just let your mutated pothose practice gradually. Regardless, possessing the ability to protect oneself is indeed commendable." Subsequently, Cheng Yin instructed Song Jishu to command the mutated pothose to whip at the mutated trees, startling the hidden summer cicadas, causing them to flee outward. From within one mutated tree emerged 5 or 6 summer cicadas. Yuan, armed with experience in battling cicadas, swiftly eliminated several of the aggressively approaching insects, leaving only 2 mutated cicadas for Cheng Yin and Song Jishu to confront. The incessant chirping diminished significantly, alleviating the tension in the atmosphere. Cheng Yin mentally prepared herself, remaining vigilant against the auditory assault of the mutated cicadas. She scrutinized the approaching mutated cicada with unwavering focus, directing the pea shooter towards the enormous, altered insect. Bang, bang, bang. Again, the projectiles were evaded. Undeterred, Cheng Yin meticulously observed the cicada's trajectory, plotting her next assault. If a single pea proved insufficient, what about 2 or 3? Anticipating the cicada's evasive maneuvers, she aimed the subsequent volley at the predicted location. Calmly, she commanded the pea shooter to unleash its botanical ammunition. Similarly, Song Jishu faced her own predicament. Her mutated pothose lashed out at the mutated cicada, only for the insect to nimbly evade the attack. With a determined clench of her teeth, she decided that if one vine was ineffective, then 2 would be deployed. 2 mutated pothose vines simultaneously lunged towards the cicada, attempting to ensnare it, but again, they were thwarted. A wave of disappointment washed over Song Jishu, but she quickly rallied, continuing to direct her mutated pothose in its assault against the cicada, seeking to immobilize its body and constrict it with tightening vines. "Hooray! Beas holter. You hit the mutated cicada. Little pothose, you caught it. You're amazing." Cheng Yin and Song Jishu, having simultaneously captured the mutated cicada, exclaimed in elation. Subsequently, they exchanged smiles. Completely isolated from the action, Yuan touched his nose, finding himself delighted by Cheng Yin's vibrant demeanor. Song Jishu commanded the mutated pothose to extract the mutated cicada's crystal core, revealing an unexpectedly grimy, verdant fluid. The two stared in silence at the mutated cicada's crystal core, neither willing to reach out and touch it. Ultimately, it was Song Jishu who commanded the mutated green vine to tear away a substantial portion of the leaves from the altered trees, subsequently enveloping the crystalline core of the mutated summer cicada before carefully stowing it away. After vanquishing the mutated cicada, the duo proceeded to tackle the mutated trees. By the end of the morning, they had exhausted the abilities of the pea shooter and the mutated green vine, yet they found themselves reluctant to cease their endeavors. Yuan, too, remained industrious, not only monitoring their movements to ensure their protection, but also clearing away these first-level mutated plants and insects. He eagerly anticipated Cheng Yin's swift growth, for the day when they could battle side by side was a vision he cherished. The day's bounty far surpassed that of the previous day. Cheng Yin generously relinquished the corpses of the mutated trees to Song Jishu. Although the remains of the mutated summer cicadas scattered across the ground could be exchanged for points, their ghastly appearance was too distressing to behold, leading both Yuan and Cheng Yin to forego them. They had never relied on these points for sustenance. Song Jishu, wishing to command the mutated green vine to encircle some for transport, found her green companion rather delicate, reluctant to touch the bodies of the cicadas. Ultimately, she had no choice but to drag the mutated trees to the mission hall to submit the completed task. Chapter 50. Dining Cheng Yin gently stroked the somewhat listless pea shooter, retrieving a purified crystalline core from her space and presenting it to the pea shooter. "You've worked hard. Now it's time to absorb and rest well." The pea shooter nuzzled her palm before eagerly embracing the crystalline core. She had fully grasped the advantages of having powerful mutated plant companions by her side. Certainly, it is essential to nourish them abundantly to enhance their formidable combat prowess, especially since the purified mutated crystal cores possess no adverse effects. Yuan gently caressed his belly, observing the exuberance of Cheng Yin. Why not bring out something to eat? I feel somewhat hungry. Cheng Yin shot him an exasperated glare. I've told you, I am the elder sister, all right? Never mind. What would you like to eat? Seafood noodles? That's straightforward. The seafood noodles stored at her space were all semi-finished products. She retrieved several plates, one filled with steaming broth, another with assorted seafood, and the center brimming with perfectly cooked noodles. Feel free to add whatever you desire. As Yuan inhaled the enticing aroma, he swallowed hard. Without hesitation, he took the initiative to serve himself a generous bowl of seafood noodle soup, casually tossing in some scallops and oysters. Cheng Yin, captivated by the fragrance, restrained herself. From her space, she procured a more robust flavor, the spicy river snail noodles, also semi-finished. She filled a large bowl with the thoroughly cooked noodles, poured in the fragrant broth, and added a poached egg and a hot dog. A sumptuous bowl of river snail noodles was thus prepared. Meanwhile, Yuan had already completed his seafood noodles and was ready to indulge. Cheng Yin stored all the noodle soup ingredients back in her space, and the two of them enjoyed their meal in peaceful coexistence, undisturbed by one another. Yuan had no objections to the assertive flavor of the river snail noodles. Even he, accustomed to the scent of durian, had long since learned to selectively filter these aromas, or perhaps, to embrace them entirely. 2 chilled cups of watermelon juice appeared before them, and in a display of mutual understanding, each grasped a cup and took a sip. Turning back, she set aside the watermelon juice and began to slurp the noodles. Cheng Yin was not one to adhere to health fads. Her philosophy for meals was simply to eat whatever brought her joy. After indulging herself, she reclined on the sofa, picking up her tablet to watch an episode of an anime. Yuan, the languid one, lounged until 1 in the afternoon before embarking on his next task. Cheng Yin's pea shooter had not recovered as swiftly as Yuan, and she harbored a bit of selfishness, reluctant to let a pot of mutated plants immediately experience the tribulations of the working class. She retrieved from her space the novel's plotline she had noted down upon her arrival. Cheng Yin had been traversing within the confines of this book for a year now. She couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. Even the memories of the most vivid calamities had begun to fade into obscurity. Fortunately, she had the foresight to document the plot back then. As she flipped through the somewhat worn notebook, the recorded storylines felt almost foreign to her. Cheng Yin mused that she was not particularly familiar with the protagonist. The crises on that side would likely be resolved by her as well, and she preferred not to intrude unnecessarily. With the survivor base secure, she felt a sense of relief. Inspired by the omelet rice and pineapple rice she had seen in the anime, she was eager to try her hand at cooking. She decided to start with the omelet rice, but soon realized she lacked the necessary ketchup. Thankfully, she had tomatoes growing in her space. Cheng Yin pulled out a basket of ripe tomatoes and opened her tablet to search for a tutorial video on how to make ketchup, beginning to watch and learn. At that moment, she couldn't help but commend the Taobao seller from whom she had downloaded the video. The well-categorized tutorials made her search significantly easier. The substantial expenditure on downloading videos was indeed a worthwhile investment, yielding tangible benefits. In a distant locale, an emporium proprietor from the in-city survivor outpost stifled a yawn, idly stroking his nose before his stall. Little did he anticipate that in the wake of the Cataclysm, he would be able to sustain a side business peddling USB tutorial resources. He harbored gratitude for the buyer with a penchant for apocalyptic scenarios, wondering about her current circumstances and whether she had managed to survive. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Yin was engrossed in carefully peeling the skin from a tomato that had been scalded in hot water, meticulously preserving the pulp. Employing a manual blender, she transformed the tomato flesh into a puree. After straining the tomato juice, she poured it into a preheated wok, adding rock sugar and initially bringing it to a vigorous boil before gradually reducing it to a simmer, allowing it to slowly condense into a rich tomato sauce. A tantalizingly sweet and sour aroma permeated the air as she sampled the concoction with a small spoon. Cheng Yin nodded approvingly, proceeding to decant the tomato sauce into hermetically sealed jars. With the tomato sauce prepared, the subsequent steps for crafting the omelet rice were straightforward. The preparation of the pineapple rice followed a similar vein, differing only in the presentation, one encased within a delicate egg crepe, while the other nestled within a hollowed-out pineapple shell. Cheng Yin whisked and stir-fried eggs, introducing diced ham and peas, before incorporating the pre-cooked white rice. With deft movements, she stirred the mixture, adding soy sauce, oyster sauce, chicken essence, and salt, until the savory fragrance of the fried rice permeated the surroundings. However, the sheer volume of fried rice she was preparing proved to be quite taxing, causing her hand wielding the spatula to ache with fatigue. She swiftly sampled the flavors. Reserving half of the fried rice for the omelet rice, she added diced pineapple to the remaining portion and continued to stir-fry. Arranging the pineapple shell elegantly, Cheng Yin carefully ladled the pineapple fried rice into it, creating an appetizing presentation. Having recently indulged in a bowl of snail rice noodles that had yet to fully digest, she stowed the beautifully plated pineapple rice into her space and turned her attention to crafting her omelet rice. The delicate outer layer of the omelet rice was made from a mixture of beaten eggs and flour. She cracked an egg into the flour, added a splash of water, and whisked it into a smooth batter before pouring it into a frying pan to create a thin pancake. Once again, she placed the round pancake onto a serving dish, added a generous portion of fried rice, and folded the other half of the egg skin over to encase the filling. With a dash of freshly prepared ketchup, she whimsically adorned the top, completing the omelet rice. Chapter 51. Delightful, however, the preparation of omelet rice proved to be slightly more intricate than that of pineapple rice. The outer layer was thin and fragile, requiring careful handling to ensure that the egg skin enveloped the fried rice perfectly, resembling a crescent moon. If the outer layer were to tear, the aesthetic appeal would be diminished. After crafting one serving of omelet rice, Cheng Yin gradually poured more egg batter into the frying pan to create another circular egg skin. This process was repeated several times until the prepared fried rice was fully utilized. Cheng Yin resolved to enjoy half of the omelet rice and half of the pineapple rice for her dinner. She pondered whether Yuan might join her for a shared meal that evening. With daylight still lingering, she continued to steam an assortment of vegetables, particularly preparing breakfast delicacies like corn, egg, purple sweet potato buns, dumplings, and steamed buns. As these dishes cooked, she set a timer, allowing herself a moment to indulge in some anime while she waited, ensuring that time was not wasted. Subsequently, her gaze remained fixated on the sandwiches depicted in the animation, eliciting a craving that prompted her to replicate them and store a multitude within her spatial dimension. Without hesitation, she retrieved one and took a bite, reassured herself that a single sandwich would not significantly diminish her appetite, ensuring she would still be able to partake in the impending dinner. The sandwich's toast was a product of her tutelage under the pastry shop proprietress, a simple endeavor that resulted in a substantial stockpile within her spatial domain. Pondered the well-being of the pastry shop owner, wondering if the provision she had left behind had provided any assistance. Far away in City C, the pastry shop proprietress had awakened from a coma, now endowed with awakened abilities. Thanks to the supplies bestowed by, she had weathered her most challenging period. Now, with her newfound abilities, she could sustain herself within the base through external missions. Alas, her pre-calamity confectionery skills were now rendered obsolete. Moreover, her pastry shop had been swept away during the initial torrential floods. Nevertheless, survival was paramount, and all else could be addressed in due course. From her spatial dimension, she produced the freshly prepared omelet rice and pineapple rice, presenting them with a flourish. Which one entices your palate? Or perhaps you desire both? Earnestly advocated for her culinary creations, hoping to persuade to share them equally. Since the initial encounter with the soy milk, which revealed their divergent palates, she had indulged in her own culinary preferences. She eschewed the notion of reciprocal accommodation, wherein each party compromises to dine together. Today, I have just prepared a delightful dish of fried rice and pineapple rice, and I feel compelled to share it with someone. Cheng Yin's face radiates eagerness, urging, "Do try it. It's truly delicious. Chuan, with a clenched fist resting against his lips, muses, well then, let us indulge in both. He holds no reservations about the fried rice, pineapple, or tomatoes, displaying no reluctance to partake in these culinary delights. He simply strives to excel within his capabilities, aiming to bring joy to both of them. Seeing her wishes come to fruition, Cheng Yin's eyes sparkle with excitement. How about we share the fried rice and pineapple rice? Each having half. What could Chuan possibly say? Naturally, he nodded in agreement. Cheng Yin beckoned him to sit down, carefully dividing the fried rice into 2 portions, meticulously transferring them onto separate plates with a fork and knife. She presented half of the fried rice to Chuan, adorned with a smiley face crafted from ketchup. As Chuan accepted the plate, he noticed Cheng Yin's troubled gaze fixed on the pineapple rice, her expression reflecting concern for her skin condition. He inquired, "What seems to be the matter with the pineapple rice? Is it difficult to cut?" Cheng Yin vigorously nodded, relieved that he understood her plight. "Yes, I fear that using a knife might damage the bowl." Chuan glanced at the pineapple rice and reassured her, "There's no need for such complications. Simply transfer half of the pineapple rice onto my plate. You need not worry about the shell." Cheng Yin's dilemma was swiftly resolved as she scooped half of the pineapple rice onto a plate and handed it to Chuan. After savoring watermelon juice for an extended period, she switched to orange juice. Cheng Yin took a small sip, moistening her somewhat parched throat. She picked up the spoon and began to savor the pineapple rice, the tangy sweetness perfectly balanced. Squinting her eyes, she revealed a contented smile. She was uncertain if it was due to her own cooking, but she always perceived her culinary creations through a delicious filter, believing her pineapple rice to be unparalleled in taste. Cheng Yin decided to seek the opinions of others to avoid the pitfalls of self-aggrandizement. She turned to Chuan, the only one who could partake of her homemade dishes, and inquired, "What do you think? Is it delicious?" Chuan nodded, replying, "Yes, I really like it." He was likely not a picky eater. After all, when someone prepared meals for him, he could hardly afford to be finicky. Moreover, considering the admiration he held for Cheng Yin, his appreciation was magnified beyond her own. The relatively ordinary flavor of the pineapple rice had, in his mind, been elevated to that of a gourmet dish. Cheng Yin smiled gently, saying, "I'm glad you enjoy it. If it's not enough, I have more in my space. If you have other cravings, I can certainly attempt to make something else." Receiving praise for her cooking filled her with joy, for it meant her efforts were not in vain. Chuan shook his head, saying, "I have no other desires. Everything you cook is delightful, and I enjoy it all." Cheng Yin felt even happier, thinking how easy Chuan was to please. She mused that even a biological brother could not be as accommodating as Chuan. He was unpicky with his meals, willing to eat even what he did not particularly fancy, embodying the spirit of the Clean Plate Club and never wasting food. He was polite and helpful, never simply reclining and waiting for the meal to be served. He had always lent a hand when they lived together. Cheng Yin savored her half portion of pineapple fried rice before reaching for the egg fried rice beside her. Her expression was one of half a smile as she scooped a spoonful of the egg wrap filled with fried rice in her mouth, discovering a flavor distinct from that of the pineapple rice, although the fried rice was fundamentally similar. The inclusion of pineapple chunks in one contrasted with a mere combination of eggs, ham, and peas in the other, resulting in a divergent taste experience. Cheng Yin relished the meal in small bites, feeling that her happiness quotient for the day had doubled. After finishing, she instructed Chuan to wash the dishes and then stood up to stroll a few steps in the living room, allowing her food to digest. Chuan, adeptly organizing the empty plates and utensils, carried them into the kitchen to commence the dishwashing task. Despite the calamities of the world, their shared life together was remarkably comfortable and agreeable. Chapter 52. Mindset. In recent days, the pea shooter had been absorbing the energy of the secondary crystal nucleus, inadvertently elevating its level. Chuan's long-held desire to team up with Cheng Yin to clear out the mutated plants had finally come to fruition. Song Jishu observed Cheng Yin's pea shooter and then glanced at her own mutated pothose. She felt a mix of joy for Cheng Yin's improving pea shooter and sorrow for her own plant, wondering why, despite starting from the same starting line, there was such a disparity. Song Jishu was unaware of her current mindset, akin to that of a parent watching their child in comparison to others. However, rather than feeling frustration at her own plant's shortcomings, she worried that Cheng Yin's pea shooter, growing ever more formidable, would leave her mutated pothose behind, unable to keep pace. She greatly cherished the current state of fighting side by side with Cheng Yin and the others, finding solace in the security of companionship. They do not engage in deceitful machinations or stab one another in the back. All distributions are fair and just. If she were to fall behind due to inadequate abilities and be left behind, where could she find a companion to whom she could entrust her very safety? The mutated green vine sensed its owner's inner turmoil and extended its tendrils to touch her hand, as if to say, "My dear master, I shall strive twice as hard to grow stronger. You need not worry." Song Jishu shook her head, gently caressing the tendrils of the mutated green vine. Speaking softly, she said, "Little green vine, you're already doing wonderfully. Let us take our time. Do not overexert yourself, for that would cause me concern." Although she felt a sense of urgency and anxiety, she never considered pressuring the mutated green vine to hasten its growth. She understood, at the very least, that every individual is unique, and the same applies to mutated plants. Cheng Yin's pea shooter is a pea shooter, while her mutated green vine remains a mutated green vine. No matter how much the mutated green vine evolves, it cannot transform into a pea shooter. There is simply no basis for comparison between the two. Cheng Yin likely sensed Song Jishu's anxiety as well, yet she could not cavalierly disclose the matter of providing the pea shooter with a second-level mutated plant core. Currently, there are ability users at the base who directly absorb cores that have not been purified of impurities. It would be unthinkable to encourage Song Jishu to allow her mutated green vine to absorb such unrefined cores. If she were to reveal that the power she provided to the pea shooter involved removing the impurities from the core, then her mutated healing sunflower would inevitably be exposed. This is also something she is reluctant to witness, as any inadvertent leak could lead to troublesome consequences. However, in an effort to alleviate Song Jishu's anxiety, she is unwilling to forego empowering the pea shooter by allowing it to absorb the crystal nucleus. Cheng Yin desires to enhance the pea shooter, yearning for a means of self-preservation. Moreover, each time she facilitates the pea shooter's absorption of the crystal nucleus, it occurs only when its abilities are exhausted, utilizing purified nuclei devoid of any adverse effects. Thus, this process does not impose any negative impact on the pea shooter. It is inconceivable for her to provide Song Jishu with such nuclei, despite her fondness for the girl. They remain merely teammates, lacking the intimacy required for such an exchange. Cheng Yin sighed inwardly and spoke to Song Jishu. "Do not worry, take your time. The upgrade speeds of different mutated plants vary, so it is essential to maintain your own pace." Then, she jested, "Speaking of which, take the mutated pothose for instance. Its ability to extend its vines to retrieve those crystal nuclei is truly remarkable. You see, both He Chuan and I struggle with this. We are utterly dependent on you. I recall, when He Chuan undertook a mission alone, he was once injured by the branches of mutated plants, but now that you are here, there is no need for concern." He Chuan remained unresponsive, his expression impassive. Cheng Yin shot him a disapproving glance and nudged his arm. "He Chuan, don't you agree?" He Chuan, regaining his composure, nodded and replied, "Indeed, Yin is right. Your mutated pothose is immensely beneficial to me. There is no need for worry." Beholding the two individuals offering her solace, Song Jishu felt a surge of tranquility wash over her. "Indeed, thank you both," she expressed. "I too feel a sense of security since joining forces with you, and I genuinely desire to remain together indefinitely." Cheng Yin's lips curved into a radiant smile as she echoed, "Likewise." In her thoughts, she calculated that the survivors' encampment would soon unravel the enigma surrounding these crystalline cores. Ever since the emergence of mutated flora, the official research division of the survivors' base had commenced an inquiry into the crystalline cores. Initially, their trajectory was somewhat misguided until they witnessed gifted individuals harnessing these cores to augment their extraordinary abilities, prompting a gradual recalibration of their approach. Subsequently, an unforeseen incident occurred when a healer, while tending to a wounded, gifted individual, inadvertently purified and expunged the impurities from a substantial cache of crystalline cores acquired by the latter. This pivotal moment steered the official researchers of the survivors' base toward a definitive research direction. With the matter now broached, they fervently dedicated themselves to confronting the mutated flora. Their current locale was a confluence of both primary and secondary mutated flora. Each one, endowed with extensive experience, could discern the grade of mutated flora by scrutinizing the morphology and pigmentation of similar species. Cheng Yin and Song Jishu, however, lag behind, typically ascertaining the grade only after engaging in combat. Their aptitude for differentiating mutated flora was comparatively deficient. In recent days, Cheng Yin had been diligently honing the precision of her pea shooters, her sights firmly set on the mutated insects. Song Jishu followed suit. As her mutated ivy tendrils lacked a competitive edge against mutated trees. In essence, a confrontation between mutated ivy and mutated trees would devolve into a reciprocal brawl. Similarly, one can extend branches and leaves. What truly prevails in confrontation is the dominance of rank and the fortitude of intellect. Each one is not discerning. He engages indiscriminately in combat. Given that Cheng Yin and Song Jishu are both focused on mutated insects, he takes it upon himself to clear the surrounding mutated trees, thus creating a relatively safe space. However, during their extended mission away from the base, aside from the encountered mutated trees, mutated flowers, and mutated insects, they have yet to encounter any mutated animals, which stirs a sense of unease. This sentiment is shared among the other superhumans at the survivor base, who typically battle mutated plants and insects, rarely crossing paths with mutated animals. They suspect that the intelligence of mutated animals far surpasses that of mutated plants and insects, making them significantly more formidable adversaries. The absence of low-level mutated animals suggests that when they do encounter one, it may very well be a high-level mutated creature. The chilling memory of the mutated dog from the first day after the acid rain, dragging that little girl in a gruesome display, sends a shiver down one's spine. Chapter 53. Allocation. Cheng Yin is also quite apprehensive. Having read the original text, she is well aware of the prowess of those mutated animals. However, most of the docile mutated cats and dogs, even after their transformation, do not actively seek conflict with humans, much like the mutated pet dog at the outset of the base. It was only after enduring relentless torment from the little girl that it resorted to a desperate struggle for survival. Subsequently, it departed from a base and has not approached this vicinity again. Certainly, there exist those rather unyielding mutant felines and canines, or even those that harbor grievances against humanity, displaying an aversion to our kind. These creatures frequently manifest before humans, engaging in confrontations. In addition to the mutant cats and dogs, there are also mutated wolves, boars, and bears. However, such beings are relatively rare in contemporary urban settings. At least within the confines of the W City base, encounters with them are highly improbable. Yet, one must remain vigilant regarding the mutated snakes. A rustling sound emanated from the underbrush, prompting the three individuals to cast a glance in that direction. To their astonishment, a mutant black snake emerged. Cheng Yin had been contemplating the possibility of encountering a mutant snake, and now it appeared, confirming her apprehensions. She inwardly cursed her own foresight, feeling like a harbinger of doom, as her thoughts seemed to manifest into reality. The mutated black snake was significantly larger than its pre-transformation form. Nonetheless, the creature before them was not overly large, with a girth akin to that of an arm, suggesting it was likely a small snake prior to its mutation. The trio remained still, observing the crimson-eyed mutant black snake as it flicked its elongated tongue, fearing that a hasty strike might provoke it into an aggressive response. Cheng Yin aimed her pea shooter at the creature's eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Meanwhile, Song Jishu readied the vines of her mutated pot hose, intending to ensnare the serpent, though she hesitated, uncertain of when to act. The prospect of confronting such a frigid, slick creature unsettled her. The thought of the slippery, mutant black snake slithering up the vines if they failed to bind it sent shivers down her spine. Each one cast a glance at the perspiring Cheng Yin, stepping forward to stand before her. It was also his first encounter with such a mutated black snake, and to say he was unafraid would be a falsehood. However, witnessing her fear ignited within him a singular desire to protect her. Contemplating how to confront the mutated black snake, he pondered the abilities possessed by the three of them and spoke up. Song Jishu, when the time comes, instruct your mutated green vine to firmly restrain the snake by its two ends, and I shall hurl fireballs at it. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Jishu nodded in agreement. Understood. Cheng Yin blinked, pointing to herself. What about me? What should I do? As she observed the mutated black snake slithering towards them, a sense of urgency and danger enveloped her. Yet, she was concerned that the pea shooter might not penetrate the creature's body. Striking its eyes could provoke its wrath. Cheng Yin felt a wave of anxiety, but when she heard He Chuan's directive, an inexplicable sense of security washed over her. He Chuan reassured her. Yin, one Song Jishu's green vine ensnares the mutated black snake. Direct the pea shooter to strike its head. Cheng Yin nodded. All right, I understand. The trio sprang into action, with Song Jishu directing the mutated green vine to extend its tendrils, attempting to ensnare the body of the mutated black snake. However, an unexpected complication arose. The tendril intended to bind the snake's tail was violently flung aside by the creature. Trembling, Song Jishu inquired, "What do we do now?" The tail remains unbound. Without a moment's hesitation, He Chuan replied, "Have the green vine attempt again. Do your utmost to secure it. Maintain relentless focus and prevent its escape." As he spoke, his fireballs hurtled towards the ebony serpent. Cheng Yin, with unwavering resolve, took aim, mindful of the proximity between the mutated pothose tendrils and the serpent's head. A miscalculation resulting in striking the pothose vines instead would be disastrous. Thrice, the hardened peas hurtled towards the serpent's head. One veered off course, another narrowly evaded by the serpent's serpentine movements. Fortunately, the final shot struck true, piercing the serpent's cranium. Having ascended to a level 2 mutated pea shooter, its projectiles possessed remarkable fortitude, penetrating the serpent's skull and impacting the tree behind it, delivering a decisive blow. Simultaneously, Song Jishu's mutated pothose firmly gripped the serpent's tail. He Chuan continued to bombard the serpent with fireballs until it was cleaved in two. At the point where the pea shooter's projectile had pierced the serpent's head, a fraction of the crystalline core was exposed. Ascertaining that the serpent was incapacitated, Song Jishu, under He Chuan's guidance, commanded the mutated pothose to release its hold. Currently, the survivor base had few completed missions to eliminate mutated beasts, and the official base had few mutated animal body samples available for research. Therefore, clearing mutated animals and their bodies yielded more points. At this juncture, Song Jishu prioritized the acquisition of points above all else. He Chuan advanced, retrieving the crystalline core from the ashen remains of the serpent. It was a level 2 mutated beast core, indistinguishable from those of level 2 mutated plants. Having acquired the physique of a mutated black serpent, Song Jishu relinquished his claim to the crystal nucleus, stating, "Sister Yin, I shall take the mutated black serpent's form. The crystal nucleus is yours." The three had collaborated to slay the mutated black serpent. Yet there was but a solitary crystal nucleus, rendering its distribution problematic. Could one cleave the crystal nucleus into thirds? However, contemplating that a level 2 mutated animal crystal nucleus commanded a higher number of points than its mutated plant or insect counterparts, Cheng Yin pondered. Were it only she and He Chuan, it would be of no consequence, as their possessions were interchangeable. However, given Song Jishu's presence, a lucid allocation of spoils was imperative. She articulated, "Presently, the acquisition of mutated animal crystal nuclei in base missions yields a greater number of points. Therefore, you shall retain this crystal nucleus, and in return, provide us each with a fragment of a level 1 mutated plant crystal nucleus." In actuality, the efficacy of each crystal nucleus was analogous. However, scarcity dictated value. The base possessed a paucity of mutated animal crystal nuclei available for research, hence the disparity in points. In due course, this would cease to exist. Furthermore, the points garnered from 2 level 1 crystal nuclei were inferior to those of a single level 2 crystal nucleus. rendering the exchange equitable. Cheng Yin harbored no objections and, along with Yuan, remained in situ to continue clearing mutated plants and awaiting her. The collaborative paradigm between Cheng Yin and Song Ji Su had undergone a metamorphosis. Initially, they jointly confronted mutated plants. However, they now largely operated independently. Nevertheless, Song Ji Su would assist in agitating the mutated trees, thereby dislodging the mutated plants concealed within, as well as aiding in the retrieval of crystal nuclei. Aside from collaborating and safeguarding each other's well-being during particularly challenging times, there is little else to their relationship. Each one rather enjoys their moments of solitude together, finding them more relaxing and less constrained. However, it must be acknowledged that having Song Ji Su around facilitates many tasks for him. As flora and fauna undergo mutations, humanity has also awakened latent abilities. Those who had previously remained indoors, observing from a distance, have begun to venture out towards the survivor base. If the vehicle moves slowly, it risks being ensnared by the mutated trees, necessitating a reckless speed to evade them. Those without any means of transportation must endure the greater hardship of walking, facing various mutated plants along the way, which is no easy feat. Cheng Yin and Yuan are currently navigating a green area not far from the base, often spotting individuals approaching from afar. The survivor base has also organized official ability users to forge pathways into the city to assist ordinary citizens. Consequently, the population within the base continues to swell. Each one efficiently clears the mutated plants, leading to a rapid depletion of his energy. While Cheng Yin's pea shooter boasts formidable offensive power, though its endurance requires enhancement, Cheng Yin has begun to regret purchasing their apartment on the 4th floor, as moving up and down has proven somewhat inconvenient. Contemplating the accumulating points in their account, she wonders whether they should acquire the lower floor as well. With this thought in mind, she inquires of Yuan, "What do you think about us buying the floor below? Otherwise, when more people arrive at the base, it may be snatched up by someone else." Yuan is momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing Cheng Yin is suggesting he should leave. He opens his mouth, asking, "Have I upset you recently? If so, please let me know, and I will make amends." Cheng Yin felt somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Why did she struggle to comprehend his words? Observing Yuan's forlorn expression, as if he were about to be abandoned, she suddenly realized, "You don't think I've cast you aside again, do you?" Yuan blinked, nodding slightly. Noticing his continued confusion, she elaborated, "For instance, if we prepare an excess of food in the kitchen, it wouldn't matter much while the place is uninhabited, but once people move in and see us indulging daily, they might start to question our circumstances." Yuan closed the door, still puzzled. Why would they be suspicious of us making our own meals? Cheng Yin reclined on the sofa, retrieving a bunch of washed grapes. It's precisely because they might suspect we have an abundance of resources. Yuan pondered for a moment. What is there to be suspicious about? Our wealth of supplies doesn't concern them. Cheng Yin popped a grape into her mouth and patted the space beside her, inviting him to sit. "Let me think. Look, we dine on seafood, instant noodles, and pineapple rice every day, while others might struggle to even have plain rice, relying instead on potatoes and sweet potatoes. If you were in their shoes, wouldn't you feel a sense of imbalance? Moreover, in this changing world, where would one even find rice? All flora and fauna had mutated. Aside from what he possessed in his space, everything else had long since deviated from its original variety." At last, Yuan grasped her point. "You're right. I suppose we should consider purchasing this entire building. But wait, would just this one building suffice? The individuals residing nearby should also be able to observe our activities." The more he contemplated, the more he felt a sense of insecurity. Cheng Yin, following Yuan's lead, allowed her thoughts to wander, falling into silence. Was it not sufficient for her to merely acquire the upper and lower floors of the house? Did she intend to purchase all the surrounding properties as well? She shook her head, feeling that such aspirations were somewhat unrealistic. This place would become the largest survivor base in the future, and the number of people traveling from afar would only increase. Acquiring neighboring houses without occupying them would be wasteful. What of those who truly needed a place to live? Although the base might eventually expand outward, purchasing an excessive number of unoccupied buildings seemed foolish. Cheng Yin sighed. Perhaps it was best not to proceed with the purchases. When the time comes, they would face whatever challenges arose. For now, they should take advantage of the available time to prepare more meals to store in their space. Alternatively, if Yichuan preferred to dine at the base cafeteria later, cooking would be unnecessary. Yichuan nodded, albeit hesitantly. He was not picky, but had little desire to eat cafeteria food. I believe we should prepare a bit more now and store it as provisions, he suggested. With their opinions aligned, the two set to work. Cheng Yin retrieved several stoves from their space and tossed in a generous amount of dry firewood. You start the fire. I will prepare the ingredients, she instructed. One stove was designated for steaming vegetables, another for rice, and a third for simmering soup. Yichuan took charge of managing the firewood and flame for the stoves, which was relatively convenient for someone with fire-related abilities. Once Cheng Yin placed the pot atop the stove, she continued to prepare the ingredients. In addition to the light, steamed dishes, she yearned to prepare something with a more robust flavor, such as spicy bullfrog, braised chicken, and fiery crayfish. Just the thought of these dishes made her mouth water. Rolling up her sleeves, she retrieved the ingredients from her space. Taking advantage of the twilight, Cheng Yin hastened her movements, skillfully preparing the ingredients and various seasonings. Stirring them together in a pot, the rich aroma of spiciness wafted through the air, and simply gazing at the spicy bullfrog in the pot ignited her appetite. She poured the freshly cooked bullfrog into a large plate, sampled the flavor with her chopsticks, and then stored it back in her space before proceeding to prepare the next dish. She was determined to complete all the dishes she longed to taste before nightfall. Chapter 55. Drunkenness from 4 in the afternoon until 7 in the evening. Amidst the sweltering 30-degree heat, the kitchen with several stoves was hardly a comfortable place, leaving her drenched in sweat. However, with Yichuan lending a helping hand, Cheng Yin pressed on, managing to cook until dusk. The rewards of those few hours were plentiful, and her space was replenished with instant food, providing a sense of security. As the two emerged from the kitchen, they tugged at their damp clothing. The only downside of this two-bedroom apartment was the singular shared bathroom. Cheng Yin informed Yichuan and promptly headed to the bathroom for a shower, emerging in a delicate spaghetti-strap nightgown. The lingering fragrance from her bath and the moisture in the air enveloped her, offering a refreshing comfort. Having grown accustomed to spending her days with Yichuan, she comfortably settled on the sofa without much ado. She took out the grapes he had left unfinished and nudged Yichuan, urging him to hurry, promising to wait for him to emerge so they could dine together. The water they used for bathing was still the tap water that Cheng Yin had stored before the calamity. The ice cubes from Yichuan had melted, and she was uncertain of their quality, so they were not utilized for bathing. Cheng Yin glanced down at her spaghetti-strap nightgown, internally lamenting the irony of someone who had changed clothes before her eyes at their first meeting, now feeling shy. When Yichuan finally emerged, Cheng Yin had already set the table with a feast of rice accompanied by freshly prepared spicy crayfish and spicy bullfrog. She mused that a bottle of wine would enhance the experience. Recalling the plum wine she had made from green plums, she retrieved a sealed jar from her space, intending to pour some for both of them to sample. As she took the cups meant for their drinks, she casually inquired, "Yichuan, can you drink?" Yichuan glanced at the plum wine and nodded, indicating he likely could. Cheng Yin felt reassured and filled both cups to the brim. Her tolerance for alcohol was decent. She was confident that such a light beverage would not intoxicate her. Sipping a mouthful while enjoying the crayfish was quite delightful. As their cups emptied, she refilled them. Once the meal was finished, they continued to drink, one cup after another. Cheng Yin touched her slightly dizzy head, uncertain if it was due to her first experience drinking since her arrival here, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. She shook her head gently and took another sip. The plum wine, with its sweetness and acidity, masked the sharpness of the alcohol, making it akin to sipping a refreshing drink. Yichuan, caught off guard, had overindulged, his face now tinged with a slight flush. A crescent moon cast its gentle glow through the window, illuminating the living room. Cheng Yin placed her empty glass on the table, murmuring to herself, puzzled by the unexpected dizziness. Unbeknownst to her, her body's original inhabitant abstained from alcohol, making her current state perfectly understandable. Likewise, set down his glass and slumped onto the table. Cheng Yin, swaying unsteadily, mustered the last vestiges of her sobriety to guide into the bedroom. lest he succumb to slumber on the hard surface. However, both being inebriated, their efforts appeared more like a mutual entanglement, each supporting the other as they stumbled into the room. They entered Cheng Yin's chamber, though both, in their drunken stupor, believed it to be their own, and promptly collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to sleep. Throughout the night, their slumber was punctuated by restless movements. The comforter and stuffed animals were cast onto the floor, and as the night grew cooler, they instinctively sought warmth in each other's embrace. As the first rays of dawn crept through the window, the two figures on the bed stirred awake. Perhaps with familiarity breeding indifference, Cheng Yin gazed upon his handsome face, confirming that she had not mistaken her bedfellow. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, embraced him, and murmured, "Good morning," pressed his hand to his forehead, the memories of the previous night flooding back, accompanied by a lingering headache. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Cheng Yin in his arms, he felt an overwhelming urge to confess his feelings. Consequences be damned. Yet, the fear of rejection held him back. He sighed inwardly, reached for his phone in his pocket, and checked the time. He calculated that he could steal another 2 hours of slumber. Carefully, Chuan disengaged their intertwined hands, retrieving her plush bear from the blanket and placing it beside her. "Good morning, Yin," he whispered, exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. Inside, Cheng Yin surreptitiously opened her eyes, a sigh escaping her lips. She mused silently about when he would finally make a decisive move. Despite her lifelong singleness, even after transmigrating, her extensive viewing of romance dramas had equipped her with the ability to discern his affections for her. His 2 instances of fearing her abandonment were particularly telling. Cheng Yin found Chuan dependable and aesthetically pleasing. Their extended companionship had been delightful, seemingly preempting the cohabitation adjustments that others spoke of. It would be disingenuous to deny that she had experienced moments of infatuation. Notably, when he stood before her, shielding her from the mutated black serpent, her heart had fluttered. However, she questioned the feasibility of romance amidst the cataclysmic world. Truthfully, Cheng Yin found the notion unconvincing. As mere friends, they avoided disputes, uncontrolled tempers, and petty grievances. Yet, a shift in their relationship would alter everything. Cheng Yin recognized the impossibility of all. Reason dictated that they maintain their current dynamic, preserving their friendship. "Very well, let us remain friends," she resolved. Cheng Yin awoke again at 6 in the morning. She deactivated her phone alarm and, with eyes closed, directed her consciousness into the cultivation space. Daily tasks have commenced, involving the harvesting of fruits, vegetables, medicinal herbs, and the sowing of seeds. The sunflowers seemed to greet her arrival, swaying gently in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the pea shooter and the large potato remained lost in their dreams. Cheng Yin completed the harvesting of all the vegetables, fruits, and herbs, only to stumble upon a mutated plant. This particular mutation was also a pea shooter, yet it appeared significantly more juvenile than the one she had been partnering with, resembling merely a level 0 seedling. Cheng Yin nodded, contemplating the potential for nurturing this new specimen, which could serve as a substitute for her level 2 pea shooter during work shifts. She was not the type of ruthless employer who exploited her workers. Rather, she believed in a fair rotation. In Chapter 56, Title Number 2, Cheng Yin took the new pea shooter out for some training, realizing she could not solely rely on her level 2 pea shooter. To this day, she remained perplexed about whether this phenomenon was a manifestation of her abilities or simply a product of the spatial realm. Regardless, it did not interfere with her daily life and provided considerable assistance. Thus, she chose not to dwell excessively on it. While engaged in her task of clearing mutated plants, Song Jishu noticed the suddenly weakened pea shooter in Cheng Yin's grasp and expressed her curiosity. "Sister Yin, what seems to be the matter with your pea shooter today? It appears somewhat peculiar. Is it unwell?" Aside from the notion of discomfort due to its lack of power, she could not conceive of a more fitting explanation. Although the 2 pea shooters bore a striking resemblance, those who were accustomed to seeing them could always discern the subtle differences. Moreover, one is a level 0 pea shooter, while the other is a level 2, thus there exists a considerable disparity in their capabilities. Cheng Yin's eyes sparkled as she raised the pea shooter in her hand. A glance at the flower pot revealed its base color, identical to that of the original pea shooter. She explained to Song Jishu, "It seems you have discovered my secret. This is my pea shooter number 2, which I brought out today for some practice." Song Jishu, filled with delight and envy, exclaimed, "Wow, that is wonderful, Inin. I had no idea you possessed 2 mutated plants. Among all the flowers I've nurtured, only my pothose has successfully mutated. The rest withered away due to the acid rain." Her tone diminished towards the end. Before the calamity struck, she was merely a girl who delighted in cultivating flowers, unconcerned and carefree. However, an unexpected disaster altered everything. Her parents weathered the torrential rains and floods but succumbed to the harsh cold. On the very first day of the extreme chill, they passed away in their sleep due to the sudden drop in temperature. From that moment on, Song Jishu was left utterly alone. Fortunately, she managed to survive on the remaining supplies at home, and the companionship of her mutated pothose prevented her from descending into complete solitude. Cheng Yin and Song Jishu had been a team for quite some time, seldom discussing family matters under normal circumstances, and she was not well acquainted with the specifics of Song Jishu's situation. Now that she learned of her past as a flower enthusiast, it was no wonder that she possessed such a well-behaved mutated plant. Cheng Yin was uncertain whether she would still possess mutated plants in the future, and she decided to discuss this with Song Jishu, with whom she would frequently interact. "I'm not entirely sure if this qualifies as my ability. After all, my pea shooter cannot be considered as something I have raised. Or can it?" She mused, almost confusing herself with her own thoughts. Indeed, the pea shooter was hers, albeit cultivated within her personal space, a fact she could not deny. However, explaining it that way felt rather peculiar. Thus, Cheng Yin remarked, "I previously had quite a few plants at home, some of which mutated while others did not. Therefore, I am unsure whether I have awakened an ability or if these plants simply mutated later." Song Jishu nodded, seemingly grasping her meaning. "I see." After a brief conversation, they resumed their tasks. Cheng Yin wished to keep her personal space a secret, so she spent the entire day cradling her level 0 mutated pea shooter. Amidst a plethora of level 1 and level 2 mutated plants and insects, her level 0 pea shooter appeared feeble and helpless. A few peas were launched, yet they failed to bring down a single mutated summer cicada. This must be the distinction between a level 0 pea shooter and a level 2 summer cicada. However, with yuan by her side, she need not worry about her safety and could allow her fledgling shooter to train vigorously. With each pea fired, some mutated summer cicadas eventually fell. If they could not rely on strength, sheer numbers would suffice. The recently emerged pea shooter felt somewhat overwhelmed. Were the mutated plants outside truly this formidable? Why do the predecessors in the planting space convey such different messages? The diminutive pea shooter harbors a multitude of questions. Nevertheless, it diligently undertakes the tasks assigned by its master, exhibiting no signs of laxity. The energy reserves of the 0-level pea shooter pale in comparison to those of its 2nd-level counterpart. Typically, after vanquishing a mutated plant or insect, a period of rest is essential to restore its powers. This does consume some time. However, Cheng Yin believes that without providing the 2nd-level shooter with adequate training, it shall remain in this state indefinitely. Moreover, she cannot possibly parade around the base with 2 pots of pea shooters. Not only would it draw undue attention, but she also lacks the strength to sustain 2 pots in her hands throughout the day. Alternating between the 2 pots of pea shooters is the optimal solution. Meanwhile, Yuan accompanies Cheng Yin in leisurely training the mutated peas, while Lin Zhe, the leader of the survivor base, along with his team of empowered guards, embarks on a mission. Their vehicle passes ahead of Cheng Yin's group, heading toward the more distant location where higher-level mutated plants have reportedly emerged, as detected by the empowered individuals. It can be said that the official empowered agents of the base are at the forefront of the populace. They're the first to encounter danger and the first to alleviate it for others. Lin Zhe possesses the ability to investigate the powers of all base residents and, as needed, adjust the energy thresholds of his teammates. While passing by Cheng Yin and Yuan, he quickly detected their abilities, his face betraying a look of astonishment as he mused internally. Plant-based powers? Ice and fire dual abilities? Such rarity indeed. Lin Zhe committed the duo's abilities to memory and inquired of a nearby ability user. Do you happen to know who those individuals are? The adjacent ability user glanced out the window, catching sight of only 3 retreating figures, yet promptly responded, them. I often see them embarking on missions together, though I'm afraid I don't know their names. That was about as enlightening as a blank wall. Lin Zhe chuckled ruefully. With more pressing matters at hand, he resolved to address the immediate concerns first. However, the encounter did remind him of a pending task: the inadequate registration of ability users within the base. Lin Zhe, himself a possessor of dual abilities, outwardly revealed only the latter, the power to modulate the abilities of others. His knowledge of every individual's abilities within the base remained his sole secret. It now seemed prudent to deepen his understanding of the base's inhabitants and their powers. The enigmatic benefactor who provided sustenance, for instance, remained elusive to this day. A comprehensive registry of the residents' abilities might yield unforeseen revelations. Chapter 57. Registration. Cheng Yin began to suspect an unforeseen crisis had befallen the base, an event absent from the original narrative. She understood that life was life, and novels were novels. Novels cannot possibly encapsulate the entirety of a heroine's existence. Yet the heroine's life progresses inexorably. Su Li turned around, and upon recognizing Cheng Yin, exclaimed with delight, "It's you. What a pleasant surprise. Having just completed our mission, we've also come a queue. I heard that the base authorities are conducting psionic screenings ahead, requiring everyone in the base to register whether they possess abilities and, if so, what those abilities are." Cheng Yin nodded, realizing, I see. No wonder there's such a long queue. Su Li concurred indeed. Otherwise, we would have already entered the base. After a brief exchange, Su Li suddenly remarked, "Your name is Cheng Yin, correct? It seems I haven't yet told you my name. I'm Su Li, and I can perceive the sounds of mutated plants and animals." She had encountered a protagonist's parents in a book, one with clairvoyance and the other with enhanced hearing, capable of perceiving movements and scenes from afar. She hadn't anticipated that there would be an even more formidable individual within the base, capable of hearing the voices of these mutated creatures. Yet, why would someone with such a remarkable ability remain obscure in the book? Cheng Yin chuckled, "Really? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known it was so lively." Upon hearing their conversation, Song Jishu's ears perked up. She leaned forward from behind, inquiring, "Esteemed lady, can you discern what my mutated green ivy is saying? If so, could you please inform me as well?" She held up the mutated green ivy in her hand for Su Li to see. "Odi listened intently. Her gazes softening. It's saying it adores you most. Song Jishu was deeply moved. "Thank you, esteemed lady." She lowered her head, gently caressing the leaves of the mutated green ivy, and whispered, "Little green ivy, I cherish you the most as well." The team moved slowly towards the entrance of the base, and Su Li turned to chat with Cheng Yin ahead. Suddenly, Cheng Yin recalled that one of Lin Zhe, the head of the base, possessed the ability to probe the powers of the residents. She leaned down to whisper a few words to Song Jishu, then exchanged her position to stand in front of Yichuan. Yichuan was a head taller than Cheng Yin, so she could only gesture for him to lower his head. In a hushed tone, she advised, "I just heard Su Li mention that they're registering the abilities of the base residents ahead. Remember, you should only disclose one ability for registration. Keep the other as a trump card." Yichuan nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Yin was unconcerned about whether Lin Zhe's ability could actually discern others' powers. After all, in the original narrative, Lin Zhe was not the type to pry excessively. If that were the case, he likely would not force them to comply either. Indeed, Lin Zhe sat calmly at the registration table by the base entrance, observing the residents as they recorded their abilities. However, as the line of residents filled out their registration forms, he began to feel unsettled. It turned out there were so many individuals with extraordinary abilities within the base. It was a revelation that reinforced the necessity of the investigation he had initiated that day. Some of these ability holders might be of interest to the base authorities, and he could later approach them to discuss potential collaboration. When it was Cheng Yin's turn, she hesitated before ultimately writing none in the ability section. Lin Zhe adjusted his glasses and cast a glance at Cheng Yin's mutated pea shooter, then turned his attention to her. "Miss Cheng, are you aware that you possess a special ability? Cheng Yin appeared somewhat bewildered, pointing at herself. Me? A special ability? His inquiry left her momentarily at a loss. However, she quickly regained her composure and pointed towards her pea shooter. Are you referring to my pea shooter? Is this my special ability? She wondered if the official leader was about to affirm her possession of a unique power. Lin Shen nodded affirmatively. You likely possess a special ability, a mutated plant affinity. Cheng Yin expressed her confusion. But I nurtured this pot of peas. It shouldn't be considered a product of a special ability, should it? In response, Lin Zhe remarked, your ability likely allows you to induce mutations in plants. You should experiment further. Yichuan, listening to Cheng Yin, only recorded a fire-type ability. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow at Yichuan, but said nothing, permitting them to leave. However, he himself added his ice-type ability to the supplementary form he was filling out. The first major potato was entirely extricated by her sheer insistence. Yet, when he yearned for grilled potatoes, the large potato indeed yielded edible tubers. The second sunflower and red chili pepper emerged while contemplating the challenges of obtaining medical care in the aftermath of a disaster. Consequently, the mutated sunflower possessed healing abilities. The third and fourth pea shooters were born out of a desire for self-defense, not wishing to become a burden to others, aspiring instead for a more aggressive form of mutated plant life. Could it be that her mutated flora genuinely owe their transformation to her unique ability? Is this the reason her colossal potatoes, sunflowers, and pea shooters exhibit such affinity towards her? Found this conjecture plausible. Then, why did a perplexing mist arise within the cultivation space back then? Could it be attributed to her awakening her ability at that time, and her ability recognized the plants she cultivated as those within the cultivation space? However, if that were the case, she did not feign upon awakening her ability. The more she pondered, the more bewildered she became, opted to cease her contemplation. In any case, the most authoritative figure on abilities in the books had affirmed that she possessed an ability. Therefore, she undoubtedly possessed an ability. Chapter 58. Foreboding upon learning that she possessed an ability, paid even closer attention to the vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs that constituted her primary offensive force. The ability was hers, but she remained uncertain how to wield it. Gazing upon the verdant greenery within the cultivation space felt a slight headache. She simply extracted all the plants that had undergone mutation. First, she instructed the sunflowers to utilize their ability to purify the newly acquired crystals, placing them before them and allowing them to select the ability crystals they required. The colossal potato selected a level 1 crystal that closely matched its ability registration, while the other plants selected level 2 crystals. Was perplexed as to why the pea shooter could absorb level 2 crystals despite its lower level, while the colossal potato could only select crystals of a similar grade. Could it be because the pea shooter was an offensive mutated plant? Regarding mutated plants, numerous questions lingered in her mind, having never been deployed on external missions from a base. The mutated red pepper was already showing signs of advancement solely through absorbing crystal cores. Cheng Yin acclimated to the pungent and acrid aroma emanating from the red pepper, observing it select a crimson crystal core. Subsequently, right before her eyes, the red pepper underwent a breakthrough and leveled up. Having successfully ascended to level 2, the red pepper seemed capable of modulating its intense piquancy. Cheng Yin could sense the fiery essence of the red pepper in front of her diminishing, gradually becoming less acrid and causing less lacrimation. She jubilantly caressed the red pepper, exclaiming, "You're truly exceptional. You can now regulate yourself." The red pepper straightened its stem, appearing somewhat vainglorious. Cheng Yin proceeded to inquire of the red pepper, "Now that you've advanced to level 2, have there been any alterations to your abilities?" Indiscriminate spicy attacks were proving somewhat ineffectual and futile. Continuously confining it within the planting space, unable to take it outdoors for training, was also impeding this mutated red pepper. The red pepper pondered for a moment, then gestured with its hand, indicating that she should move further away. Cheng Yin comprehended the red pepper's intended meaning. Retreating several paces while still inquiring, "Is this sufficient?" The red pepper nodded in affirmation, signifying that it was satisfactory. In an instant, a red pepper fruit was propelled like a large potato, landing directly in front of the large potato, at which point the red pepper fruit detonated. A scarlet mist enveloped the large potato, causing it to turn completely red, and it began hopping around in anguish, castigating the red pepper. Cheng Yin was perplexed by the precise activities of the transformed plants. Yet she could discern the change in the red pepper's abilities from the rosy visage of the large potato. Originally a creature of indiscriminate aggression, the red pepper now wielded the power to selectively strike with its fiery fruits, inflicting a searing heat upon its targets. The large potato, once spirited and vocal in its banter with the red pepper, now appeared rather despondent. It hopped over to Cheng Yin, tugging at her with an air of pitifulness. Cheng Yin held a deep affection for each of her mutated plants and naturally wished to shield them from harm. Witnessing the large potato in such a state, a pang of sympathy flickered in her eyes. Approaching the sunflower, she gently cradled it and, tapping its budding flowers, softly implored, "I must trouble you this time, dear sunflower, to heal the large potato." The sunflower nodded in agreement, and a gentle blue glow enveloped the large potato, healing it in no time. Cheng Yin felt a sense of relief wash over her, and turning to the red pepper, she admonished, "Red pepper, you must refrain from such behavior in the future. You are all companions and friends. Unity and kindness are paramount." The red pepper obediently nodded. Cheng Yin couldn't help but feel as if she had transformed into a kindergarten teacher, imparting wisdom to her little plant companions. Amused by her own fanciful thoughts, she chuckled. The evolution of the red pepper's abilities brought Cheng Yin great satisfaction. Regardless of its role as merely a supportive skill, it proved to be immensely beneficial. Much like the red disaster water she had meticulously prepared before the calamity, it was perhaps even more effective than the red pepper itself. Reflecting on the red chili water that has remained untouched for an entire year, it seems that with the arrival of fresh red chilies, it might be rendered obsolete. The effectiveness of red chilies in combating plants can only be assessed through practical application. The red chili sprayed upon a large potato likely exhibits some degree of restraint. If such restraint is absent, it would presumably yield varying effects on different plants, animals, and even humans. Plants generally lack any means of respiration akin to the nostrils found in humans and animals. This holds true for other flora as well. For instance, the mutated trees, encased in bark, must possess a formidable defense against odors. However, when red chilies are employed against mutated insects, mutated animals, or ill-intentioned humans, they undoubtedly become powerful allies. Cheng Yin felt a surge of excitement. She resolved to take the red chili out for a trial run today. She had no intention of abandoning the level 0 pea shooter, especially since it had already been confirmed by the base leader, Lindsay, that she possessed the ability of mutated plant-type powers. Carrying 2 pots of mutated plants would not pose a problem, would it? Balancing 2 pots in her hands proved cumbersome, so Cheng Yin cradled her new favorite, the red chili, while placing the level 0 pea shooter into Hechuan's hands. The two of them, each holding a pot of mutated plants, made their way to the base entrance to meet Song Jisoo. With this, Song Jisoo's concerns regarding the strengths of their mutated plant abilities dissipated entirely. She and Cheng Yin were clearly not on the same playing field. Observing the newly embraced mutated red chili in Cheng Yin's arms, she felt nothing but joy. Song Jisoo inquired, "Sister Yin, is this your new mutated plant? Behold, it is a chili. What potency does it possess?" Cheng Yin chuckled. "It can eject chili fruits, which detonate with a piquant burst. However, the precise lethality remains to be seen. Perhaps you would care to observe it with me later." Song Jisoo nodded with anticipation. Indeed, I would. The assiduous efforts of the base's metahumans in eradicating mutated flora have yielded substantial gains, thereby augmenting the sense of security among the base's inhabitants. One need no longer fret over the possibility of nearby mutated plants extending their tendrils to envelop or penetrate the base. Nevertheless, complacency is unwarranted. As humanity, we must not be content with remaining confined to a diminutive space, for who knows when peril may strike. Chapter 59. Reliable. The world beyond the base is vast. A fact known to all. The ancestral nation once spanned 9,600,000 square kilometers. Presently, the area within W City, or rather, the survivor base, where one can move freely and securely, is merely a small patch surrounding the survivor base. The distance between cities, once considerable, can now only be viewed from afar. A poignant réalité. Cheng Yin, bereft of kin and companions in this world, does not stand on this shore gazing at the other, fretting over distant relatives. However, the same cannot be said for the other survivors within the base. Not everyone heeded the foretold calamities. When the torrential rains descended, it was too late. Airplanes, high-speed rails, trains, and other modes of transportation were suspended due to the inclement weather. After enduring the deluge and floods, they were confronted with extreme cold. The floods that could not recede in time have transformed this world into an icy realm. The ground has solidified into blocks of ice, rendering vehicles immobile. Once the extreme cold has passed and the snow begins to melt, the ice gradually gives way to reveal the vehicles buried deep beneath the surface. However, can these cars still be driven? Having been submerged in torrential rains and glaciers for several months, the mechanical components within have long succumbed to rust and are no longer functional. Interestingly, the auto repair shops are thriving. Yet the tools and parts they possess have also been inundated for an extended period, leaving them without adequate replacements. There are a few astute individuals who preemptively relocated their tools and components. But can they repair just one vehicle, let alone 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? The official leaders of the survivor base managed to transfer a fleet of cars, trucks, and even planes in advance. They have been diligently dispatching those with special abilities to the urban areas to rescue the surviving humans. But ultimately, their focus remains on securing their own vicinity. Cheng Yin believes that her utmost contribution lies in assisting with the eradication of the mutated plants, insects, and animals. Beyond that, she feels powerless. The three of them stand a few meters away from the tree platform, where the surroundings are predominantly green, with flowers and trees planted every few meters. This was once seen as a noble effort to enhance the environment, but in the wake of the disaster, it has become a veritable nightmare. The sheer volume of mutated flora requiring removal is overwhelming. Cheng Yin and Song Ji Su exchange a glance, confirming their readiness, and enter combat mode. Song Ji Su instructs the mutated pothose to lash its tendrils against the mutated trees, seeking to uncover any hidden mutated insects within. In addition to the mutated summer cicada, there may also be mutated ladybugs, caterpillars, crickets, and moths among the transformed insects. In Cheng Yin's perspective, the mutated summer cicada possesses little more than its alluring sound for offensive purposes. Once its movement trajectory is discerned and targeted, it becomes quite manageable. The abilities of the mutated ladybug and moth involve inducing hallucinations upon making eye contact, while the mutated caterpillar can produce silk and the mutated cricket boasts remarkable leaping agility. Thus, when all factors are considered, her primary concerns remain the mutated summer cicada and caterpillar. The extraordinary powers of the mutated ladybug and moth are somewhat disconcerting. Should she wish to confront them, she must first locate their positions, thereby risking entrapment in their illusionary assaults. The leaping prowess of the mutated cricket is exceedingly formidable, enabling it to spring from the ground to towering heights with alarming speed, which certainly tests one's patience. Cheng Yin's gaze remained fixed upon the trees. Despite her disdain for the mutated moth and ladybug, she still desired them to emerge as adversaries. Some of these uniquely formidable mutated beings ought to be dealt with promptly, while they are still in their weakened state and their abilities are not yet fully developed. Should they grow stronger and their powers intensify, confronting them later would become exceedingly challenging. The moment the mutated moth emerged, Cheng Yin swiftly aimed and commanded the red pepper to launch an attack. The pepper burst upon contact with the moth, enveloping it in a crimson mist, causing the mutated moth to cease its winged movements and plummet from the air. Elated as she was, Cheng Yin pressed on, her crimson chili peppers assailing the emerging mutant moths, aberrant ladybugs, and transformed cicadas. Yuan and Song Jishu, relentless in their efforts, continued to strike at the mutated insects. Only upon vanquishing the last of the insects and the transformed trees did they pause to assess the fruits of their labor. The ground was littered with the remains of the mutated insects, each easily identifiable by the manner of its demise. Those struck by the crimson chili peppers were uniformly flushed with red, lying inert upon the earth. Insects pierced by the pea shooters bore telltale perforations. The insects felled by Chuan were charred and blackened, resembling lumps of coal. Those struck down by Song Jishu's mutated green ivy bore the marks of the vine's whiplash. Cheng Yin approached to ascertain the outcome of her crimson chili peppers assault. She was uncertain whether the mutant moths, aberrant ladybugs, and transformed cicadas struck down by the peppers were truly deceased or merely stunned and in agony. She deemed it prudent to exercise caution with the moths and ladybugs, refraining from approaching them lest they yet lived and ensnared her in a fleeting illusion. Her gaze settled upon a transformed cicada, its body suffused with a reddish hue. She prodded it with a lengthy branch, observing its utter lack of response. Satisfied that it was indeed deceased, she exhaled in relief and elation. Her intuition had proven correct. Her crimson chili peppers were exceptionally effective against these mutated insects. However, the prospect of extracting the crystalline cores from within the insect's crania was far from appealing. Cheng Yin commanded Chuan without hesitation, "Quickly, assist me in setting these mutated insects ablaze." Chuan nodded in agreement and unleashed a fireball upon each of the aberrant creatures, reducing their bodies to ashes, from which he extracted their crystalline cores. Cheng Yin, with a bowl of water balanced perfectly, entered a phase of effusive praise, showering compliments upon her two mutated plants until they appeared quite bashful. Chuan tilted his head and inquired, "What about me?" Cheng Yin glanced at him, wondering if he too sought accolades. She smiled brightly, her eyes curving with delight. "You, of course, are the most dependable." Chapter 60. The building Chuan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his fist resting against his lips. Cheng Yin observed his innocent demeanor and couldn't help but smile in return, thinking to herself that Chuan was indeed quite easy to please. Meanwhile, Song Jishu, who had been imploring Chuan to incinerate the mutated insects and retrieve their cores from the ashes, glanced up momentarily before returning to her task of collecting the crystalline cores. Matters of adults, she decided, were best left undisturbed. Once the trio had cleared the tree altar, they continued their journey forward. After several more altars had been meticulously cleansed, they arrived before a grand building. Song Jishu halted and suggested, "Sister Yin, Brother Chuan, shall we venture inside?" Cheng Yin lifted her gaze to the office building. Her supplies were quite ample, a reward for her diligent efforts in the months preceding the calamity, leaving her free from worries. She harbored scant interest in amassing provisions, content with her existing resources, preferring to leave the remainder for the world's indigenous inhabitants. However, upon learning that Song Jishu was the proposer, Cheng Yin acquiesced. "Very well, let us explore within." It then dawned upon her that while she possessed adequate supplies, the same could not be said for Song Jishu. Throughout their journey, the metahumans had been scavenging for essential resources within buildings. Although the lower stories had been inundated by the deluge, the application of high-temperature sterilization remained a viable option. Song Jishu beamed, "Excellent. I surmise the building will offer a degree of security. Perhaps we shall unearth some useful items this time." The trio ventured into the edifice, which, in truth, proved less secure than anticipated. "Ah, there. Is that a rat? It's enormous." Scarcely had they entered when Song Jishu espied a colossal, red-eyed, mutated rat, its presence particularly conspicuous in the dimly lit building. Cheng Yin and Chuan, hearing her exclamation, turned their gaze in the same direction. The mutated rat, bearing the scars of acidic rain, had grown significantly in size. Yet, the areas afflicted by the corrosive precipitation remained bloodied and ghastly. Cheng Yin recoiled, unable to bear the sight of rats or snakes, especially in such a grotesque state. Chuan, maintaining his composure, advanced, hurling fireballs at the mutated rodent. However, the mutated rat, Song Jishu, too, found the mutated rodent repulsive, the mere thought of it leaping towards her eliciting goose flesh. She intended to have the mutated pot hose lash out with its tendrils at the mutated rat, but the fire engulfing the rodent gave her pause. Could it be that a strike from the tendrils would extinguish the flames consuming the mutated rat? Witnessing this, Cheng Yin promptly directed the red pepper plant to hurl chili fruits at the mutated rat, reasoning that the sensation of adding spice to the fire would be even more unbearable. The chili fruits whizzed through the air, detonating before the mutated rat. The mutated rat's pace slackened, and the relentless fire enveloped and felled it a few meters from them. Cheng Yin breathed a sigh of relief, averting her gaze to avoid the sight of the mutated rat's carcass. Discerning her aversion, Yuan understandingly added fuel to the fire, incinerating the remains until only a crystalline core remained. With some hesitation, Song Jishu inquired, "Yin, if there are rats inside the building, should we still venture in?" Her desire to enter persisted, yet she was hindered by the presence of rats. It is widely known that where there is one rat, there are bound to be countless others. Observing her somewhat expectant demeanor, Cheng Yin hesitated before voicing her initial intention to retreat. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "If you still wish to proceed, I have no objections. However, we must first devise a strategy for encountering a nest of mutated rats. These mutated rats possess remarkable speed." She spoke truthfully. The mutated rat had swiftly darted toward them despite being a considerable distance away. Imagining a dozen or 20 mutated rats charging simultaneously, lunging at one's face. The mere thought was unbearable. Song Jishu nodded in agreement. "Yes, I still wish to explore inside. Could we first deliberate on a plan? If it proves unfeasible, we shall retreat." Cheng Yin glanced at Yuan, soliciting his opinion. It wasn't just Song Jishu's need to gather supplies. Upon reflection, Yuan also lacked essential daily necessities. Before the Cataclysm, she had amassed provisions, solely considering her own needs. The requirements of her boyfriend and child were entirely beyond her contemplation. While Cheng Yin could assist in crafting some items for Yuan, she was genuinely incapable of producing necessities such as shoes and razors. He was still wearing the shoes he had salvaged from the wooden plank, and for shower slippers. She had provided him with the largest pair from her collection of women's slippers. However, Cheng Yin's shoe size was still somewhat inadequate for Yuan. Perhaps he had other unfulfilled needs. Unaware of Cheng Yin's thoughts, Yuan assumed that she also desired to explore the building, and subsequently nodded in agreement. Indeed, let's first deliberate on a course of action. As the adage goes, 2 heads are better than 1. Through collaborative brainstorming, they could devise a plausible strategy. After conferring at the building's entrance for quite some time, they finalized a plan. They resolved to first have Cheng Yin's red pepper plant generate several chili fruits. Subsequently, Song Jishu would direct the mutated pothose to extend its tendrils and hurl the chili fruits inside, aiming to irritate the mutated rats within. Once the crimson mist dissipated, the mutated pothose would then toss in a few stones to ascertain any remaining activity. If there was no movement, it would indicate that the mutated rats, even if not killed by the chili fruits, should have been rendered unconscious. This would make dealing with the numerous mutated rats considerably easier. Elaine and Xander exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. She inclined her head, caressing the scarlet chili, and gently requested, "Scarlet chili, would you be so kind as to yield a few of your fruits directly?" The scarlet chili acquiesced with a nod, and miniature chili fruits descended from its pot. Elaine caught them and presented them to Xander, who in turn offered them to the mutated green ivy. "Little green ivy," he implored, "would you be so kind as to extend your tendrils and enshroud these chili fruits? Exercise caution, lest you apply excessive force and cause them to rupture, which would surely discomfort you." The mutated green ivy extended numerous tendrils, delicately encircling the chili fruits. Xander, observing this, his eyes crinkled in amusement, then instructed, "Now, extend your tendrils further and deposit these chili fruits into the rooms within the building." The mutated green ivy complied, extending its tendrils into a room on the ground floor. Chapter 61. Vermin. The chili fruits detonated, releasing a hazy crimson mist that permeated the ground floor room. The mutated rodents emitted agonizing squeals, their cries indicative of a considerable infestation. The trio retreated, wary of a potential surge of mutated rats. Any sentimentality for the plight of the mutated rodents was entirely absent, as none could empathize with such creatures. Elaine, inclining her head, prompted the scarlet chili to yield additional chili fruits, which she then entrusted to Xander, instructing him to direct the mutated green ivy to repeat the process. Given the sheer number of mutated rodents, the initial quantity of chili fruits may have been insufficient. Xander concurred and directed the mutated green ivy to execute another delivery. A hazy, crimson mist once again permeated the air, gradually silencing the movements of the mutated rats within until all sounds ceased. As planned, Song Jishu directed the mutated ivy to bind small pebbles and hurl them inside. The stones landed with a thud, but no other sound followed. The trio cautiously approached the entrance on the ground floor, where they saw a multitude of mutated rats sprawled on the floor. Yuan considered using a fireball to finish them off, but Cheng Yin dissuaded him. While incinerating the mutated rat carcasses outside would have been acceptable, the air inside was stagnant, and the lingering odors of decay and pungent chili were still present. The prospect of adding the smell of burning rat corpses to the mix was unbearable, and they questioned their ability to escape alive. Wrinkling her nose at the unpleasant odor, Cheng Yin suggested to Yuan, have the pea shooter finish off these rats. Let's quickly see if there's anything useful, and then head to the second floor. This building had been cleared, so unless someone had scavenged for supplies during the floods or extreme temperatures, the contents inside should still be relatively abundant. However, the ground floor typically consisted of just a lobby, which usually didn't contain much of value. Yuan nodded and instructed the pea shooter to dispatch the mutated rats. Cheng Yin's mutated plants were quite obedient and would follow the commands of anyone she authorized. After the pea shooter had finished off the rats and confirmed their demise, the group ventured inside. Yuan paused, pondering, should we still collect these crystal cores? The sheer number of mutated rats translated into a substantial amount of crystal cores. Cheng Yin candidly expressed her reluctance, acknowledging that even in the pre-catastrophe world, rats were universally recognized as carriers of numerous bacteria. Now, in the aftermath of the calamity, these rats had mutated, and it seemed that the bacteria that they carried had only multiplied. She found it impossible to extract the crystal cores without incineration. And whether one deemed her finicky or not, she accepted this fact, as she was not in dire need of these crystal cores. Cheng Yin shook her head at Yuan, refraining from voicing her thoughts outright. Instead, she turned to Song Jishu and inquired, do you desire these mutated crystal cores? If so, you could have your mutated green vine bind the corpses of these mutated rats and let Yuan incinerate them with a fireball. Alternatively, you could simply instruct the mutated green vine to extract the crystal cores directly. Internally, Song Jishu found the mutated rats repulsive. Yet she could not dismiss the allure of the crystal cores. Suppressing her disgust, she replied, I'll have the little green vine bind them and take them outside. Brother Yuan, I would appreciate your assistance. Yuan nodded affirmatively. All right. The mutated green vine seemed to share in the aversion to the mutated rats, binding them and casting them aside into the open space outside, discarding the remnants of the vine that had been used to bind the rats. Song Jishu couldn't help but chuckle. I apologize, little green vine. Truly you have endured much. Yuan conjured several fireballs, reducing the gathered corpses of the mutated rats to ashes. Once only the remnants of ash remained, Song Jishu instructed the mutated green vine to gather the crystal cores. The trio then perused the first floor, confirming that there was indeed little left of interest, before proceeding to the stairwell to ascend to the second floor. Having employed the same stratagem to dispatch the mutated entities on the second floor, Song Jishu surveyed the array of bottles and jars with a sigh. It appeared to have been a live-streaming e-commerce studio specializing in toiletries. The merchandise, having been ravaged by floods, subjected to frigid temperatures, and then assaulted by scorching heat waves, was rendered entirely unusable. Ascending to the upper levels, it was not until reaching a studio dedicated to household goods that they managed to scavenge some serviceable items. Song Jishu employed the large sacks recovered downstairs to gather the supplies, distributing some to Cheng Yin and Yuan. Cheng Yin, desiring nothing, relinquished her sacks to Yuan, who selected several pairs of slippers that fit him and stowed them away. As they progressed upwards, the abundance of useful items increased. The floors above the seventh had evidently escaped the floodwaters, likely having been visited by survivors from the base prior to the acid rain who had gathered supplies. Only a few overlooked items remained, but these had at least been spared from inundation and freezing, bearing only a layer of dust. Yuan discovered an electric shaver in a desk drawer, while Song Jishu unearthed several unopened bottles of facial cleanser and shower gel that were still within their expiration dates. Overall, their haul was quite satisfactory. Observing Song Jishu laden with bags in both hands, Cheng Yin offered assistance. "Jishu, allow me to carry some of that for you. Take as much as you desire, for once others arrive, finding more may prove uncertain." The mutated flora here have been eradicated, and both metahumans and ordinary individuals venturing out in search of supplies will converge to gather resources. In no more than 3 days, perhaps even less than 2 weeks, this area will be entirely depleted. Cheng Yin cannot directly provide Song Jishu with supplies, as the provisions she has prepared are only sufficient for her own use. However, she is willing to offer assistance where she can. Song Jishu cast a grateful glance at Cheng Yin, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Yin. But, Sister Yin, is there anything you need?" Cheng Yin shook her head. "Yuan and I saw the disaster forecast posted on the platform beforehand. We chose to believe it and prepared a considerable amount of daily necessities. Furthermore, the points we earn from missions are sufficient, and we have acquired many items through bartering in the market, so we are adequately supplied for the time being." Her words were partly true and partly fabricated. Cheng Yin nodded. "Indeed, I saw it early on, so gathering resources later would have been more challenging." In reality, she was the one who posted the disaster forecast. But such a matter could not be disclosed to others casually. She had to keep it confidential. Speaking of the individual who posted the disaster forecast on the platform, Song Jishu became more talkative, sharing her various reflections. "Sister Yin, who do you think that person who posted the forecast is? I remember the authorities were also looking for this person at the time. Even surveillance videos were exposed, but unfortunately, that person was too well hidden. The authorities seem to have been searching for this person continuously, but they have not been able to locate them. I suspect this person may have already awakened their abilities at that time, considering the advent of extraordinary abilities, while precognition remains unheard of. A plethora of peculiar powers have emerged. I find myself consumed with curiosity regarding the present circumstances of that individual. Why does that person remain concealed, abstaining from direct engagement with the authorities?" As she listened to Song Jishu's words, Cheng Yin felt beads of perspiration form. Could she possibly reveal that the person in question was standing right before him and faring quite well? Certainly not. Moreover, her awakened ability was not precognitive in nature. Was she to approach the authorities and declare that she had transmigrated into a book, and furthermore, divulge the unfolding plotline, even when living in a world of normalcy? Would the authorities have believed her if she had casually revealed such a thing? Such a claim, devoid of any substantiating evidence, would be difficult to validate through mere words. While Cheng Yin's spatial dimension could serve as corroborating evidence, who knows what her fate would be if she revealed its existence? Would she be relegated to transporting and storing supplies across the land? Would she be compelled to meticulously sow and reap crops in her planting space, according to a predetermined schedule? Would researchers subject her to a battery of instruments to study her spatial and planting abilities? Cheng Yin vehemently shook her head inwardly, for that was not the life she desired. She could not bring herself to be so magnanimous, nor did she possess a profound sense of belonging to this world within the book. Furthermore, would such actions truly lead to a greater number of survivors? Could her spatial dimension alone, or perhaps the discovery of the original female protagonist's spatial dimension through hypnotic interrogation, truly sustain the entire population? The answer, alas, was a resounding no. While preparations could be made for torrential rains, floods, extreme cold, and extreme heat, their effectiveness would be limited. Yet, after the acid rain, the awakening of supernatural beings and the mutation of flora and fauna will inevitably lead to the collapse of order. Without these extraordinary individuals, there will be those who willingly submit to the status of ordinary humans, while the crimes committed by the empowered will only proliferate. The communication and exchange between major cities will eventually disintegrate due to the mutated avian creatures and aquatic life. Given this reality, why not maintain the original narrative? At the very least, the current situation is manageable. In the aftermath of natural disasters, one must rely solely on oneself. She let out a long sigh, summarizing her thoughts. Cheng Yin offered comfort, stating, regardless of that person's nature, we must first take care of ourselves. Surviving well is of utmost importance. Song Jishu nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is my sentiment as well. They ascended another floor, continuing to gather supplies. As they made their way up, they navigated each level, unknowingly reaching the 12th floor. They had been so engrossed in their descent that they failed to realize their ascent. The mutated creatures on the lower floors had already been cleared, making their descent relatively smooth, though they occasionally encountered one or two stragglers needing elimination. Overall, this expedition proved to be quite worthwhile. Oh, what do we have here? Where did you scrounge all these bags from? I advise you to be sensible and hand some over as a tribute to us. Otherwise, you'll be in for a rough time. Cheng Yin gazed incredulously at the 5 unsophisticated brutes brandishing iron rods before her. Did they truly believe she and her companions were so easily intimidated? Without waiting for each one to speak, she couldn't help but ask, are you superhumans? The tall man at the front cast a glance at Cheng Yin, then, with his hands on his hips and nostrils flaring, exclaimed, look at what I have in my hand. Need I say more? Beside him, Song Jisoo stifled a laugh, amused by the display. Cheng Yin, perplexed, wondered why. In the aftermath of an intense heat wave and amidst drought, someone with the precious ability to manipulate water wouldn't seek employment at the official base as a water distributor. Was robbery truly a path to success? Could someone like him even contend with superhumans? Cheng Yin directly inquired, with your water manipulation ability, why not find a job at the base? It would surely be far easier than this. To her surprise, the tall man's expression darkened. You think I, a superhuman, would stoop to being a mere water distributor? Who do you think you're looking down on? Chuan, who had previously remained inconspicuous, could no longer maintain his composure. He placed the bag he was holding on the ground and coldly regarded the individual before him. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? The tall man cast a disdainful glance at Chuan and scoffed. What are you so puffed up about? You soft-handed man, with those spindly arms and legs. What are you pretending to be? Cheng Yin found amusement in Chuan's predicament and was not entirely in agreement with the tall man's remarks. How could he possibly be considered spindly? Although Chuan lacked a six-pack, his physique was still robust and dependable. Chuan pursed his lips, visibly displeased. He ignited the taller figure's hair with a burst of flame, observing with detached amusement as the man frantically extinguished the blaze with his hydrokinetic abilities. He remarked coolly, against you, it suffices. The group of 5, initially seeking to provoke a confrontation, had presumed the trio to be ordinary individuals, venturing beyond the base to scavenge for resources in these relatively secure locales. They had not anticipated encountering individuals with supernatural abilities. The 4 henchmen, brandishing iron rods, were taken aback by the spectacle of their leader's burning hair. While they possessed abilities, they were largely inconsequential, such as enhanced leaping or strength, proving ineffective against mutated flora. Consequently, they had resorted to such nefarious activities. However, to retreat now would be humiliating. The men advanced, brandishing their iron bars, intending to assist their leader. Yet, before they could utter a word, their own hair erupted in flames. The iron rods clattered to the ground as each man, abandoning all else, commenced a comical display of hopping and head-patting in an attempt to extinguish the fire. Cheng Yin couldn't help but chuckle, wondering what had emboldened them to engage in such highway robbery outside the base. Chapter 63. Apartment hunting. Having witnessed the farcical attempted robbery, she found herself speechless. Song Jisoo unleashed his mutated green creeper upon the 5, berating them. Even I, younger than you, understand the importance of self-reliance. Yet, you aspire to amass wealth through such thievery. You should all mend your ways and strive for a fresh start. Cheng Yin shook her head, observing the men sprawled on the ground, defeated by Song Jisoo's mutated green creeper. The flames in their hair had been extinguished, but their once pristine hairstyles were now ruined. She hoped they would come to regret their choices, much like their hairstyles. One should not always dream of obtaining rewards without effort, nor indulge in fanciful aspirations. Instead, it is essential to tread steadily with each step. You're already far superior to the ordinary individuals devoid of awakened abilities. Surviving from the onset of calamities until now has not been an easy feat. Why not sustain yourselves through your own skills? Should we witness you committing misdeeds once more, it will no longer be a trivial matter of merely singeing your hair or receiving a light whipping. Cheng Yin lowered her head and quietly spoke to Hong Lajiao, tossing a specially crafted chili fruit among the 5 individuals lying on the ground, which exploded upon impact. The sound of "ah" echoed, seemingly indicating they had been scorched by the spice. Song Jishu resided on the 3rd floor and unlocked her door with a key, unable to contain her gratitude as she exclaimed, "Sister Yin, Brother Hechuan, this is my home. Thank you so much for your help. Would you care to sit for a while? May I serve you some tea?" She set down the mutated pot hose and accepted the large bag filled with supplies from their hands. Observing the mixed crowd of residents around her, she felt a twinge of concern for a girl like her living in such an environment after the calamities, wishing to caution her about the wickedness that may lurk in people's hearts. After all, having spent time together, Cheng Yin had come to know her well and believed that this young lady was genuinely kind-hearted. Unexpectedly, upon hearing those words, Song Jishu's tears began to flow. She placed the bag of supplies down and wiped her tears, saying, "Thank you, Sister Yin." Cheng Yin, taken aback, asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy living here? Is someone bothering you?" She could only deduce from her words, struggling to comprehend the situation. Song Jishu hesitated to express her thoughts, ultimately saying, "It's nothing. I just suddenly miss my parents. How I wish they were still here." This explanation, though seemingly reasonable, felt somewhat off. However, Song Jishu did not wish to elaborate, nor could she pry deeper into the matter. Cheng Yin sighed, recognizing that such matters should be approached with a forward-looking perspective. Was she not in a similar position? Her unexpected journey into a novel had left her without a proper farewell to her own parents, and she would never see them again. Upon leaving Song Jishu's home, Cheng Yin felt a twinge of concern for her. She turned to Hechuan and asked, "What do you think is going on with Jishu?" Hechuan's speculation mirrored hers. It seems unsafe for her here. There are far too many people around. After all, she was merely a 15-year-old girl. Despite possessing a peculiar mutant pothose plant, it was likely that she would still attract unwanted attention. This situation was not dissimilar to what Cheng Yin had previously contemplated when she lived alone. Though her original plans had shifted slightly due to her decision to rescue Hechuan. Now, having spent considerable time together, she found it difficult to feign ignorance and disregard for Song Jishu's plight. Unable to contain herself, Cheng Yin proposed, "What if we help her?" Hechuan, generally supportive of her ideas, inquired, "How do you intend to assist her?" After some contemplation, Cheng Yin suggested, "Perhaps we could purchase an apartment either downstairs or upstairs and rent it to her at a lower rate. After all, we had initially planned to acquire the nearby floors. Why not let her move in, given that we are already familiar with her situation, as long as she did not reside in their own apartment?" Hechuan had no objections. He acquiesced readily. "Very well. Shall we acquire the apartment on the 3rd floor? It is fortuitous that she also resides there. Our accumulated credits are substantial, affording us the liberty to purchase property at our discretion." Cheng Yin and Hechuan visited the administrative hall. The agent, Cheng Yin, who had originally sold them the apartment, was no longer employed there. Upon inquiring with the brokerage at the entrance regarding the availability of the unit, they learned it was still unsold. Consequently, they proceeded to purchase it directly from the sales office within the hall. Hechuan went to the kitchen to heat water, rinsing his new slippers. Cheng Yin arranged dinner on the table, awaiting Hechuan's arrival. She then inquired, "Hechuan, do you think we were too hasty in purchasing the apartment? What if Jisoo does not wish to reside there?" Hechuan, having washed his hands, emerged from the kitchen and seated himself. "Her desires are inconsequential. Should she wish to live there, we shall lease it to her. If not, it may remain vacant." Cheng Yin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I need not concern myself so much." She placed the property certificate into her spatial storage. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Dinner consisted of beef noodle soup and fruit salad. The broth for the beef noodles was prepared according to a culinary tutorial, and the noodles were generously laden with beef. The slight spiciness prompted her to consume a greater quantity of fruit salad. After finishing her meal, Cheng Yin, as usual, strolled about the living room to aid digestion. Shall we inspect the apartment downstairs? We have yet to see it since purchasing it. Chuan concurred. Very well, let us go downstairs. The apartment below was identical in layout to their own, presenting no discernible differences. The room was all concrete, but Cheng Yin and her companions had decorated their residence with care, rendering it much more inviting. The lower floor was completely bare, awaiting the personal touches of its future occupants. Cheng Yin suppressed the urge to assist with the furnishing, her rationality reminding her that purchasing the apartment and renting it to Song Jishu at a reduced rate was already a significant gesture. To do more would feel like overstepping the boundaries of their current relationship. Besides, she likely possessed an abundance of furniture and decor that could simply be relocated. If she truly desired to lend a hand, she and Chuan could assist Jishu when she decided to move into her new abode. After inspecting the downstairs apartment, she secured the door. As she lay in bed, she pondered what would be a suitable rent for Song Jishu, realizing she had neglected to inquire about the prevailing market rates from the local agent. Chapter 64. The Agreement the following morning. Cheng Yin deliberately sought out the agent from the previous day near the entrance of the service hall, inquiring about the recent rental prices in that area. She also discussed her intention to lease her property, requesting his assistance in securing a favorable deal and drafting a contract. The agent, enticed by the prospect of earning commission for simply finalizing a contract without having to solicit clients, readily agreed. After reaching an accord with the agent, Cheng Yin broached the subject of housing with Song Jishu upon their reunion. Jishu, do you currently own or rent your place of residence? Song Jishu, having regained her composure overnight, blinked and responded, Sister Yin, what's the matter? My family rented the apartment when we first arrived at the survivor base. Since you're renting, that makes things easier. Cheng Yin inquired, how much longer is your lease valid? Do you pay rent monthly or annually? There's a property for rent on the floor below us, but it may be a bit distant from the base center, unlike your residence, which is quite close. However, the rent is affordable. Upon hearing about the reasonable rent, Song Jishu felt a stir of curiosity. Is the rent there truly inexpensive? How much is it? Cheng Yin provided a figure and then asked, so, is it cheaper than what you're currently paying? Much cheaper, Song Jishu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The place we have is rather small and lacks sunlight, remaining perpetually dim. Additionally, there are numerous people sharing the space, making the nights rather crowded. Cheng Yin nodded in understanding. I see. Once your lease expires, you could consider renting from us. Our place is quite tranquil. Currently, it is just me and Chuan residing in the entire building. By the way, we are on the 4th floor, and the available apartment is on the 3rd, which aligns perfectly with your current unit. Song Jishu smirked slightly. I'll think about it. My lease is indeed nearing its end. Just a couple of days ago, the agent asked if I wanted to renew. Sister Ing, could you share some details about the conditions of that apartment? Such a low rent surely can't mean it will be rented out quickly. But does it have any issues? She pondered that a more affordable place, especially one shared with them, will be far more reassuring than her current situation. If possible, she would like to secure the rental immediately and move in. Cheng Yin blinked, taking in a modest 2-bedroom apartment with a separate bathroom and kitchen. Inside, there was nothing but a sofa bed. However, the windows and doors were all installed. It seemed that the place had not yet been rented out. As they descended the stairs, they noticed nothing amiss, confirming that it had remained vacant. She hoped to encourage her friend to make a prompt decision about moving in, suggesting that if she was interested in renting, it would be wise to act swiftly. After all, her lease would soon expire, and moving out a couple of days early wouldn't pose much of an issue. Otherwise, once the apartment was leased to someone else, there would be no opportunity to acquire it. Suddenly, a sense of urgency enveloped them. At that moment, Cheng Yin and her companions were still at the entrance of their base, not venturing too far. She hesitated to ask her friend to accompany her, realizing it would only impede the others from completing their tasks and earning points. Yet, she recognized that it wouldn't require much time. Song Jishu expressed his gratitude, saying, Sister Yin, I truly appreciate your help. It's wonderful to know you and Brother Chuan. Your assistance has meant so much to me. Cheng Yin shook her head, acknowledging the current state of affairs where mutual support was essential, especially since it was not a significant matter. Upon reaching the entrance of the service hall, Cheng Yin located the agent and prepared to initiate her performance. Stepping forward, she inquired, "Hello, I noticed you showing a property at XX a couple of days ago. May I ask if that apartment has been rented out? I live just upstairs, and a friend of mine is interested in renting the unit below." The agent, accustomed to the routine of buying and renting properties, required no special theatrics to engage in the conversation. As for that apartment, the apartment is quite appealing. The tenant who came to view it earlier mentioned that the location felt somewhat distant, and thus opted for another property. He glanced at Song Jishu beside Cheng Yin and remarked, "Young lady, are you interested in renting a place? This apartment is genuinely commendable. Aside from its slight remoteness, it has no drawbacks, and the rent is quite reasonable. If you wish to take a look, I can accompany you there right now. What do you say?" Upon learning that the apartment was still available, Song Jishu brightened up, responding, "All right, let us go have a look. If everything is satisfactory, I can rent it immediately." The group proceeded towards the property, with the agent seemingly well acquainted with the area, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the apartment to Song Jishu, asserting that not choosing it would be a missed opportunity. The two appeared to have a delightful rapport, with one eager to speak and the other to listen. Cheng Yin discreetly passed the key to the agent and leaned closer to Chuan, choosing not to engage in their conversation. The greenery that once adorned the survivor base had been quite pleasant, but following the acid rain, all the flora had been thoroughly cleared away. As they walked, the flower beds and tree patches remained mere patches of disturbed earth, with only a few wild grasses daring to emerge. Upon reaching the building where Cheng Yin and her companions resided, they ascended to the third floor. The agent unlocked the door and led Song Jishu inside, guiding her through the various rooms, including the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, while also opening the windows to showcase the view beyond. Song Jishu nodded frequently, clearly pleased with what she saw. After the agent finished his tour of the apartment, he turned to her and asked, "So, what do you think, Miss Song? Have you made your decision? If you wish to proceed with the rental now, we can directly sign the contract." Throughout our conversation, the agent had already become acquainted with Song Jishu's name. Nodding in agreement, Song Jishu replied, "No problem. Let us sign the contract right away. I am eager to finalize the rental." The agent beamed with a broad smile and said, "Very well." Chapter 65. The neighbors. The agent retrieved the rental agreement from his briefcase, filling in the date, time, and property details before handing it to Song Jishu. "Here, take a look," he suggested. "I have previously outlined the rental requirements. If you find everything satisfactory, you may sign here. Afterwards, we will visit the service hall to exchange points." After thoroughly reviewing the contract and confirming that there were no issues, Song Jishu signed her name. Following the submission of points for the rental at the service hall, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. On their way to the base for a mission, Song Jishu expressed her excitement, saying, "I never anticipated that securing the house would happen so swiftly. Sister Yin, I think your place is quite nice. Why would anyone hesitate to live there? Isn't it just a little extra distance from the base? What is the big deal?" Cheng Yin nodded in agreement. "I don't have many belongings at home, so moving will be quick. I can settle in shortly." I am so looking forward to it," she exclaimed. "Initially, I planned to use my points merely to extend my stay here, as I hadn't found any suitable alternatives. Now that I have this apartment, I still have some points left over, which I can use to add a few items to the house." Perhaps due to the anticipation, the hours of today passed exceptionally swiftly. After exchanging their gains for points at the task hall, Cheng Yin and her companions proceeded to assist Song Jishu with her moving. Although her belongings appeared modest, the amount proved substantial upon careful organization. Song Jishu packed everything meticulously into large and small bags and rented a pedal tricycle at the trading market. Without acknowledging the others, she smiled at Cheng Yin, exclaiming, "How wonderful! We will be living together from now on." Cheng Yin, pleased that Song Jishu had resolved this matter, reciprocated the smile. "Indeed, it will be much more convenient for us to undertake tasks together later. Thank you, Jia Yin and Brother Chuan, for your assistance today. Once we transport all the items, I would like to treat you both to a meal at the cafeteria," Song Jishu offered. Despite her youth, She possessed a commendable understanding of etiquette. Cheng Yin graciously accepted her kindness, saying, "Of course, we will help you settle your belongings first, and then we shall go together." She was also curious to see whether the supplies she had previously donated to the base were utilized as she had specified. After returning the tricycle at the trading market, they made their way to the base cafeteria. This was the first visit for Cheng Yin and Chuan to the cafeteria, as they typically manage their meals at home. The prices at the base cafeteria reflected the normalcy following the disaster, though the variety of cooking seasonings had diminished compared to the pre-disaster era, resulting in a significant decline in the quality of the meals. The cafeteria offered a wide range of dishes, with prices catering to the diverse needs of ordinary ability users. Utilizing the assistance card issued by the base, they were entitled to a complimentary meal each day. However, the free meal consisted primarily of donated staples like potatoes and sweet potatoes, merely sufficient to satiate hunger. Cheng Yin nodded inwardly, feeling that achieving this was already commendable. After all, providing assistance with 3 meals a day would only encourage laziness and diminish one's motivation to strive. Temporary poverty can be alleviated, but one must ultimately rise and live independently. Cheng Yin and Chuan accompanied Song Ji Su to select moderately priced dishes. The flavors were rather average, neither exceptional nor terrible. Nonetheless, Cheng Yin and Chuan did not make poor choices. They faithfully adhered to the principle of finishing every morsel on their plates. For the first time, Cheng Yin lingered at this hour. Typically, she would have finished dinner and already be reclining in bed, watching television. She remembered that Song Ji Su had yet to tidy up his space, which was cluttered with various bags and items. "Shall we help you clean your room later?" she proposed. "It would be inconvenient for you to manage alone at this late hour." The words of gratitude came readily from Song Ji Su once more. Cheng Yin smiled, saying, "There is no need to be so polite. Ji Su, we're merely helping one another." Song Ji Su had all the necessary cleaning supplies. Given the time constraints, they could only focus on the most critical areas. Cheng Yin and Song Ji Su took charge of the bedroom, while Chuan attended to the restroom. As for the other areas, they would leave them for another time, as they were not immediately needed. Once the bedroom was cleaned, Cheng Yin and Song Ji Su unfolded the folding bed and arranged the wardrobe. Lacking curtains, Cheng Yin pretended to go upstairs to retrieve a privacy film, which she then applied to the windows of Song Ji Su's room. This would provide much greater peace of mind for sleeping and changing clothes. There is still a bag of common fruits found within the base, which Cheng Yin had prepared to take out from storage during her house hunting excursion. She deliberately placed them outside all day to bask in the sunlight, disguising them as the fruits that circulate within the base. "Here, since I and Chuan have nothing else to offer, we bought you some fruits as a token of celebration for your new home." Though she would have liked to present fresh fruits, the reality was that all the fruits in the base were withered. Presenting such fresh fruits would inevitably raise suspicions. Song Jishu hesitated. "Sister Yin, wouldn't that be too extravagant?" Perhaps you and brother Chuan should enjoy the fruits instead. They seem quite expensive." After the natural disaster, especially following the recent acid rain, where could one find any fruits? With the fruits all but vanished. The remaining stock in the vendor's hands was being sold at exorbitant prices. She hadn't tasted fruit since the calamity struck. Never imagining that the once commonplace apple had now become a luxury she could neither afford nor justify purchasing. Cheng Yin directly placed the bag in her hands, insisting, "All right, just accept it. We still have these fruits upstairs. Let us celebrate your moving today." Upon hearing Cheng Yin's words, Song Jishu revealed a faint smile and accepted the fruits. Cheng Yin couldn't help but reflect. To be honest, compared to Song Jishu, or indeed most of the people in this post-disaster world, her life was infinitely happier, with a quality of life that had scarcely diminished since before the calamity. Even the heroine had loved ones to care for, children and elders, while she herself had no one to worry about or assist, save for a companion who stood by her side in battle. Thus, she felt quite content. It was truly wonderful. Chapter 66. Purification. Since Song Jishu moved in and settled on the 3rd floor, more individuals have gradually begun to purchase or rent apartments in the vicinity. Cheng Yin often encountered unfamiliar faces, or those that became familiar with repeated sightings, while ascending and descending the stairs. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief, grateful that she had purchased the lower floor in advance. However, no one had yet taken residence in the 5th floor above her. Sister Yin, brother He. It seems that a method for upgrading abilities using crystal nuclei has emerged from the base. Have you heard about it? Song Jishu exclaimed excitedly while heading outside for a mission. She had long been aware that ability users employed crystal nuclei for enhancements, albeit privately and without official endorsement from the base. Now, the base had introduced an additional step before utilizing the crystal nuclei, aimed at eliminating impurities, and stated that this method would render the nuclei free of side effects. How could such news not be exhilarating? Although Song Jishu was an ordinary person without abilities, she possessed a mutated pot hose. Having witnessed mutated plants ruthlessly compete for crystal nuclei during missions, she had indeed contemplated having her mutated pot hose absorb a crystal nucleus. Yet she feared potential complications. What if something went awry? After all, her only assistance in completing missions relied on her mutated pot hose. Yuan nodded, confirming that he had also heard about it. He recalled how Cheng Yin had previously employed her sunflower's healing abilities to purify a crystal nucleus, and had felt some trepidation about whether this method was safe. Now, however, there was no cause for concern. It could be used directly. Cheng Yin hesitated, pondering the cost of the purified crystal nuclei, which must be quite expensive now, right? The cost is merely the payment for a crystal nucleus of the same grade, Song Jishu remarked with indifference. The primary reason is that this crystal nucleus is not for someone else, but rather for her beloved little green radish, so she is willing to spend on it. Currently, there are only 4 healing-type ability users in the base. Among them, 3 hold official positions, while 1 has formed an independent team. Their responsibilities extend beyond healing injured ability users. They also purify crystal nuclei to eliminate impurities. Such purified crystal nuclei, despite their high cost, are deemed acceptable. However, her acceptance does not imply that everyone shares the same sentiment. Those who have been secretly absorbing crystal nuclei scoff at the notion, questioning the side effects. They are thriving and certainly do not wish to expend their resources on what they perceive as an unnecessary expense. As she traversed an empty tree platform, devoid of any company, Cheng Yin learned the initial price for the purified crystal nuclei and felt confident that she could forego undertaking missions. All she needed to do was have the sunflower assist in purifying the crystal nuclei and place them in the trading market for others to sell on her behalf. Of course, she understood that this was merely the introductory price. Subsequently, researchers at the base developed potions using mutated plant extracts to eliminate gold and impurities. At that point, the prices of these impurity-free crystal nuclei would plummet rapidly. Cheng Yin still intended to be benevolent. Jishu, if you wish to purify a crystal nucleus, come upstairs to my place after we complete today's mission. I can have my mutated plants assist you in the purification process. Great. Wait, huh? Song Jishu exclaimed in surprise. Sister Yin, do you have new mutated plants? Or is this a different ability? Cheng Yin nodded, considering her new variant plant, indeed. This time a sunflower. Song Jishu marveled at the exceptional ability, expressing that having Sister Yin was equally wonderful. She need not worry about crystal cores in the future. She gently stroked the variant pot hose in her arms, saying, "Little pot hose, do you agree? Soon, you shall absorb powers and evolve stronger." Cheng Yin appreciated her demeanor, devoid of incessant curiosity or questioning, maintaining a respectful distance. From the base came a piece of good news, yet simultaneously a piece of bad news. The variant plants had upgraded. Level 3 variant plants had emerged. Yuan Fifan remained unperturbed, rather eager for the challenge. His fire-based ability had long reached level 3, and he had been anticipating a worthy opponent. After enduring extensive practical combat, Song Jishu's variant pot hose, though it had not absorbed any crystal cores, had firmly entered the ranks of level 2 variant plants. Observing the ability users on bicycles or motorcycles speeding past them, she pondered whether it was time to bring out her own means of transportation. To avoid entanglements with those engaged in combat with variant plants, she opted to stroll further away. The 3 individuals each selected a variant plant or insect as their adversary and commenced their battle. Cheng Yin chose a variant insect with a certain degree of difficulty. Ever since she undertook a mission with a red chili pepper and recognized its benefits, she frequently requested Yuan to bring a pot along to the mission site. She yearned for more hands to cradle an additional pot of variant plants. Regrettably, the optimal solution, transplanting the two mutated plants together into a large pot, is unattainable. These mutated plants possess a strong sense of territoriality. While they are typically well-behaved, they become uncooperative when it comes to sharing a pot, each unwilling to yield its space. Seeing this, Cheng Yin couldn't force them to coexist and had to resign herself to the additional effort of carrying an extra pot. If she were willing to reveal her spatial ability, these issues would vanish entirely. She could simply manipulate her consciousness to swap the plants between her hands and the planting space. However, the cost of doing so would be significant. Her spatial ability is among her most closely guarded secrets, one she is most reluctant to expose. In any critical dilemma, she would forsake anything rather than compromise her spatial secret. Cheng Yin held the pea shooter number 1 in one arm and the red chili in the other, directing their combat. Although she appeared somewhat foolish carrying them, the pea shooter number 1 and red chili demonstrated exceptional combat prowess and remarkable coordination. The red chili would first launch a chili fruit, followed by the pea shooter's deadly pea shot. Even a level 3 mutated insect would meet its demise. Yuan would then assist by adding a fireball, securing the coveted level 3 crystal nucleus. Cheng Yin considered dispensing with her collection of level 2 crystal nuclei, allowing her mutated plant babies to absorb level 3 crystal nuclei instead. Furthermore, she had no use for crystal nuclei of varying attributes. Perhaps she could set up a stall at the base, selling purified crystal nuclei in exchange for those she could utilize. The three individuals advanced forward, clearing the mutated plants and insect from their path. Undertaking the task had become considerably easier. Song Jishu had already veered off towards the base's cafeteria for lunch, thus parting ways with them. Yuan observed the unblemished crystal nuclei that had emerged from the trade. Predominantly, it involved exchanging 2 identical grade crystal nuclei for one without impurities. However, one of the 2 nuclei of the same grade had no specific requirements. Any attribute would suffice. Yuan felt indifferent about this, should one wish to sell. That was entirely permissible, yet he believed a slightly lower price would be more reasonable. He adhered to the principle of taking care of himself, though this did not imply a lack of warmth towards others. Cheng Yin nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Presently, the untainted crystal nuclei commanded exorbitant prices, rendering them unaffordable for many ability users. They often preferred to grit their teeth and absorb the nuclei directly, saving their funds for household expenses. Over time, this practice would harm their health and widen the gap between them and other ability users who absorb the unblemished nuclei. Cheng Yin wished for a better circumstance for these struggling ability users, and she extended her hand, proposing, "What do you think of this? If you require fire and ice attribute crystal nuclei alongside the plant attribute nuclei needed for my mutated plants, we could specialize in these few types of nuclei and exchange them on a one-to-one basis." Yuan nodded, acknowledging the idea, but inquired, "Will this pricing not provoke trouble from our competitors?" Cheng Yin pondered this for a moment before decisively nodding. Indeed, their one-for-one exchange would encroach upon the interests of others who operated on a two-for-one basis. If it were merely 1 or 2 troublemakers, she would have no cause for alarm. Her true concern lay with the formidable team behind them, or the possibility of those individuals conspiring against her. Among the 4 healers, 3 were affiliated with the base, and their cores were typically sold through official channels, though it was likely that some would inevitably filter into the market. As for the private healer accompanying the team, their sole motivation was to profit from the cores, thus encroaching upon her interests entirely. Cheng Yin felt a twinge of frustration. Would she need to raise her exchange prices? She shook her head. What was the solution? If she underpriced her wares, it would invite trouble, while overpricing would render selling futile. Yuan, at a loss for a solution, could only ponder the matter. Cheng Yin, puzzled, inquired, "Who has arrived?" Yuan stepped forward, delicately peering through the peephole. 2 unfamiliar individuals stood outside. He turned to Cheng Yin. signaling her with a gesture. Understanding, she nodded and retrieved a red chili pepper from her spatial storage, holding it in her palm. In the aftermath of the calamity, neighbors no longer visited, and Chuan's gesture indicated the presence of strangers. The door must be opened, yet precautions were necessary. Chuan nodded to Cheng Yin and opened the door. At the threshold stood two officials from the base, presenting their credentials. Greetings. We are representatives sent by Base Chief Lin Zhe to seek Cheng Yin. May I inquire if Miss Cheng resides here? Chuan examined the credentials and nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Yin approached, her demeanor relaxing upon recognizing the officials. I am she. How may I assist you? The two officials turned their attention, and the meticulous short-haired female officer spoke. Hello, Miss Cheng. Our leader has learned about your extraordinary abilities and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join the official research team at the base, focusing on the study of cultivable, mutated plants. What are your thoughts on this? To be candid, she was rather reluctant, just as Cheng Yin was about to decline. A thought struck her regarding her mutated flowers' healing abilities, or perhaps the prospect of selling crystal nuclei. Could she leverage this opportunity to engage with the authorities for trade? She pivoted her response. May I request an audience with the base leader, Mr. Lin? The two officials exchanged glances. Well, we must first consult our leader. If he consents, there will be no issue. One of the officers picked up a walkie-talkie to communicate with Lin Zhe, the head of the base, relaying their intentions, and soon received confirmation for the meeting. Very well, Miss Cheng. Please accompany us. Our leader is currently in the administrative hall. Cheng Yin nodded, handing a red chili pepper to Chuan as she feigned a trip to her room to retrieve a sunflower. She beckoned Chuan to join her as they exited. Greeting Song Jishu on the third floor. The fifth floor of the administrative hall was heavily guarded. Chuan was not permitted to enter the office and had to wait outside for Cheng Yin. Upon entering, Cheng Yin straightforwardly expressed her intentions. She did not plan to join the official research team. She further clarified her purpose. Hello, Mr. Lin, this is my mutated plant, the sunflower, which possesses healing capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe, the head of the base, adopted a more serious demeanor. Within the expansive base, only 4 healing-type ability users exist, making them as precious as national treasures. The emergence of a mutated healing plant merits equally careful consideration. Chapter 68. Endorsement. Lin Zhe turned to Cheng Yin, inquiring about her intentions for the potted sunflower. He even pondered whether she intended to sell the mutated sunflower. If it indeed possessed healing properties, he wondered how much he should offer. The base currently suffers from a dearth of healing-type ability users. Despite concerted efforts to recruit 3 into the official ranks, their numbers remain woefully inadequate. Official ability users consistently lead the way for the base's inhabitants, both those with abilities and ordinary citizens alike. They venture into the most perilous areas, undertaking the most hazardous missions to safeguard the survival of the base's residents. Consequently, their likelihood of sustaining injuries is several times higher than that of other ability users or civilians within a base. Furthermore, healing-type ability users now shoulder the additional responsibility of refining the crystal nuclei of mutated plants, insects, and animals, eliminating impurities. It was this very reason that Lin Zhe reacted with such gravity upon learning that Cheng Yin's sunflower was a mutated healing plant. Cheng Yin promptly demonstrated the sunflower's healing capabilities to Lin Zhe, substantiating its plant-based abilities and dispelling any doubts of fabrication. Subsequently, she dispensed with formalities and directly articulated her intentions. Initially, my friend and I contemplated employing the sunflowers to purify these tainted crystal nuclei and subsequently vend them at the trading market on a one-to-one basis. However, my friend harbored concerns that such an action might disrupt the market equilibrium and potentially invite complications. Serendipitously, your dispatch of an official base representative presented an opportune moment to explore a collaborative venture with the official base. I am amenable to utilizing the sunflowers to purify the psionic crystal nuclei amassed by the official base. In reciprocity, I would appreciate it if the official base could correspondingly reduce the price of these purified, untainted crystals. This adjustment would render them more accessible to those struggling psionic individuals striving to provide for their families, enabling them to afford and utilize the crystal nuclei. As a reciprocal arrangement for the sunflower's assistance in refining the official base's crystal nuclei, a daily remuneration of 10 crystal nuclei would suffice as compensation for the sunflowers. Lindsay listened attentively, his admiration for the young woman negotiating with him growing with each word. Her motivations were rooted in the well-being of the base's inhabitants. Regrettably, he had initially entertained the notion that Ms. Cheng was there to negotiate the sale of the mutated sunflowers. Ms. Cheng, your stipulations are agreeable to me, and I extend my gratitude on behalf of the base's ordinary psionic individuals. Cheng Yin's tense demeanor relaxed. I, too, express my gratitude to Base Chief Lin. I believe that everyone aspires to the betterment of the base, and the greater the number and strength of the psionic individuals within, the safer we, as residents, will be. Lindsay nodded in agreement, indeed. Furthermore, if my memories serve me correctly, Ms. Cheng, your psionic ability pertains to mutated plants, enabling you to cultivate them. Are there any mutated plants available here, particularly those with healing properties? Would you consider selling them to the base? Cheng Yin hesitated, contemplating the notion of selling her mutated plants to the official base. The thought of parting with her cherished mutated plant offspring, who were so close to her and dependent on her, prompted her to shake her head hastily. I'm sorry, I haven't considered that. These mutated plants are like family to me, and I could never sell them. After a moment of contemplation, she added, and to be honest, I haven't quite figured out how to utilize my abilities effectively yet. However, if the base requires the healing properties of the mutated sunflower in an emergency, they can reach out to me. I'm willing to assist the base. Lindsay nodded gently. Very well, I'll have an officer coordinate with you. It was a pleasant conversation. Cheng Yin exited the office and quickly approached He Chuan, who was waiting for her. Have you been waiting long? We can leave now. He Chuan, with his hands in his pockets, relaxed upon seeing her emerge. He led the way towards the stairwell. Not at all. I haven't been waiting long. How did your conversation with base leader Lin go? A year of acquaintance had given him a deep understanding of her. When she mentioned her desire to meet with base leader Lin to the base officer at home, he had a strong feeling of what she wanted to do. It was nothing more than selling those mutated crystal cores that were purified and without impurities, as she mentioned at noon. Harboring her cherished sunflower, Cheng Yin responded with elation. Assenting to the proposition, she proposed enlisting the sunflower's aid in purifying the base's unrefined crystal cores, thereby enabling the establishment of an official exchange channel for purified cores and a subsequent reduction in their price. After a pause, she added, given that this entails collaboration with the official base, I shall only request a daily stipend of 10 crystal cores from the official base as remuneration. I believe 10 crystal cores per day should suffice for you, my mutated plants, and Jisoo. As the proprietor of the mutated sunflower, she possessed the prerogative to determine the terms of compensation, voiced no objections, affirming his support for her decisions. Even if it were his mutated sunflower, he would still endorse her choices. Cheng Yin stowed the sunflower within her spatial dimension, replacing it with a pea shooter before descending to locate Song Jisoo and embark on a mission. Chapter 69. Absorption. Cheng Yin's spirits were high, and she hummed a melody throughout their journey. She retrieved 2 plant-based ability crystal cores from her pocket, or rather, her spatial dimension, and presented them to Song Jisoo. Here, these are 2 purified ability crystal cores, devoid of impurities. You may allow your mutated pothose to absorb them. The one on the left is a level 2 crystal core, while the one on the right is level 3. Determine which one your mutated pothose can assimilate. Cheng Yin furnished only those 2 equivalent plant-based crystal cores, deeming them sufficient. Entrusting the purification of the base's crystal nuclei to her sunflower, she only levied a nominal fee of 10 crystal nuclei per DM. Given that her therapeutic sunflower, now a level 3 mutated plant, could readily purify hundreds of crystal nuclei daily, charging a mere 10 was practically philanthropy. Consequently, there was no need to impose any charge for the crystal nuclei purified for Song Jisoo. Song Jisoo had already expressed his gratitude copiously. This time, she merely smiled, refraining from further formality with Cheng Yin. She presented the 2 purified crystal nuclei before the mutated pothose, allowing it to make its own selection. Little pothose, Both of these are evolved crystal nuclei. See which one you desire? The mutated pothose conveyed its disinclination to choose, desiring both. Naturally, it extended its tendrils, ensnaring the two crystal nuclei, and preciously enveloped them with a tendril, concealing them in its midst. It had long yearned for these mutated crystal nuclei, yet each time, its master compelled it to unearth the crystal nuclei, never bestowing one upon it. Now that it finally possessed its own mutated crystal nuclei, it would naturally commence absorbing the power within the crystal nuclei to propel its advancement. It was not oblivious to the fact that its companions, the pea shooter and red chili pepper, had already initiated absorbing the crystal nuclei's power. It would not lag behind them for long. Song Jishu, unversed in the language of mutated plants, remained unaware of her mutated pothos's inner thoughts. Observing its endearing demeanor as it concealed the crystal nuclei, a smile graced her lips. These two little creatures were equally well-behaved, neither fussing nor clamoring simply because their companions were absorbing crystal nuclei. Having settled the mutated pothose, Song Jishu advanced a few steps to stand beside Cheng Yin. By the way, Sister Yin, what were you and brother He Chuan doing at the base this noon? Cheng Yin, concerned that their agreed-upon time for the mission might be delayed, had specifically informed Song Jishu on the third floor. Lest she wait for her and He Chuan in vain. She briefly explained their collaboration with the official base. Song Jishu's eyes immediately lit up. Sister Yin, you are so kind. Cheng Yin touched her nose. Actually, I'm not as wonderful as you think. She found such praise a little overwhelming, as she considered herself rather selfish. After all, if she truly had others' best interests at heart, she would have disclosed everything about the post-apocalyptic world to the base and joined forces with the official base to confront the Cataclysm. Yet, she had even declined to assist the base in researching mutated plants. Her rationale was that the book made no mention of cultivating mutated plants, only of directly consuming them and mutated animals. However, just because it wasn't in the book didn't mean they couldn't explore it now. Ultimately, she simply wanted to avoid trouble and ensure that her peaceful life remained undisturbed. Despite Cheng Yin's words, Song Jishu did not share her sentiment. She only knew that since meeting Cheng Yin and He Chuan, she had frequently received their assistance, all of which was provided at Cheng Yin's discretion. As they passed the building where they had previously gathered supplies, Song Jishu glanced over, wondering if it had been entirely emptied of its resources. The supplies they had been unable to find inside last time had proven quite useful. Indeed, one wonders whether those ruffians have turned over a new leaf. Ever since Cheng Yin issued her stern warning that day, they have not encountered the 5 troublemakers again. Cheng Yin mentioned to Song Jishu that the leader, whom they had seen at the base, appears to be on the path of reform. Cheng Yin and He Chuan had also crossed paths with this leader, who bore a face still reddened and marred from the sting of chili peppers, selling water in a marketplace. As for the other miscreants, their fates remain unknown. Song Jishu expressed a cheerful optimism, remarking that this is indeed a positive development, and he hopes the remaining ruffians will learn from their leader. Moreover, during the sweltering heat, the anticipated inability to withstand the high temperatures did not come to pass, as they did not need to retreat into the RV for relief. The ice they had stored was just sufficient, lowering the temperature within the house and enabling them to endure that intense heat wave. However, the RV is now excessively conspicuous when driven. It is worth noting that those who arrived early at the survivor base have seen their vehicles rendered useless by acid rain. Currently, aside from personnel from the official base organization and a select few from the affluent district, as well as the elite ability users, no one else can afford to travel by car. The most suitable means of transportation now remains bicycles and tricycles. Cheng Yin plans to retrieve the bicycle tonight, allowing He Chuan to ferry her for their task tomorrow. Yet, with Song Jishu also present, how should they arrange themselves? As a team, it would be unreasonable for them to ride bicycles while leaving Song Jishu to walk alone. This presents yet another conundrum. It's implausible that the bicycle was offered out of friendship. It's already somewhat dubious that she possesses a brand new one, and to produce another for someone else would only solidify suspicions. Cheng Yin was somewhat perplexed as to why she didn't purchase a used bicycle back then. However, if a bicycle is out of the question, then producing a tricycle should be feasible, shouldn't it? When she assisted Song Jishu with moving, Cheng Yin had seen tricycles within the base, and their appearance was quite similar to the one she had prepared in her dimension. Presenting it as a purchase wouldn't raise any eyebrows. She glanced at He Chuan, realizing that he would have to bear the brunt of the labor, responsible for pedaling the tricycle to transport them. He Chuan noticed Cheng Yin's gaze and acutely sensed that something ominous was brewing, though he couldn't quite decipher its nature. Little did he know that he would soon be frequently pedaling a tricycle. Chapter 70. Integration. Several households have already moved into Cheng Yin's building. Fortunately, all of her windows are covered with privacy film, preventing anyone from seeing inside, which provide a modicum of security and privacy. Initially, she had intended to sneak downstairs under the cover of night to retrieve the tricycle from her dimension, allowing her to feign having purchased it the next day. However, due to the influx of residents into the building, even darkness couldn't guarantee such an action wouldn't be observed. What if she assumed she was unobserved, only to be seen by someone passing by? Ultimately, the pedal-powered tricycle was placed in the living room of Cheng Yin's apartment. She planned to enlist the assistance of He Chuan and Song Jishu the following day to carry it down from the 4th floor. This evolution was unforeseen by her, yet the prospect of relinquishing ambulatory excursions for vehicular transportation filled her with anticipation. Representatives from the Survivor Outpost Administration paid a visit to coordinate the purification of the crystalline core. The same 2 officials from midday arrived, their demeanor exceedingly courteous. "Esteemed Miss Cheng," they began, "we apologize for the late intrusion. We are here to synchronize the operational facets of the mutated sunflower's crystalline core purification. Would this juncture be amenable for you?" Cheng Yin nodded, ushering the pair inside. "Indeed," she responded. "Let us convene upon the sofa for our discourse." It was at such moments that she lauded her fastidious habits, habitually retrieving and storing comestibles within the confines of her spatial dimension, thereby precluding their conspicuous display upon the coffee table. This precaution ensured the concealment of anomalous objects from prying eyes. An imagery akin to a maternal figure escorting her progeny to kindergarten surfaced within her consciousness. Cheng Yin, harboring these mental tableaus, circumspectly articulated, "I must express my regrets. But my sunflower possesses a certain sensitivity. It refrains from external direction or contact in my absence. What if they surreptitiously subjected the sunflower to experimentation, or compelled it to ingest elixirs for the forcible purification of its crystalline core? Or, in an even more dire scenario, declared its demise upon her arrival, only to covertly appropriate it for their own purposes?" She could not be faulted for her excessive deliberation, for she found herself incapable of reposing trust in them. The female official nodded and continued discussing the next proposal. "Very well. In order to not impede Miss Cheng's time for her external mission, we have scheduled the purification of the sunflower crystal core for noon and evening. Does that work for you?" Cheng Yin pondered internally, realizing that this arrangement would indeed spare her time. However, waiting in the office for the sunflower for such an extended period could be rather tedious. A slight adjustment to the timing would enhance the experience. They had anticipated such matters in advance, and everything seemed to fall within the planned framework. Seeing their agreement, Cheng Yin nodded. "All right, that works for me." The female official responded, "Excellent. Regarding the purification of Miss Cheng's mutated sunflower crystal core, my colleague and I will be responsible for it. Tomorrow, we will wait for you at the entrance of the office hall and escort you to the designated room for the purification process." With a smile, she inquired, "Does Miss Cheng have any other questions? Feel free to ask us now or at any time in the future. We are here to clarify any doubts you may have." Cheng Yin shook her head. "I have no questions at the moment. I'll reach out if anything arises later." After concluding the meeting, the 2 officials from the survivor base stood up to leave. Cheng Yin escorted them to the door and took a moment to inspect the areas they had passed through and where they had sat, ensuring that no listening devices had been left behind. After all, as she often reminded herself, one must always be vigilant. As for why she was the one carrying the sunflower to the office hall for the purification task, that remained another matter. Instead of having them bring the mana cores to her residence for purification duties, it was entirely because she was wary of strangers visiting her home daily, preferring to exert herself a bit more rather than harbor potential hidden dangers within her abode. The mutated plants were, to some extent, capable of comprehending their master's words. The sunflower subtly swayed its foliage, indicating its understanding. Cheng Yin smiled, "Just do what you can, and don't push yourself if your abilities are waning. Purify as many mana cores as you can manage." The sunflower straightened its stem, seemingly asserting its prowess, capable of processing numerous mana cores at once. Cheng Yin reached out and caressed the sunflower's bud. All right, I know you're capable. But we still need to conserve some strength to cope with unforeseen circumstances." The sunflower nestled against Cheng Yin's palm, conveying its understanding. Yuan leaned against the headboard of the bed, a light blanket draped over him. He was relaxed and at ease in the room, engrossed in a drama with his earphones on. Several buckets of ice in the room created the effect of an air-conditioned space. As Cheng Yin entered, she couldn't help but acknowledge the practicality of his ice-based abilities. Cheng Yin had now acclimated to the outside temperature and had given up asking him to put ice in her room. She approached and tapped his shoulder. Yuan removed his earphones. "Yin, what is it?" Yuan frowned, a little worried. "I'm not comfortable with you taking the sunflower out there by yourself. It's not safe." Cheng Yin was not one to decline such kindness, and she placed a high premium on her personal safety. "Would it be too early for you to accompany me in the mornings? I'm accustomed to rising at 6 to work, but I realize you're not." He acquiesced with a nod. "I can set an alarm, or you can rouse me." He was willing to compromise and concede when it came to her affairs, even if it meant adjusting his sleep schedule. Her eyes crinkled with amusement. "Very well, and if you don't stir, I'll come and fetch you. Also, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be amenable?" She clasped her hands together in a gesture of supplication. An ominous premonition, reminiscent of that morning, began to stir within him. After a protracted pause, he inquired, "What is it?" Guiding him to the living room, she presented her tricycle. "Behold, what do you think of this tricycle? Is it not splendid? Would you care to mount it and take it for a spin?" Such uncharacteristic enthusiasm aroused his suspicion. Observing her zealous demeanor, a growing sense of unease washed over him. "I have no interest." She tugged at his sleeve, resorting to unconscious cajolery. "Please just try it. We rode tricycles when we helped Jisoo move, didn't we? This one is so new and fine. Would you consider riding it to transport us on missions in the future?" He felt a sense of resignation. Riding a tricycle at the base was one thing, especially for such short distances, but the prospect of riding one daily for external missions was far from appealing. "Are there no other vehicles in your dimension?" Yuan mused, desiring at the very least an automobile or even a bicycle, yet a mere tricycle was presented. Cheng Yin, with a playful wink, responded, "The others are not as convenient. This one is most suitable." Succumbing to Cheng Yin's persistent entreaties, Yuan conceded, All right, cease your winking. I shall pedal the tricycle and transport you all." Triumphant, Cheng Yin embraced Yuan, looking up to express, "Thank you so much. I'm exceedingly fond of you." With that, she scurried into the lavatory to prepare for a bath. His ears flushed crimson, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. Did this signify that she reciprocated his affections? Was it the fondness of a sibling or the ardor of a lover? Yuan grappled with this dilemma throughout the night. His meticulously set early morning alarm rendered useless by his insomnia. Conversely, Cheng Yin exhibited no discernible reaction, adhering to her usual routine of sleeping, rising, and eating. Embracing the sunflower, she escorted Yuan to the base's administrative hall. The two clerks were already awaiting her arrival, hastening to greet her upon her entrance. "Miss Cheng, please follow us this way. Our office is located on the ground floor." They raised no objections to the additional presence, as the sunflower was the one undertaking the task. Cheng Yin, in high spirits, followed them inside, clarifying that there was no need to prepare breakfast, as they had already partaken. The crystalline cores requiring purification were already arranged in the office. Cheng Yin seated herself at the table adorned with the cores and, without delay, directed the sunflower to commence its work. Turning to Yuan, she instructed, "Yuan, keep a watchful eye. I shall recline and rest for a brief interval." On the surface, it appeared to be a mere respite. However, in reality, it was an opportunity to delve into a realm of consciousness, harvesting vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs while sowing seeds. skillfully utilizing her time. Cheng Yin was indeed adept at this. Chuan nodded and placed a red chili pepper on the desk, attentively observing the dynamics within the office. Two personnel from the base were meticulously recording the purification speed of the sunflower's extraordinary abilities, as well as collecting the purified crystal cores, now devoid of impurities. The sunflowers tirelessly continued their purifying work, recalling Cheng Yin's admonition from the previous day not to exhaust all the stored extraordinary energy within. Nevertheless, the resultant crystal cores from this purification process were abundant. In just 1 hour, they had purified a total of 600 cores. This equated to an impressive rate of 10 cores per minute, a commendable pace indeed. Upon hearing some commotion, Cheng Yin withdrew her consciousness from the cultivation space. Just in time, she had completed her planting and harvesting tasks. Rising to her feet, she embraced the sunflowers and declared, "Let us conclude our morning activities here. We shall return afternoon when the sunflowers have replenished some of their extraordinary energy." The staff member smiled and nodded, responding, "Certainly, you may come directly to this office at noon. I will provide you with a key card to access it." She proceeded to the 3rd floor and knocked on Song Jishu's door, summoning her to assist in transporting the tricycle upstairs. Upon seeing the tricycle, Song Jishu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Sister Yin, when did you purchase this tricycle? Does this mean we can ride it for our missions outside the base from now on?" Cheng Yin explained, "I bought it when I first arrived at the base, but I kept forgetting to take it out. Now that I've remembered, I've brought it forth." Although they were riding a tricycle, it still bore considerable weight. The three of them exerted their strength to carry it down from the 4th floor, then ascended to retrieve their respective mutated plants. Chuan had already promised Cheng Yin that he would take charge of pedaling the tricycle, and he quietly settled into the front seat, awaiting their boarding. He glanced back and asked, "Are you ready? If so, I shall begin to ride." The two affirmed their readiness, and the wheels commenced their rolling motion. Song Ji-su, seated at the back, felt a hint of shyness. "Chuan, if you find yourself weary, we could alternate riding. I can ride a bicycle, so a tricycle should be manageable." Initially reluctant to resist, he now felt a strong desire to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Cheng Yin. Cheng Yin, sitting at the back, chuckled softly, finding it hard to envision Song Ji-su, slender arms and legs, at the front, bearing the weight of the two of them. Chapter 72. The tire with the tricycle at their disposal, undertaking tasks became substantially more convenient. Cheng Yin did not insist on having Chuan pedal the tricycle continuously. They would alternate roles. As for Song Ji-su, despite her eagerness to ride the tricycle, both Cheng Yin and Chuan vetoed her request. After all, she was merely a girl of 15 or 16, while Cheng Yin and Chuan were adults, and it seemed rather inappropriate for a younger sister to bear the responsibility of transporting them. The first topic of heated discussion arose regarding the exchange ratio for impurity-free crystal nuclei, which had been reduced. Previously, it required 2 impurity-laden crystal nuclei of the same level to exchange for 1 impurity-free crystal nucleus of the same level. Now, one could obtain an impurity-free crystal nucleus merely by spending 5 base points. This occurrence incited profound vexation in those who had previously bartered 2 ordinary crystal nuclei for a single purified one, leaving them deeply disgruntled. Nevertheless, the reduction in the price of immaculate crystal nuclei was, on the whole, a propitious development. The inhabitants of the base harbored unwavering confidence in the official channels and willingly procured their crystal nuclei from the designated vendor. In an unostentatious act of beneficence, Cheng Yin effected a positive change, eschewing recognition. The absence of surveillance cameras precluded the identification of the perpetrator of the theft. Cheng Yin indignantly decried the depravity of the individual who absconded with the tire, questioning the motive behind such an act. What possible utility could be derived from purloining a single tire from her tricycle? Fortunately, she had secured the tricycle to a stationary edifice with a lock. Otherwise, the entire vehicle might have vanished. Her exasperation impelled her to vent her spleen to Chuan in the office designated for purifying crystal nuclei within the administrative complex. Coincidentally, her lamentations were overheard by the 2 functionaries present. The female functionary inquired, "Miss Cheng, was it your vehicle's tire that was pilfered?" Upon being addressed, Cheng Yin articulated her indignation. Indeed, this morning, upon descending, I discovered that one of the tires of my tricycle, which I had secured outside, had been stolen. It was not the monetary value of the tire that perturbed her, but rather the prospect of having to perpetually guard against potential malefactors among her neighbors, which filled her with dismay. Was she to be compelled to hoist her pedal-powered tricycle up the stairs each evening and then descend with it each morning when it was required? The female functionary echoed her sentiments, adding, not long ago I left my bicycle downstairs at my residence, only to discover upon awakening that both tires had been pilfered. Guess where I eventually located them? Cheng Yin, piqued by curiosity, inquired, where? Not at a neighbor's residence, perchance? The perfidy of human nature is truly appalling. To have one's tire pilfered, only to discover it for sale in the marketplace the very next day. She contemplated emulating the thief's method, reasoning that if her own stolen property surfaced in the market, she would adopt the same approach. Wouldn't that be tantamount to rewarding the miscreant? The administrator, vexed by the situation, lamented the absence of ubiquitous surveillance, which would have facilitated the apprehension of the culprit. Regrettably, the lack of concrete evidence precluded seeking assistance from their superior. After a moment's deliberation, she remarked, given my position within the base, I am constrained from taking overly assertive actions. However, you might explore alternative avenues. The final sentence was laden with implication. Swiftly grasped the underlying meaning. Thank you, she responded. I shall venture to the marketplace anon and ascertain whether my tire is present. One of her 3 tires had been stolen, leaving 2 as comparative references. If it were indeed there, discerning whether it was the stolen tire being offered for sale would be relatively straightforward. The administrator leaned in conspiratorially and divulged the location of a specific stall. You might investigate whether he was responsible for the theft. My own tire was recovered from his stall. Should he be the culprit, I would appreciate it if you could exact a measure of retribution on my behalf. Blinked in acknowledgement and nodded. With a slight release of her pent-up frustration, she closed her eyes and accelerated the pace of harvesting and sowing within the planting space. The administrator, in turn, remained silent, collecting the purified crystal cores from the sunflowers and replacing them with a fresh batch. Currently, the demand for unblemished crystal cores among the ability users at the base is substantial. As prices have decreased, those who had been frugal to sustain their families are now inclined to purchase a few. After all, the processing fee is merely 5 points, a sum they can manage. Once the work with the sunflower was completed, Cheng Yin hurriedly picked up the sunflower and dragged Yuan to the trading market. Following the description of the buyer provided by the female officer, she soon located the plump vendor selling tires. A swift glance over his stall revealed her tricycle's tire. Cheng Yin felt a surge of anger and, grasping her tire, inquired, Sir, how much do you sell this tire for? The vendor was a seasoned thief, and despite recognizing the indignation of the customer, he remained remarkably composed. Ah, that will be 50 points, he replied. Cheng Yin narrowed her eyes. Are you certain this tire belongs to you? Did you not steal it from me last night? The vendor shrugged, unfazed, and retorted, Young lady, don't make baseless claims. Do you have any proof? If this tire is indeed yours, please present your evidence. His words mirrored those of the female officer. Cheng Yin, her teeth clenched in frustration, remarked, If you accompany me, you will know whether it is mine. I still possess 2 other tires. A comparison will reveal their similarity. The vendor, taking the tire from Cheng Yin, scoffed, You claim it's yours just because it fits? Do you think your tricycle is a limited edition? Is there only one tricycle in the entire world? Who knows if you're simply trying to take advantage of a bargain, unwilling to spend money, and intending to claim my tire as your own? Chapter 73. The outcome. Cheng Yin was rendered speechless by her boss's remarks. Was this a case of being accused unjustly? Indeed, it was a blatant deflection. The boss, standing up and raising his voice, called out, Everyone, come and see. There is someone here who wishes to buy a tire without payment, yet insists that my tires belong to her. Can you believe such audacity? In these times of disaster, who is living easily? One cannot simply expect to take things without compensation. The passers-by, who had been browsing the stall, turned to cast scornful glances at Cheng Yin. TSK, TSK, TSK. How can such a person exist in broad daylight? If you desire something so much, why not undertake a task to earn points? Such individuals are the most detestable, seeking to obtain others' possessions without cost. Times have changed. It is not as it once was. Yet a young lady should not behave in this manner. Cheng Yin's eyes brimmed with fury, prompting Chuan to swiftly intervene. Yin, do not be angry. You will be falling right into their trap. Whether this tire belongs to us, we certainly possess evidence to prove it. He continued, Ui and Song Jishu all know that we marked this vehicle yesterday. The boss scoffed, a mark? What mark? There is no mark on this tire. I thoroughly inspected it after removing it from the vehicle. Chuan raised a faint smile and remarked, Boss, your tire lacks any markings, does it not? Our tire bears 3 parallel scratches within. You may take a look. The boss erupted into hearty laughter, picked up the tire, and examined it. See, I told you. He began, but the words fell short as he observed the 3 distinct scratches inside the tire. Chuan seized the tire from the boss's hands and pointed out the scratches to the onlookers. Everyone, pay close attention. Do you see these 3 scratches? The boss claims his tire is unmarked, yet this one clearly is. He continued, so, whose tire is this? The boss's or ours? Who is truly taking advantage here? The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the crowd began to murmur and debate the integrity of the boss. It was indeed surprising. A case of the thief crying stop thief. How had someone else's tire ended up in his possession? Yes, I remember now. Just a few days ago, someone mentioned that the boss was stealing tires. At the time, I was skeptical, but upon reflection, it seems to hold truth, does it not? To steal someone else's tire is utterly shameless. Could it be that he has also taken tires from my vehicle? Little did the boss know that what he thought was a sure affair had taken an unexpected turn. He could not fathom how 3 scratches had mysteriously appeared on the wheel. Ultimately, with a pallid face and amidst the crowd's accusations, he discreetly gathered the other tires from the roadside stalls and slipped away. Meanwhile, Chuan crouched down to fit the tire onto the tricycle, watched him from the sidelines, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Chuan, how did you accomplish that just now? When did you create those 3 slashes? Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Chuan tightened the screw and responded, I took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on you and the proprietor during your discussion. I employed my ice ability to fashion 3 small slivers of ice, which I then propelled towards the tires. By the time you all realized what had transpired, those slivers had already melted into the ground. She had been so incensed at the proprietor that she had been on the verge of assaulting him, never suspecting that Chuan was surreptitiously taking action. She couldn't help but commend him. You're truly ingenious. I should rely on you to resolve such matters in the future. Subsequently, Cheng Yin furrowed her brow and said, but on second thought, it's best to avoid such incidents altogether. Was she to purchase an apartment on the ground floor solely for the purpose of storing vehicles? Cheng Yin ascended to retrieve the sunflowers from her spatial dimension and brought out her other 2 mutated plants. She then summoned Song Jishu from the 3rd floor, and they descended together. She recounted the events of the day to Song Jishu, lamenting, what is one to do? There's no place to park the tricycle anymore. Cheng Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shouldn't have allowed him to escape today. The next time we encounter him, I'll make sure he experiences the sensation of the red chili pepper fruits. Song Jishu chuckled behind his hand. Affirmative. Let him sample the red chili pepper fruits. Chuan had already taken his seat in front of the tricycle. Cheng Yin and Song Jishu also settled down in the back, and they set off beyond the confines of the base. Cheng Yin inquired of Chuan, Chuan, could you devise a solution for us? Where should we park our vehicle in the future? From a moment, Chuan adeptly resolved the issue of the flat tire. Cheng Yin felt a deep admiration for his intellect. She struggled to conceive a suitable arrangement for the tricycle. Surely he could think of something? Indeed, Chuan had a notion. Since the base has personnel on duty around the clock, we could position the tricycle at the entrance and offer points to the staff on duty to keep an eye on it. That should suffice. While this was a feasible plan, the thought of needing to expend points merely to secure a tricycle seemed rather disheartening. Cheng Yin was not particularly keen on this idea. Is there no other option? Is there anything else we could consider? Chuan, at a loss for alternative suggestions at that moment, reflected on their situation. Their tricycle was locked downstairs, with 2 of its tires secured. Consequently, the 2 locked tires remained untouched, while the unprotected portion was stolen. Regrettably, The ground facilities below only allowed for this rudimentary locking method. Carrying the tricycle upstairs daily would be quite exhausting. If the cost of merely having someone watch over the tricycle was prohibitively high, it might be better to forego the idea altogether. Chapter 74. The dog with the sale of low-cost, impurity-free, mutated crystal nuclei. The ability users within the base began purchasing these nuclei to enhance their powers. Initially, Chuan, who had insisted on waiting for the official announcement from the base before utilizing the impurity-free nuclei provided by Cheng Yin, had now begun using them. He had successfully leveled up and had become a level 4 ability user. Within the survivor encampment, he was esteemed as a combatant of considerable prowess. However, due to Chuan's habitual modesty and his customary collaboration with Cheng Yin and Song Jishu on missions, he remained relatively obscure to the other empowered individuals in the base. Consequently, he had not garnered substantial recognition within the settlement, yet he functioned as the de facto leader of their small contingent. The empowered individuals within the base, having assimilated the energy of the crystalline cores, capitalized on their temporary superiority over the mutated flora to embark on frequent missions, thereby acquiring more of these potent cores. The area around the base cleared by these individuals was expanding, and the safety quotient for external excursions was correspondingly increasing. Nevertheless, this sustained advancement revealed that the mutated organisms further from the base were also quietly evolving and ascending in their development. On this particular venture, they encountered a rare specimen of mutated fauna, a canine, once humanity's companion. Cheng Yin regarded the creature, several times larger than its original size and nearly half a human's height, with a sense of melancholy. The remnants of a collar around its neck bore testament to its past as a domestic pet, nurtured by humans. Typically, such animals possess a profound bond with their owners, precluding the possibility of turning against humanity post-mutation. Yet, the canine before them was an anomaly. Cheng Yin, an ardent dog enthusiast, surmised that its aberrant transformation must have been precipitated by mistreatment from its former master. The immense, albino mutated dog, with crimson eyes, lay prostrate, occasionally convulsing, showing no response even to their proximity. This was anomalous. Aside from an augmentation in size and the presence of crimson eyes, the mutated canine bore a striking resemblance to its pre-cataclysmic form. S. gaze lingered on the distended abdomen of the creature, realizing it was a gravid female, which stirred a sense of compassion within her. She restrained, who was poised to unleash a fiery projectile, interjecting, "Hold, it appears she is in the throes of parturition." Perplexed, questioned the relevance of the mutated canine's reproductive state. What difference does it make if the mutated canine is birthing? Are we to postpone our confrontation until she has delivered her litter? The mutated canine lifted its head, its once ferocious crimson eyes now imbued with a pleading quality, as if beseeching them to allow her to bring forth her progeny. Acknowledging the potential naivety of her sentiment, confessed her inability to harden her heart. Turning to, she proposed, "Let us permit her to deliver her young. I perceive no malice in her intent." Given the apparent lack of aggression, the imperative to eliminate the mutated canine diminished. With a hint of protest, cautioned, "It is better to err on the side of caution." He expressed his skepticism that a mutated canine of such evident power, found in such a locale, could be devoid of malevolent intent. Struggling to articulate her conviction, approached the mutated canine, crouching down within a meter of it. Startled by her perilous action, exclaimed, "Maintain a safe distance." He swiftly moved to shield her. Peering from behind him, lamented, "You see, I told you she only wants to give birth and has no intention of harming us." The two individuals stood remarkably close to the mutated dog, yet the creature exhibited no signs of aggression. Chuan cast a wary glance at the mutated dog, feeling an unsettling chill. From a distance, Song Jishu observed their proximity to the creature without incident and approached them, asking Sister Yin, "Is this mutated dog truly harmless to us?" Cheng Yin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it seems to only desire to give birth at this moment. We need not concern ourselves. We can proceed with our tasks." Understanding her, Song Jishu responded, "Oh, then I shall venture ahead to take a look." She circled around the mutated dog and continued her forward journey. Her mutated pothose had absorbed crystalline cores for several days now and was subtly indicating potential evolution. Her primary focus was to find a worthy opponent for her mutated pothose to accelerate its progression. Although Cheng Yin possessed experience in dog care, she lacked the knowledge of assisting in whelping. She remained anxious about the mutated dog, choosing to stay nearby to guard it during the birthing process. Yuan, on the other hand, was concerned that the mutated dog might suddenly lunge forward and pose a threat to her. Despite holding a potent pea shooter with formidable attack power, he was still uneasy, allowing her to remain alone while waiting for the mutated dog's delivery. Song Jishu busied herself with clearing the surrounding mutated plants, alleviating their worries. Cheng Yin's focus remained solely on the mutated dog in labor, watching as the tiny offspring gradually emerged. Concurrently, the creature's breath grew increasingly faint. Observing Song Jishu, who was engaged in combat with mutated insects with his back turned, Cheng Yin surreptitiously retrieved the sunflower from her interdimensional space, directing it to bestow a healing upon the mutated canine. The sunflower, nestled within the cultivation space, rapidly recuperated its abilities. Administering a mere healing spell posed little challenge for the sunflower. Once the sunflower had completed its restorative task, Cheng Yin swiftly returned it to the cultivation space, ensuring it remained concealed from Song Jishu's gaze. A smile graced her countenance as she observed the revitalized, mutated canine. The diminutive offspring of the mutated canine emerged from its mother's form, a tiny, damp bundle instinctively seeking maternal nourishment. Devoid of aggression, the newborn mutated pup exuded an aura of gentleness. Cheng Yin had anticipated a seamless continuation of the birthing process. Yet, unexpectedly, the mutated canine mother weakened precipitously. With trembling limbs, it clutched at its newborn pup, raising the recently delivered offspring and entrusting it into her arms. Cheng Yin was taken aback, gazing at the diminutive, mutated pup nestled in her grasp. You wish to entrust it to me?" she surmised. The mutated canine's crimson eyes conveyed affection and reluctance as it licked the pup's body before succumbing to its exhaustion, collapsing and drawing its final breath. It became apparent that the mutated canine's life had long been nearing its end, and under normal circumstances, it might not have even been able to give birth to this one pup. However, it had merely managed to bring it into the world. Chapter 75. The puppy witnessing this scene, Cheng Yin felt a pang of melancholy. The mutated puppy in her hands leaped from her palm, nudging its body and letting out a couple of soft, plaintive barks. This left Cheng Yin at a loss regarding how to address the situation. Long before the calamity struck, she had once rescued a newborn puppy found beside a rubbish bin. At that time, she had believed she was incapable of nurturing a creature, so she had taken the little pup to a pet shop. Now, she found herself faced with a similar dilemma. The mutated puppy before her had just lost its mother and was devoid of either maternal milk or formula. Survival in this environment seemed implausible. The mutated plants, animals, and insects surrounding it were not companions, but rather adversaries. Cheng Yin pondered that if she were to turn her back and walk away, the fate awaiting this mutated puppy would surely be death. Yet, recalling how the puppy had entrusted its vulnerable life to her, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to abandon it. However, the reality remained that she had not prepared any suitable food for such a young creature in her limited space. After much internal conflict, she ultimately decided to cradle the little puppy in her arms. As for the deceased body of the mutated puppy's mother, she resolved to dig a grave and lay it to rest. In truth, cremating the mother and retrieving its crystal core would have been a more efficient choice. Yet, to do so in front of the innocent pup felt undeniably cruel. It occurred to her that the distinction between mutated and non-mutated puppies would merely lie in their robustness. The edible provisions would remain unchanged. Song Jishu was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "Sisterine, are you not concerned about the mutated large dog if you raise this mutated puppy? Furthermore, is it permissible to keep a mutated dog from the wild?" Cheng Yin explained, "The mutated large dog has already perished. It entrusted me with this little mutated puppy. After some contemplation, I decided to care for it and see how it develops. Observe this little mutated pup. It appears quite docile and should be manageable. At the very least, in the original narrative, There are accounts of individuals successfully raising mutated animals from the wild. Cheng Yin expressed her concern. Are you sure you will be all right here alone? Song Jishu smiled. I am fine on my own. My mutated pot hose is about to undergo an upgrade, and I wish to keep it company for now. No need to worry, Sister Yin. I will exercise caution. After bidding farewell to Song Jishu, Cheng Yin boarded a tricycle. She felt a sense of joy at the prospect of raising a dog again. Having previously relinquished the idea due to concerns about survival amidst natural disasters. However, it now seemed feasible to have a pet. Her current life was quite satisfactory, even if she struggled to keep pace with the rapid evolution of mutated plants. She could rely on the healing abilities of sunflowers and secure a job at the survivor base to earn a living. Caring for a puppy that initially required milk powder and later could forage in the wild was a burden she could easily bear. Moreover, as the mutated dog matured, it would offer her protection. When Yuan entered the base, he took the opportunity to discuss the matter of safeguarding the tricycle with the personnel stationed at the entrance. After reaching a consensus and agreeing on points, they parked the tricycle not far from the base entrance. Within the survivor encampment, there existed a not insignificant number of mutated canines and felines, creatures whose domestication was sanctioned by the settlement's authorities. Consequently, their entrance, cradling a mutated pup, elicited no particular comment. Accompanied by Yuan, she proceeded towards the trading bazaar, where, owing to the predilection of the affluent within the base for mutated pets, provisions such as toys and sustenance for these creatures were readily available. The diminutive mutant, having recently emerged from its dam's womb, was understandably ravenous for maternal milk. Reclining in her grasp, it eagerly imbibed the powdered milk formula. Observing this, Cheng Yin was moved to stroke the creature with affection. Mindful of the vaccinations typically administered to newborn canines, a luxury presently unattainable. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a mutated sunflower from her cultivated space, employing its properties to administer a curative treatment to the pup. Alas, she mused, the amenities of the pre-Cataclysm era are no longer accessible. However, with the sunflower's therapeutic capabilities, perhaps this will serve as an adequate substitute. Having consumed an entire vial of formula, the mutant pup succumbed to slumber. Gazing upon the sleeping creature, Cheng Yin sought Yuan's counsel. Would you object to my constructing a den for it in the living area? If that is unpalatable, I shall house it within my private chambers. She remained cognizant that not all individuals harbored affection for such creatures. Yuan extended a digit to gently touch the pup's ear, responding, I have no objection. You may construct its abode in the living room without reservation. Indeed, I shall assist if required. Elated, Cheng Yin entrusted the pup to Yuan's care, exclaiming, Splendid. Then, if you would be so kind as to cradle it for a time. It occurs to me that we ought to bestow a name upon it. I observed that its entire form was covered in pristine white fur, so we shall call it Snowy. Yuan accepted this suggestion, acquiescing with, yes, Snowy it is, as you wish. Cheng Yin undertook the construction of Snowy's kennel with considerable dedication, retrieving and used cement from her previous residence on the 12th floor, along with several bricks. She then proceeded to erect a canine abode for Snowy in the corner of the living room. Considering the stature of Snowy's mother, she preemptively constructed a spacious dwelling for Snowy to inhabit. However, given its current diminutive size, she placed a plush, cotton-filled quilt within as a cozy nest. Chapter 76. Snowy since adopting the small canine, Cheng Yin encountered a minor predicament. Her mutated plants, such as the pea shooter and sunflower, could be readily stored within her spatial dimension. However, Snowy, being a mutated dog, could not be accommodated within the space, necessitating that it be carried or brought along on missions. Snowy, being a recently born mutated puppy, taking it on external missions was not an appealing prospect, and leaving it unattended at home caused her anxiety. With the increase in residents, the risk of theft also escalated. While the furniture and household items in Cheng Yin and Yuan's residence were unlikely to entice burglars, a mutated puppy was a different matter altogether. In the affluent districts of the base, there was a considerable demand for such pets. Ability users desired additional companions for missions, and ordinary individuals sought mutated dogs to assist with tasks. It was conceivable that someone might covet her snowy. Of course, the preceding was stated with a veneer of respectability. The primary reason being the profound attraction Snowy held for her. Venturing on missions can be undertaken at any given moment, but neglecting to witness Little White's transformation from a pup into a fully grown canine would be an irretrievable forfeiture. Sequestered at home, Cheng Yin captured Little White's developmental stages through photographs and amusing videos on her mobile device. It must be acknowledged that the physique of a mutated canine surpasses that of its non-mutated counterparts. Despite its recent birth, Little White exhibited remarkable vivacity. Cheng Yin brandished a meticulously purified zero-grade crystal core, teasing Little White, exclaiming, "Look here. It's right here." Upon sighting the crystal core, Little White lunged upwards, endeavoring to seize it. As a mutated canine, it instinctively recognized the object's inherent value. However, its attempts proved futile. Cheng Yin elevated the crystal core beyond Little White's reach, observing its disappointment as it continued to leap, eliciting a smile from her. After several such playful interactions, she relinquished the crystal core to Little White. Cheng Yin, observing Little White embrace the crystal core and nuzzle it against its head, inquired, "Are you capable of assimilating a crystal core at such a tender age?" Little White blinked its limpid eyes and ingested the crystal core whole. Cheng Yin was taken aback, questioning, "Is direct consumption permissible?" The crystal core audibly crunched upon being bitten. Cheng Yin scrutinized Little White, poised with her mobile device, intending to record the amusing spectacle of the crystal core's regurgitation. Contrary to expectations, Little White merely retained the crystal core within its mouth, gradually absorbing its latent power, ultimately expelling a depleted, inert crystal core. Startled, Cheng Yin mused over the prodigious rate at which her little companion, nicknamed Bai, assimilated the energy. Albeit the crystal core was of the most rudimentary level, her Bai was but a newly emerged mutant puppy. If one were to assign a level to Bai's mutation, it would likely be 0. How could it absorb a crystal core's power so swiftly, especially among those of the same tier? The pea shooter, too, she had encountered served as a prime counterexample. Cradling Bai in her arms, Cheng Yin scrutinized it from every angle, ultimately attributing its exceptional ability to innate talent. After all, as the offspring of advanced mutant canines, a touch of peculiarity was to be expected. This aligned with the future trajectory depicted in the books, where advanced mutants sought unions with their kind, endeavoring to produce offspring with even more formidable powers. The same held true for mutant animals, with humans attempting to breed mutant creatures predisposed towards humanity, with the aim of fortifying their progeny. Cheng Yin's aspirations for Bai were modest, merely desiring it to possess the means of self-preservation. Its sustenance would derive from the flesh of other mutant creatures, a resource unlikely to be scarce. She nestled Bai in her embrace, nuzzling it affectionately. Now that she was staying home and refraining from external missions, she opted to dine at home for lunch as well, before carrying the sunflower to the service hall to purify crystal cores. The provisions furnished by the authorities originated from the base's cafeteria. Cheng Yin was not fastidious, yet her own culinary creations were far more palatable. Why would she subject herself to mediocre fare? With prudence in mind, Cheng Yin secured the windows of her abode. Given the time of day, when meals were being prepared, the occasional waft of culinary aromas was surely within the realm of normalcy. It was inconceivable that she would abstain from cooking and dining simply to conceal her access to sustenance from those around her. A layer of corn, a layer of sweet potato, a layer of purple sweet potato, and a layer of steam buns, allowing them to gradually steam to perfection within the multi-tiered steamer. Various noodles, dumplings, and wontons are extracted from the pantry, while a pot of boiling water is prepared for cooking the noodles and boiling the dumplings and wontons. During this idle time, she processes the soup dumplings purchased online. Once these breakfast items are ready, she begins her preparations for lunch. Cheng Yin has curated an array of dishes in the pantry, predominantly opting for the convenience of steamed vegetables. Authentic stir-fried dishes cooked in a cast-iron pan are a rarity. Today, she intends to prepare a large pot of sweet and sour ribs, a dish she has long desired, saving some for leisurely enjoyment later. She fills a pot with water and briefly blanches the ribs. Using oyster sauce, light soy sauce, salt, and sugar, she concocts a flavorful sauce. After pouring in oil and adding rock sugar, she places the blanched ribs into the pan for stir-fry, subsequently incorporating the prepared sauce. With the windows of the room tightly shut, the heat from the stove elevates the kitchen's temperature. Cheng Yin's clothing becomes slightly damp with perspiration, prompting her to visit the bathroom for a hair wash and a quick shower. Her hair grows slowly. It has been a year since her last short haircut, and it now barely grazes her shoulders. Upon exiting the bathroom, she takes a dry towel to pat her hair, feeling quite content with its current length. Without a hairdryer or fan to assist in drying, excessively long hair can be quite a hassle. A quick towel dry suffices as she awaits its natural drying. The steamed purple sweet potato, corn buns, boiled noodles, dumplings, wontons, and sweet and sour ribs are all stored in the pantry. The aroma of the meal in the room having dissipated significantly. Dressed in a strapping nightgown, she glances at her phone to check the time and prepares a bottle of formula for Xiao Bai, encouraging it to drink. Chapter 77. The thief. A commotion arose outside the door, prompting the vigilant little dog, Bai, to bark sharply. Cheng Yin, having changed her attire, emerged from her room. She scooped up the alert and agitated Bai, treading softly to the door, where she peered through the peephole. To her surprise, the noise did not seem like a typical knock. Rather, it resembled an attempted break-in. Cheng Yin's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that the windows were unusually well secured? The delectable aromas of her culinary endeavors had not wafted outside, leading the intruder to mistakenly believe the house was unoccupied. Yet, she had not ventured out today. Through the peephole, she discerned a man, clad in a hat and bowing his head, employing tools to pry open her door. Rather than feeling apprehensive, she found herself contemplating whether to unleash the pea shooter upon him or to hurl a chili fruit from the red pepper. Ultimately, she resolved to allow him to experience the potency of the red chili fruit. Upon bursting, it would etch a lasting memory in his mind, accompanied by a touch of pain. Calming Bai, she nestled him in his doghouse and retrieved a red chili from her planting space. Before the intruder could breach her door, she swung it open with a cheerful greeting. "Hello there, Mr. Thief." With a swift motion, she propelled the chili fruit towards the man, where it erupted upon impact. Stepping back, she covered her nose. The man collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the pungent spice, as the fierce aroma lingered in the air. The enhanced red chili had proven to possess even greater potency than before. After the potent capsicum's effect subsided, Cheng Yin approached the man and dragged him inside. Securing the door, she retrieved rope from her dimension and bound his limbs, leaving him aside. As she completed this, the sound of ascending footsteps echoed from the stairwell. True to form, Yichuan entered upon hearing the door open. She voiced her optimism, but Yichuan furrowed his brow and approached, inquiring, "Was this pilferer apprehended recently? Did he inflict any harm upon you?" Cheng Yin shook her head. "No, I surmise he possesses no supernatural abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to forcing entry into our abode. I merely instructed the chili pepper to launch a single fruit, and he succumbed." Cheng Yin pouted, relishing Yichuan's concern but reluctant to impose on his time. "It's unnecessary. Even if an empowered individual were to arrive, I have the pea shooter and chili pepper at my disposal. The average empowered individual is no match for us." Seeing this, Yichuan conceded, "At present, the abilities of the empowered within the base are diverse, including those capable of invisibility. In any case, it is prudent to exercise caution. Indeed, the abilities of the empowered are now varied. While some may prove cumbersome when engaging in aerial combat outside the base, they excel at ambushing their peers or instigating trouble." Cheng Yin pondered that if another invisible empowered individual had been present when she opened the door, wouldn't she have inadvertently invited them into her home? With this thought, she promptly rose to check on the doghouse. Seeing Xiao Bai comfortably nestled in her soft little bed, it seemed she had drifted off to sleep once more. Only then did she feel a sense of relief, thankful that no invisible powers had come to pilfer their home. It appeared that caution was warranted in the future, as one must remain vigilant against peculiar abilities. The thief, bound and unconscious, had no chance of escape. Cheng Yin and Yichuan chose to disregard the burglar, seizing the moment to enjoy their meal. for soon they would need to head to the administrative hall to purify the crystal cores. At that time, she would conveniently hand over the thief to the guards at the entrance, who were surely capable of dealing with such miscreants. Although the calamities had shattered the existing order, rendering many of the peaceful world's rules obsolete, it did not imply that regulations had vanished within the base. Instances of theft that disrupted the peace would still be subject to the base's disciplinary measures. The residents' passes were invaluable. They recorded individual credit scores. Such criminal behavior was sufficient to deduct from his credit points, and upon reaching a certain threshold, he would lose his eligibility to reside in the base. The mere loss of residency in the base was enough to compel many to adhere to the law. Life within the base was secure, safeguarded by the watchful guards and empowered individuals, allowing its inhabitants to live without fear. In contrast, existence outside was perilous, fraught with the threat of mutated flora and fauna, who would willingly forsake the safety of the base for the dangers of the wild. Cheng Yin brought forth the sweet and sour ribs and another dish favored by Yuan, and they began to dine simply. For the two of them, these two dishes sufficed. Anything more would be excessive and wasteful. The thief, still unconscious, lay amidst the scattered remnants of the burst red chili peppers. Yuan was responsible for carrying the person down, while the tricycle remained parked outside the base, necessitating a walk to the service hall. It must be said that this spectacle was quite eye-catching. Cheng Yin and her companion attracted the gaze of everyone they passed, particularly due to the individual slung over Yuan's shoulder. It was not so much the two of them who sparked curiosity, but rather the bound figure. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this person was no good. Cheng Yin was rather amused by their attention. Although she did express concern about whether Yuan could still manage to carry the thief. To be frank, in the past, Yuan might have struggled to carry a person around. However, since the awakening of his abilities, his physical constitution had improved significantly, making it relatively effortless for him to carry someone like this. He promptly handed the individual over to the security personnel stationed at the entrance of the service hall. Chapter 78. Production. The thief had been turned over, marking the conclusion of one affair. Cheng Yin placed the mutated puppy she had brought out into Yuan's arms, allowing him to cradle it. Meanwhile, she held onto the sunflower and made her way into the office. Having spent considerable time here, she had grown familiar with the two staff members, particularly Li Shi, who shared a mutual experience of stolen tires. She set the sunflower down in its designated spot for purifying impurities and took a seat. During the midday hours, Cheng Yin was free from the duties of tending to the planting space, allowing her to engage in casual conversation with Li Shi. Their discussions had become more relaxed over time. Cheng Yin, do you also have a mutated dog at home? Indeed, I just started raising one a few days ago. Just a day after the acid rain, an incident involving a pet dog attacking someone had occurred at the base. Within the confines of the base, certain individuals who harbored canines and felines, while hesitant to relinquish them to the centralized care of the facility, surreptitiously bartered them away at the exchange market. Albeit, some custodians of these creatures remained oblivious, their cherished companions being clandestinely sold by family members apprehensive of potential harm from mutated animals. In retrospect, they likely rue their decision, as these transformed cats and dogs have proven to be invaluable hunting allies, often surpassing the reliability of human teammates during external missions. Devoid of treachery, they execute directives with unwavering loyalty to their masters and an unyielding commitment to their well-being. With a shake of her head, Cheng Yin recounted to Li Shi the circumstances of her adoption of the mutated canine, eliciting an envious gaze. Li Shi lamented, "How wonderful! Indeed, I yearn to possess a mutated canine, feline, or even a botanical anomaly. If only I could stumble upon one. Alas, the exorbitant prices at the exchange market render such acquisitions unattainable. Mutated flora and fauna alike are highly coveted within a base. However, the former is encumbered by limitations, necessitating confinement within a pot. Conversely, mutated fauna enjoy unrestricted mobility, accompanying their masters wherever they may roam. Most significantly, mutated canines and felines can propagate through natural reproduction, yielding subsequent generations. Mutated flora, aside from those initially cultivated, defy propagation, perplexing even the base's researchers. After some deliberation, Li Shi ventured to inquire, Cheng Yin, do you genuinely intend to abstain from joining our official research institute? Surely, external missions entail greater hardship and peril than remaining within the confines of the base. Her awakened ability was rather rudimentary, so she opted for a position within the base, never venturing outside. Li Shi, upon hearing this, was somewhat perplexed. However, if you were to join our base's official ranks, our leader would undoubtedly assign someone to impart expertise to you, which would be far more expeditious than self-study, wouldn't it? As an official of the base, she naturally favored it. Cheng Yin glanced at her, saying nothing more. It's all right, I think things are quite agreeable as they are now. Very free to do as I please. If the hope of cultivating mutated plants were placed upon me, the pressure would be immense. Upon hearing this, Li Shi gained some understanding. Cheng Yin, resting her chin in her hand, thought of the mutated giant potato in her spatial dimension. That giant potato, ever since absorbing a suitable crystal core for upgrading, produced potato sprouts at an astonishing rate. Previously, it would produce 1 sprout a day, but now it was producing 8 sprouts a day. The half-human-high giant potato was piled up in the spatial dimension. Cheng Yin suspected that before long, her spatial dimension would be overtaken by these potato sprouts. Her mutated giant potato could not be handed over to the base's officials, but those sprouts could still be submitted to make a contribution to the base. She cautiously began, by the way, my first mutated plant was a potato. Li Shi was taken aback. A potato? I don't seem to recall seeing you bring it out. What are its capabilities? She had seen Cheng Yin's pea shooter, sunflower, and red pepper, but the giant potato was the first she had heard of. Cheng Yin remarked, indeed, its capabilities lie in production, making it unsuitable for clearing vegetation. Furthermore, its size is somewhat cumbersome, rendering it inconvenient to transport. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cheng Yin, could you elaborate further? When you mention production, do you mean that the mutated potato can yield actual potatoes? What is its size after mutation? As an official at the base, he was acutely aware of the current food crisis. Fresh vegetables and fruits were scant within the facility, and given humanity's struggle to sustain livestock, it was implausible to have surplus food for feeding those animals. Even among those raised, many succumbed during periods of extreme cold or heat. The remaining meat consisted solely of frozen emergency rations stored prior to the natural disasters. The urgency of food supplies for human consumption was dire. Otherwise, there would be no need for the base to study mutated plants or explore the edibility of tree bark. Hearing such promising news was exhilarating. Cheng Yin, having gleaned insights from the base's midday meals over the past few days, had no hesitation in sharing the information about the potential for large potato yields. Yes, precisely as you mentioned. It can produce potatoes daily, and as its ability level increases, the quantity of potatoes it generates will also rise. However, at present, it can only yield 8 potatoes a day. Upon hearing this, Li Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite the prodigious yield of the mutated potato, which burgeons daily, its solitary existence renders its bounty somewhat inconsequential. Furthermore, the mutated potato is as tall as half of a person. Half a person tall, exclaimed Li Shi, her eyes widening in astonishment. Such a colossal potato. What could possibly be disappointing about that? Is the mutated potato truly that large? She inquired eagerly. And are the potatoes it yields of comparable size? Cheng Yin nodded. Indeed, the potatoes it produces are of the same magnitude. However, they are solely for consumption and cannot be cultivated into mutated potatoes themselves. Chapter 79. Submission. Who cares whether they can be cultivated or not? Thought Li Shi. With such an enormous potato yielding 8 offspring daily, the base's food crisis could be alleviated, especially as its level continues to ascend. May I behold your prodigious potato? Li Shi asked, swallowing hard. And I may need to apprise our leader of this matter. Is that acceptable? Cheng Yin had anticipated the official base's awareness of the mutated potato. Certainly, she replied. If the base desires the potatoes, they can provide 10 crystal cores daily for the mutated potato to absorb and upgrade. She had no intention of relinquishing her mutated potato. However, she was willing to donate its offspring to the base. Elated, Li Shi clasped Cheng Yin's hand, expressing profound gratitude on behalf of their base's officialdom. He requested a moment to apprise their leader Lindsay, of the situation. Cheng Yin nodded in acknowledgement, watching Li Shi depart to the adjacent office. Li Shi promptly contacted Lindsay, their chief, and elucidated the matter, which elicited surprise from Lindsay, though he swiftly regained composure. With collectedness, he instructed Li Shi on the subsequent course of action, emphasizing the maintenance of amicable relations with Cheng Yin. Aware of the distinctiveness of her abilities, he was astounded by their extent. Had he not been encumbered by official duties, he would have been inclined to inspect her mutated potato firsthand. Upon concluding the call, Li Shi returned, inquiring if Cheng Yin would permit researchers to examine the sizable potato at her residence. Cheng Yin frowned at the mention of researchers, expressing reservations and requesting official confidentiality regarding her abilities and the mutated plant, as she wished to avoid the spectacle of her potato being scrutinized by inquisitive researchers. Li Shi's countenance turned serious, assuring her of the utmost privacy and inviting her to voice any further concerns. Cheng Yin, for the moment, only requested discretion. She then inquired if they required assistance in transporting the abundant potatoes from her home. Li Shi nodded in agreement. Very well. How many individuals do you think would be suitable for the transportation? Additionally, how many potatoes do we currently possess? We may need to arrange for the transportation vehicle accordingly. With so many voices in the room, it is easy for something to be overlooked and marked without notice. Li Shi diligently recorded the details in a small notebook. I will report according to your instructions. Furthermore, when do you think would be an appropriate time for the transport? Cheng Yin glanced at the sunflowers. Now devoid of their extraordinary abilities, this afternoon works for me, as I will be at home. Having promised to show Li Shi her mutated giant potato, she retrieved it from the cultivation space. It was perhaps the only mutated plant that required no pot and had no root system, allowing it to bounce about freely. Cheng Yin watched the giant potato frolicking in the living room, seemingly delighted by its offspring. She waved at the giant potato, indicating her intention to donate its progeny. The giant potato expressed its apologies. I regret not informing you earlier. I committed to the survivor base to donate these potatoes, as well as any you produce in the future. In return, they will provide you with 10 crystal cores daily for absorption and enhancement. Would that be acceptable to you? The mutated giant potato nodded. Perhaps its decision to mutate and gain the ability to generate potatoes was driven by this very purpose. It did not feel a sense of loss for its potato offspring, as they were inherently meant for consumption. Cheng Yin gently patted the top of the potato's head. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the residents of the base. Upon their arrival, accompanied by 2 metahumans endowed with prodigious strength, Li Shi and her companions were astounded by the sheer abundance of potatoes that adorned the living room of Cheng Yin's abode. The visual impact was indeed profound, eliciting a reaction of utter astonishment from Li Shi. Cheng Yin responded with a gentle smile, recalling her own initial surprise upon beholding the colossal potatoes. Li Shi composed herself, instructing the 2 power-enhanced individuals to commence their task of transporting the potatoes to the vehicle station below. It was imperative that the secrecy surrounding Cheng Yin's unique abilities and the existence of a mutant flora be maintained. To this end, only individuals directly affiliated with Lindsay were entrusted with the task of conveyance, ensuring the utmost discretion. The 2 towering figures, blessed with augmented strength, effortlessly cradled the prodigious potatoes, their hands laden with the bounty as they descended towards the awaiting truck. A vigilant metahuman driver stood guard below, allowing Li Shi the opportunity to examine the extraordinary mutant potato. Kneeling reverently, Li Shi gently caressed the surface of the colossal tuber, exclaiming her wonderment at its prodigious size and its capacity to produce such an abundant harvest without the need for terrestrial burial. Cheng Yin, accustomed to the extraordinary nature of her existence, dismissed the scientific anomalies with a knowing smile, acknowledging the inexplicable nature of her reality. Who knows? She mused casually. Nothing's been the same since the Cataclysm. Her words struck a chord, leaving Li Shi speechless. Indeed, what could be considered normal after such a disaster? Chapter 80. Experimentation. Cheng Yin bestowed the 10 crystal nuclei she had acquired upon the great potato, and another 10, obtained at midday, to the sunflower. Observing their possessive embrace of the nuclei, she felt a surge of maternal pride, thinking that her children had truly come into their own, capable of providing for themselves. After settling them into the confines of the pocket dimension, she knelt down to caress the little white dog at her feet. The little white dog nuzzled her palm. Having witnessed her gifting the sunflower and great potato with crystal nuclei, and now sought its own share through affectionate entreaties. Cheng Yin was easily swayed by such displays. The absorption of pristine crystal nuclei by metahumans, mutated plants, and evolved animals alike was without adverse effects. Thus, she harbored no qualms about indulging her little ward with crystal nuclei, reflecting on the fact that she had yet to fully comprehend her own abilities. While the mutated flora and fauna under her care were already enjoying unfettered access to crystal nuclei, she scooped up the little white dog and placed it in its kennel. Cheng Yin then began to contemplate how to harness her own powers. She started by picking up a plant crystal nucleus that resonated with her own elemental affinity, attempting to absorb it through her palm. In truth, she had experienced none of the physical transformations typically associated with awakening one's abilities. She strongly suspected that the pocket dimension was the culprit. Otherwise, how could her powers be effective solely on the plants within its confines? However, if forced to choose between the pocket dimension and her abilities, she would unhesitatingly opt for the former. Regardless of her power's limitations, nothing could compare to the allure of the pocket dimension. Experiencing the energy transference at the nexus of her palm and a mana crystal, Cheng Yin marveled as it coursed through her meridians, an arcane tide ebbing and flowing within her. A novel vigor burgeoned within her, only to gradually dissipate. Observing the now vacant, diaphanous husk of the crystal in her hand, she retrieved another from her spatial inventory, imbibing its essence until her internal reservoirs were replete. With eyes closed, she directed her consciousness into the verdant expanse of her cultivation space, her mind's eye sweeping over the burgeoning vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs. She contemplated initiating a deliberate botanical mutation. In her thoughts, she inventoried her existing array of mutated flora, the prodigious potatoes, the pea-shooter sentinels, the crimson chili peppers, and the helianthus healers. These specimens, respectively, fulfilled alimentary, offensive, and therapeutic roles, comprehensively addressing the exigencies of her present existence. Should she venture further into the realm of directed mutation, she mused, it would be prudent to maintain focus on these three cardinal aspects, leveraging her accumulated expertise. The prodigious potatoes and helianthus healers alike contributed to the welfare of the settlement, benefiting its denizens. Conversely, the pea-shooter sentinels and crimson chili peppers primarily served as instruments of self-preservation. Neither path was inherently superior, yet one undeniably yielded a greater societal dividend. With this discernment, she ultimately selected the sweet potatoes and helianthus flowers within her spatial domain. Why not the common potato? Since the advent of her prodigious potatoes, she had been liberated from any scarcity, subsisting on the progeny of these colossal tubers. For one who habitually prepared victuals in copious quantities, the expediency of peeling and dicing a single prodigious potato, as opposed to countless diminutive ones, was self-evident. Notwithstanding the absence of potatoes, sweet potatoes serve as an equally satiating sustenance. Moreover, sweet potatoes are not only palatable in their natural state, but can also be transformed into sweet potato noodles, dried sweet potatoes, and sweet potato flour, affording a plethora of options. Cheng Yin, lacking empirical familiarity with her unique ability, simply murmured to the sweet potato seedlings before her. Entreating, sweet potatoes, I implore you to burgeon with haste. I aspire for you to metamorphose and yield an abundance of prodigious sweet potatoes. Should you indeed undergo mutation, emulate your predecessor, the great potato, and engender a profusion of sweet potatoes to alleviate the widespread hunger of the populace. Having concluded her supplication to the sweet potatoes, she proceeded to seek out the sunflowers she had previously cultivated. Initially, she had planted several pots of sunflowers, yet only one had undergone mutation. Now, she would endeavor once more to ascertain the feasibility of this endeavor. Primarily, she remained uncertain whether other flora could also transmute into therapeutic plants. The selection of sunflowers was predicated, at the very least, on their historically validated metamorphosis. The sunflowers, having sojourned within the confines of the spatial realm for an extended duration, have become more resplendent under the nurturing influence of the cultivation space. Gazing upon these floral specimens, Cheng Yin felt a stirring within her heart. Regardless of whether they would undergo mutation, she resolved to extract some of the blossoms from the spatial realm and adorn her abode with them. Their presence would undoubtedly be aesthetically pleasing and conducive to a cheerful disposition. Similarly, Cheng Yin addressed the sunflowers, voicing inwardly, "Sunflowers, do you harbor a desire to undergo mutation? To metamorphose into therapeutic plants, akin to your companion? Should you also aspire to such a transformation, signify your assent with a nod, and I shall assist you in becoming mutated plants, just as your esteemed friend." In articulating such sentiments, she inexplicably experienced the sensation of indoctrinating the flora within her spatial realm. Cheng Yin pondered this thought, yet did not pause in her endeavors. She was curious to see if her words would prove effective, whether her plants could indeed mutate into extraordinary varieties. Should that fail, she would have to resort to alternative methods. Cheng Yin felt immense gratitude towards the Taobao shop owner who had provided her with the downloaded materials. She had merely requested various videos and documents, particularly tutorials, never anticipating that the owner would also include an abundance of novels. She skimmed through the male-oriented novels, her gaze eventually settling on the folder containing female-oriented works. Casually, she selected one to read. Before her transmigration, she had greatly enjoyed novels. Otherwise, she would not have found herself within the pages of a story she had previously read. It was not that the main narrative was unappealing. Rather, she was apprehensive about the precarious situation she had managed to cultivate in this apocalyptic world, where her safety was finally assured, only to be thrust into another reality. The mere thought of such a scenario was enough to make her feel faint. Currently, within the confines of this calamity-ridden narrative, at least the mutated plants were immobile. However, if she were to find herself in a zombie apocalypse tale, where grotesque zombies roamed freely, the imagery was too dreadful to contemplate. Cheng Yin shook her head to dispel the unsettling thoughts and retrieved a pot of cherries from her space. Rising, she made her way to the kitchen to wash the cherries, hoping to clear her mind. She chose a short, light-hearted romance novel that required little cerebral engagement, enjoying the cherries as she gleefully watched the protagonist fall in love. The cherries were sweet, and the unfolding romance warmed her heart. The short story spanned merely 100,000 words, and it wasn't long before she finished it. Finding it cumbersome to flip through pages on her phone while indulging in her favorite couples, she decided to seek out pure love-themed anime instead. As she gazed at the vividly animated scenes, a gentle smile emerged on her face. Chapter 81, Outing. In the past few days, the sweet potato sprout and the sunflower in Cheng Yin's planting space remained dormant. Yet, she harbored no disappointment. For, during her morning harvest of the sweet potato sprouts, when she reached the one she had often murmured about, it simply would not budge. Cheng Yin suspected that the sweet potato sprout was beginning to mutate, much like the initial struggle she faced when attempting to pull up large potatoes. The sunflower, too, showed no signs of progress, and she chose to let it grow for a few more days without concern. She had conceived an idea that day, to adorn her indoor space with fresh flowers. Apart from relocating the remaining pots of sunflowers into her room, she also unearthed some flower seeds gifted by the shopkeeper when she purchased vegetable and fruit seeds. Selecting a few of her favorite varieties, she scattered the seeds in her space, and to her delight, they blossomed within a day. She carefully harvested the blooming flowers, placing them in a bottle to beautify her room, while the surplus was crafted into dried flowers. The mutated puppy she was nurturing grew steadily each day, and by the end of the month, the little white dog, raised on milk powder crystals, was ready to venture outside for tasks. This was a mutated lightning dog, swift in its movement and capable of unleashing bolts of electricity. Cheng Yin, after a long absence, was heading out to the base to undertake a mission. As she sat in the tricycle, she watched her little companion, who preferred not to ride but instead ran alongside. Before long, it outpaced the tricycle and dashed ahead. She mused that, were it not for its diminutive size, she would have eagerly considered a different mode of transportation. Chuan observed Xiao by trailing far behind him, and a sense of discontent began to surface within him. It was absurd. How could he, pedaling a tricycle, possibly be slower than Xiao Bai? With determination, he glared at the tricycle, vowing to surpass Xiao Bai. The tricycle surged forward with remarkable speed, transforming from a mere bicycle's pace to that of an electric vehicle, its power fully unleashed. Cheng Yin and Song Ji-su, seated at the rear, instinctively grasped the side frames, fearful of being jostled off. Fortunately, both had neatly tied their hair for the mission, ensuring it remained unobtrusive. Otherwise, their hair would have been a chaotic mess by now. Cheng Yin glanced over at Song Ji-su, her eyes inquiring. Was Chuan similarly reckless last month? Song Ji-su quickly shook her head, indicating that such a situation had not occurred. Cheng Yin then patted Chuan's back, urging him to slow down. Why the rush? There's no need to hurry for the mission. Chuan paused his pedaling, gazing at Xiao Bai's distant silhouette, justifying his actions to himself. I'm merely keeping an eye on Xiao Bai. It's disappearing from view. This past month, Xiao Bai had been well-behaved at home, with its activities confined to the house and the office hall, nowhere near as spacious as the outside world. Observing Xiao Bai's usual demeanor, Cheng Yin sensed its attachment to both herself and Chuan. She speculated that it likely did not wish to flee or abandon them. Rather, the latter possibility seemed more plausible. Given that dogs naturally possess a keen sense of smell, she surmised that a mutated dog would only be more sensitive than before. Having spent a month in close proximity to Xiao Bai, its familiarity with their individual sense would undoubtedly be profound. Locating them would likely present little challenge for the creature. As the tricycle advanced, Xiao Bai was observed in a stationary position, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Only a small mound of earth remained, the surrounding mutated flora having been cleared away. Comprehending the significance of the small mound, Cheng Yin realized it was the burial site that she and Chuan had prepared for Xiao Bai's mother, the mutated canine. She mused that the mutated canine possessed such remarkable memory. It retained recollections of its birth and a mutated canine mother who had brought it into existence. Extending her hand, Cheng Yin beckoned, Xiao Bai, come aboard. With a single bound, Xiao Bai leaped into the tricycle, its paws bearing traces of soil and a crystalline core held firmly within its jaws. Cheng Yin glanced at the small mound and noticed evidence of recent disturbance. Reasoning that Xiao Bai had retrieved the crystalline core from the mutated canine, she found no fault in its actions. The deceased canine was, after all, Xiao Bai's mother, and its actions were justified. In her estimation, Xiao Bai, having absorbed the crystalline core of its mother, had, in a way, become one with the mutated canine, living on embraced by maternal love. After a month devoid of external assignments, the area had been thoroughly cleared. Chuan pedaled the tricycle past the burial site of the mutated canine, coming to a halt amidst the verdant, shaded thicket of mutated flora. Cheng Yin admitted that she had not engaged in combat with mutated flora in quite some time, and her skills had become somewhat rusty. Fortunately, her pea shooter and red chili had been absorbing the crystal nuclei, so their levels were not too far behind Chuan and the mutated green ivy. Facing a mutated plant that was already at level 5 and about to ascend to level 6, Cheng Yin couldn't help but furrow her brow. Had it only been a short time? Were mutated plants leveling up this rapidly? These thoughts occupied her mind, but her hands did not cease their movements. The coordination between red chili and pea shooter was excellent. Occasionally, Little White would also join in, emitting a bolt of lightning from its mouth. The airborne mutated insects were struck down, and Little White swiftly darted over, using its claws to unearth the crystal nuclei. It obediently delivered them to Cheng Yin's hand, refraining from swallowing them itself. It was upon seeing this crystal nucleus that she was handed that Cheng Yin suddenly recalled that the mutated dog crystal nucleus that Little White had just held in its mouth had not yet been purified by the sunflower to remove impurities. She anxiously looked at Little White, worried that it might suddenly feel unwell or that the energy within its body might suddenly surge uncontrollably. She stroked Little White's head. Little White, you can't just absorb crystal nuclei indiscriminately anymore. You must hand them over to me from now on, and I'll have the sunflower remove the impurities for you before you can absorb them. Understand? Little White's moist eyes were pure and innocent, and it nuzzled her palm. Cheng Yin sighed inwardly, never mind. Apart from its initial unfamiliarity with battling mutated insects, Little White became increasingly uninhibited as time went on. Especially later, when it encountered a mutated bird, it directly and single-handedly took down the mutated bird. Being a skilled hunter, the mutated bird it had defeated eventually ended up in its own stomach. Certainly, the crystal cores are still being handed over. Nearby lies a park, abundant not in variety, but in flora and greenery. The resources that can be gathered here are nearly negligible, while the dangers loom large. Generally, those with abilities prefer to operate near tall buildings, undertaking cleansing missions. The prospect of simultaneously eradicating mutated creatures while gathering supplies is enticing enough to motivate action. Collecting resources resembles a game of chance. No one can predict whether the next building holds valuable provisions. Discovering items like tobacco or alcohol can yield a greater worth than the crystal cores earned from battling mutated beings. After all, life in the base has settled into a routine, with daily missions that allow the exchange of crystal cores for points to sustain one's livelihood. Many of the ability users, once avid smokers before the calamity, now find themselves with ample points and no entertainment options, leading them to spend it all on cigarettes, tobacco, and alcohol. Relics of the pre-disaster world have not been reproduced since, thus driving their prices even higher. What was once sold by the pack or carton is now available by the single unit. Cheng Yin glanced at Chuan, relieved that he does not smoke. She could scarcely envision him puffing away in their home. Should that day ever arrive, she might find herself unable to resist banishing him from the premises. After defeating the mutated bird, Xiao Bai joyfully began to seek out other avian adversaries, primarily because these mutated birds could serve as sustenance, while the mutated flora, aside from yielding a crystal core, offered little else of value. As a creature of mutated intelligence, Xiao Bai swiftly selected its opponent. The park was abundant with mutated plants, yet it remained undaunted. It darted like a bolt of lightning, easily outpacing the attacks of the mutated flora. Meanwhile, birds soared above. By mastering their flight patterns, it could unleash lightning upon them with precision. Cheng Yin held a watch in her hand, a clever acquisition from the trading market, perfectly suited for timing missions. Song Jishu caught the crystal core handed over by the mutated pothose, remarking, "Well, I'm just finishing up here." Chuan picked up a crystal core from the ashes of a mutated flower and approached Cheng Yin, saying, "Let us go. I'm ready too." The three settled into the tricycle, while Xiao Bai frolicked in the distance. The creature continued to spit lightning, engaging in a fierce battle with a mutated sparrow. Upon hearing Cheng Yin's call, it hesitated to relinquish its imminent prize, instead launching a faster barrage of lightning at the sparrow. Cheng Yin observed the clash between the mutated dog and the sparrow from afar, feeling a mix of exasperation. Whose mutated dog could be so disobedient? It was hers. Song Jishu chuckled. "Sister Yin, shall we wait for it? It won't take long, and we can see how Xiao Bai defeats the mutated sparrow." As he spoke, the mutated sparrow plummeted from the sky. Clearly, the outcome had been decided. The mutated dog had triumphed over the sparrow. Song Jishu blinked in surprise. "Wow, Xiao Bai has won. Sister Yin, look at how impressive Xiao Bai is." Cheng Yin nodded in agreement, finding resonance in the words spoken. That morning, the crystalline cores submitted to her by Xiao Bai were plentiful. Xiao Bai had excavated the cores and swiftly consumed the mutated bird. Subsequently, it clasped the crystalline core in its beak and raced towards Cheng Yin and her companions in the tricycle, causing quite a commotion as it leapt into the vehicle. Xiao Bai presented the core it had been holding to Cheng Yin, who accepted it gratefully and placed it into her bag designated for collecting cores. The bag brimmed with cores, a bounty gathered by her pea shooter, Red Pepper, Xiao Bai, and Chuan. Their formidable prowess rendered the elimination of mutated creatures a relatively effortless endeavor. A portion of the collected cores would be reserved for enhancing their abilities, while another portion would be exchanged for base points. This was the practice for both Cheng Yin and Chuan, as well as for Song Jisoo. As an ordinary individual devoid of awakened abilities, she relied on her nurtured, mutated pothose, coupled with her wealth of combat experience and synergy, which enabled her to gather a substantial yield each day. Song Jisoo herself had no need to absorb the cores. Her sole requirement was to supply adequate cores to her mutated pothos. Presently, her daily expenditures consisted solely of the needs of the mutated pothos, her meals, rent, and occasional purchases of living essentials. Gradually, she had amassed a certain amount of points, no longer facing the financial constraints she had at the outset. Reflecting on whispers she had overheard during mealtimes at the canteen, she inquired, "Sister Yin, I heard someone mention that there is now a potion that allows ordinary people to awaken their abilities. Do you think there is any truth to this?" Despite her status as an ordinary person, her desire to become an ability wielder lingered, fueled by the presence of her mutated pothos. The ability of the mutated pothos is inherently hers, and it is this very power that defines her. Nature, too, yearns to become extraordinary, to grow stronger and stand independently. Cheng Yin furrowed her brow upon hearing this. As far as she knew, the research facility had only developed the awakening serum for ordinary individuals during the mid-stage of the calamity, and we are not yet at that juncture. Moreover, she had not heard any mention of this from Li Shi in the affairs hall these past few days. She found it peculiar and inquired, "Where did you hear this news? In the trading market or the task hall of the base?" Song Jisoo smiled apologetically and replied, "No, I heard it yesterday in the cafeteria of the base from someone dining behind me. They seem to say that it's being sold in the black market. Transactions at the base are typically conducted transparently in the trading market, while matters that are less than above board are often relegated to the black market, a practice tacitly accepted by the base." Cheng Yin was uncertain about the legitimacy of the awakening serums circulating in the black market, so she advised Song Jisoo, "I think it would be wise to wait a little longer. If you're determined to take the awakening serum, perhaps you could see if the base will develop an official version in due time. Acquiring it through alternative means feels rather precarious and unreliable." Chapter 83. Experiment. She then gestured towards Yichuan, who was driving ahead. "Just like Yichuan, my sunflowers previously possessed healing abilities, remember? Long before the official announcement from the base, I inadvertently caused the sunflowers to purify a flawless crystal core. At that juncture, my mutated flora, specifically the sunflowers and pea shooters, were directly assimilating the energy within the crystalline cores upon acquisition. It then occurred to me that if these mutated plants could absorb the power of the cores, perhaps mutated ability wielders could do the same. At the time, I was under the impression that I had not yet awakened any abilities, and I inquired of Yichuan whether he would be willing to attempt to absorb the energy of the cores. After all, there were numerous ability users within our base who were directly absorbing the cores. However, he remained resolute in his decision to await official notification from the base before proceeding with such absorption. There was nothing inherently wrong with Yichuan's approach. On the contrary, it was exceedingly prudent. The fact that mutated plants could assimilate the cores did not necessarily imply that ability wielders could do the same, nor did it guarantee that such absorption would be beneficial to the human body. For the sake of personal safety, a cautious approach was advisable. Cheng Yin's discourse was somewhat extensive, bordering on importunate. Primarily, the literature had not alluded to the circulation of ability-awakening elixirs within the black market, and she remained uncertain as to the efficacy of such concoctions. She merely stated that even the ability-awakening elixirs developed by the base authorities only possessed a 50% probability of successfully awakening abilities. The black market's claim of instantaneous ability awakening seemed dubious. Song Jisoo nodded in agreement, demonstrating a willingness to heed advice. "I shall defer to Sister Yin's counsel and await official notification from the base. In any event, I am not in a particular hurry and can afford to wait patiently." Cheng Yin was relieved and affirmed. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. The book's depiction of Song Jisoo portrays her as an ordinary woman devoid of supernatural abilities, subsisting independently in a survivor encampment with the aid of a mutated pothose she cultivated. Based on this portrayal, it would appear she has not awakened any latent powers. However, it cannot be discounted that she may have refrained from procuring an ability-awakening elixir due to financial constraints or other considerations. However, such conjecture is premature, as the present circumstances have already diverged from the original narrative. Cheng Yin affectionately stroked Xiaobai's head, observing its distended abdomen. It seems you have already satiated yourself today. Will you still require formula at midday? Xiaobai, comprehending her query, shook its head. Having tasted the flesh of the mutated avian, it had lost all inclination for formula or similar fare. Cheng Yin chuckled. Very well. Henceforth you shall be responsible for procuring your own sustenance. I shall no longer provide provisions for you. Xiaobai groomed its fur and nodded obediently. Cheng Yin mused that the mutated flora and fauna she nurtured were remarkably self-sufficient. Whether it was the sunflower and potato, sustained by officially provided crystal nuclei, the pea shooters and chili peppers engaged in combating mutated organisms, or the mutated canine Xiaobai, all were reliant on their own resourcefulness. Conversely, she herself was under their protection. The tricycle ambled to the entrance of the encampment, with a trio dismounted and proceeded inside. Each one produced a pouch of crystal nuclei, dispensing it as remuneration for the month's tricycle custodianship. In his estimation, it was a worthwhile expenditure. The nominal fee obviated concerns about the tricycle being pilfered for components and the like, rendering it a judicious investment. Having registered her mutated canine companion, Little White, at the administrative hall, Cheng Yin secured the necessary permit for its transit within the base. Consequently, Little White could move freely both inside and outside the base. Nevertheless, upon entering the base, she cradled Little White in her arms. As it matures, it may become necessary to restrain it with a leash. Otherwise, given Little White's propensity for unrestrained frolicking, it could potentially incite unnecessary alarm among the base's inhabitants. It's worth recalling that on the very first day following the acid rain, a white mutated dog, observed by onlookers, fatally mauled its owner before fleeing towards the base. Coincidentally, Cheng Yin's Little White is also a white-haired mutated dog. As the trio neared the trading market, they parted ways. Each one remained with Cheng Yin, and the two shared a midday meal at the base's cafeteria. Potatoes dominated the meal, presented in a variety of forms, including shredded, diced, sliced, mashed, either stir-fried as dishes or simply steamed as a staple. Cheng Yin reflected on the sweet potato seedlings in her spatial dimension, which had mutated into a large sweet potato akin to the size of the potatoes. However, while the potatoes were plump and round, the sweet potato was tall and slender. These two mutated plants, both of the productive type, maintained a rather amicable relationship. She had yet to disclose the existence of a mutated sweet potato to the base, as its rate of reproduction mirrored that of the potatoes initially, yielding only one large sweet potato per day. Cheng Yin surmised that this limitation was likely due to the sweet potato's current level of supernatural ability, hence her frequent feeding of crystal cores to it. Meanwhile, her long-awaited sunflower, residing within the planting space, remained dormant, showing no signs of activity. She remained uncertain whether its transformation had faltered or was still in progress. Thus, she opted to let it remain within the cultivation space. After all, she was not lacking for a single sunflower, and she could afford to be patient. Having comprehended the operation of her abilities, Cheng Yin did not rush to transmute all the vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs within her space into mutated flora. After all, the value of mutated plants lay in their refinement, not their abundance. She would focus on nurturing the mutated plants she currently possessed. The sunflower had already commenced purifying the crystal cores, and she was already immersed in his tasks. After concluding her midday meal, Cheng Yin dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. She recalled Song Jishu's mention of the ability-awakening potion and resolved to inquire with Li Qi. I heard from a friend that the black market now offers a potion that can awaken abilities in ordinary individuals. Is this true? Li Qi paused in his task of exchanging crystal cores. Well, we've only just received word of it. Our officials have acquired several doses of the potion from the black market and are preparing to conduct experiments to assess the situation. Cheng Yin nodded, unsurprised that the official base was monitoring such developments. Will the experimental data be disseminated within the base? I heard that many people are eager to purchase this potion, hoping to awaken their abilities. Li Qi pondered, once the experimental results are available, they will undoubtedly be communicated within the base. However, given that this originated from the black market, we cannot entirely prevent its circulation within the base. Chapter 84. The bait. Cheng Yin inquired about the awakening potion for supernatural abilities from Li Shi and, during her afternoon mission, reassured Song Jishu to remain at ease. The recent weather had turned pleasantly cool, and the supernatural beings responsible for transporting the large potatoes typically arrived weekly. Cheng Yin gently patted the head of her pet, Xiao Bai, recalling her intention to transform the crystal core of its mutated canine mother into a necklace for it to wear. Xiao Bai, with its keen sense of smell, immediately recognized the empty crystal core as soon as she retrieved it from her storage space, barking joyfully and wagging its tail at her. Cheng Yin devised a method to pierce a hole through the crystal core and affixed it to Xiao Bai's collar around its neck. Overjoyed, Xiao Bai dashed around the living room, occasionally glancing down at the crystal core adorning its collar. Sounds of movement could be heard from upstairs, indicating the arrival of new residents. Fortunately, Xiao Bai, being a mutated dog, refrained from barking indiscriminately within the house, thus avoiding any disturbance to the neighbors. However, in recent days, the commotion had increased, likely due to the frequent visits from base supernatural beings collecting the offspring of the mutated potatoes. Cheng Yin felt as though there were more curious eyes observing her home and her association with He Chuan. Though merely glances were exchanged, they did not constitute a breach of base regulations. Nonetheless, Cheng Yin felt a sense of discomfort. Turning to He Chuan beside her, she typed a brief message on her phone. Have you noticed? Which floor are they from? If she could perceive the unease, it was only natural that He Chuan would as well. He Chuan glanced at her message and responded with a few words of his own, possibly the 5th, 7th, or 8th floors. Cheng Yin nodded, choosing to remain silent, concerned that the supernatural beings residing on the upper floors might overhear them. She and He Chuan had always discussed their matters through mobile chat to avoid drawing attention. The situation was undeniably too conspicuous. However, she bore no regrets about handing over the mutated giant potato offspring to the base. Given the chance to choose again, she would make the same decision. She had also informed Li Shi, who was in charge of crystal core purification and the transportation of the giant potato, about the situation. The base had dispatched supernatural beings to assist, stationed on the 6th floor to monitor those with ill intentions, and she was confident that a resolution would soon manifest. Yet, with so many rare mutated flora and fauna in her possession, the allure of profit would inevitably tempt others to take risks. Li Shi suggested that she join the base and relocate to the official administrative building, ensuring absolute safety. However, Cheng Yin was reluctant to compromise in such a manner. Closing her eyes, she delved into her planting space, focusing on a dandelion, whispering her hopes for its mutation several times, awaiting its potential transformation. Although there were prying eyes on their room, Lin Zhe, the head of the base, had confirmed that only one supernatural being could hear them, while no one possessed the ability to see into their quarters. With a sense of relief, Cheng Yin retrieved food from the space, and the two began their meal. The mutated chili pepper had evolved, acquiring a new ability. It could be planted anywhere, and upon someone approaching within a certain range, it would automatically detonate, functioning akin to a landmine. Cheng Yin adorned every wall, window, and door of the room with chili peppers, as close companions of the fiery fruit. She and He Chuan were exempt from its effects, ensuring their safety within the house. With this arrangement, the security level of their abode increased, alleviating any excessive concerns. Cheng Yin and He Chuan would continue to undertake their missions, and during their absences, the abundance of chili peppers in the living room and other rooms would serve as a formidable deterrent. Should anyone impulsive dare to intrude while they were away, their chances of survival would be slim. The most important items, including the mutated plants, were safely stored in the planting space, dispelling any fears of theft. Despite several days passing, the feeling of being watched lingered, yet their patience remained intact, with no signs of disturbance. Whether they were exasperated, Cheng Yin could not ascertain, but she herself was beginning to feel the weight of annoyance. After discussing their plans, she resolved to act as bait, intentionally revealing a vulnerability to draw the watchers in. As a seemingly delicate woman, she naturally evoked underestimation from others. He Chuan, feigning indifference, drove the tricycle away from the base. Only after a moment of silence did He Chuan acquiesce to the scheme. To enhance authenticity, they decided not to inform Song Jishu of their intentions, knowing that doing so would only heighten the risk. Thus, when Cheng Yin and He Chuan enacted their plan, Song Jishu was taken aback. Sister Ying, brother He Chuan, what is wrong? If you have something to say, let us stop and discuss it calmly. There is no need to be angry. He Chuan halted the vehicle and coolly replied, if you don't wish to listen, then don't. Everything I say is for your own good. If you find it bothersome, then get off. With that, she leapt from the tricycle and hurried towards the base. Song Jishu reached out her hand in an attempt to halt the situation, but her efforts proved futile. In her urgency, she contemplated alighting the vehicle to pursue him, only to witness the tricycle moving forward. Desperation tinged her voice as she exclaimed, He Chuan, please stop. Yin has stormed off because of you. How can you still be in the mood to carry out your mission? As an observer, Song Jishu possessed a clear understanding of the dynamics between He Chuan and Cheng Yin. Yet, their rare exchanges of banter made it challenging for her to mediate and reconcile them. Chapter 85, A Disastrous Turn of Events. He Chuan succinctly uttered this phrase before retrieving a balance bike from his backpack, along with the pea shooter that Cheng Yin had brought, and dashed towards the base. Song Jishu stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the departing figures, blinking in bewilderment. Shaking her head, she picked up the rope He Chuan had left behind and proceeded to bind the unconscious individual, Xiaobai. She commanded the mutated pot hose to toss the person onto the back of the tricycle before mounting it herself and hastening towards the base. Simultaneously, Cheng Yin, her face flushed with anger, produced her keys and flung open the door, entering without a backward glance. Although she feigned a rush into He Chuan's room to gather his belongings, she remained acutely aware of her surroundings, loudly venting her ire at He Chuan. The entrance was devoid of the chili fruits, strategically removed to lure individuals into a trap. Cheng Yin, attuned to the approaching footsteps, surmised that a speed-type supernatural being was nearby. Quietly counting in her mind, she awaited the intruder. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone burst into He Chuan's room, intent on neutralizing her first. The speed-type supernatural being approached, a smile dancing on their lips. Me? Do you not wish to know who I am? Where have you concealed those mutated plants? Yield them to me swiftly, and perhaps, should I be in a gracious mood, I may spare your life. Cheng Yin hurled a bag filled with chili peppers at the speed-type ability user, delivering her final words. I do not comprehend your utterances, begone. The bag, laden with the fiery fruits, was thrown towards the speedster. The hearing ability user had learned from her that she was sorting through her cohabitant's belongings, preparing to discard them. The speed-type ability user, oblivious to this, swiftly dodged aside. Little did he know, the bag, bursting with chili peppers, exploded beside him, releasing an intense and pungent aroma that wafted through the air. Even Cheng Yin found herself retreating a few steps, covering her nose, caught in the overwhelming spiciness. The speed-type ability user, unable to evade in time, collapsed to the ground, his body flushed a deep red. Cheng Yin circumnavigated him and exited the room. Meanwhile, the speedster's accomplices, including the hearing ability user and two others, were apprehended in a sweep by the personnel dispatched from a base. At that moment, He Chuan rushed over, relieved to see Cheng Yin unscathed. Cheng Yin inquired, how fares your side? Did you capture many? She nodded and expressed concern. Are you and Xiaobai uninjured? He Chuan shook his head. We are all well. And you? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Cheng Yin felt genuinely grateful for their regard towards her. The individuals from a base secured the metahumans before their departure, prompting Cheng Yin to express her gratitude and bid them farewell. Subsequently, she entered He Chuan's room, meticulously gathering his belongings into her interdimensional space. She then opened the window to ventilate the room, dissipating the pungent, acrid aroma, ensuring it wouldn't linger and disturb his sleep. A few blossoming flowers were also placed in his room to further neutralize the chili pepper scent. Song Jishu's countenance reflected a sudden realization, tinged with lingering trepidation. So that's the reason. I wondered why you and He Chuan were quarreling. I didn't even notice we were being monitored. That's terrifying. Cheng Yin confessed that she hadn't initially detected the surveillance either. However, Her enhanced canine companion, Xiaobai, possessed heightened senses and would bark incessantly whenever someone trailed them, thus alerting her. Chuan, with his heightened vigilance, initially dismissed it as a mere illusion, but later confirmed their suspicions upon closer scrutiny. Cheng Yin offered Song Jishu a piece of candy, reassuring her, "Don't be frightened. The base will issue a communique regarding this incident, which should deter such occurrences in the future." The base's communique would solely address the home invasion by metahumans. Disclosing the entire narrative would only incite others to take reckless risks, a consequence she wished to avoid. This incident reinforced the importance of discretion when possessing extraordinary treasures, as flaunting them would only attract unwanted attention and trouble. After engaging in amiable conversation with Song Jishu, Cheng Yin escorted her back to the third floor, cautioning her to exercise prudence in her own actions. There are not only her mutated plants. The black market has individuals willing to pay a handsome price for such anomalies. Thus, the number of adventurers attempting to seize these rare specimens is bound to increase. If they cannot obtain the ones here, it is likely that they will set their sights on Song Jishu's mutated green philodendron. Song Jishu nodded gravely, assuring that he would be cautious at home. Today, none of them wished to embark on the outdoor mission. They merely desired to recline at home and rejuvenate their spirits. For Cheng Yin, nothing mends the soul quite like a meal, or rather the absence of one. She retrieved an assortment of snacks, potato chips, cookies, candies, dried fish, and spicy strips stockpiled from W City, placing them upon the coffee table before the sofa. She beckoned Chuan to join her in a celebratory feast, reveling in the relief of a troublesome matter resolved. This was not due to her reluctance to share with Song Jishu. Rather, these delightful snacks were unavailable in the basis trading market, leaving her without a legitimate reason to offer them openly. Thus, she could only indulge with Chuan. As Cheng Yin tore open a bag of chips and popped a few in her mouth, the crisp sound echoed. Yet Chuan's concerns lingered, sensing that the resolution had come too easily. It was not until they heard Song Jishu's voice bellowing from downstairs, "My green philodendron," that Cheng Yin sprang to her feet, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Quickly, we must go downstairs." She had no time to gather her snacks, seizing a red chili pepper as she rushed down. Chapter 86. Invisibility. Chuan's apprehension materialized, revealing that the ultimate objective of this group was not them, but rather the more easily obtainable mutated green philodendron belonging to Song Jishu. Or perhaps, due to the inability to obtain the pea shooter or the great potato, both of which are mutated plants belonging to Cheng Yin, and upon witnessing the numerous individuals already captured, they simply shifted their focus towards Song Jishu's mutated pothos. Regardless of the speculation, the most pressing matter at hand is to apprehend that individual. After Cheng Yin stood up, Chuan promptly followed suit, closing the door behind him as he hurried downstairs. Xiaobai dashed out alongside them through the gap in the door. As Cheng Yin descended the stairs, she happened upon Song Jishu bursting from her room, and she quickly inquired, "Jishu, what's wrong?" Song Jishu, bewildered and disoriented, saw Cheng Yin coming down and felt as though she had found her savior. With tears welling in her eyes and her voice choked with emotion, she exclaimed, "Sister Yin, what should I do? My little pothose has been stolen." The thief was an invisible ability user who followed me into the room. I placed the pothose on the table, and suddenly it vanished. In a state of confusion, Song Jishu's mind was a tumult of thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Cheng Yin furrowed her brow. It was indeed a troublesome predicament. An invisible ability user? How could there possibly be such a being? The prior intelligence had not mentioned the existence of invisible ability users at all. In truth, she had yet to devise a strategy, for this adversary proved exceedingly formidable. The flaw within this ability was staggering. Even with surveillance, one could not capture the movements of such a person. Before the calamity, it seemed the only way to identify this individual would be through fingerprints left at the scene. Wait, the traces left at the scene. Xiaobai leaped down the stairs, barking twice. An idea sparked in Cheng Yin's mind. "Jishu, I have a plan. The invisible psychic recently entered your room and touched something, didn't he? I will have Xiaobai come and sniff it out. The scene of the incident can leave more than just fingerprints. It can also leave behind scents. Her sensitive little nose is truly remarkable. If we let Xiao Bai catch a whiff of this scent, he may be able to track down that invisible psychic. Given that the incident has only just occurred, even if he attempts to peddle this mutated pot hose in the black market, he would still require some time, allowing us a chance to catch up. After the loss of the mutated pot hose, Song Jishu's rationality vanished alongside it. She found herself incapable of coherent thought, obediently adhering to Cheng Yin's directives. What did he touch? I only know he was by the table where the pot hose was placed and also touched the doorknob of my home. With tears in her eyes, Song Jishu nodded, affirming, "Yes, I will." After Cheng Yin spoke to her, noticing her slowly regaining her spirits, she bent down and picked up the approaching Xiao Bai. "Come on, Xiao Bai. Can you help Sister Jishu with something? Sister Jishu's mutated pot hose has been stolen by a bad person. That bad person touched the doorknob of Sister's house just before he left. Your nose is so sensitive. Can you see if you can catch the scent? Let's go find it, shall we?" After the mutation, animals experience an increase in intelligence. Xiao Bai, possessing a certain level of intelligence as a dog, has now become even more perceptive. Upon realizing that the missing mutated pot hose belonged to his owner's friend, who was also out hunting with them, he barked twice, as if to say that this matter was now his responsibility. Cheng Yin held Xiao Bai near the doorknob and asked, "How about it? Do you remember this scent?" Having detected lingering traces on the doorknob, Bai leaped from Cheng Yin's arms and began sniffing around the vicinity of the staircase. Seemingly catching a scent, it bounded down the stairs, emitting a couple of barks as if urging them to follow. Cheng Yin was elated, her intuition vindicated by Bai's remarkable olfactory senses. Shortly after its birth, Bai had merely caught a whiff of its mutated canine mother, yet upon reaching 1 month, it navigated solely by memory to locate the burial site. This time, following the scent of the invisible ability user, it would undoubtedly lead them to the perpetrator. She tugged at Song Jishu, who was still bewildered, exclaiming, "Jishu, quick! We must follow. Bai is tracking the scent." Cheng Yin completely disregarded He Chuan, who was trailing behind Bai and with a pot of red peppers in her left arm. She grasped Song Jishu's hand and dashed downstairs. In their haste to keep up with Bai, they failed to notice the scattered tendrils of pot hose strewn across the stairwell floor. Hurrying along, they eventually caught up with Bai's pace. He Chuan, resigned, glanced at the oblivious Cheng Yin ahead and hastened to follow. Bai trotted along, sniffing at the roadside, weaving through the bustling marketplace teeming with people. Cheng Yin, pulling Song Jishu along, with He Chuan in tow, followed closely behind Bai, their eyes darting about in an attempt to spot the suspect. At this moment, everyone seemed suspicious. Meanwhile, the tendrils of the mutated pot hose on the ground were trampled underfoot by passers-by, unnoticed. Bai continued its pursuit, prompting them to quicken their pace to keep up. Having traversed the bustling trading market, we arrived at the vicinity of the once lively community basketball court, which now lay desolate. The little white creature bared its teeth and barked at the empty air, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged towards the vacant ground beside it. Cheng Yin swiftly grasped Song Jishu's hand, her excitement palpable as she pointed to the spot where the little white creature stood, exclaiming, "Jishu, look! That invisible ability user must be right there, precisely in the area where the little white is discharging lightning. We must assist immediately. We cannot allow that invisible ability user to escape again." She reasoned that since this invisible being had to open a door to leave while clutching the mutated green vine, it implied that the entity could only render itself invisible, unable to render its physical form transparent enough to pass through solid objects. If that were the case, the next steps would be straightforward. Cheng Yin stepped forward, directing her red chili pepper, cradled in her arms, to hurl its fiery fruits towards the space occupied by the little white creature. Upon seeing the incoming chili fruits, the little white creature hastily retreated several paces. Cheng Yin then recalled that He Chuan was also present. After instructing her red chili pepper, she turned to He Chuan and urged, "He Chuan, hurry, throw a fireball." She was resolute, with the combination of lightning, chili fruits, and fireballs. How could that invisible ability user withstand such a barrage of supernatural assaults without revealing their form or sustaining injury? He Chuan nodded in agreement. Aiming towards the direction the little white creature was observing, and launched the fireball forth. The relentless barrage of attacks proved too much for the invisible adept to withstand. He was not merely an invisible practitioner, akin to Chuan, who possessed dual elemental abilities of ice and fire. He too was a wielder of dual powers. However, the secondary ability he harbored was far less advantageous than his invisibility. It was the gift of insensitivity to pain. He felt no agony from the injuries he sustained. Yet these wounds were undeniably real and tangible. Blood flowed where it ought to, and flames ignited where they should, but he remained impervious to the accompanying pain. Having taken the perilous risk of stealthily extracting the mutated green vine from the room, he was immediately met with its aggressive resistance. The vine lashed out at him with its tendrils, seeking to break free from his grasp. Once he embraced the mutated green vine, it too became invisible, rendering it unseen by any onlookers. When the vine struck him, he retaliated by drawing a blade to sever its tendrils. The vine, in its anguish, oozed a verdant sap, but was undeterred, stretching out more tendrils from other directions in a desperate attempt to escape his hold. Thus, they became entwined in a relentless struggle, each countering the other's moves. The mutated green vine refused to concede to the invisible adept. Its severed tendrils rapidly regenerated, as it sought to evade him and stall for time, hoping its master would arrive with allies. Fortunately, its perseverance bore fruit, as its master, accompanied by comrades, soon pursued them. At the moment when Xiaobai unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the invisible adept, the mutated green vine was fervently expending its energy to conjure an abundance of tendrils, ensnaring the invisible adept in an unyielding grip. Subsequently, the chili fruits discharged by red chili accurately struck the invisible ability user and the mutated green ivy. Having witnessed the potency of red chili's chili fruit ejection during external missions, the mutated green ivy was now on the receiving end. Without panic or alarm, and unperturbed by the fiery sensation and pain, it merely felt a sense of relief, for its salvation was at hand. As Chuan's fireball erupted, it ignited the attire of the invisible ability user. Although impervious to pain, the conspicuous flames engulfing his garments induced a reflexive panic, prompting him to extinguish the fire manually. Consequently, he relinquished his grasp on the mutated green ivy, which he had tenaciously held onto throughout their journey, casting it onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the mutated green ivy's form materialized upon severing ties with the invisible ability user. Swiftly approaching, Song Jishu cradled the green ivy, its pot shattered and its appearance marred by wounds. Despite her initial resolve, the sight of the green ivy's battered state overwhelmed her, and she wept as she embraced it. Overcome with emotion, she lamented, "Green ivy, my green ivy, I have finally found you. Forgive me for failing to protect you from harm." Turning her gaze, Cheng Yin observed the reunion of Song Jishu and the mutated green ivy, eliciting her own delight. She empathized with Song Jishu's despair and tears following the loss of her mutated green ivy. To her, Song Jishu's mutated green ivy was akin to her own pea shooter, red chili, and sunflower. She too would be inconsolable if they were taken from her. At present, the paramount task is to apprehend the elusive invisible ability user and bring him to justice. As always, Little White is proving invaluable, tenaciously tracking the fleeing pyrokinetic while barking incessantly. Torn between pursuing them and ensuring the safety of and the mutated green ivy, hesitated, concerned about potential ambushes by other ability users. This invisible assailant had truly unsettled her. Observing her hesitation, volunteered, "Allow me to pursue the invisible ability user. You remain here to safeguard this location." Trusting implicitly, nodded in agreement. "Very well. Pursue him swiftly. We shall await your return here." As departed, approached. Having only brought a dish of red peppers, with her offensive pea shooter still in her spatial dimension, her priority now was defense, given its absence. Engrossed in expressing his emotions while embracing the mutated green ivy, remained oblivious to's approach. Respecting their reunion, refrained from intruding. Instead, she retrieved the remaining red peppers from her hoodie pocket, in reality, from her spatial dimension, and meticulously arranged them in a circular pattern 1 meter in radius, to serve as a defensive perimeter. Where her spatial reserves dwindled, she replenished her supply from the red pepper she held, fortifying the circular barrier with a dense layer of pepper fruits. Crouching within the circle, gazed in the direction of and Little White's departure. Soon after, appeared, escorting a captive man, while Little White frolicked ahead, leaping over the pepper barrier to nuzzle against her. The little white dog, gazing at her, stuck out its tongue and barked as if soliciting praise. After commending the dog, she turned her attention to Chuan, inquiring if he was indeed the invisible ability user. Chuan affirmed, stating that they should promptly deliver him to the guard. Cheng Yin gathered the chili pepper fruits from the ground, and Song Jishu gradually composed herself. Standing up, she expressed her gratitude to Cheng Yin and Chuan, along with the dog, for their invaluable assistance. Acknowledging that she had nearly lost her beloved little green ivy, her voice choked with emotion as she spoke. Cheng Yin sighed inwardly, reassuring her that they understood. She then proposed that they first hand over the invisible ability user to the base's guard to ensure that justice was served. Chapter 88. The deplorable state with the handover of the invisible ability user to the guard. The matter was finally concluded. On the way back, Cheng Yin noticed the mutated green ivy in Song Jishu's arms. It was then that she observed the ivy's distressing condition. The once lush and vibrant mutated green ivy had lost most of its branches and leaves, with only a few remaining. The fallen foliage revealed traces of cuts, and a thick green sap oozed from the wounds. The remaining leaves, which should have been verdant, exhibited signs of withering and decay. Cheng Yin was taken aback, at a loss for words. Having spent her days in close proximity to the mutated green ivy, she could sense its condition to some extent. She was cognizant that her mutated pothose was nearing its end. Should the mutated pothose be on its last legs, she desired to be with it in its final moments, accompanying it until its life's terminus, and then properly interring it. Cheng Yin pursed her lips, unable to bear the sight. Ascending the stairs, the trio finally discovered the severed tendrils of the mutated pothose. Cheng Yin and Chuan assisted in gathering the vines, handing them to Song Jishu. Song Jishu, who had been suppressing tears for a while, found her eyes brimming once more at the sight of the pothos's tendrils. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Song Jishu bid them farewell. Sister Yin, Brother Chuan, I shall head in first. You should go up as well. She was devoid of any disposition for further conversation. Cheng Yin offered a few final words of solace. Do not overthink. If anything arises, confide in us, and we can resolve it together. The future stretches far ahead. One must look forward. She mused that, should Song Jishu's mutated pothose truly be on its last legs, she would make an exception and cultivate a new mutated pothose for her. Though not the same plant she had nurtured, it could serve as a surrogate, allowing her to remember the past and ensuring she was not without abilities or a mutated plant companion, thus enabling her to undertake missions, earn points, and safeguard herself. Song Jishu nodded, forcing a wan smile. Yes, I understand. The door to the 3rd floor slowly closed, and Cheng Yin and Chuan proceeded towards the 4th floor. Chuan, with his hands in his pockets, inquired with a hint of confusion, given the severe condition of her mutated pothose. Can't your sunflower heal it? Is the damage too extensive to remedy? Observing the solemn expressions on Cheng Yin and Song Jishu's faces, he pondered whether Song Jishu's mutated pothose had, regrettably, lost its vitality beyond repair. Naturally, it was inappropriate to voice such concerns in front of the owner of the mutated pothose, Song Jishu. Now, with only himself and Cheng Yin present, he felt free from the worry of causing offense, and he could not resist asking the question. Cheng Yin paused in her assent, her excitement palpable as she realized the sunflower can heal the pothose. She grasped Chuan's hand and shook it vigorously, exclaiming, Chuan, I absolutely adore you. I almost forgot that I have it to assist with the mutated pothose. I must tell Song Jishu immediately. With that, she released Chuan's hand and hurriedly dashed downstairs, knocking on Song Jishu's door. Jishu, open the door quickly. I have a solution. Your mutated pothose can be saved. On the 3rd floor, Song Jishu had developed an aversion to placing the mutated pothose down. She feared the emergence of an invisible ability user or another type of extraordinary individual, might seize the opportunity to snatch the mutated pot hose away while she momentarily set it down. Upon hearing Cheng Yin's knocking and shouting, a flicker of hope surged within her. She cradled the mutated pot hose and approached the door, her heart brimming with anticipation as she looked at Cheng Yin and asked, "Sister Yin, you mentioned that the mutated pot hose can be saved. Is there a way to do so?" The intelligence regarding Cheng Yin's sunflower had not been divulged. When Yichuan mentioned sunflower, he deliberately lowered his voice. Naturally, she would not reveal matters concerning the sunflower in the stairwell. She stated vaguely, "Refrain from inquiring for the moment and accompany me upstairs." Similarly, Song Jishu had heard Cheng Yin mention that her sunflower possessed healing capabilities that could purify crystal cores. However, she envisioned this healing solely as the purification of impurities within the cores, never considering its application to healing individuals, ability users, mutated flora, or fauna. Consequently, it never occurred to her to enlist Cheng Yin's mutated sunflower for assistance. Song Jishu closed the door and followed Cheng Yin to the 4th floor. Yichuan had already cleared the tea table and poured 2 cups of warm water, placing them on the table. Cheng Yin invited Song Jishu to take a seat and said, "Jishu, please wait a moment while I retrieve the sunflower from my room. Furthermore, I have numerous empty flower pots available. Allow me to assist you in transplanting your mutated pot hose." Song Jishu nodded. "Very well. Thank you, Sister Yin." Cheng Yin entered her room, stored the red chili pepper she had been holding into her interdimensional space, and retrieved the sunflower. She procured a flower pot from within her space and filled it with soil from her cultivation area. She had observed Song Jishu carrying the mutated pot hose, noting that its flower pot was chipped and fragmented, with soil sparsely falling out. Bearing lacerations from the shattered pot and speckled with soil, Song Jishu seemed oblivious to her injuries, or perhaps simply unconcerned. Chapter 89. Restoration. The fertile soil within Cheng Yin's pocket dimension far surpassed that of the original world, a fact evident in the superior quality of the vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs cultivated there. Those who had sampled the produce consistently lauded its exquisite taste. Observing Song Jishu's mutated pot hose, Cheng Yin noted the significant loss of soil. Given the pervasive acid rain, the composition of the earth in this world had likely undergone alterations. Whether these changes were beneficial or detrimental to mutated plants remained uncertain. Nevertheless, all the mutated plants she cultivated in pots were nurtured with soil from her dimension, ensuring a degree of reliability. With the sunflower cradled in one arm and a flower pot filled with soil in the other, Cheng Yin emerged from her room and entered the living area. Song Jishu's gaze immediately fell upon the sunflower, prompting her to inquire, "Cheng Yin, is the sunflower your proposed solution?" Realization dawned upon her as she recalled Cheng Yin's mention of the sunflower's healing properties. Perhaps it could mend the wounds of her mutated pot hose. Rising to her feet, Song Jishu entreated, "Cheng Yin, I entrust my mutated pot hose to your care." Cheng Yin refrained from making any guarantees regarding the sunflower's ability to fully restore the mutated pot hose, recalling the case of the mutated puppy as a cautionary example. She articulated, "Jisoo, there's no absolute guarantee that the sunflower can mend the mutated pot hose. I can only suggest we allow it to attempt a remedy." Song Jishu nodded. "Indeed, let's initiate the trial. Regardless, provided there's a glimmer of hope for the mutated pothos's recovery, Song Jishu is willing to explore it." Cheng Yin handed the flower pot containing soil to Yichuan for safekeeping. She caressed the sunflower, entreating, "Sunflower, I implore you to dedicate your full attention to healing the mutated pot hose. It was pilfered by a villainous esper and is now severely wounded. Only you possess the capacity to aid it." The sunflower straightened its stem, conveying that the task was entrusted to it. A faint azure luminescence emanated from the sunflower, with motes of blue light ascending. These descended upon the verdant leaves of the mutated pot hose, its branches, and its root system. Song Jishu lowered his gaze, intently observing the mutated pot hose. The consciousness of the mutated pot hose was roused from its stupor, akin to parched earth receiving rainfall. Its energy-depleted core was penetrated by the subtle blue light, replenishing the deficient energy. Incrementally, it mended the core that was on the verge of rupture. The mutated pothose mustered its strength, caressing its master in a gesture of solace. The sunflower persistently directed its healing prowess toward the mutated pothose. Cheng Yin, Chuan, and Song Jishu, who were present, could discern the amelioration of the mutated pothos's condition, especially Song Jishu, upon receiving the caress of the mutated pothos's leaves, was moved to the brink of tears. The predicament of the mutated pothose was dire, yet not as catastrophic as initially feared. Even before the Cataclysm, the common pothose was an exceptionally resilient plant. It could thrive without direct sunlight, enduring both drought and excessive moisture. Though it might wither and appear to perish new, verdant shoots would invariably emerge from its seemingly lifeless roots and stems, akin to a phoenix rising from ashes. Evidently, this characteristic persisted in the mutated variant. From beneath the soil, within its root system, fresh green shoots were observed sprouting forth. These nascent signs of life served as a testament to the enduring vitality of the mutated pothose. The sunflower's ability lay in healing, not growth. Consequently, it could only offer supplementary assistance to the pothose. Its subsequent recovery hinged on its own inherent resilience. The faint azure luminescence gradually faded, signifying the completion of the sunflower's restorative efforts. Song Jishu, holding the mutated pothose aloft, gently pressed his face against its newly emerged leaves, expressing his gratitude. Sister Yin, thank you, and thank you to the sunflower and Xiao Bai for your help. She responded, enough with the gratitude. Your mutated pothose should be on the mend. Let's transplant it into a more suitable pot, allowing it to recuperate properly. Cheng Yin couldn't bear to see Song Jishu continue cradling the shattered pot. During the sunflower's healing process, a fraction of its energy had also been directed towards mending the cuts on Song Jishu's hands. The lacerations from the broken shards were now imperceptible. Crouching down, Cheng Yin and Song Jishu began the task of repotting. Cheng Yin placed the flower pot on the ground, delving into the soil to create a cavity suitable for the enhanced pothose. Song Jishu gently laid the pothose down, carefully clearing away the shards of the old pot to prevent any harm to the plant. She tenderly cradled the soil-entwined roots of the pothose, gingerly placing it into the new pot prepared by Cheng Yin. Cheng Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Jishu, you should have some crystals at home for the enhanced pothose to absorb, right? Your pothose was just entangled with that invisible ability user. It must have exhausted its energy. Go down and get some crystals for it to absorb and replenish its energy. Song Jishu nodded emphatically. Sister Yin, I understand. I have crystals at home. I'll go get them for little pothose to absorb right away. Realizing something she had overlooked, Song Jishu quickly stood up. As she took a step, she noticed the shards of the old flower pot and soil scattered on Cheng Yin's floor from the repotting. She said with embarrassment, Sister Yin, I've dirtied your floor. I should be the one to clean it up. But I'm a bit anxious to take care of the enhanced pothose first. I'll come up and clean it up after I've taken care of the pothose. Cheng Yin, amused, responded, no need. It's just a little bit of soil and a few broken pieces of the pot. I can take care of it myself. You go take care of your enhanced pothose. She gently urged Song Jishu, encouraging her to leave without worry. Chapter 90. Nightfall. Cheng Yin escorted Song Jishu downstairs. Chuan, having tidied up the potting soil in the living room, exchanged a smile with her. This matter had finally come to a conclusion. Chuan went to the kitchen to rinse his hands and retrieved Cheng Yin's snacks, arranging them neatly on the coffee table. Cheng Yin leaned back against the sofa, clutching a soft pillow, and closed her eyes. Her energy had been completely depleted throughout the day, and now she only desired to rest. Chuan turned around, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Cheng Yin already asleep, before understanding dawned on him. Silence returned to the room, broken only by the sound of their breathing. He settled down beside her, and before long, he too had drifted off to sleep. It wasn't just Cheng Yin who had expended her energy throughout the day. Chuan had as well. From worrying that Cheng Yin might be harmed by the ability users while acting as bait, to the theft of Song Jishu's mutated green ivy and the pursuit of the invisible ability user, he had been constantly vigilant and battling other ability users. Now, it was time for him to rest as well. The golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the window into the living room, illuminating the two figures on the sofa, their heads resting against each other in peaceful slumber. The sound of residents ascending the stairs stirred Chuan from his sleep. He rubbed his aching neck and gazed tenderly at Cheng Yin, who was still sound asleep on his shoulder. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and stealthily snapped a photo of the two of them, their first joint picture. He then quietly set the photo as his phone's wallpaper. They both slumbered for a considerable time. Surely, resting on the sofa in such a position was not as comfortable as lying in bed. It then dawned on him that, to mitigate the pungency of the chili peppers, Cheng Yin had stowed all the furniture and belongings in her interdimensional space, leaving the windows open to ventilate his room. Now, the room was devoid of any lingering spiciness, save for a delicate floral fragrance. However, the bed was missing, rendering sleep impossible. Helpless, Chuan was unwilling to rouse Cheng Yin. He retrieved a change of clothes from the balcony, used the pre-stored water in the washroom, heated it with his fire-based ability, and took a shower. He reluctantly laid down on the sofa, which was far too short for his legs, and managed to catch a few more hours of sleep. In the middle of the night, Cheng Yin awoke, roused by hunger. She rubbed her eyes, sat up in the dark room, and as she looked at the clothes she was wearing, memories began to flood back. With her penchant for cleanliness, Cheng Yin couldn't bear to remain in bed any longer. Setting aside her hunger for the moment, she took out her phone, illuminating the room with a faint glow, grabbed a change of clothes, a camisole nightgown, and headed into the washroom. Switching on the phone's flashlight, she retrieved some pre-stocked warm water from her interdimensional space, lathered up with body wash, and took a thorough shower. Emerging from the washroom, she finally felt refreshed. She removed the bedding from the bed, replacing it with fresh sheets and pillowcases, stowing the used ones in her interdimensional space, intending to wash them when she had time the next day. Cheng Yin sat down on the soft sofa, thinking that she shouldn't eat anything spicy or stimulating so late at night. She planned to grab some small cakes or bread to satiate her hunger. Chuan was sleeping on a long sofa, while Cheng Yin was sitting on the single sofa next to him. As Cheng Yin exited the restroom, she switched from the flashlight of her mobile phone to the illumination of its screen. Consequently, when she settled onto the couch, she remained oblivious to Chuan, who was peacefully slumbering on the opposite side. The light from her phone screen gradually dimmed after the prolonged brightness period. Chuan was in a deep sleep, undisturbed by the sounds of running water from the restroom or the subtle movements of Cheng Yin approaching. His slumber was eventually interrupted by the tantalizing aroma of a sandwich wafting through the air, stirring the hunger within him, a hunger that had been neglected due to their fatigue, resulting in a missed meal. Chuan propped himself up on the couch, utilizing the faint light filtering through the window to catch sight of a young woman seated on the opposite couch, her long hair cascading over a white dress, seemingly nibbling on something. He was momentarily taken aback, momentarily thinking he had encountered ghosts. However, accustomed to grand spectacles, Chuan concealed his surprise and instead retrieved his phone, illuminating the screen to discern the identity of the figure before him. Cheng Yin, in the midst of biting into her sandwich, was startled by the sudden movement of the phone approaching her. Almost dropping the sandwich in fright, she noticed the wallpaper on the phone displayed a photograph of her asleep. More accurately, a snapshot taken by Chuan of both of them during their slumber. Her startled heart calmed as she recognized Chuan holding the phone, and she inquired, "Chuan, what are you doing sleeping here?" As the light subsided, Chuan recognized Cheng Yin and inquired with instinctive surprise, "Cheng Yin, what are you doing here, eating?" Both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. Cheng Yin gestured with her sandwich, explaining, "I woke up hungry in the middle of the night and decided to have a snack." She then redirected the question to Chuan, "And you? Why are you sleeping here?" Her gaze lingered on the phone's wallpaper. Chuan darkened the screen, oblivious to his exposed secret, and explained, "You've stored all my belongings in your dimension. I didn't want to disturb you, so I slept on the sofa. I woke up from the aroma and realized I was hungry. Cheng Yin chakeled, I'm sorry. I forgot. Would you like a sandwich? Or perhaps a strawberry cake? Meat floss bread, mango millefeuille." Chuan requested the same sandwich as Cheng Yin, along with a glass of orange juice. Cheng Yin's dimensional reserves lacked the perfect breakfast companion, milk. At the time, she was strapped for cash and resources, relying on fruit sales to gather supplies. Items like milk, with their higher price, were replaced with water as a form of self-consolation. Later, as her finances improved, she purchased some milk, but it had all been consumed within a year. Chapter 91. Give it a try. Cheng Yin handed Hichuan his sandwich and orange juice, opting to sit beside him. After finishing her sandwich, she placed the wrapper on the coffee table and leaned languidly against the back of the sofa. Recalling the photograph on his phone and the series of events that unfolded after the Cataclysm, and perhaps beguiled by the charm of the night, Cheng Yin was suddenly struck by the thought that if the person by her side were Hichuan, it would be quite agreeable. She embraced a cushion, idly musing. Hichuan, what do you think about us giving it a try? To venture into holding hands, to explore the warmth of embraces, to discover the intimacy of kisses, to ascertain their compatibility. A single sentence, exhausting all of Cheng Yin's courage. Her words, veiled and subtle, challenged Hichuan to decipher their meaning. His mind replayed her proposition. What do you think about us giving it a try? Was this an invitation to embark on a relationship? Bewildered, his heart pounding, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, Yin, what do you mean by giving it a try? Does it mean you like me and want to be with me? Observing his expression in the dim light, Cheng Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. She had never experienced romance before her transmigration. She was utterly inexperienced. To utter such words was truly embarrassing. Her face flushed crimson. Cheng Yin threw the cushion in her arms towards Hichuan's approaching face, completely obscuring it. Slightly mortified, she exclaimed, Hichuan, you're such a nuisance. The wallpaper on your phone, don't you know what it means? With that, she fled into her room. It would be foolish not to clarify things at such a moment. Hichuan placed the unfinished sandwich on a coffee table and followed her. Cheng Yin's door was ajar, and Hichuan gently pushed it open to enter. He gazed at Cheng Yin, who lay on the bed with a thin blanket covering her face, and gently murmured, Yin, I have feelings for you. Cheng Yin had long been aware of Hichuan's affection for her. Yet, when those words finally escaped his lips, she felt a flutter of anxiety mingled with immense joy. She lowered the blanket that had concealed her face, her bright eyes blinking in surprise, and replied softly, Hichuan's ears flushed crimson. So, does what you said still stand? Cheng Yin, with a playful intent, sat up and inquired, what do you mean? What still stands? Hichuan, feeling a pang of urgency, could not afford to let this precious opportunity slip away. He looked at her earnestly and stated, does what you said about being together still hold true? Suddenly, Hichuan stood up from the edge of the bed and declared then, you shall be my girlfriend from now on. Cheng Yin, observing his dazed expression, smiled and nodded. Hichuan struggled to articulate the exhilaration coursing through him, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. He could no longer remain still beside her. He turned in place and, clearing his throat, asserted, you must keep your word. I heard you loud and clear. He continued in a serious tone, it's getting late. You should rest now. Staying up late is not good for your health. As he spoke earnestly, Cheng Yin pondered, is this what falling in love feels like? The sensation was quite delightful. She blinked at the ceiling, her heart racing rapidly. In that moment, the empty room seemed so charming, and the faint scent of flowers enveloped her, rendering everything utterly beautiful. For a moment, everything seemed perfect. The two individuals retreated to their respective rooms to process their emotions until they gradually calmed. With the light of her phone illuminating the way, she stepped out of her room once more. The door to Hichuan's room was closed, and the living room, too, was shrouded in dimness. Cheng Yin contemplated the recently consumed sandwich and decided it would be best to first visit the restroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Upon exiting the restroom, she made her way slowly towards Hichuan's room. The door, which had been opened numerous times before, now felt somewhat imposing. Cheng Yin knocked gently, announcing, Hichuan, I'm coming in. Hichuan, who had been crouched on the floor, stood up abruptly, feigning calmness as he gazed out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Cheng Yin smiled slightly, saying, I'll just set your bed up a bit. Hichuan turned from the window and approached her, replying, all right. Cheng Yin retrieved the bed from the space, and, as she did, a sharp, acrid scent wafted forth. Though the room had previously lost the piquant aroma of chili peppers, she was taken aback to find that, in such a short span, the bed had absorbed the pungent scent anew. Cheng Yin hadn't anticipated that her kind gesture would result in an unintended consequence. As she fetched the wardrobe for He Chuan's clothes, she noticed that it too carried a hint of the spicy aroma. Biting her lip, she wondered, "What should I do? This must make it difficult for you to sleep." He Chuan inhaled the sharp scent, but deemed it tolerable. Not wanting to put her in a difficult position, he shook his head and reassured her, "It's all right. It's just a little smell." Cheng Yin found the scent in the room overwhelming, causing her nose to twitch and her eyes to sting. She sensed that this space was not conducive to slumber. However, the sofa in the living room was rather short, making it an uncomfortable choice for rest. She tugged at He Chuan's hem and suggested, "Would you like to sleep in my room?" They had shared a bed several times due to unforeseen circumstances. Yet at those moments, their relationship was defined by sibling or platonic ties. Now, however, their relationship had evolved into that of lovers. He Chuan's face flushed anew, and he hesitantly replied, "Isn't that inappropriate? It's only our first day as a couple. Perhaps we should maintain some distance." They had skipped hand-holding and hugging, and now they would share a bed? Although he understood that it was merely about sleeping together, He Chuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. In contrast, Cheng Yin began to feel that there was nothing wrong with it. What is inappropriate about it? We're not doing anything. Chapter 92. Together the two did nothing but lie side by side in bed, simply resting. Cheng Yin had tossed her teddy bear into the space beside her. Clearing a spot on the bed, feeling somewhat fatigued, she soon drifted into slumber. He Chuan, however, found himself restless, inhaling the faint scent of her post-bath fragrance and listening to her soft breaths, his heart racing with nervous anticipation. Cheng Yin, who cherished cuddling her teddy bear while sleeping, unconsciously reached out in search of her beloved plush toy as she settled into dreams. As she reached out to something soft, she embraced it completely, causing He Chuan to stiffen, afraid to move. The first time, he had already fallen asleep. The second time, during a thunderstorm, he had instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. The third time, both were intoxicated and had no recollection of the event. But now he was fully conscious, experiencing their newfound intimacy with clear awareness. He Chuan composed himself internally, his hand trembling as he returned her embrace, closing his eyes. The following morning, the alarm clock rang. And this time, upon waking, there was none of the previous awkwardness, helplessness, or panic. Cheng Yin and He Chuan opened their eyes naturally, exchanged smiles, and greeted each other. The excitement of the previous day did not negate the need to resume their daily routines. Cheng Yin proceeded to the service hall, as usual, continuing her work at the survivor base, assisting with the purification of the base's official energy cores with the help of Sunflower. They changed their clothes and tacitly donned the outfits of the male and female protagonists from the anime, creating a subtle sense of coordination. They brushed their teeth together in the bathroom, standing side by side in front of the mirror. Cheng Yin, gazing at their reflection, couldn't help but smile. Having completed their morning ablutions, they sat facing each other at the dining table for breakfast. They exchanged smiles, and with Sunflower in tow, they left the apartment in a state of blissful contentment. Upon arriving at the office in the service hall, Cheng Yin transitioned from her amorous mood to a professional demeanor. Li Shi and Cheng Yin discussed the extraordinary individuals from yesterday and how the base managed the situation, voicing their concerns regarding their teammate Song Jishu. Upon hearing this, Li Shi nodded in agreement, expressing relief that the loss of a mutated green radish had been averted. She had been present when He Chuan brought the invisible ability user to the base's security team, and upon learning the full story, that the invisible individual had also been involved, she felt a deep sense of sympathy for the tragic state of Song Jishu's mutated green radish. Fortunately, it merely required restoration rather than having to witness its decline and loss of vitality. After Cheng Yin repeatedly declined to join the official base, Li Shi refrained from further invitations, simply advising her to remain cautious during her travels and to protect her mutated plants and animals. As the conversation drew to a close, Cheng Yin closed her eyes and accelerated her efforts in the space, gathering fruits, vegetables, and medicinal herbs, while also sowing seeds. She was keen to avoid any delay as she prepared for the upcoming task of clearing mutated plants. As for the question of why the young couple, newly together, would venture out on missions, Cheng Yin remarked that they were living in a post-apocalyptic world, far from a time of peace, and there was little point in dating. Moreover, there were no entertainment venues available. She believed that engaging in missions was far more productive, as it contributed to humanity's survival. At present, it was Cheng Yin and He Chuan undertaking the mission, with Song Jishu absent. The mutated green radish had merely undergone a recovery process after being exposed to the sunflowers, healing its internal injuries, but this had still left it quite weakened. Fortunately, Song Jishu genuinely cares for and cherishes the mutated green radish. Were it not for his sincere affection, a more utilitarian individual might have compelled the mutated green radish to undertake tasks solely for the sake of acquiring crystal cores. This month, the excursions have been solely between Cheng Yin and He Chuan. He Chuan continues to pedal that three-wheeled cart, yet his mood has shifted markedly from previous missions. This is their time spent alone together, devoid of any extraneous company. Oh, but not entirely. There remains a silly dog named Xiao Bai, frolicking ahead with unrestrained joy. Cheng Yin, too, senses a distinct change. In the past, she would sit in the back of the cart with Song Jishu, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Now, she finds herself gazing up at He Chuan, observing his back as he pedals. The dynamics of their relationship have transformed. Despite seeing each other daily and sharing the same abode, the mere shift in their roles has unveiled a wealth of differences. This individual is now hers. During their missions, with Song Jishu absent, Cheng Yin can freely access many items stored in her space without hiding or being discreet. The pea shooter and red pepper continue to diligently combat the mutated plants and insects, while the mutated dog Xiao Bai has noticeably grown in size after frequently consuming mutated birds and other forms of mutated meat. He Chuan remains steadfastly dependable, clearing away any potential ambushes from mutated plant insects for Cheng Yin. Together, the two of them, along with their mutated plants and the playful dog, have enjoyed a fruitful day of adventures. The superior-grade crystal nuclei were, without a second thought, reserved for personal use. Another mutated sunflower in the interspatial dimension would purify them, eliminating impurities for absorption by her mutated plant offspring. Naturally, He Chuan's share was also indispensable. As for the remaining lower-grade crystal nuclei, they would all be exchanged for points at the base to see if there was anything desirable available in the base's trading market. Emerging from a mission hall, Cheng Yin and He Chuan strolled hand in hand, making no attempt to conceal their relationship. They openly displayed their affection, never deliberately avoiding anyone. They meandered from one end of the trading market to the other, their hands now laden with newly acquired items. Chapter 93. Recuperation. As Cheng Yin and He Chuan ascended the stairs, hand in hand, they encountered Song Jishu, who was clutching a mutated green ivy, heading out to dispose of garbage. Song Jishu was genuinely traumatized by the previous incident, and to this day, she remained inseparable from her mutated green ivy, carrying it wherever she went. Cheng Yin could only sigh inwardly, deeply comprehending Song Jishu's behavior. After all, the mutated green ivy was her most vital support, and her only remaining connection to the pre-apocalyptic world. Song Jishu treated the mutated green ivy as a companion and friend, only for it to be easily stolen and brutally damaged due to a moment of carelessness. She must be blaming herself immensely. Cheng Yin had, in fact, offered assistance to Song Jishu. She had accumulated a large quantity of red chili pepper fruits and presented them to Song Jishu in a large bag. Given the red chili pepper's current 5th level status, its ability-infused chili pepper fruits were exceptionally useful. Let's not speak of other places. Rather, let us focus on the extraordinary abilities of the individuals within their base and the mutated flora beyond its confines, which appear to be of levels 4, 5, and 6. Among those of similar or inferior rank, the red chili peppers can prevail. Those of higher rank may also triumph through sheer numbers. The substantial bag of red chili peppers she possessed could create a protective circle around the mutated potholes in her home. Upon learning of her chili pepper's remarkable achievements, Li Shi, an official at the base, expressed a keen desire for her produce. However, she only offered him a few after ensuring she had gathered enough for Song Jishu. Yet, Song Jishu remained apprehensive. She was reluctant to leave the mutated potholes unattended, choosing instead to carry it with her whenever she ventured out, clutching the red chili peppers tightly. Cheng Yin merely hoped that the research on the awakened ability elixirs at the base would soon bear fruit, allowing for their purchase. Cheng Yin and He Chuan nodded in agreement, having just completed a mission and taken the opportunity to procure some supplies. Their romance was entirely public, without any pretense of secrecy despite being merely an experiment. Consequently, Song Jishu swiftly became aware of their relationship, aside from the lingering shadow cast by the mutated pot hose, which made her hesitant to release its pot. Her demeanor remained largely unchanged, her spirits having stabilized and brightened. Cheng Yin tugged gently at He Chuan's hand, leading him forward as she observed Song Jishu's mutated pot hose, exclaiming, "Jishu, your mutated pot hose is thriving splendidly. It appears remarkably similar to how it was before." She spoke the truth. The mutated pot hose, after a month of nurturing and various crystalline supplements, has made a remarkable recovery. Upon hearing this, Song Jishu beamed with joy. "If you all feel the same, then that is splendid. I, too, believe its recovery is impressive. This month, I have been gritting my teeth, feeding the remaining crystals to the little pot hose, and it seems my efforts were not in vain." She playfully stuck out her tongue, remarking that if the mutated pot hose had fared any worse, she might not have been able to afford its upkeep with the remaining crystals. Tomorrow, she anticipated returning to the base to undertake missions. Pausing this month had nearly depleted her stored points by the time the base released the awakening potion for ordinary individuals. She might find herself unable to afford it. Cheng Yin, witnessing her optimism, felt reassured. "No worries. If you lack points or crystals, I have some spare." She jested. "Feel free to borrow points and crystals from us. I assure you, there will be no interest charged. Why not simply say it's a gift?" After all, her relationship with Song Jishu was merely that of teammates and friends, and she had no obligation to provide free assistance to He Chuan. Continuously offering help without charge would only diminish Song Jishu's motivation and foster dependency, which was not her intention. Moreover, Song Jishu was a fiercely independent young woman, determined to rely on her own strength. With a smile, Song Jishu replied, "All right, but I will come to borrow from Sister Yin later." After saying this, she raised the trash she intended to dispose of. "Now, I shall head downstairs to throw this away. Tomorrow, I will join you for the mission." The items purchased at the trading market were all suitable for He Chuan's use. Cheng Yin had long ago compiled a list of various daily necessities, meticulously gathering them all before the calamity struck. When He Chuan began to regain his memories and realized that Cheng Yin was not his sister, he found himself perplexed as to why she possessed clothing that fit him perfectly. Upon uncovering the truth, a blush crept onto his face in a moment of belated realization. His wardrobe had since expanded significantly, filled with many garments he had procured from the trading market. It was hardly reasonable to expect Cheng Yin to continually craft clothes for him, after all. Nevertheless, the outfits she had taught him to wear were carefully stored away, and he would don them with even greater appreciation, having already embarked on a cohabitation journey. Cheng Yin and He Chuan experienced far fewer of the typical adjustments associated with living together compared to ordinary couples. The necessary acclimatization had been completed during the first year of the disaster. Aside from her sleeping habits, of course, barring that one particular night, they still maintained separate rooms, adhering to the gradual steps expected in a romantic relationship. Their progression had not soared to lofty heights. For now, it consisted of hand-holding, embraces, and simple kisses, all of which remained innocent in nature. Cheng Yin crouched before the coffee table, cradling a coconut and pouring its juice into their glasses alongside the fruit juice. Once the coconut water was entirely dispensed, she directed He Chuan to crack open the coconut, and then she deftly sliced out the flesh. The coconut tree flourishing in her space had been an unintended planting, as the seed was merely the fruit of the coconut itself. On one occasion, while gathering supplies, she had passed by a three-wheeled cart selling coconut juice, where she purchased 2 coconuts, one to eat and one to plant. Now, she had successfully achieved a state of coconut juice abundance. Having not stocked up on any beverages, Cheng Yin has been relying on freshly squeezed fruit juice, with coconut water being a commendable option. He Chuan is not particularly fond of coconut juice, preferring the more robust flavors of watermelon and orange juice over the subtle taste of coconut. Their differing palates do not hinder their companionship. Whenever they encounter foods the other dislikes, they simply indulge in their own preferences. They never impose their tastes upon one another, as such insistence would only lead to discomfort. Hardly a source of joy. At present, Cheng Yin's glass brims with coconut meat and coconut water, while Chuan's contains vibrant watermelon juice. They savor their respective beverages while enjoying the films they both wish to watch. Chapter 94. The plan, however, she has gradually learned the art of turning a blind eye, finding comfort in this adaptation. The month without Song Jishu mirrored the previous month when Cheng Yin was absent. The mutated plants and insects do not wait for anyone. They evolve and strengthen as needed. Just like Cheng Yin faced similar adversities before, she finds herself in a parallel predicament. Having been away from missions for too long, her skills have dulled. Relying solely on the crystal core-enhanced mutated pothos, she feels a distinct lack of practical experience compared to the wild mutated plants with their combat history. Cheng Yin had several mutated plants and a mutated dog, Xiaobai, to help her navigate through her challenges swiftly. However, Song Jishu's situation is different. She possesses only the mutated pothos in her care. Consequently, confronting these now stronger and more formidable mutated plants and insects has proven somewhat taxing. Observing these endeavors, Cheng Yin refrained from direct intervention, offering assistance only when Song Jishu faced imminent peril, thereby alleviating some of the pressure. Song Jishu undertook tasks with an ardor surpassing that of both Cheng Yin and Chuan, or rather, both Song Jishu and her mutated green creeper exhibited such zeal. At this juncture, the base had successfully developed an ability-awakening serum, albeit at a considerable price. Song Jishu's prior savings would have sufficed for its acquisition, but the funds had been largely depleted over the preceding month, necessitating a renewed accumulation. One sought to amass crystals to procure the ability-awakening serum, while the other aimed to enable its master to gather sufficient crystals for the same purpose. Thus, an indefatigable endeavor commenced. Cheng Yin, of course, proposed lending her points to facilitate the purchase of the ability-awakening serum. However, upon learning of the ample supply of the serum within the base, Song Jishu declined the offer. The officially researched ability-awakening serum offered a 50% probability of awakening an ability, with the process inducing a state of unconsciousness, akin to the initial manifestations of abilities among those with powers. This was far superior to the ability-awakening serum circulating on the black market. Song Jishu was grateful that she had heeded advice and refrained from expending her savings on the black market's ability-awakening serum, which, while capable of awakening abilities, entailed significant adverse effects. The black market variant necessitated daily consumption of their ability-enhancing potion to sustain the power. Otherwise, the ability would be forfeited, precluding any future potential to become an ability user. Cheng Yin and Chuan observed as Song Jishu accumulated sufficient funds to acquire the ability-awakening serum. In the room on the third floor, the residence of Song Jishu, Cheng Yin sat beside Song Jishu's bed, observing the young girl clutching a mutated green ivy in one hand and a vial of ability-awakening potion in the other. She fervently hoped for the girl's ability to awaken. Song Jishu, holding the potion, finally spoke, "Yin, after I ingest this potion, should I fall unconscious and begin the awakening process, I implore you to care for my mutated green ivy. Furthermore, I would be grateful if you could arrange the chili fruits you previously gave me around the bedside, as I have yet to use them. I am somewhat apprehensive about intrusions during these 7 days." Cheng Yin nodded. "Jishu, rest assured, I will diligently fulfill your requests." Having meticulously arranged everything, Song Jishu ingested the ability-awakening potion. Cheng Yin's heart grew tense as time elapsed. Song Jishu leaned against the headboard, closing her eyes. It had begun. The awakening was underway. Cheng Yin gently removed the mutated green ivy from Song Jishu's embrace and placed it aside. She carefully helped Song Jishu lie down on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Following her instructions, she meticulously arranged the chili fruits around the bed, ensuring her safety from any potential harm. With everything done, Cheng Yin picked up the mutated green ivy and left the room. The mutated green ivy was familiar with Cheng Yin and did not resist as vehemently as it had with the invisible ability user. Moreover, Song Jishu had instructed the mutated green ivy, so it was well behaved. Cheng Yin and He Chuan's affection deepened daily. Her initial concerns about potential disagreements and dissatisfactions after being together had not materialized, much to her satisfaction. After a series of intimate moments shared between them, their closeness naturally intensified, leading to a heightened risk of unforeseen consequences. Cheng Yin, however, remained rational, without absolute safety measures in place. She was resolute in her decision to avoid casual relations. This sentiment was articulated during a forced pause in their intimacy, when she looked up at He Chuan with earnestness and declared, "He Chuan, there is something I must tell you. I do not intend to become pregnant and have children." He Chuan caressed Cheng Yin's smooth back, striving to quell the fire within him, and hoarsely inquired, "Yin, do you not wish for a delightful child like yourself?" Cheng Yin shook her head, responding, "In a peaceful world, I would be more than willing. But in this chaotic reality we inhabit, why would we bring a child into such turmoil? Moreover, if pregnancy were to occur, the 10 months of gestation, followed by the years of caring for a little one, where would we find the formula for feeding, or the medicines should they fall ill?" She pondered for a moment before continuing, "Furthermore, do you truly believe that our current survivor base is secure? Just days ago, I heard about another base being obliterated by an onslaught of mutated creatures. The number of survivors from that ordeal was pitifully small." While she understood that their base was indeed safe, admitting this directly to He Chuan was not an option. After some contemplation, he proposed, "Then Yin, how about I undergo a vasectomy at the hospital? That way, we need not worry about having children." Chapter 95. Obtaining the certificate, Cheng Yin was taken aback, surprised by He Chuan's newfound resolve. She had always envisioned that before engaging in any intimate contact, one must take appropriate safety measures. Otherwise, she would resolutely abstain from such actions. Little did she anticipate that he would leap directly to the notion of undergoing a vasectomy. Downstairs, Song Jishu had already awakened from her stupor, and Cheng Yin happily returned the mutated pot hose to her, expressing her delight at her newfound abilities. Subsequently, Cheng Yin accompanied He Chuan to the hospital to ascertain whether the facility was now capable of performing the vasectomy. In this literary world, due to the forewarning of natural disasters, the base had long been prepared. Essential resources and personnel had been preemptively relocated and safeguarded, including doctors, nurses, medical equipment, and pharmaceuticals, all of which were deemed vital. Remarkably, the base hospital was indeed equipped to conduct vasectomies. However, the cost of surgery had escalated significantly compared to the period preceding the calamities. Fortunately, both Cheng Yin and He Chuan were financially secure, allowing them to promptly complete the necessary consultations and undergo routine examinations. Following these assessments, they admitted themselves into the hospital, remaining there until after the surgery was completed and they had sufficiently recovered for discharge. Though it was a minor operation, it completely depleted the points they had accrued since purchasing their home. It could be said that hospital visits were indeed the most financially burdensome. Unconcerned about the trivialities of daily sustenance and living expenses, Cheng Yin and He Chuan found little reason to lament their vacant point balance. At this juncture, the concepts of marriage and divorce had become irrelevant. Survival in the aftermath of the disaster posed far greater challenges, leaving little room for anyone to intervene in personal matters. Those with high-ranking abilities frequently exchanged partners, while those with lesser powers did likewise. No one would interfere. They would merely envy the strength of others. Cheng Yin yearns for the Red Book of Marriage, infused with a sense of ritual, even though this Red Book has long since lost its legal significance. Blank marriage certificates are not commonly found, and even the Civil Affairs Bureau, inundated by floods, has retained nothing. Nevertheless, the omnipotent official sources still possess a modest reserve. Upon learning this, Li Shi reassured her that it was merely a trivial matter. During the initial disaster preparedness planning, the Civil Affairs Bureau had indeed made arrangements for relocation. However, it appears that these documents have become obsolete, reduced to mere scraps of paper. Cheng Yin entrusted Li Shi with a USB drive, requesting assistance in printing the marriage certificate photos of herself and He Chuan. These were images taken with He Chuan in white shirts against a crimson backdrop. With the Civil Affairs Bureau absent, simplicity prevailed. They affixed the marriage photos to the blank certificate, with Li Shi graciously inscribing the relevant details and stamping it with the impression of Chinese marriage. Cheng Yin examined the freshly minted certificate, noting that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from before the calamity. Song Jishu knocked on the door, beckoning Cheng Yin inside with a sense of secrecy, unveiling a pristine white wedding gown. "Tada! I found this gem at the trading market. It's brand new and untouched. What do you think?" Cheng Yin was, of course, elated as she accepted the gown, exclaiming its beauty. She had confided in Song Jishu her desire for a ceremonious union, and now, to her surprise, a wedding dress had materialized. With twinkling eyes, Song Jishu said, "If you like it, that's wonderful. This is my wedding gift to you. Would you like to try it on?" In her heart, she added a silent note of gratitude for all the support received along the way. With her hair elegantly styled and a veil adorning her head, the moment felt truly special. Cheng Yin emerged from her room, clutching the excessively long train of her wedding dress, only to be met by an enveloping darkness outside. A gentle wave of confusion washed over her as she took a few steps forward. "Jisoo, are you there?" she called out, only to be greeted by the sound of footsteps. At that moment, the light in the living room, previously obscured by heavy curtains, illuminated, thanks to the assistance of the mutated dog, Xiao Bai, and the transformed pothose plant. He Chuan approached Cheng Yin, clad in a suit. As soft music played from his phone, he knelt on one knee, presenting an engagement ring. "Yin, will you marry me?" Cheng Yin was overwhelmed with surprise and emotion. The thoughts of a marriage certificate and the desired sense of ceremony had only been shared with Li Shi and Song Jisoo. Little did she expect they had discreetly informed He Chuan, prompting him to orchestrate such a heartfelt proposal. This moment belonged to the two of them. With a bashful smile, Cheng Yin extended her hand, saying, "I do." He Chuan slid the ring onto her ring finger and then retrieved another identical wedding band, inviting Cheng Yin to place it on his finger. They exchanged glances at the rings adorning their fingers, sharing a smile. Xiao Bai approached, clutching a scroll in its mouth, and He Chuan bent down to take it, standing upright once more. The officiant continued with the ceremony. "May I ask, Miss Cheng, do you wish to take Mr. He, standing beside you, as your husband?" Without hesitation, Cheng Yin replied resolutely, "I do." The officiant paused before announcing, "Very well now, please. The newlyweds may unroll the scroll and proceed with their vows." Together, He Chuan and Cheng Yin unfurled the scroll delivered by Little White, and, gazing upon its contents, avowed, "We willingly unite in matrimony, and from this day forward, we shall jointly bear the responsibilities of marriage." With the proposal and wedding ceremony now complete, Cheng Yin nestled into He Chuan's embrace, exclaiming, "When did you arrange all of this? How did you manage to keep it from me? But I am truly, truly overjoyed. He Chuan, you are so wonderful." He Chuan gazed adoringly at Cheng Yin in his arms, replying, "Your happiness is all that matters. It signifies that my preparations were not in vain." Unbeknownst to Cheng Yin, in the rooms and throughout the living area, mobile phones had been discreetly recording the proposal, capturing the event for posterity. Now that the proposal and wedding were concluded, the video recording could finally cease. He Chuan retrieved the phones used to record the videos, examined the footage, and then presented them to Cheng Yin for her perusal. Within the phone's video library, beyond the recordings of the proposal and wedding ceremony, were also behind-the-scenes glimpses and well wishes from acquaintances. Cheng Yin watched each one, her eyes brimming with delight. Regardless of what the future may hold, Cheng Yin was confident that she and He Chuan would journey together, steadfastly navigating whatever storms or sunny skies may lie ahead. Chapter 96, Epilogue. One married life, it seemed, brought little alteration. The dynamic between Cheng Yin and He Chuan remained largely unchanged, save for a gradual reduction in the frequency of their external missions. Apart from the necessary steps to steadily advance their abilities, they spent their time leisurely exploring the safer zones. In the aftermath of the acid rain, aside from the mutated flora and fauna, normalcy had largely returned, with no further occurrences of torrential rain or blizzards. The advancement of flora and fauna mutations has decelerated, entering a period of gradual stabilization, a phenomenon mirrored in the progression of human ability users, where advancement becomes increasingly challenging. Many individuals have remained at the 7th or 8th level for periods spanning 6 months, a year, or even 2 years. Fortunately, people have acclimated to this transformed world, transitioning from conventional employment aimed at accumulating wealth for homeownership and raising children to undertaking missions to accrue points for the same purposes. In essence, the fundamental aspects of life remain largely unchanged. Cheng Yin shook her head, acknowledging that alterations have indeed occurred. She and He Chuan continue to reside in their original building, where Song Jishu, having amassed several years' worth of points, acquired the third-floor apartment. She now has a partner and is expecting a child. Song Yin, I've told you that's not how you use your abilities. Follow mommy's movements like this. Now try it again. No, if you keep this up, mommy will be cross. Song Yin, Song Jishu's 5-year-old daughter, is a mischievous imp who frequently ignites Song Jishu's ire, yet simultaneously elicits smiles. In this post-apocalyptic world, traditional schools are non-existent. The base authorities are in the process of establishing ability schools, extending enrollment to children aged 5 and above within the base to learn abilities. Song Yin is of the appropriate age, but Song Jishu is apprehensive that her daughter might fail the entrance examination and be rejected by the school. Hence her current intensive training regimen. Cheng Yin and He Chuan are fond of Song Jishu's daughter, often holding and playfully teasing her. Witnessing this affection, Song Jishu inquired, Yin, have you and He Chuan ever considered having a child? Cheng Yin shook her head, steadfast in her original conviction of not wishing to bear children. Over the years, as humanity delved deeper into the study, development, and enhancement of supernatural abilities, the eradication of mutated flora and fauna, and the expansion of secure territories, the landscape had irrevocably transformed. The cities and provinces that once existed in isolation had become interconnected. Bases exchanged information and maintained communication. However, the conditions of supernatural beings and mutated organisms varied significantly from region to region. Throughout this period, numerous small bases had succumbed to the menace of mutated animals, insects, and plants. Their base, the largest surviving sanctuary, occasionally welcomed supernatural beings from distant lands. Currently, Cheng Yin's base in W City stands as the most prominent refuge for survivors and supernatural beings alike. Yet, the narrative she had once relied upon had long since concluded. The struggle between humanity and mutated creatures was destined to persist. Faced with an uncertain future, she realized that her path ahead depended solely on her own resolve. Cheng Yin continued to provide sustenance for the base. Over the years, the flesh of mutated animals and the fruits of altered plants had gradually made their way to the dining tables. While the food crisis seemed to have been alleviated, the base still received a steady influx of humans seeking assistance from the communal kitchen. The vegetables and fruits she donated, far superior in taste to the offerings of mutated organisms, quickly gained popularity. Within the survivor base, the affluent and leisurely supernatural beings began to seek culinary delights. The food she contributed transitioned from being a lifeline for those in need to a high-priced commodity sold to the powerful inhabitants of the survivor sanctuary. Cheng Yin harbored no discontent regarding this matter, for the survivor base had publicly announced the allocation of funds to assist ordinary individuals in need, particularly in areas such as healthcare and housing. Moreover, provisions for the underprivileged were also adequately addressed, albeit with the substitution of mutated plants and creatures transformed into culinary delights. She found this arrangement quite satisfactory, as it ensured that the funds were indeed utilized for their intended purpose. In Chapter 97, Part 2, the reliability of the survivor base's administration continued to inspire confidence. Cheng Yin and He Chuan, free from burdens, decided to embark on a journey in a motorhome after growing accustomed to their monotonous routine. They felt assured of their safety, as the mutated green plants would safeguard their travels. Over the past decade, Cheng Yin had gradually cultivated numerous green plants within her planting space, many of which had evolved into mutated varieties. These included offensive, defensive, healing, and reconnaissance types of mutated flora, ensuring that their excursions would be undeniably secure. Prior to their departure, Cheng Yin bid farewell only to Song Ji-su, reminding her to remain vigilant within the base. Previously, with both Cheng Yin and He Chuan present, their joint outings for missions had guaranteed their safety. Now, although Song Ji-su's partner was also an ability wielder, the number of guardians for her had diminished. Cheng Yin felt a twinge of concern and left two highly aggressive mutated plants in Song Ji-su's care, aptly claiming it was to assist her in nurturing them. In this apocalyptic safe haven, the base has been gradually extending outward as the area for clearing mutated flora and fauna expands. Over the course of a decade, the area where Cheng Yin and her companions resided has transformed into the inner city of the base, the very heart of it. Walls have been erected, continually pushing outward until they reach Zone 20. If they wished to exit the base from the inner city on foot, it would take an entire day. Throughout these years, Cheng Yin has become increasingly adept at manipulating her spatial abilities. Whatever she envisioned could materialize anywhere within her domain. Thus, before departing the base, she deposited all the fruits and vegetables stored in her space into the outermost cafeteria. This ensured that upon her departure, the base would not suffer from shortage of supplies, as her space could no longer accommodate them. After releasing these provisions, she felt an immense sense of relief. He Chuan drove swiftly away from the base, continuing until it shrank into the distance and eventually vanished from sight, at which point he halted the vehicle. Cheng Yin yawned and stepped out of the car. They exchanged their vehicle for a camper van, from which she retrieved her mutated plants, ready to guard them through the night. Hand in hand with He Chuan, and accompanied by the little white creature that had darted from the back seat, she said, "Let us go inside and rest." The child they wished to nurture was deemed too precious to spare even a single packet of cold medicine for He Chuan, as she preferred to save it for the child's future needs. Now, the child appeared to be in a state of malnutrition. Subsisting on the meager rations provided by the base, the family seemingly never awakened any abilities, nor did they venture out to undertake the perilous tasks of clearing mutated flora and fauna. Eventually, they faded from existence within the base. At any rate, he's doing well now. Chapter 98. Epilogue. With the diurnal cycle complete, another day dawned. Sturden's embrace, prompting him to awaken as well. They exchanged smiles and greeted each other with a good morning. Despite the limited soundproofing of the recreational vehicle, the clamor of her mutated plants engaging in combat with the wild mutated flora outside, though unnoticed in the depths of night, roused her in the early hours. However, harbored no apprehension, confident in the ability of her mutated plants to repel and vanquish any intruders. After rising, donning their garments, and completing their ablutions, the couple settled at the dining table within the recreational vehicle, leisurely consuming sandwiches and imbibing soy milk. As the external commotion gradually subsided, opened the door of the recreational vehicle and peered outside. The vicinity of the recreational vehicle was littered with the remains of invading mutated plants, the spoils of her mutated plant's triumph. Upon sighting her, one particular mutated plant extended its tendrils, offering her the gathered mutated crystal cores. The planting space fostered the restoration of mutated plants and was their preferred location. The mutated plants, serving as sentinels outside, the recreational vehicle swayed their branches, as if bidding her farewell. Having superseded the alternating mutated flora, she gathered the remains of the deceased mutated plants into her interdimensional space. These could be bartered for sustenance or other commodities upon encountering other outposts, precluding any wasteful disposal in the wilderness. After a moment's contemplation, she released Little White from the recreational vehicle, encouraging it to indulge its primal instincts by frolicking outside. Over the course of a decade, Little White had burgeoned in size exponentially. Its current stature dwarfed that of the mutated canine matriarch she had initially encountered. The mutated canine's crystalline core, suspended around its neck, had necessitated several collar replacements to accommodate its ever-increasing girth. Upon realizing that it was permitted to venture out and frolic, Little White darted from the recreational vehicle with the velocity of a lightning bolt, conveying its understanding. Having interacted with Little White for many years, virtually witnessing its maturation, Cheng Yin could readily comprehend its intentions. She closed the recreational vehicle door and retreated inside. Very well, let us now contemplate our initial destination. Although they had formulated plans for an excursion, the The specific locales remained subject to impromptu decisions, thus preserving an element of delightful unpredictability. Yuan cleared the dining table and retrieved a map from the opposite side. What about Sea City? It is in relatively close proximity to our current location. Cheng Yin nodded in affirmation. Acceptable. Prior to the Cataclysm, Sea City was renowned for its natural scenic reserves. However, presently, verdant landscapes have been purged by humanity, obscuring any semblance of its former splendor. They wandered through the ancient architectural district of yesteryears, capturing a few photographs beside some well-preserved structures with their mobile phones. The devices they used were the same as those from a decade ago, their performance having long since diminished. However, for the simple act of photography, they sufficed. Cheng Yin and Yuan departed from the ancient district to ascend a mountain that had once been renowned before the Cataclysm. Now it stood barren, stripped of all mutated flora and fauna. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, two souls embraced within their caravan. They had traversed a decade together and held an unwavering belief that they would continue to walk hand in hand into the future.